I was Alisa Clark. My blood smelt the sweetest and tasted the best. They said I was the she-wolf with the best blood in past centuries. It was the greatest honor of my family. Why? The alpha would need my blood to survive and thrive. Our pack, Crowalt Pack, is the most powerful pack across the land. Our alphas from Clan Alexander were given witch-like powers. They see both the past and the future. They control the history and fate of the pack. Blessed by the moon goddess, Clan Alexander are the same as gods in our eyes. Even though Clan Alexander members have the most powerful abilities, they are cursed. The greater their abilities, the shorter their lives. They would find it hard to hold their inner wolves back. Eventually, they would lose control and never shift from human to wolf form again. The blood of the Clark she-wolves could protect them from their curse. To keep Alexanders from being greedy and hurting Clarks, there's a pact between the two clans. Clan Alexander males take a she-wolf form, Clan Clark to be their mate and single blood provider. Every Clark she-wolf above 12 years old must be registered and tested at the annual games. According to the test result, we are graded into different levels. The she-wolves in higher level will be mated with higher-ranked Alexander males. I participated the game when I was 12. I was graded in the highest level. In fact, I won first place. I would be Alpha Jacob's exclusive blood provider. When I turned 18, I would become his Luna. I felt honored to serve my Alpha and my pack. The next day after the game, a group of guards came for me. "You're called to the Alpha's lair," they said without my name. It was nice to be known. I was escorted away from my family, too excited to question why the guards who led me looked powerful and strict. "Did Alpha send for me?" I asked. The guards didn't answer. I expected this day to be the best in my life. Winning the contest, having the purest blood to serve the Alpha was only the beginning. Alpha Jacob would meet me, and he probably wanted to know his future Luna. How many times as a girl had I seen him and dreamed of the day that my blood might be the best for him? I dreamed that I would know him and be his Luna. We came to the Alpha's lair, looking like a castle. It was a cave that had rooms made of stone built around it, reaching the length of 10 houses. There were lights in the windows of these rooms, and I could see figures watching me from them. The guards led me inside. Looking upstairs, there was sunlight streaming into light rooms of luxurious colors and furniture like I'd never seen in my life. Everything seemed to shimmer like it descended from the heavens. My breath shortened with my anticipation of seeing Jacob. Soon, I would smell his power. I expected to proceed upwards towards these beautiful things. I hoped to talk with Alpha Jacob and learn about each other for the next 6 years, till we would get married. Suddenly, as my foot graced the first step, one of the guards grabbed me. "No. This way," he said with a rough voice. Another guard took my other arm and they brought me downstairs. I was so shocked at first, I didn't even fight. I didn't know why they had to handle me like that. They could have just told me I needed to change or get cleaned up first. "Where are you taking me?" I finally demanded as they dragged me into a dark chamber beneath the lair. It was wrong. "Let me out." My wolf Ariana was roaring up protectively. "Don't use that tone with us, girl," one guard said. I shifted and tried to run away. The two other wolf guards bit me, grabbing the fur of my neck. I was 12 years old. My wolf was much smaller than them. No matter how I clawed and bit, they dragged me further into the basement. They forced wolfsbane powder into my nose. I flinched, wrenching away from the potent scent, and I shifted back to human. "What are you doing?" I cried out, whimpering as they flattened my body to the ground. "No, you can't do this to me. I'm Alisa Clark. Alpha needs my blood," I screamed. This was all wrong. After the wolfsbane, I was too weak to fight. They put chains on my hands and wrists, and they locked me in a dark 50-square-foot cell, like a prisoner. I cried and screamed at the guards for answers, but no one reacted. "Alpha Jacob," I screamed over and over. He couldn't be so far away to not hear me. But no one answered. The next day, Ariana finally woke up within my body, although she was too weak to take over. I tried to mind link my family, my clan, yet the connection was off. The guards came with a doctor to take my blood on a platter. "Why are you doing this to me?" I snarled. "It's for the Alpha. You should serve willingly." The doctor said, his expression was blank as if he couldn't have feelings. "I'm Alisa Clark," I said, pleading as my body felt limp. "I'm the future Luna." He only eyed me skeptically as if I was the one who'd lost their mind. Finally, he acknowledged, "This is very good blood." I knew that, but it was supposed to be a place of honor, not like a prisoner. The first cut was carefully on my wrist. He turned my arm into a small golden bowl to collect the blood. The red liquid was squeezed out of me, much more than at the games. "It hurts. Stop," I said, trying to drag my arm away, but it was locked in place by chains and one of the guards. Days went by. Every long and torturous day, they came once for my blood. They would cut me and squeeze my wounds to get more to drain out. It hurt to bleed like that every day. They cut in new places when old ones became too deep. For the health of my blood, I saw sunshine once a day when the guards led me on a walk with a rope around my neck. I could never refuse the food they provided. When I refused to eat, they would force food into my mouth and slap me to compliance. They dosed me with wolfsbane every 6 hours to put down my wolf. I became dizzy and weak. My head spun and it felt tight in my chest. I dreaded it so much after experiencing my wolf being forced back 100 times. I stopped trying to shift and fight them. I became scarred all over my body. I had nothing left of my dignity or hopes. I longed for someone to rescue me. I wanted to go home. I wanted to be anywhere but there. My body grew as years passed, indicating the time more than anything. I felt taller, but I had no mirrors and I still imagined myself as a 12-year-old girl. Looking down at the rags barely covering my body, I counted 224 scars. One day, after they bled me and took my blood away in the golden cup, I decided that I would keep the cut bleeding to kill myself. I wanted to die. I had lost all hope. They bandaged it properly as they always did. Since I hadn't been fighting, they didn't use wolfsbane on me that day. As soon as I thought they were gone, I let Ariana out and tore open the bandage with my fangs. I opened the wound again, ripping into my own leg, hoping to bleed myself to death. The guards must have heard me. "Hey!" I heard one of the guards shout. My whole body froze in panic for a second before I began to rip harder at my own flesh, desperately. It should have hurt so much, but I was numb to the pain. 3 of the guards were in the room immediately, forcing me to the ground, shoving the terrible wolfsbane onto my nose. "She's wasting her blood! Doctor!" they were calling desperately as I became barely conscious. This time they did not beat me, in case my body could not handle the abuse any longer, but I'd ruined a few days' worth of blood if they were going to keep me alive. They burned my wounds to keep them from bleeding. They held the hot iron for a long time to make it hurt more. They forced my head under water till I was gasping for air and swallowing liquid. I choked and they slapped me and forced my head under the water again. My heart raced and my body shook, but I wouldn't cry and beg this time. All Ariana could muster was a low, reverberative snarl inside me. "I dare you to kill me." Between breaths I screamed. "You want to die?" One guard screamed. "You are a shame. You betray the pack." They burned a scar onto my face with a hot needle. I screamed, but they forced a cloth into my mouth and forced my head to stay still. I grumbled any combination of nasty words, then screamed through the gag as the needle seared my face. He dragged it in purposeful motions like he was drawing. "It says pig. You look prettier with that scar on your face to match the rest of your sad body." Suddenly, I heard a woman laugh cruelly behind my bed. I knew that voice. I strained my neck free. I looked over, my face throbbing with the word pig burned into it. It had been years, so at first, I hardly recognized her in such a refined dress with jewels woven into the fabric. I didn't know what I looked like anymore, but it was like seeing myself grown up, without all the scars. Her long blonde hair was wavy and hung all the way to her waist. Her purple eyes narrowed with disgust. It was my twin, Jennifer. How could she be here? "Jennifer? Help?" I said weakly. My whole body was shaking despite being practically drained of life. Jennifer stood in the doorway, a figure of beauty in her white gown, but unmoved. I wondered if I looked like that, but then I knew I didn't. I knew I should look like her, but 6 years of my tortuous existence had robbed me of having smooth, soft skin and lustrous long hair. Her expression was as if she had seen me do something disgusting instead of finding a long-lost sister about to die. "Don't be fooled. I'm not Jennifer," Jennifer said. "You are. I'm Alisa Clark." "What? No," I said. The beat of my heart was throbbing in my ears, pumping the blood that was so valuable, the reason I'd been locked away. Slowly it dawned on me. "You did this?" I cried out. My voice sounded high and piercing. My heart was breaking. "Did what? Take what was mine?" Jennifer said. "I'm Alisa. It's my blood." I turned desperately towards the guards that would not meet my eyes. "She's lying. She's not Alisa. It's me. Why else would you take my blood?" I yelled at them, using my last energy. I struggled against the restraints before going limp. Jennifer said, "Don't listen to her. You know who the Luna is. You saw the games. Everyone did." Her voice was so smooth and calm. It sounded like my voice if I had not spent so many years crying and screaming. The doctor was leaning over my wounds. He poured warm liquid over them that stung, and I cried again. He wrapped my leg more gently. I hated them all. How could they believe her? "Was it you?" I pleased Jennifer. "Alisa," Jennifer interrupted. "I won't respond to your name, you crazy girl. See, it's good I've kept her down here. Ungrateful, untrustworthy traitor to our alpha. She should be happy to serve our pack." She spoke to the guards and doctor even though her purple eyes were locked on me. "Please, Jennifer. Please, we're sisters. We love each other. How could you? Never in my wildest nightmares would this happen." She tensed for a moment and laughed. "Yes, we are sisters." She addressed the guards and doctor. "Leave us. I want to speak to this traitor alone." The guards nodded and left. One looked at me for 1 second before he cast his eyes down. They clearly worked for her. I'd wasted too many pleas to them over these years. My whole body shook harder, my shock giving way to the small amount of anger I could muster in my weakened state. She was the traitor that betrayed the alpha. She'd betrayed her own sister to take my place. She wore my dress. I thought back to our childhood and how she always wanted the best of everything, and she would take it. No matter if it was my turn. She was always so angry and jealous of new toys or our parents' affection. I had let her win too often because I didn't want to fight with her all the time. I thought of her jealousy the day I won the games. She'd disappeared. It occurred to me that she must have ventured here to meet the alpha in my place, and I had gone home to wait for him to come to me. "Do you know what day it is?" Jennifer said. She stepped further into the room, coming to the bed where they had strapped me down. "No," I said. "I haven't known what day it is for 6 years. It's our 18th birthday today." Tears clouded my eyes and fell down my face. They stung when they hit pig burned onto my cheeks. I thought of my dreams to become Jacob's chosen mate on my 18th birthday. I was supposed to be the Luna. The alpha would pronounce his blood provider, his mate to the whole pack. I'd won the games. It should be me. My blood was the best he'd ever tasted. I remembered him looking me in the face and telling me that. I could hardly handle all the anger, all the shock and hurt. How could she do this to me? How could anyone be so jealous to become this evil? "Isn't this a beautiful dress?" She taunted. The white lace and satin was covered with little shards of crystal that shimmered even in the dim light of the basement. Jacob gifted it to me. It was hopeless. She would never let me go. At this point, after so much, I could never expect her to reveal 6 years of lies to Jacob. "Please, I will provide all my blood. You can keep your lie. Please, just let me go free." I froze suddenly. The sweetest smell hit me. It smelled like vanilla and pine trees. My mate was near, my fated mate, the one blessed by the moon goddess. Who was he? My sad body melted from the smell. Could he save me from this hell? Jennifer touched my face, laughing sarcastically. Oh, poor sister. Guess you just found out your fated mate was in the same building. You know who he is? She paused and seemed to enjoy my shocking expression. It's Alpha Jacob, your fated mate, but he chose me. No, our mate bond is there. I can feel it. He must not know I was here. Jennifer laughed again, this time like a girlish giggle, as if what I'd done was so silly. Happy birthday, my dear sister. Don't you realize Jacob can smell you? We've not been so far away. No, I said. He can't. He didn't reject me. Why did he bother? You've been like a pig for us. He knew you were here. He's known this whole time. I couldn't believe it. If I thought it was the worst living nightmare, it had just gotten a lot worse. You're just saying that to hurt me more, I said, more tears falling into the scar so that I flinched. A guard came back. The Alpha Jacob is looking for his Luna. It's time. My wedding. Isn't it lovely? My mate. I've always loved him, but you knew that. Jennifer said to me, her words like ice. Let me see him, please, I said. She took out a small mirror from her dress and held it up to my face. You think he would ever accept such an ugly mate like this pig? I hadn't seen myself since I was 12, vibrant and healthy. I was a child then, and now I look like a ghost. My face was hollow and pale like a sick person. I saw the scar on my face. It burned and had inflamed my cheek so that it was swollen. My eyes were red from the tears. My hair was dull and limp over my skull. My purple eyes were the only piece of me that still held some semblance of life. I could see scars even on my neck, and I knew that my body was even more scarred and even more pathetic. I was so ashamed and horrified. I suddenly did not want Jacob or anyone to see me like this. I began to sob. I couldn't help it. How dare you be so stupid? Jennifer said. How dare you think the Alpha wants you for more than your blood? Imagine him mating with you when he could have me. I wanted to scream at her that she was evil. They took everything from us. Ariana stirred in my body violently. The wolf's bane was wearing off. I would kill her, rip that dress off her body, and destroy her. Jennifer stood back up, closing the mirror. She must have seen the fury burning in my eyes, but she looked unconcerned. Guards, she said. 3 others appeared. Yes, Luna? Do we need to get the doctor? No, not this time. Not anymore. She turned to me. Well, you still have beautiful eyes. I'll take those as my wedding gift to myself. Guards, dig out her eyes. I ripped one arm out of my chains. The wolf's bane had worn off enough. The pure blood in my veins had always let me shift faster and easier than anyone else. I tore at the chains in desperate anger. The betrayal had fed a fire that I hadn't known I still had. I was not 12 anymore. I was not so small. Jennifer wore her dress. My fangs grazed her arm. I almost had her. But they were upon me. 3 guards had shifted to wolves and intercepted my attack. They grabbed my neck and forced me to the floor. More wolf's bane was shoved into my nose, and the wolf within, and I lost the will to fight again. Jennifer was cradling her bleeding arm. It was a singular cut, pretty deep. Only one of my canines had ripped her before they stopped me. There was a rip down the front of her wedding dress where my claws had torn it. I saw an inkling of fear in her eyes for the first time. Kill her, she said. But my Luna, the blood. One of the guards said. Jennifer screamed. I said, kill her, do it now. Yes, my Luna. They grabbed my wrist. With his knife he cut through the bandage and the wound, reopening. My blood poured out onto the ground, a pool of crimson. Hang her upside down. Collect all the blood you can. My Alpha will feast on his wedding day. They took the broken chains on my feet and slung me up to the ceiling. A large golden bowl was put under my wrist. They cut me more, intentionally slicing my neck where it would drain to that golden circle below me. More wolf's bane into my nose. That would prevent my wound from healing. I looked down as the blood trailed away from me. It was beyond normal pain. Jennifer whispered into my ear. Now, I don't have to worry about you anymore, you pathetic waste. Jacob and I will mate tonight, and I will be grateful that you're dead and gone. I won't have to worry about my secrets being revealed to the pack. I lost the ability to track where she was. It was like her voice floated around me. My body hung up like a dead pig, the blood flowing from me till I lost consciousness. Was my miserable life finally coming to an end? My body felt weightless. I opened my eyes and wasn't sure where I was. Above me was a clear blue sky without any clouds. It was bright, but I did not see the sun. Instead of being hung up with blood draining into the golden bowl beneath me, there was grass tickling my skin. I sat up. All around me were sprawling hills of golden and green grasses waving gently with the breeze. It smelt so good and fresh. Taking in a deep breath, I felt peaceful for one moment. But then, I looked down. My body was covered in scars. While I was no longer bleeding, there was a long gash up my left arm where I could see all the way to the bone. I shivered, suddenly cold and aware of my nakedness. I didn't know where I was, or why I was not wearing clothes. I remembered my death, my twin, Jennifer's betrayal and cruelty. The wolf within me stirred, and I grew enraged. I thought of her, the worst person I'd ever known, taking my place beside my mate. I saw the darkness and the red of my blood taken from me daily. I saw the life draining from me to a golden bowl, and Jennifer's words, my Alpha will feast on his wedding day. I screamed, I'm Alisa Clark. My voice echoed around me, powerful as if I had all the strength of life. Ariana, long subdued by wolf's bane, was strong. I thought of my fangs trailing my sister's skin, and I coveted the chance to finish her. I had been robbed of my vengeance. I stood up, gazing around this strange, surreal place. It was vast and open as if the grasslands extended forever to meet the sky. The grasses whispered as the wind caressed them. A motion caught my attention. Over on the other hill, there was a tall woman with a large white face and blue-black hair glittering like a starry night that trailed down her body and covered her breasts. I knew instinctively she was the moon goddess. She spread her arms to welcome me. The wolf within me lurched, and I shifted to Ariana, bounding freely across the plains. For the first time in years, there was no rope around my neck, no guards to set the pace, and I could run full stride over the ground. My paws extended gracefully, as if they barely hit the ground. When I came to her, I shifted back to the scarred human body. I looked down at the marks all over my torn, withered skin. My body desperately needed oil, and lacked a lot of the youthful luster and softness I saw Jennifer had. I remembered her words. The shame of my own image still burned in my mind. Imagine him mating with you, when he could have me. I fell into the moon goddess's arms, weeping. She embraced me like a mother hugging her child. She felt warm and soft, like the light of a full moon. I had forgotten what it felt like to be loved. But my sister should have loved me. Jacob should have loved me. They'd all betrayed me. In a weeping fury, I tore out from the moon goddess's embrace. Why me? I grew angry and hot. Why did you let me live that life? I screamed at her with sobs. The space between me and the moon goddess felt distant and cold. She looked shocked at my outrage. Unlike Jennifer, her face shifted to sweet pity and compassion. I can feel all your pain, my child. It was not yours alone. Bullshit. I was alone. Your blessing killed me. Don't you see? It's your fault. Fuck this pure blood. Fuck the clan Clark, especially Jennifer. Fuck Jacob too. My breaths were short. I wasn't even sure if she could understand my words with all the tears that came with them. I thought of Jennifer's claim that Jacob knew the whole time. It was hard to believe anything she said, but even the possibility hurt profoundly. She hugged me again. I let her, needing the warmth. Seeing someone care only made me cry harder. Then the moon goddess said, "Child, there's a reason you were the chosen one. Your suffering would have made you stronger." I never asked to be the chosen one. I don't want this blessing. Take it back. I pushed her away and cringed from the betrayal. It felt like everyone in life and now death was against me. I fell to the ground in violent sobs like I had not allowed myself these last few years. Since I'd forced myself to go numb when no one ever answered, all the emotions hit me like a tidal wave. In my slumped position, I felt her hand touch my shoulder and rub my back. She let me cry a long time. It felt like I might have cried for months. I didn't care that the moon goddess saw me like that. I couldn't care. I had too much pain inside. She sat with me. She didn't interrupt. Finally, I stopped. I gathered myself and looked at the moon goddess, patiently waiting for my crying to end. Her round face was so soft and kind. Her sparkling eyes were full of tears. I realized she had been crying with me. I looked away from her, outward across the plains. In the distance where the hills met the sky, I saw a large glowing gate made of light. It was open just a sliver. I could run to the afterlife in no time. I was ready for this to be over. As if reading my mind, the moon goddess said, "I'm sorry, my child, but the gate will close for you right now." What do you mean? I don't deserve to go to the afterlife? After all you put me through? My anger at being the chosen one, only to be tortured and killed at 18, burned hot inside me again. But I've suffered so much. Tears began cascading down my cheeks again. I chose you for a reason. I need to send you back. You still need answers, and I still need you there. No, I'm never going back. Look what happened last time. Look at these scars and this trench in my wrist. I thrust out the arm so she could see to my bone. Look at my face. I traced the word pig with my finger. I will give you a new identity. You can start over, but you will still have your memories. You will have a new face and a new life. You still have a purpose, she said calmly. Her words washed over me, and I imagined having a body free of scars and free to roam. It was still terrifying. What if it all went wrong again? I was about to reject it again, but then I felt Ariana. My wolf had not been able to run, to mate, to live life either. Behind my mind she whispered, "Don't you want to get our revenge? We should take what's ours and make them pay." Ariana was right. I didn't know what purpose the moon goddess had for us, but I felt sure that I could get the answers I needed and the revenge I craved. Only then could I enter the gates to heaven and find peace. "Okay, I'll go back. One condition," I said. It broke my heart once again, but I was worried to have a mate. My mate had betrayed me with my own sister, no matter the destiny. I didn't want that bond. It was bullshit. I don't want a mate bond. I can't trust a mate or any fated love anymore. So I'll go back if you don't force me into that again. At least, I would be free of Jacob or any other mate to betray me. Even my twin had betrayed me, who was supposed to be closer and more loyal than a twin sister who shares your own face. I had lived without love before, so what was another life without it? At least I could not be betrayed this time. I had my purpose, and it was not love. The moon goddess nodded. In the distance I saw the gates close completely. "If you insist, I can give you that." "I do insist. I don't need anyone." "Good luck, my child," she said. I blanked out. I awoke beside a river. The cold water was running over my legs. I blinked up at the trees overhead, wondering if Jennifer had dumped my mangled corpse into the river to be gone with me forever. I wondered how the wedding went, and I hoped I had ruined her dress. Still feeling weak and hurt all over my body, I tried to sit up. Feeling my face, it was smooth. Looking down at my body, still partially covered in wet rags, I saw no scars. A young man was running up to me. He ran into the water, putting his arms around me, sharing his warmth and pulling me from the cold river. "You're alive," he said. His voice was low, sweet, and soothing. When we were at the shore, I blinked again up at him. He looked around my age with broad shoulders and dark brown hair. His body was firm and built like a good fighter. His tawny eyes were filled with sympathy and concern. While his face looked rough with a scar from his cheek to his neck, the kindness and compassion in his eyes was evident and wonderful. I had not seen another person look at me like that before. Still, could I trust anyone? I flinched away from him. "It's okay, don't be afraid," he said. "I'm here to help." I felt someone was touching my face. A hand softly tapped my cheek, tracing my lips for a second before going back to my cheek again. "Who are you?" I woke up, kind of veering away from him, still feeling the lingering sensation of his hands touching my face. "Oh good, you're awake. I'm Ryan. I was patrolling the riverside when I saw you." I eyed him suspiciously. "You saved me?" He nodded. You could say that. How are you feeling? I'm okay. Better now, warm at least. I was wrapped in a blanket and resting on a bed near a fireplace. I inspected him cautiously, wondering how honest I could be with this person, with anyone for that matter. If I couldn't trust my sister nor my mate Jacob, who could I trust ever? He looked very strong and firm, like he could rip apart a man or a wolf with his bare hands. I inspected his hands, the largest I'd ever seen, with enormous forearms leading to muscular biceps and broad shoulders. Where am I? I asked, nervously, hoping to be far from Jennifer and Jacob, and all the hurt of my past. Wondering if Ryan might lock me up. I felt my wrists and ankles free from restraints, and I kept moving them to be sure. You're with my pack. Starstream pack. I'm the alpha here, so you're safe with me. He added this last part as if he sensed my wariness. He looked like he cared so much that I was tempted to open up to tell him everything, but I trampled on that inclination. I would not act stupidly in this life. I could not trust anyone. Where are you from? He said swiftly, as if he understood I might not tell him much, but he was too curious to resist. I don't remember, I lied, unwilling to share anything. Right, maybe you're too hurt to remember? He said, narrowing his eyes a little, but more kindly he said, do you remember your name? Of course, I remembered that I was Alisa Clark. While I wasn't sure what I looked like, but I could see that the hair hanging over my shoulders was pitch black and straight instead of blonde and wavy, which reassured me that I must look different. Allison. I almost told him my true name, so attached to the identity that I'd been denied, but I needed a new name. Thanks for saving me, Alpha Ryan, I said more sweetly, once again feeling that my wrists were free of chains and wanting to keep it that way. He was nodding, accepting my thanks. I think you need more rest. Maybe you'll remember more later. And tell me more, he said. I wouldn't, but I nodded as if I would, as if I could trust him with her identity like he had with her. He continued, Donna will take care of you. If you need anything, she will be here. Just let her know. Someone to take care of me? I hardly understood the concept. A middle-aged lady entered when she heard her name. She looked well-maintained from an active life. Her face was kind, and immediately she shared a warm smile. Her grayish-brown hair was pulled back into braids and tied in a knot behind her square face. I smiled weakly back, wondering what I should say to her, what I was supposed to say in this unfamiliar situation. Thank you, Donna. Ryan looked between Donna and me. He looked pleased. With a small wave, he left the cabin. I looked around, wondering if this were his cabin. It was small. It seemed odd for an alpha to live in such a small house, with only a few rooms. I wondered if he lied to me. I sat up, pulling the blanket around me. I wanted to look at my body to confirm that I was really no longer scarred, but I would save that for later when no one else was there. My skin felt so smooth on the soft wool. It felt amazing to be warm. But I had a bandage on my neck and arm. It seemed I had kept those 2 wounds that had almost killed me. Donna had a kind face, and she was hard not to like. Even without me asking her anything, she began to share a lot of information with me. Alpha Ryan is the kindest man in the pack, and I know best. I've been a house servant for him for many years. They said it would cost a lot to have you cured, the medicine you'd need. They said there was no promise, but Ryan insisted, no expense too much. Well, he does have a good fortune, but still. I was wary at the mention of doctors. What had they given me? Who was she talking about? Who had seen me here? I didn't even know what I looked like yet. Could I be recognizable? Who gave me medicine? Oh yes, she said. Silly me, a few of the pack doctors were called. Ryan was so worried about you. I don't think he slept these last days even. He stayed in here, not leaving for anything in case you woke up. I was still stuck on the mention of doctors. I remembered the 1,000 times Ariana had been dosed with wolf's bane by that doctor that worked for Jennifer. Donna kept talking. You looked so pale. They said you were very low on blood. It was as if those 2 wounds drained you of all blood, and yet you still lived. The doctors had never seen anything like it. You were barely breathing, barely had the strength or consciousness to take the medicine. I felt horrified that doctors or anyone was giving me something when I was not even conscious. Still, I was awake now, warm, and feeling better than I had in a long time. It seemed like what they did had helped me. The doctor said you might have died, but your wolf is so strong. Ryan liked that. I could see it. Donna was still talking. I was not accustomed to someone giving me so much information. I remember crying, pleading and asking the guards and doctor to know anything, and being denied any information for 6 painful years. It's terrible to imagine what might have happened to you, dear, but Alpha Ryan is so kind. Isn't he kind? I knew it was best to agree, and it sounded like he had been too. Yes, and you too, Donna. Still, I needed to know more about him to decide if I could maybe trust anyone even a little. She looked pleased by my answer. Her worried face brightened to that contagious smile again. All that matters now is that you get all better. A sudden noise startled me from outside the house. Someone was bumping at the door. A dying rogue is a curse to the pack. Bring her out. I flinched back as I realized the rogue was me. It was as I had expected. I couldn't trust anyone. Ariana was leaping inside me, ready for release if I needed to protect myself or flee. Donna responded quickly to my alarm. Before I could try to get up, she stopped me, calmly placing her hand on my arm for comfort. It's all right. I'll take care of him. Who? I said, my body shaking. Oh yes, Michael. Alpha Ryan's main beta. He's a bit of a hot head, but don't worry, dear, she said as she sprung to the door, her body tense but confident. She was like a stern mother about to reprimand her unruly child. I didn't like the sound of Michael. I remained ready, even though my body still felt weak for a fight. Plus, I had never learned how. I could feel Ariana's instinct better now than in a long time, but I still assumed the wolves here were practiced fighters. Donna opened and slammed the door behind her, so sharp and sure, like Michael was no threat to her. It calmed me a little. Are you questioning Alpha Ryan's decision? She was scolding him. With equal force, he yelled back, "He's being careless of our safety. Who is she? Where is she from? How could he bring a rogue out to us?" "A rogue?" Donna did not back down. "Oh, is he? So now that he's out patrolling, you're here bullying a she-wolf who almost died? Do you have no trust in our alpha's judgment?" Trust. The word stung, and I remembered how I could trust no one. Not even Donna or Ryan, who seemed kind. But who were they really? This was my new life, and I would protect myself, starting right then. I was free from chains or anything holding me down. I got out of the blanket. It seemed they had dressed me in a simple white dress that hung to my knees. Immediately, I wondered if Ryan had seen me naked, which both scared and excited me. I flushed at this thought. My body would have been perfect without scars. He might have seen it even before I had. Opening the door, I stepped out. Donna turned and looked at me. I was surprised to see Michael there, but also others milling about around other houses. Their homes were woven and mixed into the forest. I saw members of the Starstream pack, both in human form and shifted. Michael had stopped talking. He was staring at me, a little confused, as if he had not expected me to appear. He was shorter than Ryan, very stout and strong. His face was in a grimace that looked natural to him. I saw all the faces looking at me. At first, I didn't know what to do. I hadn't had an audience since the day I won the games that was supposed to prove I was the Luna. "Michael, thank you for your concern for me. I will fulfill my duty to be part of this pack," I said, knowing that it would be safest to have a pack. Plus, I also knew, having never heard of the Starstream pack, I could be sure they were not under Jacob's rule. I addressed the crowd. "Let me prove myself." Everyone was watching him to see what Michael would say. "You, when we don't know who you are or who could be looking for you." A few wolves started to howl in support of him. Someone in human form shouted, "You're weak. You're worth nothing. You're just another bitch." Someone else with a feminine pitch yelled, "We don't need any dead weight. We need warriors. She looks like she couldn't even fight for us, and we will protect her. No way." Michael was smirking, his squat face twist in glee, seeming unnatural for his face. He turned to the crowd as if he were incredibly diplomatic. Everyone got quiet. "Let her prove it. See if she can be any benefit to this pack. In 3 months at the fight game, if she can win, she can stay." The crowd echoed approval. A few more howls and cheers. It felt not for my sake, as if they all just looked forward to watching me fail. I clenched my hands to fists. Donna was standing beside me, shouting back, "Back off, you bastards. She's got to recover. How can she even train if she's still recovering?" "I will fight," I said. They all looked at me. I raised my voice. "I will fight in these games." Donna quietly said beside me, "It's not the usual fight game, my dear. You would have to win to leave alive." But I was not afraid of pain. I had already known the worst pain. I had already seen death and met the mood goddess. Taking a deep breath, I nodded. "I will fight. I will prove my right to live." "No, she isn't going." Everyone turned to the direction of the voice. It was Ryan. He was stepping out of the forest. Proceeding through the crowd, they made way for him, stepping back submissively. He didn't look at me. He glared at Michael, who slunk a few paces away. "If you have a problem, you can fight in the game alongside me, or you can fight here." He stood beside me, his tall, strong body radiating an intoxicating heat. I knew that he was ready to shift in an instant. "Anyone?" He growled at the crowd. Ryan's POV. I stood before the crowd, daring anyone to challenge me to a fight. I even wanted it. I was angry. Rupert, my wolf, was about to seize control of me. I had not lost a fight since I was 14, and they all knew it. "Well, who wants to fight me?" I shouted at them. Curse or not, no one would do harm to her. They could not cast her out. I would protect her. Allison, my mate. There was no way I could witness dying, fear losing her when I'd only just found her. Yes, she's my mate. I could smell it. Her blood smelt sweet and delicious like vanilla and cinnamon bark. The others of the Starstream pack had lowered eyes. No one would fight me, not after my history winning every fight. When I was angry like this, I could kill too easily. They began to look at each other, slowly dispersing into houses or the trees behind them. Rupert settled down within me. There was no fight. I turned to where Michael had been, but he'd left too. I'd reckon with him later. He should know better than to challenge my authority as soon as I was not there. The other day, when I patrolled the riverside, that smell seized me. Rupert took control, and I shifted without choice. He was edgy, our instinct screaming, "Mate!" It was a deep desire that I felt to my bones like I never had in all my life. I saw a pale girl's body partially in the river. She was only covered a little in wet rags, seeming to be hurt badly. I stood at the edge of the clearing staring at her. I sniffed the air, wondering if she was alive or drowned in the river. But her blood, I could smell. She'd been bleeding. The smell I'd desired my whole life without knowing it. It was strange because when the sunlight hit her a certain way, I saw a body mangled in scars. I saw a gash on her wrist up to her arm where I could see to the bone. Her leg was twisted like it might be even broken. Her neck was gaping open with a wound as if someone had nearly cut off her head from the left side. She looked weak, deflated. Before my eyes I had found my mate dead. I was frozen in place, but then she moved. She sat up a little and looked around, her head bobbing as if she were dizzy. I shifted back to a man, running to her to drag her from the cold waters. I scooped her up, grabbing the hope that I'd found my mate alive, even if on the verge of death. She was coughing up water before she passed out. Her body was so frail and light. Up close, all those scars on her body were gone. But the gash on her arm was real, swollen, red with white pus seeping out. It was clearly infected. Deadly infected. She looked up at me once. Her purple eyes were so vivid, but then she fell back to unconsciousness. There was gash on her neck too, just under the left chin, almost in the same place as my scar, only it did not venture to her face. I had so much pity for the delicate state of my mate. I had to resist the urges flogging me within to not let Rupert take control. I wasn't sure what witchery had made me see so many scars that weren't there. The blood from the 2 open wounds was enough to kill anyone. I needed to take her home. I needed to resist the smell. Carefully I lifted her body. She was much smaller than I was, and in her ill health, much lighter too. She smelt weirdly delicious. Being close to her blood arose desires, and I wanted to take a bite. I gulped a few times, restraining myself. But who was she? If her blood smelt this inviting, could she possibly be a Clan Clark she-wolf? Why was she here? Who had done this to her? The Clan Clark lives in Crowalt Pack, which is nearly 1,000 miles away from here. There was a faint smell of wolf's bane wafting from her nose as she breathed. I carried her, wondering if that had something to do with her weakness. While her body was limp and drained of life, I still held the image of her with all those scars all over her body, even if it seemed to be an illusion. I could still smell the blood. My desire to protect her was stronger than my desire to taste it. Who did this to our mate? Rupert stirred in me, furiously. I carried her home, to my cabin. I laid her on my bed and asked my housemaid Donna to change her to dry clothes. Once she was wrapped up in a blanket, and I could no longer see the frail, limp body and gashes, I noticed how beautiful her face was. Her small chin led to a delicate nose. Her full lips parted and closed on occasion, and I couldn't help but touch them lightly. I longed to see those purple eyes again. Her hair was blue-black and shimmering like a starry night. Whenever she stirred, I was there. I helped her drink water and elixirs from the doctors to give her nourishment. They said she'd lost a lot of blood. The doctors told me that the infected arm should even be cut off, and that might not even save her. They told me how to treat her cuts, as I hated to see anyone else touching her. When they inspected her, touching her, Rupert wanted to tear into them and throw them out of my cabin. I had to refrain, knowing that she needed the medical attention. But then, I had them instruct me how to do it. I tended to her wounds. I spread ointment over them to treat her. I wrapped new bandages on her neck and arm. Then I sat beside her for days. I thought she'd heal more quickly, but I blamed that wolf's bane that I had originally smelt for her slow healing. I feared I would not meet my mate in this life. Rupert became edgy the more I pressed my desires down. After a few days, she seemed to respond when I touched her lips. She frowned and turned away. The smell of her blood only became better as the infection started to heal. Her better health only enhanced her intoxicating smell more. As I sat with her, worrying that I was losing the mate I'd never imagined finding, I thought of my cursed life. I was banished from Clan Alexander at only 10 years old. They expected me to die early without the blood of the she-wolves from Clan Clark. I should have lost my ability to shift to human. I should be dead by now, but instead I became a rogue, and I built the Starstream pack. When she finally woke up, we finally spoke. My heart was pounding in my chest. Rupert was calling to her she-wolf, but there was no response from her. It was as if she did not sense that we were mates. Her wolf didn't respond to the mate bond like it should. I hoped that when she was fully healed, she would know like I knew. I had to be patient. But Rupert was furious. They stole our mate away. If we ever find who did this to her, we will tear them up. I was determined to find the truth. Is he really standing up for me? I watched the crowd disappear as the pack avoided the fight with Ryan. He was so enormous, so radiating with ferocity. It was terrifying to behold, and yet incredibly impressive. My heart softened, especially remembering of Donna telling me how he took care of me. No one will fight me? Then she stays. He growled, even as the crowd had mostly vanished. I had to figure out why. I could not believe that this man would protect a stranger so fiercely for nothing. He had to have a reason. He took on his entire pack, going against their wishes to see me fight in those games, seeing me die. But I could prove myself. I could prove that I was worthy if given the chance. I could never believe that anyone would be kind for the sake of kindness. Even my own sister could not. Even the soul bond of my mate could not. Even the moon goddess herself had motives. He turned to me, really looking at me for a second, his eyes flickering up and down my body. The fury on his face was wild and out of control for a moment, but then he softened his expression. The threat of the crowd was gone. Donna flitted in the background, going back into the cabin. Ryan and I were alone on the front porch. I want to fight, I said. He looked me up and down again. I guessed that I looked small and weak, my muscles underdeveloped from lack of use. I don't think it's a good idea, he said in a rumbling voice. You don't look like you've ever fought before? That confirmed my suspicions that he was judging me by how I looked. It occurred to me that I still wasn't sure how I looked in this life. I touched my cheek again for reassurance. There was no scar marking me as a pig. You could train me, I said, with the same air of judgment. I looked him up and down. I saw how his body was built and strengthened for fighting. Even the muscles on his legs bulged as he put weight from one leg to the other. Each movement of his forearms only caused his biceps to flex. It's not enough time to train anyone properly, he said dismissively. I could sense his nervousness about it, especially someone who's never done anything before. Like Donna said, you still need to recover. I'll get better fast, I said. You can control that? A gleam of admiration stirred in his tawny eyes. I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of your death, he responded immediately. We stared at each other. He was leaning towards me, towering above me. I should have probably been intimidated. I understood why he was a natural alpha, but I did not lower my gaze like the others had when he challenged them. I stared at him till he looked away. My life is mine. I don't want to be here in this pack if they can't accept me. How should I stay? Will you always be there to force them to submit? I said. He gave a small side nod as if that were a valid point. I knew that it was. While I had intended not to need anyone, I also knew how important it was to be part of a pack, especially while gaining my bearings. I will train you, he agreed. We will see about the games when they come, if you can be ready. Otherwise, I will not let you fight. Let me, I spat back. And who are you? I was a free she-wolf in this life. I was not going to be prevented from anything. He looked a little wounded. It was strange, as if he thought I should see him or know who he was when I'd only just met him. Please, I softened my tone. You saw the state I was in. Can you understand how I need to learn to fight? Maybe every she-wolf should know, I said, a little more sweetly. After all, he had saved me, and I wanted him to help me learn how to fight so that no one could ever abuse me again. They do in the Starstream pack, he said. I thought of Clan Clark. The she-wolves never learned how to fight. We were protected by the Elder's rules, but we were also a commodity to be used, and my body had been used up. I would not abide by the rules of my past any longer. All the more reason for me to learn. So, you'll train me? I can't imagine anyone would do it better than you, but I will learn somehow, from someone if not you. He looked a little annoyed at even the mention of anyone besides him training me. Yes, I will do it. We can start soon, when Donna. Tomorrow, I said, anticipating that he would bring up Donna to put it off till I was fully recovered. I want to start tomorrow. As you said, it's only 3 months, so I should start as soon as possible. You're feisty, he said, showing more amusement. I'm a survivor, I said flatly. Okay, he nodded. We begin tomorrow. We went out the next day into the forest, beyond the little cabins where the Starstream pack called their home. I followed Ryan. His large form made me feel small. The size of his shadow seemed to compete with the shade of trees. We came to a space where the trees were set apart, and the underbrush trampled to hard dirt. It wasn't very far away. This is our training arena, he said, and I realized the clearing was a circular bowl of packed mud, with the forest ringing around it. A touch of sunlight hit the ground in the middle. I gazed around, hoping no one else would show up to see me, but at the same time I couldn't care too much about it. We stood staring at each other for a second. Well, how should we begin? He lurched a little as if he'd been in a daze. He seemed to do that sometimes, as if he got entranced by me. This session is just to begin, to see what we're working with to start. This was all completely new to me. He was staring again, and it occurred to me that he assumed I at least knew what to do. I had no idea what he expected. Let me see you shift. Let's see your wolf, he said finally. The fight at the games will be in human form, but I can see a lot from a person's wolf. He shifted to his wolf. The transformation between man and wolf took a few seconds as his large body melted down and turned to fur. I had never seen any wolf as large, so large in fact that I thought his fangs were as long as my fingers. The same fierce tawny eyes glared over a long nose, and his ears were erect. It was the same stare. He snorted. I shifted. Immediately. It was never an effort for Ariana to take over, only she'd been so suppressed for many formative years now. It had been so long since I could relate to other wolves. Ariana was so eager to be out, she pranced up to Rupert, much smaller than him. It was terrible how awkward I felt on all fours, not at all like a practiced she-wolf. He lunged, and I flinched at first, my reaction coming from memories as all those times the guards chased me and forced me down. But I knew this time, I would be big and strong enough. I would learn how to not go down without a fight. He took off out of the ring, his mind urging mine. His wolf was communicating through his body in small urges of mental images. I saw a flash of my white wolf following his gray wolf. It didn't seem like training, but then again I didn't know anything about it. I chased him. His longer gait was fast and powerful. Ariana was clumsy over the fallen trees and foliage. Branches crashed into my face, while he seemed to dodge everything no matter how large he was. He turned abruptly, but I took a few paces to slow and turn back. I was panting loudly in my ears. Even if I felt weak, and my legs burned from the effort, we ran together. We dodged each other. He tested how I could leap, and my reflexes when he came at me. I could see in his shrewd eyes that he measured my abilities. We came back to the training arena. When changing back to a man, it even took a little longer to shift from Rupert to Ryan. For me, it was easy. As we got dressed, I hid myself behind a tree so that he could not see me, even though I thought he might have already. When he came out from behind his tree, he was still putting his gray shirt over his head. His ab muscles were glistening with sweat. I had never seen a body like his before. I glanced away, feeling a little flushed all of a sudden. Allison's POV. Let's take a carriage back, he said. I sensed something was wrong, but he explained before I could answer. I feel a little dizzy. There was something fierce and far away in his eyes. I thought of how difficult it looked for him to shift back to Ryan. All it took was one howl. It was odd how much his human voice had the exact timbre of a wolf, as if he had not yet shifted back. We waited a few minutes, and a carriage pulled up. Michael was driving in the front seat. You okay, Ryan? He asked. Ryan was already getting himself in. Yes, I just need to sit down a bit. There was a small road between the trees leading back to the village. It was a good idea in case anyone got injured in the training arena. We got in, and Ryan seemed happy to sit down. The training session seemed brief. I hoped he wasn't only humoring me while doing nothing to actually help me. So what did you see? I asked, even though I had not been in great shape, and the physical burst had been very hard for Ariana. Even in my recovery, I seemed better than he did now. It was a little confusing. He looked very tired. His dulled eyes turned to me. Your wolf is larger in size than expected. Usually the size of the wolf matches the size of the human, but you're a very petite she-wolf with a pretty sizable wolf form. But your wolf is also clumsy and not very fast. I nodded. I was not fooling myself. I can get better at that. With practice, I said. He tilted his head with agreement. A lot of practice, but that's to be expected. I was really wondering what was wrong with him. He was some great warrior, and yet our little play fight session had worn him out like this. Michael was driving the horse quietly, listening to our conversation like a spy. I wasn't a fan of his presence, but I also didn't want him turning on me again, so I was determined to be polite. Ryan continued, You also shift faster and more easily than anyone I've ever seen. That gives you a huge advantage in a fight. Most shifts take up to a few seconds, and it's a vulnerable time in a fight. But it takes no time. Why is it so hard for you? I asked. His head turned abruptly at me. He looked like his was trying to decide how to answer. Suddenly, I felt a cramp twisting in my abdomen and a warm gush between my legs, and I tightened them together. I knew my period had just started. My face was growing hot with embarrassment, hoping no one would notice, but thinking everyone could smell it. He didn't answer my question, and I forgot it in that moment. His entire face lightened up as if he was fully awake and had not just been worn out. His eyes were like his wolf's, sharp and cold and hungry. He was practically licking his lips. I leaned away, a little scared at his abrupt and obvious desire for me, for my blood. Chills swept over my body. "Pull over," Ryan shouted, but the carriage was not fully stopped. When he leapt from the side, he ran off into the forest. "Ryan," I called after him. "What are you?" I didn't finish because he'd already disappeared amongst the trees. I sat there confused. Michael had stopped the horse. He was staring off into the woods, his expression much less surprised than me. "What happened?" I asked. He looked back at me, his elbow pointing at me as he turned. "Who knows? Maybe he saw an old friend." "What old friend?" I asked sullenly. That made no sense. Why had it happened the moment he smelt my period, like he was avoiding me? I recalled the shift in his expression. I recognized a wolf in his eyes. I realized his wolf was trying to take control, and I thought how hard it was for him to shift. I had witnessed that kind of struggle before. Not in the Clan Clark, we were amazing easy shifters, but the curse of Clan Alexander could make it difficult for them if they didn't have their supply of Clan Clark blood. Michael shrugged off my question as if I would forget. He was getting the horse back to a walk. "Let's get you back to Donna. This isn't my job to take care of you." "What's Alpha Ryan's last name?" I asked, dreading a particular answer that didn't seem possible anyway. I either forgot it, or no one ever mentioned it. Michael paused. He didn't look back at me as he said, "Alexander." My heart stopped in my chest. Alexander. Could it be the same family name as Jacob Alexander? The cursed Clan Alexander of the Crowalt pack, who need the blood from Clan Clark's she-wolves to prolong their short lives. Without the blood of Clan Clark, their human forms would grow weaker and they'd lose the ability to shift back. "Alexander?" I said. My body was shaking. "Is there something wrong?" Michael asked. I could see the cabin up ahead at the end of the road. "Oh, nothing," I said, trying to sound casual, feeling like I'd finally figured out why Ryan had been so nice, that he wanted my blood. I knew better than to trust anyone. It just reminded me of another Alexander that I knew a long time ago. "It is a common family name," Michael said. "Right," I responded, but my mind was full of worries. Still, I reassured myself that the male wolves of Clan Alexander were never allowed to leave the pack without the Alpha's permission. And the Starstream pack was very far away. If he were part of Clan Alexander, he should not have been able to survive so long without the blood provision. He had said he was cast out at 10 years old. Cast out from where? I needed to find out. Allison's POV. I saw the crazed desire in his face. Was it possible he was part of the Clan Alexander? Could he have a blood provider? I shuddered at the thought of him keeping another like I was kept. If there was another she-wolf of Clan Clark locked away like I had been, I would free her. Michael was quiet the rest of the way, and I was too lost in thoughts to care. There was so much stirring in my mind. I had to find out more. But if he had a blood provider, surely he would not have responded so severely to my blood. It didn't make sense. No Clan Alexander deprived of the necessary Clan Clark blood for 10 years would have been able to resist my blood, and I had been under his care this whole time. I felt the bandage on my wrist, knowing he'd encountered my wounds, knowing he'd smelt my period blood. Michael dropped me off without another word. Ryan was not back yet. Donna fretted over me, worrying that I'd exhausted myself. I hunched over. No, the training was not hard today, but my period started. "Oh goodness, well that's a great sign for your health at least. You poor dear, please, lie down and rest. I will get you some tea with herbs." She tucked me in, making me think of those days long gone when my mother had taken care of me when I was sick. I tried not to think about what my family knew. If Jennifer had lied to them, if they had been part of it, I couldn't handle that thought. I snuggled into the blankets, feeling warm, but my mind returned to Ryan Alexander. When I was young, my grandma told me that the male wolves of Clan Alexander, especially those with strong abilities, were born hungry for Clan Clark's blood. If they're too deprived, the smell of our blood will drive them wild. The wolf within has needs too strong to resist, so we give them our blood to appease them, so that they do not hunt us. We made a pact that the Alpha and other male Alexanders will take a blood provider and honor her as a mate and leave the rest alone. It had worked like this for many generations, peacefully. I remembered my small child's mind being a little frightened by the thought that was new to me at the time. "What happens if they don't get the blood?" I had asked. "They lose the ability to change to man. Their wolves become too strong. They will hunt us, chasing our smell. It becomes like an addiction that will never be satisfied, and they will be very dangerous to us. So we give them our blood to serve them, instead of them taking it forcefully from us." I eased my worries remembering this. Ryan had been kind. He had resisted me. If it were even true that he was cursed like the same Clan Alexander that I knew, could he be an exception? I went to bed early with terrible nausea and cramps. Donna was nearby when I woke. She looked so excited when she saw me awake. "Oh, I have some things for you. Are you hungry?" I was terribly famished, having fallen asleep before dinner. Donna was already bringing me a tray of fresh bread, sizzling sausages, fruits, sweetened hot pine sap over roasted roots. There was a steaming cup of coffee. It smelt amazing and luxurious. I was hungry enough that I felt I could eat it all. Donna was placing it in front of me. "Ryan got you all these things," she said, obviously delighted. The best bread, he even waited himself in line for it this morning. I'm glad you woke up with it still warm. He roasted these roots himself instead of asking me to do it. I didn't even know he knew how. I took the food, smelling the delicious smells. Oh, this coffee. I wasn't even sure if I'd tasted anything like it before, so aromatic, bitter, but creamy and sweet all at once. You must be very special to him, Donna said. He sure doesn't even treat himself with all these treats at once. Are you feeling better this morning? Yes, I muttered between mouthfuls of the best meal I'd had in my life. What is that smell? A knock at the door. Michael was peeking in. Did you make something today, Donna? I squirmed under my covers, not really wanting him to come in, but Donna was already ushering him in to help eat the rest of the feast spread on the table. He was tasting the coffee. This is the best you made. Actually, Ryan made it, Donna sang proudly. What? He almost spit it out. I was eyeing him as he ignored me at first. But then he looked over at me, a little agitated. What's the occasion? I didn't know our alpha could steep coffee like this. Doesn't he have better things to do? He's treating our lovely guest, Donna said, obviously. Michael set down his cup of coffee, wiping off his mouth on his sleeve. He glared at me once before leaving. His temper never seemed to bother Donna, which put me at ease. I spent the week mostly in the cabin. I didn't see Ryan at all, although he continued to make food for me and shock everyone with his culinary talents. Donna was excellent company, so cheery and always enthusiastic about Ryan's attention to me. I could feel myself softening to her, at least. She was so mothering to me, I could hardly help it. I realized how much of my growing up I'd missed with the love from my mother, and grandmother and other clan members. Finally, proving that Ryan stayed away due to my period, it was over, and suddenly I heard his large feet plodding up the porch. He sounded so different than the skulking gait of Michael. I fretted for a minute, trying to tidy myself, trying to look casual as he entered, as if I hadn't heard him. Michael was right behind him, but he waited in the doorway. I felt both wary and grateful for all his care, which was evidently not normal for him considering Michael and Donna's reactions. I still had a lot to figure out for him, but he did not seem as if he wanted to harm me. In fact, by staying away, it seemed he avoided it. He came in eagerly approaching me, as if he'd been waiting to see me. He came at me as if he wanted to hug me, but I was leaning away so he stopped. Why are you so nice to me? I asked him with narrowing eyes and suspicious heart. Because I like you, a lot. He looked saddened again, as if he expected me to understand without words. Behind him, Donna was ushering Michael out of the door. Suddenly we were alone in his cabin, face to face. The hairs on my neck were prickling. My heart fluttered and my face grew hot. It made sense since he was being so kind and doting to me. I looked into his eyes and couldn't look away. I felt lost in his intense gaze, almost wishing I had fallen into his arms when he wanted to hug me. Why do you like me? You hardly know me. I haven't even seen you in a week. I wondered more about his identity and his strange reaction to my blood, and yet how he resisted. My heart was pounding so loud in my ears, I feared I would not hear his answer. You are my, don't you feel it? He whispered. My attention locked onto his lips as they tightened and parted. In that moment, I felt so drawn to him. I didn't even care if he wanted my blood. He looked so strong, like I could fall into his arms and be safe forever. But I was not so dumb to those feelings. I waited in my seat for his answer. Still, I was leaning towards him. His face was so close to mine for a moment, but I pulled away with a shudder. I looked down at my wrist that no longer needed a bandage. It was finally healing up, crusted and hardened, but a clear reminder of why I couldn't forget my past life ever, and why I should not trust. The question on my lips that I was too afraid to ask and know the answer. Do you like me for me, or for my blood? Allison's POV. After his declaration that he liked me, we had avoided any talk of it. Donna had re-entered the room, and so we were interrupted. Still, Ryan was around all the time, the unspoken words between us always caught up on other topics, like training. Ryan began training me every day, and I loved it. I loved to run and sweat and challenge my body like I hadn't before. We arrived at the training arena. He said, let's begin with 10 laps in human form today. I nodded, running around the clearing eagerly, although I was breathing hard by the third lap and could hardly catch my breath by the fifth. Air burned my throat and lungs. Can I shift now? Ariana would do better, I huffed as I passed him. No, both you and your wolf will fight best if both forms are strong, so hurry up. I was already done with another lap when he finished his explanation. Come on, keep going, almost there, he encouraged. On the last lap, Ryan called, faster, run as fast as you can, like someone is chasing you. If I had been tired at lap 5, I was spent by lap 9. After I shot him a look like he was crazy, I ground my teeth and I pushed my legs to run harder. I finished the lap with pains in my sides, gasping for breath. Why so fast at the end? I gasped with heavy breaths. Sometimes you'll have to push yourself and be fast after you're already tired. You're still not fast enough. We need to do this every day, he said. I was gulping down water from my jug. I was also shaping my head. Every day? In human form? I wouldn't mind so much as Ariana loved to run, but I did not with my 2 legs and hoppy gait. Yes, it's the only way to get better form. You run really strange. Haven't you ever run in your human form, ever? For the last 6 years, I had only walked every day with a heavy chain around my neck. One of the guards at the center held the chain as I circled around. The others escorted me to set the pace. I walked every day for exactly 60 minutes, no more no less. Only what the doctor said I needed to be healthy for the quality of my blood. After the exercising, they brought me back to my 50-square-foot cell, chained me up even in sleep, dosed Ariana with wolf's bane so that I couldn't shift or fight them. She never had gotten a chance to run till I nearly entered heaven. She loved running now. I was so lost in thought. I hadn't realized he'd asked me a question and was watching me. I looked back at him, jumped, and replied, Well, I ran and played when I was a little kid, but nothing like training. Not for years. You need more strength too. He eyed me from my feet up to my face and pinched my upper arm. You have no muscle at all. It's like you never lifted anything even once in your life. I pulled my arm away from him defensively. I was hardly allowed to move, much less have items to carry around. But I couldn't tell him the truth of my life. Let's start with push-ups. What are those? I said. Like this. He fell face first to the ground, catching himself with his arms to his side to show me. He had huge muscles on his arms. They moved and bulged as he pushed his tensely straight back up and down. As I watched him, I began to feel something about him that I'd never felt before. He looked so good. I couldn't help the thought. I didn't want to think it, nor understand it really. But I had a terrible urge to touch him, to feel his body, wondering what it would be like to have our bodies pressed up to each other, kind of like a hug, but different. I blushed as I wondered about mating. I was imprisoned since 12, so while I knew kind of what it was, I didn't really know how it was done, or if these feeling I had had something to do with it. But I was not going to have any mate, or have anything like that in this life. No one to betray me. I swallowed the water I was swishing in my mouth. He bounced back up, gesturing towards the ground, he said. You try. I fell to my knees on the ground and awkwardly spread my body forward, trying to emulate his actions. He crouched next to me, his large hands touching my waist. You want to straighten your back? Yes, more like that. Don't slouch, keep your spine straight and even. I was flushing, growing hotter from his touch than even the exercise. I grew numb to the pain in my arms because I was so distracted by his close proximity. Sweat dropped from my face. Even this clear liquid reminded me of seeing my blood drip from the wound on my neck into the golden bowl below. I had to remain focused on my purpose, sweet revenge. I had to be strong enough. We trained like that for 30 days. Eventually, we were training 12 hours every day. Soon the 10 laps became an easy 20. I could do over 100 push-ups straight. I could lift large rocks and throw them from over my head, all in the same day. Ryan said, You've gained an amazing amount of strength, more than I thought was possible in this amount of time. You should know by now, I'm pretty amazing, I joked, sharing a smile with him. I'd just thrown a rock the size of my head 2 body lengths away, looking pleased with myself. Ryan cleared his throat. I think you're ready for real fight training now that you have some speed and fundamental strength. I was excited. While Ryan was normally encouraging, hearing him tell me how I'd improved always made me exceedingly proud. I realized I was smiling at him like a fool. He beamed back just as large till I had to look away. I had never seen him smile like that at anyone or about anything before. So what do we do next? I asked. He stepped closer to me. I caught my breath every time he needed to touch me. I had a hard time focusing, but it also made me very determined to prove myself. We will need to practice some hand-to-hand combat. There are ways, even as a smaller human form, to use your body with leverage and take down much larger opponents. He was a lot larger than me. Even then I looked up, and the top of my head barely made it to the slope of his wide shoulders. It felt as if I could fall into them, and they would wrap around me. I was trying not to trust him, but as we spent every waking moment together now, that was getting harder. He grabbed my wrist. Do you trust me? He asked as if knowing my hesitations. I glared down at his grip, unsure what he was doing. The words were caught in the back of my throat. Yes, enough for this, I said, surprising myself, recognizing the difference between trusting a situation and the person in entirety. He showed me how I could use my arms to lock his elbows and use his joints against him. I got better and better at the standing motions. Our bodies were always close enough to feel his heat. I could smell the musty odor of exercise, and I liked it. Another month passed like this. Every day, we drilled the motions that could save my life. I learned how to break out of holds. We used wooden knives to practice the motions needed with real knives. The first time, I actually broke free of him. He stumbled back away from me. His eyes lightened up with pride. You're learning so fast. You're gaining strength so fast. It's incredible, really. I never imagined. You should have believed in me, I said with a dramatic flick of the strand of black hair that had fallen from my bun. I believe, he said. You're a she-wolf that can do anything that you set your mind to. I tilted my head. I told you, I'm a survivor. We both are. We're alike, he said. I wondered what he meant by that, but then he surprised me by grabbing me as he often did without telling me to test my reflexes. I swiftly moved out of the way, dodging him, pulling his elbow against its joint and using my leg to trip him. He fell to the ground, and I leapt on top of him. I whipped out the fake knife from my stash, very thrilled to throw my mentor. It was only the second time that I'd succeeded, and I intended for it to happen more often. But he rolled me over, his great size really hard for me to handle. He pressed me under his body, even as I put my fake wooden knife to his throat. He laughed, his whole body rumbling. Even though he was on top of me, if it had been a real fight, I could have killed him anyway. Nicely done, he said. We were looking directly into each other's eyes. My legs were still spread beneath him. I felt a pulsing that was getting stronger. I wanted him to do something, but I wasn't sure what. Are you sure you're going to fight? He said, breaking the moment. Yes, that's why we've been training so much, I responded, wishing he'd look back into my eyes like in that moment before when his tawny eyes burned with a desire. Am I not your best student? You're definitely the fastest learner I've ever seen. He was still on top of me. So why worry so much? Because, in real fights, no one will be as nice as me. Oh, you're nice. Are you letting me win? I said flirtatiously. My heart was beating. I was staring at his mouth, wondering what it would feel like on mine, and against my neck. No, you're incredible. I just really like spending all this time with you, he said, backing off of me. He stood up and was pacing. I don't want anything or anyone to hurt you ever. No one had ever said such a nice thing to me before. I sat up and hugged my knees. The air that flowed between us now was chilled, and I shivered. I wished he were still on top of me. I wished I could pull him back, but not for another fight. I wanted to be close again. I need to be able to protect myself, I said quietly. His face looked strained from worry, but he nodded in agreement. I would protect you. We can't be together every second, I said. I wouldn't mind if we were. I blushed, thinking of how much time we'd spent together, and I hadn't grown tired of him even for one moment. It was too much to tell him that, so I kept quiet. It was only 2 weeks before the games when he said, "We really need to start practicing with real knives, but you have to be very careful." "Duh," I said coyly, my excitement rising with every time I graduated to the next level. It was only our second grapple when I clumsily and accidentally cut myself with the real knife. It was only a small scratch on my wrist. It barely stung compared to how I'd been cut in my life. I was going to ignore it even. Glancing down, there was only a touch of blood. I was determined to finish the grapple. Ryan stood up abruptly. "You should get a bandage. It's not so deep," I said. "I can keep going." Ariana had grown so strong, if I just wiped it on my clothes I would heal fast and we could continue. "No, I told you to be careful," he scolded. His face looked so different, hollow. Suddenly the bags under his eyes were dark like he hadn't slept in 2 days. "I need to go now. I forgot something." I knew that wasn't true. He was lying to me. I'd been ignoring the possibility that he desired my blood. I hadn't wanted to think about it. I hadn't had to think about it. "Ryan, are you okay?" I stood up and came to him. He was recoiling away from me. "I'm fine." "You don't look fine." I touched his back. He was trembling. I could see veins popping out of the muscles on his arm and even his neck. His skin was turning a grayish color. I tried to turn him, but he only turned away. He shouted, "Leave me alone!" His deep voice echoed around me, shocking me. He hadn't ever used such an aggressive voice with me. I grabbed his arm to hold him in place and walked around him to face him. "Oh my, your face! What is happening?" His eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks turning ashy and gray. He looked like a dying man. I wanted him to admit it. "Is it my blood?" I demanded. "I said to leave me alone. Go away," he growled, turning away from me. He shifted to his enormous gray wolf and bolted away, his legs extended and pumping at full speed. I stood there dumbfounded, his angered voice echoing in my mind. He had to be one of the clan Alexander. It was the only thing that made sense. No one else would grow so crazy and ill with desperation at a whiff of my blood. Still, I was worried about him. I shifted to Ariana, and we trailed him. I couldn't let him run off in that state. He looked like he was about to die. Even if I thought maybe I would not get too close to him, I wanted to confirm that he was okay. His musty odor, like vanilla, pine, and chestnut, stirred in the wind. There was something stale in his smell now. That was new. I found him not too far away. He had collapsed, and he was still in his wolf form. He was convulsing and foaming at the mouth, but he had gone unconscious. I cried out, "Ryan!" Shifting back to human form, I leaned over him, grabbing his dense gray coat. I felt the stiff fur, and I tried to wake him. His wolf form was large, and even though I'd increased my strength, I could barely even lift his head. My insides were turning. I was panicking. I didn't know how to treat him or what was wrong with him. I needed to get him back home. Donna would know. I hoped. In that moment, I realized how much I cared for him. As Ariana, I sprinted back to the training arena. I knew that there were sticks tied together with taut fabrics like beds that could be dragged in case anyone was too injured to walk. I shifted back to my human form to grab one and drag it to him. By the time I'd returned, he had managed to shift back to human form. He was lying there, unconscious. His exhales came with a slight wheezing. With all the strength that I'd built over the last 2 months, I managed to hoist his body onto the sling and drag him. I leaned all my body weight, digging my feet to the ground, pushing a bar in front of me that attached back to where he lay. As soon as I was within sight of his cabin, I called, "Donna, help us!" She didn't hear at first. Around me, in and around the other cabins where the Starstream pack resided, others were watching me. They started to emerge as I dragged Ryan's body towards his home. While I normally didn't like Michael, I was relieved when he ran out to help. "How long has he been passed out?" he asked, taking the strain from me and ushering Ryan towards his cabin. I was confused that he asked it like that, as if it had happened before. "I found him not long after it happened. He's been passed out the whole time it took me to get here. I don't know how long exactly," I was explaining. My hands and wrists ached from the effort. "Oh my God, what happened?" Donna asked. "Alpha Ryan hasn't passed out in a long time." She was out on the front porch, her hands covering her mouth, worry in her eyes. Michael growled a response, gesturing to me. "Ask her." As if it were my fault, I resentfully ignored it, pleading to Donna, who always gave answers so willingly. "Has he passed out like this before? He looks so sick." "Yes, even if he's very strong. His health is always at risk." They moved him into his room, laying him on the bed. Michael announced, "I'm getting a doctor." He ran from the cabin. I sat in the other room when the doctor arrived, not liking doctors nor wanting to be near one. Donna was with him. I could hear her high-pitched voice asking questions. "What do you mean coma? 2 days?" Donna was saying in response to the murmur of the doctor. I couldn't make out what he said. I desperately wanted to know, angered that this doctor would be so calm about it. The door to the room swung open. Donna escorted him out. Her usually happy demeanor was flustered and worried. As soon as the doctor left, I asked her, "What about 2 days?" "He's in a coma, but his temperature won't come down. If it stays up and he doesn't wake up in 2 days, there might be nothing we could do to save him." Donna began to cry. It was frightening to see it. I realized I hadn't seen anyone cry like that in 6 years, except for myself. She opened her arms to me, and I let her hug me. Poor Alpha Ryan, he's such a good man. Why would the moon goddess be unfair to him like this? The moon goddess, I thought of her. She was so warm and beautiful, but I didn't trust her either. How could she do such things to good people? And now, what if my blood would help him? As I hugged Donna, I thought of my life without Ryan. I hadn't realized I was attached, but thinking of losing him was upsetting. What if I gave him some of my blood, and he couldn't resist anymore? What if he chained me and abused me? Allison's POV. I was very afraid, but I wanted to try. Donna, could you leave for a moment? What? She spluttered through tears. I think I might be able to help, but I'd prefer if you leave. She looked a little baffled. If you can help, anything is worth a try. Unlike Michael, she was trusting. Nothing in her face held any suspicions of me. As soon as she stepped out of the cabin, I took some warm water in a cup. I poked at the cut on my wrist till I could get a few drops of blood into the water. I entered Ryan's room. It smelt like him there. I hesitated in the doorway, wondering if this might be a mistake. I worried that he would change after he tasted the blood. Even if he'd been kind up to now, what if this changed how he was with me? What if we stopped training and spending all the time together because he would lock me away as an imprisoned blood provider? Life was about taking chances. I decided, and I stepped up to his bed. I propped him up a little more on a pillow and let him get a smell of the blood tea. No, I can't, my mate, he muttered, the smell of the blood waking him enough to produce words, so I became sure that it would help him. But what did he mean by mate? Did he have one? Why would he never mention her? I got a little annoyed that he wouldn't have told me and wanted to know who she was the moment he would wake. But why did it matter to me anyway? I was supposed to be mateless in this life. The moment my blood touched his lips, he woke, grabbing the cup and downing the liquid greedily. His piercing tawny eyes stared for a moment. The color returned to his skin. I'm very tired, he said, rolling over and falling back to sleep. The next morning he came out of his room. Donna was out running errands, so it was just me there. I jolted as he came out, not expecting him to be awake or walking around. Oh my goodness, Ryan! I leapt up wanting to hug him, but I remained across the room, hesitating that he might go into a craze. But he didn't. Instead he sat down on a chair near me without a word, still looking like he wasn't fully awake yet. But normal rosy color was back to his skin, no more veins popping from his neck. It was my chance to clear the air. You are one of the Clan Alexander from the Crowalt pack, aren't you? I asked, feeling comfortable to sit beside him. Yes, he admitted. How do you know about that? I didn't answer that part, but I asked, how come you don't need the blood of the she-wolves of the Clan Clark? He tilted his head, his unwavering attention on me. I haven't since I was 10. Are you a Clark she-wolf? I just know all about the Crowalt pack. What happened to you? How are you of Clan Alexander but live without the blood? I was cast out of my clan because my parents were brother and sister. Even my father wanted me dead to hide his shame. I was a disgrace. The pack killed my mom, tortured her to death for the sins of them both. I shuddered thinking of my own death, feeling as if I knew better than anyone what his mother might have gone through. Your parents were brother and sister? But what of their mates? They could not have bonded like that. They were mates, rare to Alexanders. As you know, they usually marry a she-wolf of Clan Clark to strengthen the blood bond. It's the only way to remedy the curse and protect both Clan Alexander from the curse and Clan Clark from the Alexanders. The elders of the pack were also ashamed of my parents, but you know the witch's ability? They saw my strength. They thought the moon goddess might have made me for a reason, so they protected me and banished me instead of killing me. It sounded terrible. And it was strange to hear all about the pact between Clan Alexander and Clan Clark when I was so far from that life. How could you live? I thought you'd die early and possibly lose the ability to shift back to a man without the blood. We are short-lived. Out here, as a rogue. I struggled since I was 10, but I found ways to survive. I'm strong enough, and it seems the moon goddess must have blessed me. I knew what it meant to be blessed by the moon goddess. We had that in common. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. The moon goddess did a lot for us, and yet she allowed the cruelest treatment. You were gone. The doctor said you might not wake up. It happens sometimes. If I feel the curse, when I smelt your, and then shifting back to a man can make me pass out. Rupert didn't want to give me control, but I took it anyway. It weakened both of us. I was afraid to say put, but I forced the words from my mouth. You knew I was from Clan Clark when you saved me. He nodded. Was it for my blood? I finally asked, needing to know. He looked deep into my eyes. My body was shaking because I did not want him to only want me for my blood. I felt vulnerable. I felt like I would run for my life if need be. But instead of answering that question, he said, Allison, do you feel nothing? Allison's POV. What should I feel? I asked, avoiding looking at him. You didn't answer my question. I had to know how badly he wanted my blood, and if he had some twisted motives for me to care for him only so that he could use me. Like Jacob had. He was on a chair next to me, a piece of furniture that looked too small for him. He was leaning towards me, and I could feel his tawny eyes burrowing into me, wanting me to look back towards him. He reached out one of his large hands and touched my arm, pleading for me to look at him. Are you going to answer? I asked. On that day I found you. I thought you were dead, but when I saw you move, it was as if my hopes came alive too. I couldn't believe that you'd survived, like me. Against some terrible odds, other people wanted us dead, but we surpassed that fate, he said. I had never heard him talk so much. It dawned on me that his family had betrayed him, like my sister had betrayed me. This impacted me most, as if someone else might be able to understand if I ever told him about Jennifer. I was wondering where he was going with this speech. He continued, You were so dirty and weak, with your wounds still oozing blood. I brought you home, carrying you instead of fainting from the smell of it. I didn't take any drop or lick of blood. It felt like I was dying too, but I made myself realize how much worse you felt. I would not be a monster to take any more from you. I could not know if he didn't on that day. I was too out of it. I had practically no memories, although from what Donna told me, and the genuine intonation of his voice, I wanted to believe it. But my nature compelled me to always be cautious. You can never really know a person till they betray you. Why did you save me yesterday? He interrupted my thoughts. I was harsh and I ran away from you, but you ran after me. I thought of my panic when I'd found him, of how I couldn't bear the thought of him dying, but I never wanted to admit that. You saved me before, and now I saved you, I said. That's it? We're just even then? His hand still touched my arm. It tingled, enhancing my awareness of his smell, so that I could smell him so deeply, and it was hard to focus on anything else. I did not know what he wanted to hear, but I told him all I was willing to. I didn't even want to admit it again to myself that I was terrified that he might die. I shrugged a little, trying to hold back tears in my eyes. I wasn't even sure why I might cry. It was not as if he was hurting me. It was more like confusion. You're my mate. I fell in love with you on the first day, and it only grows. I hoped that you'd recover and feel it too. Maybe you were too injured to know it right away. I thought you must have started to feel something, and that's why you saved me, he confessed. What? No, I'm mateless, I said, the forcefulness of my tone a sharp contrast to his soft words. I looked at him then, my purple eyes staring straight into his bright tawny eyes. He looked eager. He was telling me to see if I might admit to it. As soon as my words hit him, he pulled back a little, his expression darkening. I don't know why your wolf can't feel it, but I can't be wrong. I've never felt this before, he said. His focus was harder now, as if trying to see through my body into my heart. This time he traced his hand down my arm, and I shivered, all the hairs on my body standing on end. I stood up from the chair to create some distance between us. Enough of this, I said. I was crying then. I couldn't not with another Alexander. What trick of the moon goddess was this? She promised that I would not have a mate. Could I not trust her promises? Or anyone's? It hurt when I looked back at him. He still was in the chair, looking smaller than I'd ever seen him. He looked shocked. What happened to you? He hadn't asked me yet. I shook my head. I can't. I told you what happened to me. That was your choice. He sighed. When you're ready, maybe someday you'll tell me? It might help you. I doubt it. I was crying then, more confused, feeling betrayed again by the moon goddess and her intentions. I could not believe she delivered me to another Alexander, and he thought we were mates. It seemed terribly unfair. I just wanted to learn to fight from him. I didn't want any more. You can't have feelings for me, I told him strictly. I don't want you to. I have to have revenge, and I don't have time to pursue love and happiness. I'm doomed to a fate that I don't understand, but that's fine as long as I get my revenge. So just leave it be. Let's never talk like this again. His stricken face looked panicked. Doomed? You already escaped death once. I won't let anything happen to you. I want no harm to come to you as long as I stand. Rupert and I will kill whoever you tell us. Kill an entire family if it takes that. If you tell us who they are. I don't want to talk about right now. Can we just focus on training and fighting? I said, pleading. It was ironic. The families he spoke of were his family and my own sister. Despite his frustration, he took a deep breath. I understand you. Don't you think when my family cast me out to die that I felt I could never trust anyone again? His words were so aligned with me that it surprised me. He continued, I was 10, but I learned a lot for myself. I also learned that while it's better to not trust most, and surely not without question, people can win your heart and trust over time. I thought of Donna and Michael. But you seem to trust me right away, I contradicted him. That's because... I could tell he was about to talk about being mates again, so I waved him off. Please, spare me any more talk of love and mates. I can't. It's not me. You must be mistaken. He grumbled something more, but I ignored it, not wanting to acknowledge what he might say. Still, I wondered if I could possibly trust anyone with my story. I wasn't sure yet how I might get revenge. Perhaps this was part of the moon goddess plan that I use an Alexander to get back to the Alexanders and take my revenge. It was a terrifyingly bold thought that made much more sense than anything he'd said. Carefully, I chose my next words. I appreciate that you took me in and took care of me. I want to continue learning from you and training with you. I would be a loyal friend, staff member, or whatever role might be useful, and maybe over time I can trust you with my story. But we can never be mates or lovers. He tilted his head thoughtfully, and I almost thought I witnessed a tiny shred of hope that he gathered from the words I'd intended to shut down that hope. I don't love him, I told myself. I can't love him. I wanted to avoid Ryan to let him cool off for a few days and allow space for the raging confusion inside me, but the fight games were coming up. We still met every day, and we trained. To my relief, he didn't bring up the love confession, nor my rejection. Finally, 2 days before the fight game, as he was leaving his cabin, he said, No, you rest. Rest? But what if I have more to learn? You can't learn much else in a couple days, but your body will be stronger if it gets rest, and then you can fight fresh, he explained. I worried that he just didn't want to train me anymore. He had been acting more distant, more agitated lately. Is something wrong? How will I do if I don't practice to the last minute? I said. Better than if you wear yourself out right before, he said. And yes, something is wrong. I don't want you to get hurt. I wish you'd decide to not do this. I already told everyone I would. How should it look if I back out now? I said, not wanting to be the pack's coward. The day of the games, most of the pack joined us in carriages as we made the several hours trip to a place without trees. I hadn't been anywhere else but with the Starstream pack in a few months. There would be other packs there too. I wondered if anyone from Crowalt pack would attend. Donna stayed with the cabin to keep it up. She had tears in her eyes when we said our goodbye. She insisted, You better come back alive, or you'll be in big trouble by me. I was getting used to her warm hugs, and she embraced me. You be careful. Even if she said she couldn't stand to watch the violence, I kind of wished she'd come along with us. Instead, in the carriage, I was sitting next to Ryan and across from Michael the whole trip. Michael hardly acknowledged me when I spoke to him, and always looked glum, so I eventually decided to ignore him back. When we arrived, I'd never seen anything quite like the open field that was flat. All around were roped off sections for the different fights, and plenty of space for standing spectators and a few chairs for the more elite audience members. I became very nervous. I knew the rules. Males fought males, and she-wolves fought one another. Each pack had to have at least one representative of each. As I walked through, it seemed like any other she-wolves looked burly, large, and muscular compared to me. As a new pack member, I had to be in the one track of fights to the death. I reflected on all the training, and how few times I'd thrown Ryan. Was I really ready? Whenever Ryan had urged me not to fight, I'd said I would do it defensively, but suddenly I wasn't sure how ready I could be. Ryan had told me the fight games keep the packs in this area peaceful. They spill blood once a year to avoid wars. It doesn't always work like it should, but especially the track for To the Death was intended to settle any quarrels between packs, or even to settle debts between pack members. As a veteran who'd already won years ago in the To the Death track, Ryan would be the male representative to the Starstream pack in the fight games that were more for sport and skill. He told me, it actually takes more skill to take down and not kill than to go for the jugular. There were some men and she-wolves working at the registration table. When we signed in, I learned that I would fight one battle as human form, one in wolf form, and if I survived for the third round, shifting would be allowed. Others were placing bets. I saw the strangers eyeing me, and I could tell that from my unimpressive size, a lot were betting against me. I saw Michael was taking bets, and I assumed that he was as well, which made me a little angry, but I needed to save my energy for the fights. I was in a daze during the first 2 rounds. They both were finished quickly. Having practiced with Ryan all this time, the she-wolf opponents were a lot smaller than him. Surprising everyone, I won both, but the worst challenge was ahead of me. My last match would take place the next day. I rested up in my tent. Ryan came to see me after I was properly bandaged. "You're doing well. You'll have to be careful. I watched your final opponent for tomorrow, and she's the betting favorite." "Great," I said. "Anything else?" "You're doing amazing," he said. "Yeah, am I ruining everyone's bets?" I smiled. "How's Michael?" "You knew?" "Guessed," I shrugged. "He's predictable." Ryan kind of chuckled. "He means well." "Does he?" I refuted. "Yeah, maybe not. I'll bet against him. After today, I think you'll win." "Even against the favorite?" "You shift faster than anyone I know," he said. "As I told you, it's a great advantage." The crowd was packed around the arena the next day. I walked in as a human, looking to the other side, where a she-wolf with blonde hair tied up behind her head walked in. She was tall, with a severe angular face, and bright blue eyes. Pretty even, and talented too. I could smell the eagerness of the crowd. They wanted to see someone die. They wanted to see me die as they had all bet on her. "Begin," the commencer announced. We both drew our knives, circling each other in a low stance. She came at me with furious swipes of the blade, fast and more aggressive. Her strong arm was in perfect control. The tip of the knife almost grazed my neck. The crowd cheered her on. It was getting to my head. She lunged again, and I shifted to dodge her. She shifted after me. Her wolf was dark gray and beastly. She had no fear and no mercy on her breath as her wolf pinned down Ariana by the throat. I lashed out desperately, flailing till I finally got loose. I was on the defense, and I knew it was bad. "Kill her! Kill her!" Chants rose up from the crowd. They were all against me. I shifted back to human form to draw my knife, but I was backed into the corner of the arena. Her large gray wolf paused with narrowed eyes at me, as if only to size me up before she sprang at me. She tore open my arm with her fangs. It ripped through one of the 2 scars that remained from the death blows of my last life, and my blood began to spill all over the ground. Her wolf form snarled with my blood in her teeth. She shifted back to a human, her mouth still reddened, her pretty face turning up in a sinister smile. This crazy bitch scared me, more than I'd been in a long time, and I couldn't quite understand it. She lunged, and I tried to jump out of her way, but she caught my foot. I fell hard to the ground. She pinned me with her larger body, and I smeared my bleeding arm against her as I tried with all my might to free myself. "This wasn't even so hard," she said maliciously. A trail of her blonde hair fell in front of her face. I realized how much she reminded me of Jennifer, especially her merciless cruelty. Especially with the blood blurring my vision, she even looked like her. It chilled me to my bones, and I remembered my last attempt to strike my sister. She was going to kill me again. Ariana burned hot inside me. With strength I didn't know I had left, I shifted so fast she didn't have time to react. Even though she pressed me down, my wolf's fangs slashed across her face and ripped open her throat. She gurgled, the blood from her arteries spilling out over my white fur, and I wriggled free. She had no strength left. Her body fell off to the side as the life left her eyes. I breathed hard, feeling like I just escaped death once again. The crowd was quiet at first. It was a great upset. A moment before, they thought I had lost. I was breathing hard, and I looked up away from her. I threw my own hands into the air, a victor. They cheered. I could hardly catch my breath, my body still shaking from barely avoiding death, but I had earned my place in Starstream Pack. As I left, it seemed 100 voices called Allison in congratulations. Ryan was not there. I didn't see him. I was a little worried knowing I'd been bleeding and he had a match today at the same time as me. Even if he'd never lost in his life, I wondered if I could have caused a weakness for him. The crowd was parting as a man approached me. He was tall and lanky with black hair, hazel eyes with flecks of orange and yellow. He was beaming at me excitedly, his front canines long and pointy even as a human. He reached out to shake my hand with a little bow. Everyone had made way for him like he was important. I'm Dylan Harris. You are incredible. Allison, right? I've been watching you since the beginning. I even bet on you. One of the few that bet on you from the start. His enthusiasm radiated from his entire countenance. He pulled out a betting form to show me. Please, let me shake hands with the victor, he said with another bow at the same time. Suddenly, I sensed a large body right behind me. Ryan had come through the crowd. He tucked my arm in his and was pulling me away. I let him, relieved to see that he was okay. The crowd was still cheering my name. Dylan was following us. He intercepted us as we were about to leave the crowd. Wait, don't go. Just yet. He turned to Ryan. Is she your fighter? Trust me, I have great intentions. I'm so impressed with her. I'll pay for her time to invite her to eat at my table at the feast tonight. He offered Ryan a sack of gold. Ryan was shaking with anger. I thought he might explode. Isn't it enough? Dylan said. I could pay more, much more. Just dinner at my table, nothing more. Ryan rolled his eyes to me. He said, let's go. With my arm still tucked in his, he began to drag me away, which was incredibly annoying. I was not a she-wolf to be dragged around. Dylan's warm enthusiasm had changed to annoyance. I meant no disrespect, he yelled after us. His tone changed. Who do you think you are? I'm Dylan Harris. My father is the alpha of Featherwell Pack. Your alpha should take orders from me. I halted, slipping my arm away from Ryan. Featherwell Pack? They were rich and powerful enough to compete with Crowalt. Their territories neighbored each other. I'd heard of them before. Suddenly my past seemed a lot closer than it had been in months. Ryan was looming behind me. He yelled back at Dylan. Get the fuck off. I'm the alpha here. I don't care who your father is or give a shit about your pack. I don't take orders from you or anyone. Oh, easy there, Dylan said, suddenly looking a little more cordial. You must be Alpha Ryan. Finally, I sent a lot of invitations to meet before, but you never responded. Our packs have been doing business together for years. We should have properly introduced ourselves. Not interested, Ryan said. He was grabbing my wrist again to pull me, and I jerked my hand away from him, glaring at him. His anger at Dylan landed on me in a moment of heavy frustration. We were staring each other down. Dylan was right there again, having caught up to us. Wait, she won, so how much more can she owe you? I could pay double, triple, 10 times? Could you please let her eat at my table? Dylan said. I wondered why he didn't invite Ryan too, since his claim that he wanted a proper introduction. Usually the fighters in the life and death track owed a great debt. They would risk their lives to free themselves or their family of this debt, or who would volunteer? Did this Dylan assume that Ryan owned me? I'm a free she-wolf, I told Dylan. I owe Alpha Ryan no debt, and he certainly doesn't own me. No, you can't. Ryan's face was red. Dylan was looking between us with curiosity. He asked, are you mates? No, I responded. Yes, Ryan said at the same time. I have no mate, I said as Ryan gloweringly looked off towards the distance. With a thoughtful tilt of his head, Dylan focused on me. He added, I'm sorry, free she-wolf Allison, without any mate. Hopefully it did not sound as if I wanted to purchase you. I only wanted to spend more time with you and know the winner better. How about dinner tomorrow? Still glaring at Ryan, I said, dinner would be lovely. I'd be happy to join you at your table. Ryan growled in his throat, but he could say nothing to prevent me. It really bothered him, but he never should have tried to forbid it like he owned me. I belonged to no one. What else could I do but go against him to prove it? The next day, I received several bouquets of flowers, some sweetbread, some rare honey sweets like I'd never tasted before. There were little notes like, I can't wait to see you tonight. Only 3 hours till we have dinner. The more time passed, the more eager I was for this dinner, not for all the wooing, and I could care less about Dylan Harris, except I wanted to learn more about Clan Alexander. Ryan seemed to linger around, getting more agitated at every gift. At the Feast of Champions, held in honor of the winners at the fight games and to promote peace among the packs, I sat at Dylan Harris's table. There were a sea of tables over the field with servers bringing out feasts. Dylan had a prime spot, off to the side where you could see everything and hear all the clutter of wine goblets, and see dancing from the light of torches. Musicians played upbeat music, and there was joy and laughter in the celebration. I wore my best dress. Donna had made me bring it for this occasion. It was to the ground, light blue with ruffles on the sleeves and lace on the bodice. As I left, Ryan made a point to tell me, I bought the materials for Donna to make you that dress, and you wear it to have dinner with that son of an alpha guy. After he had not said a thing to me all day, I shrugged and ignored him. Too annoyed at the condescension, I marched myself away from him towards the party lit by 100 torches on the field. I expected that Dylan would have others at his table, but he kept it private between us. The nearby torches flickered light over the meats, potato stews, hot breads, and cheeses that were being served. He greeted me enthusiastically, saying, the most beautiful victor the games have ever seen. I sipped a little wine, watching him as he spoke to his servers. Tell me, gorgeous, he said merrily. What pleases you most? I raised my eyebrows, amused by his direct approach and flattery. In what context are we referring? In all innocent contexts, of course. He grinned, his oddly sharp teeth made charming by the lopsided nature of his smile. What do you like to do in your spare time, for example? I thought of my spare time. I used to wait, crying inside even when my tears were spent. The long hours would stretch to a bored eternity as I waited for the next time they would exercise or bleed me. I would never say any of that, though. Lately, I've spent all my time training. Naturally, he poured himself some wine. And that is why you did so beautifully. I thought of the people I killed. My eyes darkened as I glanced at the meat on my plate. Oh, no worries. If you're a free she-wolf, no need to ever fight in those to-the-death matches again, he said. Leaning towards me, he bumped my arm. Why did you anyway? It had nothing to do with Alpha Ryan. I was shaking my head. No, he did not want me to. So mysterious. I like that in a she-wolf. So, how long have you been part of the Starstream pack? I really wanted to avoid any specifics with him. It feels like a lifetime already. It had been a good life so far with them. I felt a little bad for walking away from Ryan like I had, but he was being so possessive, and I could hardly stand it. Dylan and I chatted like this a few moments. I couldn't think of any good way to introduce the topic I was actually interested in, so finally I asked, "Do you know of the Crowalt pack?" He had not expected this by his surprise, but with the wine he'd drunk and his open nature, he said, "Of course, I do a lot of business with them. What do you know of them? Why do you ask?" Everyone had heard of Crowalt and Featherwell. I acknowledged his pack. He soaked up the flattery with another big smile. He leaned towards me a little. There was a hunger in his eyes when he looked at me, not as deep or unsettling as what I saw in Ryan, a milder, more mannered version. "What do you trade with them?" I asked. He leaned in closer as if about to tell me a secret. "Well, that's one reason I'm here. I'm looking to go into business with their black market, but don't tell anyone." I marveled that people would give up secrets as if they had never been betrayed. Wanting to know more, I touched his forearm to urge him. "Tell me more about that. What is it?" "Do you know the curse of Clan Alexander? And the pact with the she-wolves of Clan Clark?" he asked. I nodded, hoping it wasn't too private of knowledge. He didn't hesitate to continue. "There's this rare herb that grows down here, more south of the Crowalt pack's territory. It helps the circulation of blood for the she-wolf blood providers so that they can produce more and not be injured by the letting of their blood. It's so valuable to them, they will pay a fortune for it. It's a lucrative trade, and I want to get some of the proceeds." He settled back in his chair, looking incredibly proud of himself, and sipped more wine. My head was spinning. Suddenly it made sense, all that tea they forced me to drink all those years, even when they imprisoned me, but it was so habitual from my childhood, I hadn't thought anything of it. All the young she-wolves in my family drank it. My grandma made it for us, and we had to drink a full cup of the bitter, vile liquid each morning since I was 6 years old. I remembered asking if I could not drink it because it tasted awful, but she insisted, not allowing me any breakfast if I refused. "How much of this goes to Crowalt pack?" I asked. "A lot. It's more valuable than any drug," he admitted quietly. "You know there are some of the Crowalt pack here at the game." I flushed of all color, trying to hide how ill I felt all of a sudden. "No one particularly noteworthy like the Alpha," he continued, and relief spread over me. I was not ready to face Jacob yet. I wondered if I could use this herb somehow to control Clan Clark and Clan Alexander from afar. I was not yet sure how to make my revenge on Jennifer and Jacob, but I would definitely need to consider this. "Do you know the Alpha of Crowalt pack? And his mate?" I asked, freezing the moment the words left my mouth as if I might be too obvious. Dylan did not react as if it were an odd question. He happily bragged, "Oh yes, I've even dined with Alpha Jacob and his Luna Alisa Clark Alexander." The name sent shivers through my body. My name. The name I should have had. My reactions must not have been in control. He changed the subject. "You're so stunning, Allison. I'm so lucky to have you as a guest at my table." Still looking surprised, I stared at him. "Has anyone told you how stunning you are?" I hadn't even had time to think about that. I hadn't hardly looked at myself, ever in my life. I thought my face still looked like my past life a little, especially with the same purple eyes. But the straight black hair altered my appearance significantly enough. I really did look like a different she-wolf. I wondered if Ryan thought I were beautiful. His eyes said it, but he had never admitted as much. Still, how should I tell Dylan that no one had? I forced a laugh and said, "Of course. Every day I look into my reflection and tell myself." He laughed much harder than my joke deserved, but I appreciated his demeanor. "Dylan, you are great company," I said. "Perhaps I could even invite you to the Starstream pack to stay for a while. It's not far from here, and there might be a good place to see those herbs." "What about Alpha Ryan?" Dylan asked. "I do not think he likes me." "Oh, he's never especially friendly, but I'm sure I could talk him into it." I wasn't sure that I actually could, but I needed to know more about this herb. "All right, I will take you up on that offer if the Alpha agrees," Dylan said. We finished the feast and kept to lighter topics after that. As I walked back to my tent, I passed Ryan's. I could only imagine his anger when I told him that I'd invited Dylan to stay on Starstream pack territory. I really was going to push his patience on that one. I saw that he still had a candle lit in his tent. I wondered if I should say good night and try to make amends after the day. He'd hardly spoken to me, and I wasn't used to a cold shoulder from him. It was sad to not be on good terms, and I needed his approval to have Dylan come and stay with us. I had earned my place with the Starstream pack. I longed for Ryan's good opinion, and I worried that my actions might have made him feel differently towards me. It bothered me a lot. I didn't want him to not love me, I realized with a twist in my stomach. Tonight would be the best time to make amends. Ryan's POV. I had not enjoyed the feast for even a second. I could not see Dylan Harris's table to make sure he wasn't touching her or acting inappropriately. He seemed like the type. Michael was trying to be friendly. I guess you get your she-wolf after all, since she won. My temper flared. Normally I would know his humor, but instead I grabbed him by the throat. He winced and gagged. I threw him off. "Shut up, Michael," I said. "Don't talk about her. Ever. This whole thing is your fault. If he hadn't insisted that she fight in the games, we wouldn't be here now, and Allison would not be sharing a table with another man. She denied me, and I couldn't stand the idea of her choosing another." "Sorry, Alpha," Michael said, rubbing at his throat with a confused expression. "I'll leave you for now." He disappeared back towards the party. After Michael left, I was alone with all my fury. I walked as close to Dylan's table as I could, and I saw that they were talking very close together, and I raged with jealousy. I was about to go over there and ruin their little dinner, but a few guards stopped me. "This is a private dinner. they said. Private? I fumed. I knew that I could rip both of them apart easily. I wanted to even. I almost did, but I considered that the purpose of this feast was peace between the packs. I imagined that I would make a scene only to have Allison reject me again. She refused to be my mate or admit any love, and that was that. She refused the mate bond that she should know, and so it was left to torture me alone. I trudged away with heavy feet and an even heavier heart. I brooded over not having thought of a reason to prevent her from that Dylan for dinner. She was so insistent. Could she like him? Why? He was the son of an alpha, not even an alpha. He was too outward in his affections. Could she like that? Had I not tried to tell her that I loved her, and she rejected me? I hadn't talked to her all day, too angry and frustrated to know what to say. She was stubborn. I knew that too well after all the training. She would never back down, her tenacity something I truly admired, but in this instance was infuriating. I went to bed early, wanting to sleep to end this nightmare of a day, but I couldn't. I felt like I would lie awake all night wondering what happened at their dinner. Suddenly a breeze hit the flap of my tent. I smelt her. She was standing right outside. Allison's POV. I stood there, not sure how to enter and breach his anger. I wasn't sure how I could explain my reasons for meeting with Dylan and wanting him to come stay on Ryan's territory without seeming like I liked Dylan. That would only cause more problems that I didn't want from Ryan. He was so stubborn and impossible. I thought of him dragging me around and trying to prevent me from Dylan's dinner. Thankfully, I would have no mate or love in this life to control me like that. I wanted to prove him wrong for his actions right then, not wait till morning to do it. I believed he owed me an apology. I wanted Ryan as a friend and ally, not for some controlling pseudo-mate to dictate my actions. That must be why his anger bothered me so much. I stepped up to the door flap and backed away. It seemed so obvious that I was out there. Couldn't he tell? He must still be very angry. If not, he would have already invited me in. And this made me angrier. What did he have to be so mad about? I was the one who should be mad. Maybe he didn't even care anymore, I thought, and it troubled me. How could he do that to me? He said he cared, even that he liked me. Did that mean he got to tell me what I could do? Shouldn't that mean something? I couldn't draw myself away from his tent flap. Ouch! I yelled towards his door, pretending to twist my ankle to see if he would come out. I wanted to see if he still even cared about me. His figure parted the flap. Be more careful. He was scolding as he came to my side. What happened? He wore no shirt, only long and loose pants made of soft fabric. I was rubbing the ankle of my fake injury. He squatted down to take a closer look, moving it around to test the joint. Each of his motions stirred the muscles in his arms to shoulders to back. His body was like a piece of sculpted art. His eyes narrowed at me. I was standing up. So you do still care, I said, not masking my irritation, but slightly moved at how he was checking my ankle. You have funny ways of showing it. He drew back from me, anger in his cold eyes. What does that mean? He eyed me up and down, his exposed torso lifting up and down with his shortened breaths. Could we talk for a minute? I said. About what? How about today? I said. You have no right to order me around. Am I not your alpha now? He spat furiously. You wanted to be part of my pack. While that was true, I refuted. This is more than that, and you know it. You're Sue, he growled. What am I? I'd love to hear what I am. I dared him. We were both raging. I felt like I wanted to rip him apart, and wondered if he felt the same. Apparently, the adrenaline from fighting to the death today still ran through my veins. He rolled his eyes and shook his head at me. All of a sudden, his expression softened a little. He had some version of smirk across his lips, as if he was amused by me. Want to come in? With a tilt of his head, he beckoned me back to his tent. Are you laughing at me now? I said as I charged into his tent, full ready to demand my apology in there. It was large enough to accommodate him comfortably with the bed off to one side. A single candle was lit on the small table next to his bed. In the faint flicking light, the pupils in his eyes dilated as he stared down at me. Even in his agitation, there was that hunger behind his composure that stirred something new in me. In my heated anger, I felt energy charging inside me and between us. I could hardly believe it, and I certainly couldn't admit it. In that candlelight, he looked so sexy, and it felt like perhaps if we just made it and got it over with, then he could get over me and we could just be friends. Could I do that? The surprising thought made me tongue-tied for the first time all night. Sure, I could never act like that. We stared at each other from across the room, but I could feel his body heat, and even imagined him pressing into me like several times during training with that fiery desire burning beneath the surface of his eyes. He seemed to know as if he could ready my thoughts. I quieted my mind, trying to shut any of it and all of it down. His gaze intensified, and he stepped a little closer. You were saying? He said in a quiet and low voice that sent shivers sweeping up through me. You. My mind had gone blank. He stepped closer even. He was only one step away now, leaning over me, looking far too pleased with himself. I was still wary that he only wanted me for my blood, even if he had not forced me to give him any more. So how was your dinner? His gaze drifted away from me for a second before he smiled. Must not have been too interesting if you came to me right after. Suddenly I knew why he was smirking at me like that. He must think that even if I had a dinner with another man tonight, I had left that man to come back to him. He thought that meant something. My crazy anger boiled up again. It was informative. I said it in a way to bother him. Informative how? His nostrils flared a bit. What kind of information? He did not pull away. It doesn't really matter right now, I said. Dinner was unimportant. I considered telling him that I'd invited Dylan to visit Starstream Pack, but I thought I would never get an apology if I did. Surely, your ankle seems fine. Maybe this other guy taught you how to poorly act. He smiled, teasing me as if we were normal. I chuckled in spite of myself. The intensity of his gaze was no longer for anger, and I wondered if I was looking at him in the same way with wide eyes refracting the candlelight. He was leaning over since I had kept close, wanting to feel his body on mine, wanting to rip at his clothes in my rage, and, well, I wasn't quite sure by the fantasies I was trying to subdue kept reappearing. All of a sudden, I felt very nervous. The eye contact seemed too much. What was I doing? I didn't know how to do this. I was not a she-wolf to take a lover when I would never have a mate. Was I? I was just passing by. I wanted an apology, but it seems that you are busy right now, and maybe tomorrow your head will be on right. I was stammering nonsense. He was leaning. I was panicking. Would he kiss me? Did I know how to kiss? So I should leave now, before we kill each other. I was turning away, about to leave, the heart pounding in my chest as if I were in a fight match right now. He interrupted, not letting me finish, saying, "Good night." Taking my arm, he guided me back to him, simultaneously securing the flap of the tent so that no one could open it from the outside. He leaned down, his enormous shoulders molding around me, and kissed me softly on the lips. I had never felt anything like that. I felt weak in the knees, but also wanting more. His large hands pulled my waist into his body, and he kissed me again, more firmly, his lips moving with mine. At first I pushed at him to push him away, but he held tightly. My hands intended to separate us felt up his body, so firm with muscle and strong. I felt so small compared to him. A wave of sensations flooded through me, erasing the anger and resistance. He reached up and touched my breast, and I gasped a little. My whole world felt like it would turn over. There was a pulsing in my body that I'd never felt so strongly before. I could smell his desire on his breath, and I wondered if he could smell mine. The way he folded me into him, I knew that he must. I felt the bulge in his pants. I broke away to look down at it, blushing. I felt so dizzy and confused and warm all at once. "Is it okay?" he asked, tilting my gaze back up at him. "I love you. This would mean so much to me if you allow me to continue. For us to continue with this. I hadn't heard anyone tell me that they loved me like that, and I couldn't love him back. I wasn't sure exactly what this was. I knew he wanted to mate, but my education in my past life was stilted. He might have seen the panic taking over my face. Even if part of me wanted to continue, I was also afraid. "I think it's best if we stop for now," I said, everything in my body wanting to flee before I become too vulnerable. "Good night, Ryan." He put his arms around my waist, and I let him, giving in to him, wanting him so badly, and not knowing what to do about it. I melted into him. He held me tight, whispering into my ear, "Sleep with me tonight. We do not have to do any more than you're comfortable. I promise I won't push it. We can just sleep. I just want to be with you." Despite all my resistance, despite all my determination to not love, I knew I'd fallen for him. The thought terrified me, but then again, I considered what would be the harm if I sleep here one night. It didn't have to mean anything. Ryan's POV. It was the sweetest night of my life, although it was not easy to control my desires. Rupert was raging inside me to mark my mate, and unhappy that I blocked him. Still, as much as I wanted Allison, I never wanted to hurt her or force her to do anything. I was able to sleep after watching Allison fall into peaceful slumber, tucked up beside me, breathing peacefully. Everything about her smelt enticing and delicious. I felt the stirring as we woke up at the same time. We opened our eyes together and looked over at one another. She was smiling, biting her lower lip in an incredibly sexy way. Her straight black hair was messy, and she had little dark patches under her eyes that were endearing. I would have stayed like that all day forever. Even sleeping beside Allison without sex was enough for me, even if I hoped for more when she was ready. I left for a short time to retrieve us a nice breakfast. We ate in bed, reliving the matches of yesterday and how amazing she had done. I ignored the fact that she'd eaten at Dylan Harris's table because she'd come to me after and spent the night with me, so there was a clear winner there. Unfortunately, the calls of duty as the Alpha came to find me, interrupting our moments. Michael came to the tent, peering curiously inside when he heard someone there. He reminded me of all the meetings I had planned today. I sighed. Stepping back inside, I said, "I'm sorry, Allison. I would ignore this to be with you more, but since we're here with all these other pack representatives, I need to meet with a few of them. It's my only chance this year for most." Allison nodded coolly. Even after last night, she still reserved a lot of herself from me. I kissed her on the cheek as she left. Outside the cabin, she passed Michael. His curiosity was appeased with an obvious amount of surprise. I met several other alphas of more modest packs and the representing betas of the larger packs to discuss some trade issues or contracts. My mind felt far away, with memories of Allison dancing right on the edge of my focus. In between meetings, Michael was stepping in. Alpha Ryan, Patrick of Crowalt Pack wants to see you." My fists tensed, turning white. Patrick was Alpha Jacob's beta that was in charge of many errands. I had heard that some members of Crowalt Pack were there, but I was able to successfully avoid them in the last couple of days. I wondered if I might reject his request, as he had not honored me by making an appointment, but the Crowalt Pack had been after me ever since discovering my success after banishment. The fact that I had not died was a problem for them. "Let him in," I said, rising from my chair to allow my full size as Patrick entered the room. Patrick came in, his lanky quick movements energizing the room in the way he did. His wayward eyes were never fully centered. While he was not very old, his coarse hair was prematurely gray with a receding hairline. "I here were to offer you a congratulations on your she-wolf winner yesterday." His tone was dripping in mockery. "I'm surprised the Starstream Pack dares to show their faces at such a respectable event. We're all surprised that you live without the blood." My hackles were rising. I knew that Patrick was there to get a reaction out of me, always seeking to have reason to kill me. The elders had banished me, so my life was protected unless I proved an actual threat to Crowalt Pack. "How did you come across that bitch anyway? Was she another rogue like most of you?" Patrick said. Any insult to Allison was too much. Without a hesitation, I lunged across the room and grabbed him by the throat. That's none of your business. We will not talk as if we're friends. I lifted him a few inches from the floor as he spluttered and gasped for breath. Michael lingered right outside the tent flap, ready in case I needed him. He was about to come in, but I halted him by putting out my other hand and released Patrick from the choke. He was wheezing, holding at his windpipes, but still he said, "It's too bad she didn't get killed. Not like you need another death in your life like your mother. That really was a shame." My blood was like a storm inside me. Rupert was ready to lash out. I punched him in the face. "Did you come here for actual business?" I said. "Or can we end this now?" Patrick cringed from me for a moment, blinking from the bruised eye, his fierce gaze growing a little fearful. "I came to remind you of your place, and what better business do I have?" Patrick mocked. "Do you remember how she died?" Shooting him a warning glare, I was on the verge of losing control. "Do you want to die?" I said. I saw it. It really was a terrible display, the way they pulled out her organs while she still lived. They wrapped her own intestine around her neck to choke her in her own blood. I felt sick as the images flooded into my mind. They had made me watch it, but I was so young. Still, those images once in a while would seep back up to consciousness when provoked like this. I remembered the pain on her face. I remembered calling for Mom, but she was in too much pain to know my voice. I lost it. Even while I kept my form of man, Rupert took over. Punching him in the face again, I also grabbed Patrick and broke his arm in with a single snap of my wrist. He was reeling back, and I shifted, tearing into his face so that he would never say anything like that again. I plunged my fangs into his eyes so that he would never see again. Michael came in, risking his life to intercept me, but it was too late. I had killed the bastard. "Alpha Ryan, stay calm, please. He was doing this to irritate you." Patrick's body went limp, blood seeping from the skin and eyes torn from his skull. I ripped more at his body. Rupert wanted to destroy him forever, to erase any threat to Allison. This man knew I cared about her, and look what they had done to my mother. Michael said, "Think about Allison. You have her now. You need to protect her. Do not let them rob her of your protection." I had been thinking of Allison, but I hadn't been thinking of the greater consequences to us after I'd killed Jacob's beta at the games that were meant for peace between the packs. I relaxed and released my jaws. But Patrick was already dead. Allison's POV. We returned back to the Starstream Pack's territory. I was so pleased to see Donna again, but Ryan disappeared till later that night. I wasn't sure how we would act now that we were back home after spending the night together platonically, especially with Donna around a lot. Ryan returned to his cabin late. His clumsy big feet seemed to trip over a few items and crash around. I got out of my bed and crept into the main room. The smell of alcohol hit me first. "You're drunk?" I said. He grumbled. I teased him. "You know, it's boring to drink alone. Next time, invite me to drink with you." He turned very fast in my direction, also stepping back a bit to catch himself. I had never seen him like this. He came over to me, and before I could react further, one of his large hands came to my face. I expected gentleness, but gripped my head and pressed me firmly into his chest, a rather aggressive form of a hug. I leaned in, hugging around his waist, wondering if he needed my love, wondering if I should tell him about my feelings. I hadn't yet. I breathed in his scent, tainting heavily with the smell of hard alcohol. I held him more tightly, enjoying the moment of me and him together. He had been gone all afternoon, and I had missed him, thinking all day about our night sleeping together before. More unspoken words that I could not admit. Something was bothering him. I could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat was faster than it should have been. He seemed to want to kiss me, but his breath was foul, and there was something really off about the look in his eyes. "Ryan, what's—" I was pulling back. Suddenly he gripped my jaw. His hand was large enough to cut my whole face. He forced me to look at him. His eyes were cold and hungry. He was so powerful, but it was rude and it hurt. I wanted to whine, but I looked kindly into his crazed eyes instead. I felt sure he couldn't mean to be so rough. What kind of expression was this? There was a desperate craze boiling in his eyes. I'd seen that before, but there was more this time. There was sadness and hurt. I wondered if the sadness had anything to do with me. I softened my expression, sure that I could reason with him, but he put more force into his grip. He was panting like he might shift, as if his wolf might take control and devour me. "Ryan," I cried out to him. "You're hurting me." It was the one thing he promised he never wanted to do. How could he not see that I was becoming scared? Those words reached him. The tautness of his body released me. He stepped back, still clumsy and drunk. I retreated back from him, putting a table between us, trying to remain calm because I felt like I knew him enough that he wouldn't actually hurt me, but at the same time wary of betrayal. "I'm sorry." Ryan put his hand over his face and rubbed his eyes. His voice came out with so much pain that it shocked me. I never want that. He was turning back towards the door to leave. Even if he scared me, despite myself, I rushed to him. I wanted to share my warmness, make him feel better, but what could I do? "Are you sick again? Do you need my blood? Do you want to talk? I know that something is wrong. This isn't you." Ryan shook his head and moved my arm away from him. He left anyway. I stood at the doorway, wondering where he'd go this time of night. For a second, I considered following him, but that might cause more problems. I felt distrusted, abandoned, and isolated. The sound of nighttime was hollow outside the cabin, with the whole pack sleeping and only the sound of distant crickets and frogs chirping. I closed the door slowly, standing in the dark room, dazed and confused at all the emotions. He had rejected my help like he didn't even want me anymore. Why was he so angry and sad? Could it all have to do with me, or was there something more? I realized I didn't know him as well as I thought I did, and I was surprised that it made me want to know him more. I wanted to understand him. I had been so cold to him every time he'd been warm. Surely it had to do with that. And now he was cold with me. What if I couldn't fix it? What if this would be how things were now, and it was all my fault because I couldn't just tell him that I even liked him? The thought scared me. I had fallen for him more than I wanted to. I slunk to the floor, completely alone. I would be alone like this forever, like in the prison I was forced into in my last life without the warmth of love. And now, I'd done it to myself. I had ruined everything. I just knew it. If only I had shown more affection and offered him some of my blood sooner before he was so desperate and aggressive, then I wouldn't be here like this. I was convinced it was all my fault. Everything all right? Donna must have woken up. She was peering into the main room of the cabin from her little adjacent sleeping quarters. It was dark, so I knew she wouldn't see the tears in my eyes, although she could probably smell them. Yeah, it was just a nightmare, I said, trying to not sound as shaky as I felt. It wasn't even really a lie. I'll be okay. That felt more like a lie. Tears were falling down my cheek. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me, I said, losing composure in my voice. There were so many meanings to that statement. So many things wrong with me. I felt bitter resentment towards my past life again, and everyone who had ever done me wrong. It was all their fault I was like this. It was their fault I didn't know how to love normally, and now I might have lost Ryan's love. Donna rushed to me, embracing me with a gentle, tight squeeze. She tucked her head into my shoulder, and I felt like a small child weeping with her mother. It's all right, just give him some time, Donna said. The next morning, I looked in my mirror, seeing my eyes all puffy and swollen from tears the night before. It felt like a distant memory that still hurt. I wondered how such a stupid thing could hurt so much after the torture and imprisonment of my last life, but it still did. There was a slight bruise on my jaw. Donna knocked on my door. Dear, how are you this morning? I'm better, I said, not really believing it, as I looked at my sad, pouty face in the mirror, the purple eyes a lot less pretty with how bloodshot they were beneath the swollen lids. Come have breakfast with us, she invited sweetly. Us? Was Ryan back? I fumbled for my brush. It's just Michael and I this morning. Alpha Ryan stopped by, but he said he wouldn't be back for lunch or dinner. She sang sweetly. He seemed to be okay though, just preoccupied with something. My spirits darkened. While I wasn't eager for him to see my tear-ravaged face this morning, I had wanted to reconcile or interact or know that it would be okay. I became angry. How should I know that we were going to be fine if he avoided me? After being rough with me last night and then leaving, he should have come to see me. I would not feel better till we interacted and I knew it was all back to normal. I asked Donna as I exited my room. Did Alpha Ryan say anything about me? She brushed a strand of hair from my face, looking so sympathetic to my pathetic face that indicated obvious crying all night. He stood outside for a while, but didn't come in. I asked if he wanted me to wake you up, but he wouldn't permit it. Oh, I said bitterly, slumping at the breakfast table, grabbing some bread and shoving a large piece into my mouth. Michael was sitting across from me with a full plate. He'd stopped to stare at me. What? I challenged him. Is there something wrong with my face? Allison's POV. With a twisted smile, he said, yes, you look awful, and then he buttered his bread. Hey, I sputtered through a full mouth, throwing what bread remained in my hand at him, but I knew it was true. I didn't know if it was because of exhaustion or sadness causing my mind to flip over, but it seemed so funny all of a sudden, and we both laughed. Donna was sitting down then. Now let's get along, children. While her tone was sharp, it was all for the joke of the moment. She was pleased to hear less hostility from Michael, even if he was mocking my pain. It was more playful. I spent the day helping Donna. Michael was outside doing his chores about town, but he planned to return for dinner. I pined for Ryan, hoping that even though he told Donna he would not be back for dinner, that he would show up. I cooked with her, learning her skills, preparing as if he might eat what we made. I wanted to know what kept him away, what he was hiding from me, or if he didn't love me anymore. I could not be certain without seeing him, so his avoidance really upset me. Each hour went by slowly, as I relived every moment of the night before in my mind, wondering if I had said or done anything differently. Perhaps it would have turned out better. We finally sat down to the feast that Donna had worked on all afternoon. From one of his errands, Michael brought back many bottles of wine for Ryan, but the three of us determined together that he wouldn't mind if we enjoyed a bottle or two of the new supply. It was nice, despite my bitter mood and worrying all day. Michael and Donna seemed especially jolly, perhaps to offset my quiet sulking. With a cup full of wine, I kept sipping till I became a little happier. I ate the delicious food and tried my best not to think about Ryan, but I still hoped that he would show up. Michael looked between us. So now that I have both of you a little tipsy, I want to know the deepest desires of your heart. Donna chuckled at the question, her face flushing from the wine. My head was already spinning. I couldn't say revenge, at least I still knew that. I told them, I want to be the strongest. No, that doesn't count. We already knew that, Michael refuted. I mean from the heart, not just cold ambition. Oh, like you're a man of the heart now, I said. Donna interjected. My greatest desire is to help those I love and do what I can for them. She was looking at us fondly. I never had children of my own, but I care so much for you three. Even Alpha Ryan, as tough as he is, I've seen him since he was pretty young grow into this tower of strength, and I'm so proud of him. It was so sweet, I had to get up and hug her. Michael, your turn, I insisted. But you didn't really answer the question, he said. After Donna's amazing outlook, any of my thoughts seemed superficial and cold. I didn't want to share the truth either. I certainly couldn't admit that I wanted Ryan's love when I had only just admitted it to myself, and not even to Ryan. You go, I insisted, handing him the bottle of wine to refill his glass. Donna, you never should have gone first, Michael said to her, mirroring my thoughts exactly. You make us look bad. Oh please, she was blushing. I didn't mean to do that. Just be yourself, that's all I want. I went first, technically, I said. It didn't count, he said. It did, I said. He ignored me, his face turning thoughtful as he considered how to admit what he was thinking. The greatest desire of my heart is that the Starstream pack becomes as strong as possible, that others might know our name and place among the best. I realized then why Ryan trusted Michael so much. Even though he was a bit antagonizing, he really thought of the group above himself. He said to me, "Don't look so surprised. It's your turn now. A real answer this time, from your heart." I could feel my heart beating in my chest from the pressure. I hated admitting anything sentimental. Even listening to them made me a little uncomfortable, as my greatest desire was cruel, to take revenge and kill my sister and the mate I should have had. All the truths I could never admit to anyone. I must have paused a long time. Donna said, "Oh, don't pressure her, Michael. It's only fun to a point." She said what she would. I was pouring myself another glass of wine, taking a big swig. Even in my drunken state, I knew better than to admit my past life to them. I didn't want them to think terrible of me, and I feared their rejection too. My greatest desire is... I let them lean in as if I would actually confess. Sleep. I couldn't sleep last night and I'm so tired. It was true. My eyes ached and my head was pounding now. I giggled at the humor in it, especially Michael's disdain for my joke. "You do look like you could use some rest. Perhaps we should all go to bed. It is getting late," Donna said. I gazed sadly at the motionless door. I went to my room, head pulsing with the raging headache. I desperately needed to close my eyes. I was thirsty for water but too tired to get any. I wasn't sure how much time passed as I slipped in and out of sleep. Ryan walked in. Like a savior, he held a cup of water and let me drink it. He put his hand to my forehead, being so gentle and caring that I wondered if this were just a sweet dream. Everything was foggy. I grabbed at his shirt and pulled him to me. I kissed him aggressively, wanting him. "Why are you pushing me away?" I complained. He stood up, buttoning his shirt back up, trying to settle himself with a deep breath. "Don't you love me? You said that you did. Was it a lie? Why have you been gone? Why were you like that the other night?" My drunken love was fast turning to anger as I felt rejected again. "I do love you, but you need water," he said quietly. "You should sleep this off." High expression was hazy in my mind, like I couldn't focus on him, but his words soothed me. "You better not have lied to me," I muttered. "I could never forgive you." I drank the rest of the water. He laid me back down and put the covers over me. He was close. I wanted to climb on top of him again. I wanted to find out what it would feel like to both want each other, and find out what mating was. It was my deepest desire. I reached up to unbutton his shirt again. He laughed a little under his breath, but pulled it away. I pouted with disappointment. He leaned down, kissed my neck lightly. Ripples of pleasure flushed through my body. But then, instead of more, he whispered in my ear, "Just sleep, Allison. I don't want our first time together to be when you're drunk." I wanted to complain that I was not too drunk, but I could not even focus on his face. I was too dizzy to lift my head again. He planted a soft kiss on my lips. Laying down beside me, he cuddled me into slumber. I felt calm, and with my head still spinning, I fell asleep. Allison's POV. He was snoring slightly when I woke up. My head still hurt. I gazed around my room, surprised at first to see Ryan sleeping next to me the next morning. Then I remembered last night how much I'd wanted him and pulled him into my bed. My face flushed with embarrassment. I knew that I was drunk, but at the same time couldn't believe that I'd been so forward, and Ryan had calmed me and made me sleep. I wondered what he thought of me now. I looked down at his face, so peaceful with his eyes closed. He had gorgeous eyelashes, thick, long, and dark. They fluttered as he opened his eyelids, revealing flashes of the bright tawny of his eyes. He sat up abruptly, awaking as if surprised too, but then his expression softened at me. "How do you feel this morning? Better?" he asked, reaching out to stroke my face, his hand falling to the base of my neck. The intensity of his gaze was burrowing into mine till I looked down at the sheets covering my legs. "I was pretty drunk last night, wasn't I?" I said, barely hiding my embarrassment. I wanted to pretend like it had never happened and hope that he'd comply and not bring up any of what I'd done. "Yup, you were." His eyes were fixated on me, even though I would not meet them at first. His scruffy dark brown hair was messed up behind his head, making this enormous and normally intimidating man look almost adorable. I didn't mind it though. He smiled at me as if we had some secret together. But nothing had happened yet, except that I'd thrown myself at him and nothing had happened. I sighed, my arms drooping around me like heavy weights. "Is your headache better?" he said, responding to my wilting. "Mostly. I need some water." I had hardly said it when he was gone to the kitchen to retrieve me a glass of water. He placed it on the nightstand beside me and leapt playfully back into bed. "Why are you so happy this morning?" I squinted at him. My head soothed almost immediately as I gulped down the water. He shrugged one shoulder, still watching at me warmly. I examined the scar down the right side of his face to his neck. "How did you get your scar?" It reminded me for a moment of my past life and all the scars I'd once had. I reached out and touched it. He leaned into my hand with pleasure, and I wrapped both arms up around his head and ran my fingers through his hair. I did not learn how he got his scar that day. Instead of responding to my words, he responded to my touch. After I felt up and around his head, my hand seemed to pull him towards me, or maybe he moved towards me and I never let him go. Soon, with both my hands wrapped around his neck, his body was over mine. He kissed me gently. My urgent need for him surged up to the surface again like last night. Except now, the world was not spinning with alcohol, and I could think. It wasn't so great to think as I worried that I would do something wrong again, how I might look in the morning, and even what he thought of me. As if he could sense the disquiet of my mind, he kissed my neck and whispered into my ear, "Do you still want me? Is this okay? Yes, I gasped a little as he trailed his kisses down my collarbone and moved my shirt aside to suck at my breasts. My body was a whirlwind of sensations. My mind gave into it and erased all the worries. I got caught up in the moment. He came back up and looked me in the eyes, curiously. It seemed like a good time to tell him how I feel, but the words were caught in my throat. Maybe I could tell him without words. I leaned up and kissed him, with my arms around his neck. I pulled him closer. Remembering last night, I reached up his shirt, my hands drawing over sculpted abs and muscular arms. He accepted my embrace, pressing himself further onto me. His weight made me feel like I was safe in a fortress. Ryan, I want to be with you, forever, I said, hardly believing how happy I felt, hardly remembering who I was or my purpose. In that moment, even sweet revenge seemed like it would pale in comparison to this. He was still sleepy, but he opened his eyes a little to gaze at me. His lips were curved upwards in a happy smile like I'd never seen before, that radiated from his usually bedraggled and strained face. His eyes were rich, tawny and amber like yellow fire. His neck was thick and masculine, with veins revealing all over the muscles of his body. I marveled at how large his arms and shoulders were, and how safe and small they made me feel. My small hand was folded into his large hands. I admired the width of his forearms. Even the stretch between his hands and his elbows were sexy. Everything about him was so attractive. I didn't think I could find a single inch of him that wasn't incredible. Suddenly, he flinched, and his body was heating up. I could feel on my arm closest to him. His forehead was glistening with sweat. His softened eyes burned with hunger. And it was not for my body this time. I realized it had to be for my blood. Gazing down between my legs, there was a small dot of blood staining the bedsheets. Now that he was fully awake, the smell must be driving him wild. Ryan, are you all right? I felt his scorching face. His skin was sticky from sweat. He took my hand, his fingers wrapping into mine, squeezing. He stared at me like a cold predator, so contrary to moments before. My heart started to pound, urgent, like it wanted to escape. He was bloodthirsty. He leaned over and kissed me. I put my arms around his neck, my body beginning to pulse again with memories from earlier this morning, but he was much rougher this time. I closed my eyes as he kissed me and bit gently on my lip. I wondered if he wanted to bite hard enough at my lip or tongue to draw blood. But he didn't bite me hard enough, and I grew absorbed in his kiss. I wrapped my legs around his torso as he began pumping on top of me. I could feel him reaching for something on the nightstand. I peered over, but he moved too quickly. When he let go of me, he leaned back. Calmness had returned to his eyes. There was something around my neck that he'd managed to place there. I felt at it. That's my apology for the other night. I'm so sorry. That was really wrong of me to be so rough with you. He smiled, pointing towards the mirror across the room so that I might go take a look. I got up to look in the mirror. Around my neck was a beautiful necklace with an elegant white gold chain and pendant shaped like a wolf's face, with 2 amethysts for eyes to match the color of my eyes. I touched it lightly as if afraid that I could break it or that it would disappear. It had been forever since I'd gotten a gift, and never anything like this. I was thrilled. It was so special to me because it was from him. I love it, I said, the words about the gift so much easier than confessing my love to Ryan. I will cherish it always, forever. I climbed back onto the bed and kissed him passionately. My heart was warm and I wanted to give him something too. But what did I have? Are you sure that you don't want some blood? It would help you. I want you to have some. I thought of when he licked the virgin blood from my fingers and how his body grew strong. I knew enough that it would not happen again. It was just for my first time. Ryan was shaking his head. I don't want to hurt you, and that can't be good for you. I want to help you. I want you to live as long as possible, I said, tucking my body up to him. I gazed up at his eyes. I'm so sorry about the other night. I can't believe myself sometimes. It was really bad. I couldn't forgive myself. That's why I stayed away. My family and my life are very complicated. I was worried about getting you into trouble, and I lashed out. I was worried about a lot that wasn't your fault, and that is my fault. I remembered him grabbing my jaw and them abandoning me. Tears were in my eyes, not from the memory, but from his heartfelt apology. I remembered the pain in his eyes that night and how so much seemed to bother him, even if I fretted that it might have everything to do with me. His apology confirmed that there was a lot going on inside him. I forgive you, I said, and then in a more teasing tone, but don't do it again. Never, he kissed me. I added, I know you have complications, but I'm not afraid. Trust me, if you think back to how you found me, I also have a complicated life. More than I was wanting to admit right then. He nodded. We do understand each other. Yes, I whispered. The other night I was so drunk. When I saw you, it was hard to control myself. Because of your blood, you could save me. But you could also save Jacob and the family I hate. I should have controlled myself. It's okay. Maybe don't get so drunk next time. I won't either. It seems we both lose some control when we're drunk. I blushed. He chuckled. Yeah, except it was great when you were drunk. Very cute. Cute? I smiled, leaning into the joke. But there were more serious topics he'd brought up, so I responded to his apology. If you only knew what I've been through, you'd know I'm on your side. I'm with you, even if we both die. You can't give up on me. You can't regret it. We are both dealing with a lot. Shh, please don't tell me that you'll die. I can't stand that thought. He said, I wish you'd tell me what you've been through. I thought of the horrors of my past life and the moon goddess sending me back for revenge. You have me. Unlike the Jacob or the other Alexanders, you have me with the purest blood if only you'd allow it for yourself. I will feed you. You will be stronger and live longer. I won't let you die. Don't be stubborn. I couldn't imagine life without him. I didn't want to, especially not after this morning. Even with revenge, life without him would not be worth living. You know that you still have a chance to leave and find a simpler path, he said. Choose a less complicated life. I wouldn't blame you. He had no idea the irony in his words and how complicated my life already was. Never, I said, squeezing his hand in mine. Third person's pav. Back at the Crowalt pack, a parrot swooped down to an old man. Elder Fritz extended his arm to receive the bird. Snapper, have you seen him? The man asked in a gravelly voice. He peered at the bird on his forearm over a knobby nose and small spectacles. The parrot repeated, I'm good. I'm good. He stroked the bird's head and beak. Yes, you are a very good bird. Snapper rubbed his head up and down, enjoying the praise and pets. There was a small capsule tied to his leg, and Elder Fritz carefully removed it from the ties, opened it, and retrieved a small note. As he unrolled it, his face grew red. Nonsense! Alpha Jacob is out of line! He yelled, his voice echoing into the depths of the large mansion. Behind him, he heard a faint shuffle. Turning to look, a familiar face peered around the open door. Her long golden brown hair was curled at the ends, pulled back at the top from her freckled face and bright inquisitive green eyes. Grandpa, why are you angry? Her little voice still sounded younger than her 17 years. Stephanie, would you go request Alpha Jacob's presence for me? He thought the girl could soften Jacob a bit before Fritz intended to interrogate him. Sure, Stephanie said. Did you get any message about Ryan? Elder Fritz sighed, patting her head a little. He said, he's fine. When Stephanie was little, she had a terrible crush on Ryan before he was banished from the pack, and she hadn't forgotten in all these years. Even if she had only been 7 years old when Ryan left. She showed a wild smile, her perfect teeth indicating her good health and status. She turned and traipsed lightly out of the door, the motion of her feet and sweep of her hair graceful like a dancer. Elder Fritz was incredibly proud of his granddaughter, almost to the point he forgot that he was angry. Then he waited, as expected, when requesting the presence of the Alpha. It took only a few hours, not as bad as it could be, before he could hear the servants scuttling around outside his door. He saw that they were bowing, the bend in the shadows as a large figure passed by them. One servant who had been tending to Elder Fritz's aching feet leapt up when Jacob appeared at the doorway. The servant bowed low, proclaiming Alpha, and scuttled away. Alpha Jacob was in his mid-20s, and he had been the Alpha for a fair number of years already, chosen by the elders as having the greatest talent amongst the Alexanders. He had a slyness to his countenance that Fritz had always distrusted. You requested me, Elder Fritz, Jacob said. His voice was not as low as one would expect for a large male with broad shoulders and perfect posture. He carried his head proud, reaching to the full extent of his height, and always seemed to look down over his sharp nose and piercing mahogany eyes. How are you doing of late? Fine, except I heard some concerning news. Elder Fritz tried to stand a little taller. His bent frame made him much shorter and more withered than the Alpha. He was feeling his age, and trying to remain firm and unintimidated. You are the most talented of your generation. During these past years, I and the clan were doing our best to support your leadership, guide you, make you into the best Alpha you could be. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Yes, I appreciate the elder's support, he said without any gratitude in his tone. How many years do you think you could live? Jacob smirked a little. It's hard to say, but I might live longer than other Alexanders with talents. Elder Fritz paused at this strange, rather ambitious claim, but then again, Jacob was talented with the witch's ability. He could see the past and predict the future. While it was usually foggy for oneself, had he seen a glimpse of some detail he had never shared with the elders? No one can know or predict your lifespan. The old man continued, wanting to put Jacob in his place a little. Your grandfather died at 38 years old. Your uncle who lived the longest was 41, while your dad without talents still lives and he is over 60 years old. The higher the gifts, the shorter the life. That's your fate, the fate of Clan Alexander. Jacob waved his hand dismissively. I know all this. His voice was cold as ice. Elder Fritz, no need to delay telling me what this is really about. What do you want? You called me for a reason. Every talent is a gift from the moon goddess. Every gifted man is a gem to Clan Alexander and to the Crowalt pack. We spend a lot to nourish them, and as you know, they endure unimaginable pain and torture to become one. With our gifts, Crowalt pack continues to be the strongest pack in all the lands. That is why we chose to keep Ryan alive. Pure disdain overtook Jacob's face. His lips tightened. And so? Why do you bring up the incestuous bastard? He is no matter to me. I've heard from reliable sources that you've taken a concern with him, and you have no right to do so. He is a gem. He is more powerful than you can imagine. Use your talents to see what could happen. Jacob said, if I see anything, it's a problem. Ryan is a problem. Don't you or your father or your blasted she-wolf wife dare to touch Ryan or meddle with him. He's so much more powerful than you could imagine. I don't want to see our pack destroyed because you get greedy. Fire burned in Jacob's eyes. He glared at the elder, let out a long breath, and left without a response. Elder Fritz turned back towards the shadows in his room. While he was much older and slighter, he had seen a lot in his life, including many alphas. Jacob was the best choice for his talents, but there was something about him that rubbed Fritz the wrong way. Allison's POV. One morning, Ryan had already gone off on some alpha duties with Michael, and I was home alone. Even Donna had left to retrieve some meat order from the butcher. I hadn't thought of Dylan in a while. In fact, with all going on between Ryan and I, the fight game seemed like a distant past. I had almost forgotten about Dylan and those herbs for a few days. But finally, I remembered that I'd invited Dylan to visit, and I had not yet told Ryan about it either. I also had not heard from Dylan, so whether he'd take me up on the offer remained to be seen. I wondered about those herbs, and definitely couldn't wait to learn more. Secretly, I considered that they could also help me give blood to Ryan, if only he would accept it. I was sitting in the main room for a while before it dawned on me that I could go out by myself and look a bit in the woods for herbs. I wasn't quite sure what they looked like, but after drinking that tea so often in my past life, I was certain that I could recognize the scent. I thought of Ryan and his disapproval. I knew without asking he would not like the idea of me wandering alone off in the woods, especially without telling a single soul. But even Donna was gone, so there was no one to tell, and I grew impatient. I was sure that I would be fine out there. I could take care of myself. The woods were lovely. Sunbeams trailed down through the trees in long streaks of light. Birds sang around me. The world smelled of moss, dew, and dirt. It was fresh and alive out there, and I wondered that I'd been so hesitant to go out before. I thought of my childhood when I used to play out in the forest. Jennifer and I would play together all the time. We fought a lot too. It was too hard to remember even one sweet moment when they were all tainted by her betrayal of me. I remembered one time when we fought over a stupid stick. She determined that it was better than any other, even though it was just a stick and I'd found it. In the end, I gave it up to her, angry that she'd made such a big fight about it. When I was 12, I felt old enough for a lot, but looking back, I was just a child then. I could have still played out in the woods with friends for a few more years, but that was taken away from me. My childhood felt like 2 lifetimes ago instead of 1. Sometimes it felt like I was actually on my 3rd life. I meant to do things better. I would stay in control and safe with Ryan. Eventually, I would tell him of my past, but it was even harder to explain than his was to me. Did I trust him? I might have started to trust him. I loved him more than myself even, and he felt the same for me. But the vulnerability of that scared me too much to admit it to him. The breeze hit me. I was free. Life seemed good now. I still wanted my revenge, but I could enjoy a few moments in this new life. I had been so determined not to have a mate. Was Ryan? No, he was not a mate. I reaffirmed, as if that would prevent him from betraying me. My cheeks grew warm as I thought of all our lovemaking. Since we'd started, we'd hardly been able to stop. Unfortunately, the call of duty beckoned him away from me daily. I was already looking forward to the night, and grateful I'd found a preoccupation to pass the time. I traipsed through the forest, my mind in pleasant places. I smelt some plants, but did not find any of that herb. Suddenly, I heard a branch snap. I paused. Hello? Someone was there. I whirled around, aware how far I had wandered from Ryan's cabin and any sight of Starstream Pack. Would anyone hear me if I screamed? My voice was caught in my throat like a bad dream. No, I calmed myself with a deep breath. I unclenched my fists, determined that I had to be panicking for no reason. Another noise drew my attention to the other side of me. Hello, Ryan, Michael, I said. Perhaps they were scouting. Michael, if this is your idea of a joke, this isn't funny. At all. I was backing away from where the noise had originated. My nostrils were filling with air. Ariana took grip of me. I shifted to flee fast towards home. It's her, I heard someone say. My ears were pricked. As Ariana, the smell of many strangers overwhelmed my senses. I turned fast to flee. As I spun, men grabbed me by the neck. I snarled and lashed out at them, but they had surprised me. One had already grabbed my head and neck. The other placed a wet cloth over my nose. The dreaded, revolting smell of wolfsbane flooded into me. I lurched in pain, my senses shredded by the awful nightmare of my past. My body wrenched forcefully back to human form. There were 4 men, 1 for each limb, tying my arms and legs. They had a small donkey pulling a wooden trunk on wheels, and they chucked me inside it. My body landed like a dead weight on the hard wooden capsule. I screamed, but they had already stuffed fabric in my mouth. Tears were streaming down my face. No one could hear me. No one even knew where I'd gone. I was so stupid. What would Ryan think? That I'd left him? Would he suspect that someone took me? How could he know? Ryan? I thought desperately, my heart aching to lose him. Panic raged inside me that I would be imprisoned and tortured again in this new life. My worst fear had manifested. I was screaming at them, but my voice was muffled. So the words, "Let me go, who are you?" were incoherent. They could not know who I was, or rather who I had been. So what could they want? Did it have anything to do with Ryan's past? I squirmed and struggled, and finally, one of the brutish men came over, lifted his hand and knocked me out. Ryan's POV. I smelled them. There were Crowalt Pack members on my territory. They'd found where Starstream Pack resided after all these years. Michael and I had been chasing their scent all day, but I was on the edge of my territory. I had found no one in reality, but I had seen them through the witch's ability. I knew they were here somewhere. Michael and I were covering a lot of ground as wolves. We split up occasionally, communicating through mind images to keep in touch. He had not seen anyone either, but he also smelt them. He was the only one in the pack who knew about my indiscretions. I knew to expect trouble after killing Jacob's beta a few days ago. I had tried to ignore it after lashing out at Allison, while I relished our sweet moments together. This reality hung forever on the back of my mind. I only felt reassured that I knew she was safe at home. Suddenly, as we were out scouting, I sensed Allison's distress. Something was terribly wrong, and I signaled to Michael that we return home immediately. Running as quickly as possible, I panted, and the wind burned at my lungs. We shifted back to human form as soon as we saw the cabin. Allison? I was calling, expecting her to appear to reassure me, but her scent seemed too faint. Donna? I ripped the door nearly off its hinges. Donna was inside alone. My abrupt entrance surprised her, and she nearly threw the food in her hands onto the floor. Oh my, Alpha, what is wrong? Where's Allison? I raged. I don't know. I came back and she was gone. I don't know where she went, but I was hoping she'd be back soon. Donna looked terrified as her general optimism turned to terror. Is she gone? Oh no, I'm sorry, I thought she must have just stepped out for a little while. Donna was crying. I was ripping apart the cabin as if she could be hiding in there, turning over tables and ripping apart the bedding. Then I ran back outside, my nose to the wind. I allowed Rupert to take control and smelt for her scent. It lingered faintly, but I saw tracks towards the forest. Michael was behind me, but I growled for him to stay put in case she came back. He could let me know. I trotted out, following her scent and her tracks into the forest. Stupid girl. What was she thinking wandering around all alone like this? I was angry, but mostly scared for her, especially since I knew Crowalt pack members had been sneaking onto my territory. Why hadn't I told her that? If I had told her, maybe she wouldn't have been stupid about it. I blamed myself. I ran fast towards her scent. Then, I smelt someone else very familiar, but I wasn't sure where I knew him from. I veered off a little, knowing it was no member of my pack and that I should check it out. Dylan Harris was walking on the road through the forest towards Starstream Pack. He had a little entourage of servants with him, and a carriage full of items. What the fuck are you doing here? I shifted painfully back to my man form, entering the clearing, heated anger surging inside me. I wanted to kill him, but he was going in the wrong direction to be Allison's kidnapper. Dylan looked taken aback to see me coming at him from the forest, my fists clenched, ready to fight, my eyes bulging with anger. I've come for my visit, Dylan said. You're what? I was shocked. What did he mean by this? Visit? I never invited you. Allison invited me, Dylan said. He was smartly putting the carriage between us in response to my aggression, with his hands up in surrender. He smiled nervously, although more to appease me in my hostility. Under my breath, I cursed. How could she do that? Why did she? If I hadn't been so worried about her, I might have been much angrier. I don't have time to deal with this now, but you're not welcome here, I said, turning. I have to find Allison. Dylan was leaping around the carriage to follow me. What do you mean find Allison? She's missing, and I need to find her. Let me help you, Dylan said. I growled. I don't want your help. I don't have time to babysit you. I don't want any trouble with you, I promise, but let me help. Dylan was saying, still taken aback by my severity. Since I'd left Michael at the cabin, I realized two could cover more ground than just one. Allison's safety was more important than my pride for the moment. Okay, if you can keep up, I said, and I shifted. Dylan shifted behind me, and as wolves we searched the forest for signs of Allison. He was surprisingly more agile and quick than he looked, and I was grateful that I'd allowed him to help the moment I heard him howl. He'd found something. I sprinted towards where he'd indicated. He was signaling me in a direction, but I was already ahead of him. Allison's scent was stronger here. There were footprints. They'd taken her from this point. I could smell her distress, and my body raged with fury. I would kill whoever did this to my mate. No question. We ran our full wolf strides, carrying us quickly. I could run like that all day if it were to bring me closer to Allison. I barely felt the full length of my strides and my beating heart. Dylan kept up, but his breathing seemed more demanding. There was something off with her smell, and I worried at what they'd done to her. I remembered that first day I'd found her, and that faint trace of wolf's bane on her breath. I signaled to Dylan to hurry, and I mustered more strength to pick up the pace. He struggled and fell a little behind. Up ahead, I saw them. There was a troop of men that walked around a strange wheeled capsule pulled by a donkey. They had another small wagon with them as well. I counted at least 10 of them when we arrived. I did not hesitate. I knew Allison was with them because I could smell her presence. I ripped into the throat of the first man I came upon, and I already killed 3 before the others realized what was happening. A few had shifted to fight. I saw at least one flee. I snapped the neck of one wolf. 2 men with knives came at me, and in my fury, I couldn't even feel the pain when they stabbed me. The man grabbed my fur as I tore back at his throat. Soft human flesh was too easy to rip apart. Another wolf was on my neck as I killed the man. He was strong enough to do damage, but Dylan arrived at the same moment. His jaws clamped down on the enemy's back while he tried to rip out my throat. Dylan's attack caused him to flinch, and I ripped his insides apart from his abdomen in the next moment. I saw another one of them flee for his life into the forest. 8 dead bodies lay around us, and I was sure at least 2 had escaped me. If circumstances had been different, I would have hunted them each down one by one to make sure they were all dead. Dylan was huffing beside me. He hadn't even killed one of them, only helping out one time. "Where is Allison?" was all I could think. "I'm over here, Ryan," I heard her, Allison's POV. I woke up with a terrible headache. The strange sway of the wheeled cart where they'd thrown my body bumped over rocks. The wolf's bane still had effect, so I was too weak to shift. My whole body shook in terror, thinking of all the traumas of my past life and how these men could be delivering me to a similar fate. Had they discovered who I was? How could they? I had told no one. My whole body ached, burned, and itched. The low quality of the wolf's bane they'd dosed me with was causing a reaction in me that I hadn't even experienced in my past life. I sat up a little, but the capsule had a cover with slits in the wood that I could peek out. A group of men paraded around me, carrying knives. They were laughing and joking. My blurred mind tried to grasp what they were saying. "That was much easier than expected," one of the men guffawed. "We will get rewards for this." Rewards for what? What did they want with me? Who had sent them? I pounded my fist on the capsule. "Who are you? Let me out of here." "Oh, you're awake," another voice taunted. "Keep quiet or I'll knock you out again." "You'll be sorry if you don't let me out," I screamed, wishing I had the power to rip apart their cage for me and tear them all. Ryan, I thought, please find me. "You and what army?" They all laughed at me, totally unthreatened. "He'll come for me," I said, infuriated by their dismissive jabs. "Who? Some god will come to smite us down? We've been traveling a long way. There's no way anyone could find us this fast," they said. "Just shut up or we'll shut you up." I watched what I could of the forest passing. The time went by. No one would answer my questions, and I worried that if I didn't keep quiet, they might throw in more wolf's bane or something else to hurt me. I wanted to stay conscious. The experience resonated with my previous life. I felt betrayed by the moon goddess again. especially if I would end up a prisoner or pawn in someone else's plan again. Even though I'd threatened that Ryan would come, I didn't know that he would. Still, I hoped he could find me. Why had I left Ryan's cabin alone like I did? I thought I'd be fine, but obviously it had not worked out in my favor. I never should have done that. And by not telling anyone, I would have made it even harder for anyone to save me. All of a sudden, I heard one of the men gasp and grunt in pain. There was a low snarl that I recognized. Ryan had come. I peered out of the capsule. I had never seen anyone fiercer and more terrifying than Ryan's wolf Rupert. He killed 3 men almost without effort. His enormous wolf form tore into them, snapping their necks as if they were limp little rabbits. Rupert, Ryan's wolf, was a savage. He appeared at least twice the size of an average wolf, with dense dark gray fur that spiked on top of his outline. His long nose held fangs that looked as large as small knives. Even from there, I could see flashes of his wild, tawny eyes. I was transfixed by his cold-blooded killing. Only once did another wolf catch him, but someone else was there to prevent any harm before Ryan could kill him. I couldn't see too well, but I assumed he'd brought Michael with him. I had never been happier to see anyone before this moment. He had come, he had killed them all. I was in a bit of a daze, as if it were a dream where I was only a spectator. Ryan shifted back to a man. He was looking around at the mangled corpses surrounding him, his frantic gaze searching. Finally I shouted, "I'm over here. Ryan." I was crying with relief. I thought they had caught me, and they would torture me soon. "In here." I pounded on the capsule walls. Ryan was on the capsule. With his bare hands he grappled the corners and broke the wood to splinters. I was able to sit up all the way. He reached in and grabbed me into a tight embrace, simultaneously pulling me out of my small prison. I was crying harder with relief and happiness. At the same time, my hold on him felt weak due to the state I was in after the mistreatment. My head still pounded from being knocked out, and my body was reacting really badly to the wolf's bane, even worse than in my past life. His counterpart was standing behind me. I turned to acknowledge him briefly, expecting to see Michael. I was shocked to see Dylan Harris standing there a little awkwardly. He was breathing hard like they'd been sprinting. I'm still trying to catch my breath. He put up a single finger. "Give me a minute, and I'll greet you properly." "Dylan, what are you?" I was stunned, but Ryan pulled me back to face him again, hugging me as if he could not let me go. I leaned into him, allowing him this moment. With my head tucked into his chest, I looked around at the bodies that Ryan had rampaged and destroyed so easily. How could anyone be this powerful? How many would it take to stop him? I imagined pressing my body into his till we molded together, and then I might feel safe forever. I wanted to kiss him, but Dylan cleared his throat behind me. Ryan let me go, mostly, although his hand trailed down my arm gently, as if he couldn't stand any distance between us. His face had looked gently on me, but he looked angry again, directed towards Dylan and then towards me. "I heard you invited him," Ryan said. I thought frantically towards all those moments where I considered telling him that and then decided against it. It was all backfiring now. "I did. I meant to tell you," I said. "Tell me? How about ask me?" he said. "Look," Dylan rubbed his hands nervously. "Perhaps I came at a bad time." "But he helped you. I saw it," I professed. While usually I knew this was something we might fight about, I was much too happy that Ryan had come and saved me. I kept my tone soft and pleading. "Barely," Ryan said, indicating all those corpses that he'd killed. "I take no credit," Dylan said. "That was truly amazing, my friend. I might have been better help if I hadn't been so out of breath from sprinting. I nearly collapsed a lung." Ryan kind of huffed at the mention of friend. I turned back, pleading eyes up to Ryan. I traced his face with my hand and said, "Please, let him visit, and I will explain everything." "I would love to see how you explain it," Ryan said. "I will," I said, growing woozy as the world began to spin around. While his eyes narrowed at me, indicating how much he didn't like this, he tilted his head in agreement. My knees gave out. I felt so ill. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" Ryan caught me before I fell. "I don't feel well, at all. The wolf's bane," I said. "You can never doubt that I wouldn't do anything for you." Ryan muttered as he gestured for Dylan to join us. "Let's get you home." Allison's POV. I was laying warm in my bed, still feeling a touch of nausea. It had been days already. After a lot of objections, I'd finally allowed Ryan to call me a pack doctor to take a look at me. I'd had an allergic reaction to the wolf's bane. He'd given me an elixir to help flush it from my blood. It would make the symptoms more intense for about a day, but then I'd be better. I had intense stomach pain, nausea, dizziness, and fever. Ryan sat with me, putting a damp cloth over my sweaty forehead. I was comforted by his presence, but too sick to say much to him. In my fog, I knew that Dylan was there too. He would come into the room sometimes. "How is she?" Dylan asked. "Not well, obviously," Ryan said back. "You know, if you have business to attend to, I could sit with her for a while." "I have nothing more important than her," Ryan said. "I'm here, so you could let me help you." Dylan remained in the doorway. "I don't care if you're here or not." Their conversation woke me up more from the haze. I turned to look up at Ryan. His beard was shaggy and face strained with worry. He'd leaned over me, his intense bright eyes burrowing into mine. "Allison," he said. I heard Dylan say, "Perhaps we're disrupting her sleep." Ryan rumbled in his throat, and Dylan backed out of the room. I rolled over and put my arm over his lap, burying my face near his leg. "Thank you, Ryan," I said, thinking of his rescue. "For what?" "For coming for me. If I have anything to say about it, I'll never let anyone hurt you again." He stroked my hair. He was looking off towards the window. The agitation in his voice indicated something really bothered him. Finally, by the next morning, my fever broke. Ryan was sleeping beside me. I sat up, and my head felt practically normal. The muscles in my body responded to my wishes, and I even got out of bed. As soon as my feet hit the floor, Ryan lurched from his sleep. He saw me standing there, and he rushed to help me. "Are you sure you're okay?" Maybe lay down a little more. I folded into his tight embrace, my face tilted up toward him. I feel good. He kissed me lightly as if too much might hurt me. My body swarmed with warmth, gratitude for my protector. We gazed at each other intensely. A knock at my door interrupted us. I hear Allison, Dylan said. Are you awake? Even though I was not happy that he'd interrupted a moment between Ryan and I was pleased to find he was still with us. We had some things to discuss and plot. We're busy, Ryan shouted back, irritation and disdain heavy in his tone. Oh, sorry, Dylan said, trying to keep his merry tone. I just hope to see her one of these days. Don't be rude, I said, pulling away from Ryan. Didn't he help you find me? I had gathered that much from hearing their conversations, although remembering how Ryan had ripped apart 10 wolves in a matter of minutes was fresh on my mind. Ryan grumbled, hardly any help, practically worthless. I remembered his large wolf enlarged by his rage. I'd never seen anything like it. It was not as if I hadn't seen him shift many times, but there had been something different. I hadn't known he was capable of a massacre. The idea thrilled me. I must have been looking at him differently as he said, Why are you looking at me like that? Like what? I'm not sure, he said. A little scared, a little amazed maybe. It was true. Seeing him like that was terrifying if I thought that could ever be directed at me, and amazing because I wondered how much he could help me with my revenge if I ever trusted him enough to tell him about my past. So why did you invite him here? Ryan said. Suddenly his eyes shifted. There was a subtle hurt behind his frustration. Did you like him or something? You know that I came to you that night, after I had dinner with him, I said, flushing from remembering our fight that night and how I'd been swept away with desire. We hadn't done anything, but it had been the first time we'd slept side by side. You think if I like him, I would have done that? Ryan could be so obtuse sometimes, as if all those days of mating and intimacy would not have meant more to me than a silly invitation for Dylan to visit. I noticed how he was more distant now. The space between us like a terrible void that I wanted to close. He wasn't looking at me anymore. So what is it? You tell me now, he said. Explain how you refuse to be my mate, and yet you invite whoever to my pack as if you have that authority. My throat tightened. Even after sharing so much intimacy, even after I told him that I loved him one time, and I had told him other things in those heated moments, it felt like a long time ago. Being kidnapped had only heightened my fears of giving myself willingly to someone's control to be abused and destroyed. So what was I doing with him? I could not believe my cold mind, but I thought that he could be useful to me. Was that all this was? I realized in that moment something else that I could never admit to him. I wanted to be free and have control over my life. With his power, he could never understand how terrible it was to live such a powerless life. I won't have a mate, I said with quiet resolve. I couldn't, the moon goddess promised me. I didn't understand why she had to throw me to Ryan, who wanted me to be his mate like that. You still don't feel it after everything? He sounded in pain. Shaking my head regretfully, I admitted only to myself that I felt something for him, even love, but it was not like I sensed he was my bonded mate. I had known that feeling before, and it had turned into the worst pain. Even if I hated the hurt in his eyes and voice, I would not give myself over to it. I turned away from him and opened the door. I peered out to the main room. Dylan, could you come in here, please? He practically leapt away from his breakfast, the eagerness in his expression matching his swift gait. Dylan entered the room, and Ryan sulked off on the other side of the room. I shut the door behind him, even while Michael was about to follow him in. Dylan, why did I invite you here? I said. Ryan looked irritated again. If I recall, he cleared his throat, clearly a little disturbed by the rage radiated from Ryan's direction. You wanted me to show you how to find an herb that is incredibly valuable to Crowalt Pack. That piqued Ryan's interest. What's that? We spent a few minutes describing this herb that helps the blood flow and healing of the Clan Clark blood providers. It grows down in the south primarily, and they pay any price for good quality. As Ryan's countenance loosened as we talked, his expression growing keener with understanding. He had not heard of it before. So, I added, we were discussing the possibility of gaining control of this supply and trade. Yes, Dylan nodded, clearly relaxing as Ryan did. I would show you both about this herb, and perhaps we could intensify our trade relations. It likely grows on your territory, hopefully in abundance. We will have to find it. Ryan nodded. This is a big project, all very interesting. While he looked incredibly intrigued during the explanation, there was something else bothering him. I just hope that it'll be enough. It might take too much time. Too much time for what? I said, my heart was beating in my chest. He was afraid, and I knew it was not for himself. Don't you realize? Ryan said. The Crowalt Pack has been here. That's who kidnapped you. They have found me. With terrible distraught, he stormed out of the room, Allison's POV. Ryan had been gone on the inexplicable pack business for a couple days. After storming out on Dylan and I the other day, I knew that Ryan was worried about the Crowalt Pack and frustrated that he didn't share more about that with me. I also knew I kept a lot from him as well, but that seemed different somehow. I had missed Ryan. He hadn't come back even at night. I hoped that he was going to be okay and not doing anything crazy on my account. Dylan was chatting cheerily with Donna that morning. She was serving breakfast at the table. I walked out and sat down. Michael was in the chair nearest the door, not looking up from his plate of food. Michael, why aren't you with Ryan? I asked. He glowered at me and then Dylan. He wanted me to stay here. What if he needs you? I said. Dylan interjected. Allison, you look so lovely this morning, so much healthier. He was smiling ear to ear with his perfect set of sharp teeth. Thank you. I sat down next to him, happy to have his warm company, while I was shooting resentful glances over at Michael. I was catching on that Ryan had made him stay to watch Dylan and I. Donna was humming. I love visitors. Is there anything else I can get you, Dylan? No, I'm stuffed. It was all delicious. Dylan patted his belly and leaned back in his chair. He watched me as I put more food on my plate, instead of eating hungrily as I hadn't eaten much in days. Nice to see you have an appetite, he said. I was eagerly buttering bread and reaching for more jam. It all tasted amazing, my stomach demanding more and more. I addressed Michael again. Do you know where Alpha Ryan went? And when he'll be back? He'll be back when he has some answers, and who knows? That unsettled me. I hated that he was away and that we'd been bickering the last time we interacted. At least, I had told him why Dylan had come, but it always seemed like we kept things from each other. Dylan asked, and how shall we pass the time till he does? What's there to do for fun around here? Fun? The foreign concept was like a distant memory from childhood. I stared at him, unsure how to answer. Does no one in the Starstream pack have any fun? Dylan was laughing at my perplexed look. No, we have better things to do than waste time, Michael said. Donna said, oh hush, Michael, how do you think Dylan will see us? Dylan beamed at her. I like her. He gestured at Donna, who was blushing from the compliment, a maid who's not so submissive. Well, I have known Michael since he was just a little one, she said sweetly. I mean no disrespect, of course. Didn't you bring any servants? I asked, suddenly aware that I hadn't seen any and surely he hadn't traveled here alone. Why, yes, he said. They're out in the town. Ryan was kind enough to house me here, probably on your account. I don't think he likes me much. Clearly, and I wonder why, Michael glowered in his chair. Before anyone could react, he added, will we be eating breakfast all day, or can I excuse myself? Maybe you could find Ryan? I said. Michael was shaking his head. No, I'll be nearby. Don't think I wouldn't want to, but Ryan would kill me if I left. He glared again at Dylan as he exited the cabin. Pleasant fellow, Dylan said sarcastically. Laughing felt like such a relief. I realized it wasn't something that occurred too often. For all Ryan was worth, he was generally serious. He's like that. I'm still not certain he likes me either, I said. Nonsense, Donna proclaimed. Michael supports you and Ryan. I was blushing as Dylan's inquisitive gaze intensified on me. But you two are not mates? Yes, I fumbled for the words. No, we're not mates. Because you two, he started to say something. I held up my hand to stop him. It's complicated. Oh, I see. His eyes were twinkling as if he laughed at me. Well, never mind for now. Let's find some fun today, while we wait for Ryan. Ryan POV. I had not rested in 2 days. I was scouting my territory furiously for any more signs of Crowalt pack members besides the 8 I'd already killed. Rupert was too strong inside me, and I knew that I needed to shift back to man form soon, or I could lose myself forever. But I could not. It would endanger Allison. I had to do anything to protect her. Even as a wolf, I was not numb to some of the hurt in our last interactions. She'd returned to more coldness. Had we not just a few days before she was kidnapped become lovers? How had these men hurt her and propelled our story backwards, away from me? I blamed them. I blamed myself for not protecting her, and so I could not stop till every inch of my territory had been examined. I would kill anyone else. Her blood, the scent of it weakened me. I'd only had a few tastes, and even if she offered more, I was too afraid of myself. Ever since my family had banished me, I had survived by maintaining control over my wolf. But the taste, even the smell of her blood ate away inside me, compelling me for more. My powers were reawakening. I had shown great talents when I was a boy, so I'd been banished. I'd been maintaining my conviction of Rupert by denying many of the Alexander's powers, controlling Rupert, forcing myself back to a man, ignoring the itch to seek blood, dismissing the witch's ability. But it had become louder. I would drive myself to death if I didn't shift back soon. I was becoming sick. I could tell that I might faint again soon. I needed rest. After seeing all my territory, I followed the intoxicating scent of home on the banks of the river where Starstream Pack inhabited. Nothing might be enough. Now I'd killed some Crowalt members, including Jacob's Beta at the fight games. I might not be able to avoid them any longer. They must know how I care about Allison, and I feared they'd use it against me. I could not wait to see Allison. I had missed her terribly. I hoped she'd welcome me warmly after a couple days. Painfully, I shifted back to a man. My limbs shook from the effort of treading up the front steps to the cabin when I stopped in my tracks. I heard Allison inside giggling uncontrollably. I paused. Yes, it was definitely her. Allison was fully laughing and gasping for breath. I peered in the window at them. She and Dylan were together at the table, and she was clutching her sides as if she couldn't stand it anymore. Even though it was a beautiful, glorious sound, I had never heard her laugh that hard. Jealousy burned my insides. While many of her expressions towards me carried anger and frustration, her eyes were alighting with amusement, and her face looked so peaceful with Dylan. I felt cursed. I could feel it in my weakened bones. I would die early. I would not have much time with my mate, and she didn't even recognize me. What if she never did before my early death? I knew better than to pressure her, but it was hard not to feel the pressure of time when I was sick. I turned the handle of the door and walked in. Both Dylan and Allison looked up, frozen for a few moments in shock. Ryan! Allison sprung over to me. She hugged me and began pawing all over my body. Are you hurt? What's wrong? Her sweet mate scent carried into my nostrils, making me even weaker. Rupert burned inside me like a crazed animal, and I had to subdue my urges. Dylan was trailing behind her, keeping his distance cautiously, although he gave a warm smile. We've been waiting for you. Just trying to pass some time. There must have been murder in my eyes towards him from the way he shifted his feet and lowered his gaze. Allison lifted my arm and let it fall back to my side. Come lay down, please. You look exhausted. She was pulling me towards the bedroom. Please, Ryan, you've worn yourself out. Her voice was soft at least. My nerves were settled as I looked into her eyes and I saw worry and care. I consented, following her to the back room, where she lay me down. She tucked herself under the covers with me, sidling up next to me. Sleep. I'm right here. What about Dylan? I said, even though I cared nothing for him, but we had left him out there. He's fine, she said. Shh, sleep a little, you look like you could faint again. As I closed my eyes, she pricked her finger. My attention jolted back to alert, and I pushed at her to get away. I needed it, wanted her blood so desperately, I was afraid I might hurt her. I want to. You need this. She stuck her finger in my mouth and gave me a little. It didn't take much. Rupert had been without any for 10 years, so even a couple drops soothed me like warmth spreading over my body. I wanted more, but I was extremely exhausted and slipped into a deep slumber. Allison's POV. Despite my constant reluctance to tell him how much I cared, nothing felt better than to curl up beside Ryan and know he was safe and warm beside me. I watched his peaceful face, happy that I'd given him some of my blood, and sure that it helped him relax and heal from his lengthy excursion. I stayed with him all night till morning, but when he was still sleeping at noon, I left him to help Donna with some of her chores. I invited Dylan for dinner, not to come before that because I wanted Ryan to sleep all day if need be, and I feared Dylan's voice in his cabin might disturb him. I hoped Ryan would wake by the evening, and Donna and I prepared for Ryan, Dylan and I to all sit down together. Finally, I heard stirring in Ryan's room. It was about an hour before I hoped to have dinner together, but I would have to check on him first and see if he would be up for it. I knocked and peeked in. He was sitting on his bed, slumped over his knees with his face in his hands. He rubbed his eyes and looked up at me. When he'd returned, I had been shocked by how ghastly he appeared. This morning, the hollowness in his cheeks was not nearly as bad as yesterday. He blinked up at me. How long have I been asleep? About a day. How hungry are you? Dinner will be ready soon. Famished. His tawny eyes looked almost yellow and wolf-like. I noticed how his teeth held canines more than I remembered before. He eyed my body up and down as if he might consider me for a snack if the food wasn't ready yet. I swayed in the door, smiling a little. I've invited Dylan to dinner. Hopefully that's okay. His expression darkened, but he grunted a reluctant, okay. I continued. I think the three of us should talk together. That's all. We really were waiting for your return. Will you tell me where you went for 2 days? The more he withheld from me, the harder it was for me to trust him too. I could tell there was a lot plaguing him. Donna set the table, but she left for the evening. I'd asked for the dinner between us three to be private. We sat down. I was ready to talk, but it seemed Ryan was stuffing food into his mouth, especially the venison, faster than he could breathe. It made sense that he would be terribly hungry, but it was a little shocking to see how his table manners had been eradicated. Dylan and I pulled food onto our plates and nibbled, watching his beastly appetite as he pulled food directly from the platters into his mouth. Ryan ate half of what was on the table within 10 minutes before he leaned back with a full stomach and heaved a great sigh. His face looked healthier. Even I could see the muscles under his shirt were fuller again. As if noticing that we were there, he patted a napkin on his mouth and looked between us. So you wanted this dinner to talk? So talk? I smiled, happy to hear even his voice sounded better. We want to go scouting for this herb tomorrow, maybe, if you're feeling up for it. I gestured to Dylan, who pulled a sample out of his sash and placed it on the table. Ryan picked it up, sniffed it, cringed from its bitter smell, and set it back down. I know this plant. You do? I said eagerly. Yes, I was just scouting my entire territory and I saw a lot of it on the mountain. How much is a lot? Dylan asked. Ryan shrugged. It seemed like a lot, but I guess I wasn't looking for that. I know the smell pretty well, though. That's promising news, I said. Ryan grunted. I know you two are planning to take down Crowalt Pack this way, and it's a great idea in theory, but I don't know if it will be enough. He'd said something like this before he stomped out and disappeared for 2 days. My hackles rose. Ariana grew defensive inside me in case I needed to chase him down this time. I reached for him, my hand flying across the table to grab his. He looked at me as if he didn't expect me to care. There was so much not said between Ryan and I, and it hurt a lot. I knew that it hurt him too, but I couldn't tell him yet. I didn't know if I would ever feel ready to tell him my story. Still, I wondered if I opened up to him, he would open up to me. Please, Ryan, elaborate. You were talking like this before. What is going on? He eyed Dylan, and I knew I would not get much of the truth tonight, but I still hoped to get a little. I have powers, talents of the Alexanders, he said. It made sense, especially after I'd seen him faint and knew the curse was strong in him. In some ways he defied the curse, but I had never considered that he'd have the witch's ability like Jacob. There are some in the Crowalt Pack that are against me, and now they know where I am. I will likely have to confront them. Terror gripped my insides and my stomach turned over. After eating food, I felt like I might throw up. I'd always wanted revenge, but I had not wanted dangerous Crowalt Pack members to be after me. Dylan had not looked shocked at anything Ryan had said, as if he were more aware than I was of this conflict. He asked, "What are your powers? I know that you can communicate through your mind a little from when we were looking for Allison. You kept sending me mental images." Ryan nodded. "Yes, I can do that. But I can also see pieces of the past and predict the future. It comes up to me randomly. For a long time, I have been avoiding it. The more you use it, the stronger the curse might grip you, and I didn't want to risk my health." I swallowed the lump in my throat, knowing that with my blood, he could use his powers more and alleviate some of the consequences. I wondered if my presence and the few times he drank Y blood, it had helped him, but he also was more bewitched. My visions are clear, but it's not always clear what is the time frame of what I see and sense. I knew Crowalt was here before I smelt them, but I didn't know they would get Allison till I received a glimpse of her distress. Ryan said, "That's how I knew to come find you, and we found you pretty quickly." Dylan was looking more and more impressed. He couldn't help his face. He was delighted to be confided in, like he was a schoolboy receiving the juiciest gossip. I felt waves of guilt and other emotions that were hard to shuffle through. I had caused this problem when I'd wandered off. I wasn't sure I was helping Ryan, or if my showing up here had only reconnected him with his past. I don't really understand what's happening to me, in reality. I've lived this last decade mostly like I was not an Alexander with talents and the witch's ability. But I feel more now than I ever have. I cannot ignore it. Ryan continued. I wanted him desperately to look into my eyes and reassure me that he wanted me in his life, but it was not anything I could ask for. It might even confuse him since I would not even be his mate. The tension in the air was thick, and it was as if both Ryan and I were in sour, depressing moods. In response to this, Dylan leaned in. If you can predict the future, tell me about my mate. How will she look like? When might I find her? It was so surprisingly silly that it broke my glumness, and I even laughed. Ryan glowered a little like he didn't appreciate the humor, but then said, it doesn't really work like that. I don't think that's important enough to me. Dylan teased, it seems like it might be. I couldn't believe he was pointing out Ryan's jealousy by implication. Ryan was looking between us as if he hated even thinking about that. I thought that I should say something else to lighten the mood or distract him. I grabbed the herb from the table and said, I want to make a little tea and drink it. Maybe, Ryan, you should try some too. I wonder if it could help you. Ryan was about to reject the offer when Dylan said, why not? I'll have a bit of whatever you're brewing. Ryan didn't seem to want to reject it after Dylan had agreed, so I made it into tea. We all sipped it. The taste resonated with my past life so strongly that I almost wanted to throw it on the ground, but I made myself sip it. I wondered if I could give more of my blood to Ryan if he would take it. Dylan complained, this tastes like shit. Even Ryan almost chuckled a little. He barely sipped it, but I could see a little more humanness in his yellow eyes after. I believed it did him some good. Looking into his empty cup, he said, this does make me feel stronger. Let's go to the mountains tomorrow. Allison's POV. I slept in my own room. I wasn't sure why I'd become so withdrawn and strange with Ryan, ever since being kidnapped like I'd regressed. But he also seemed strange to me. I longed to get back to where we were before I was kidnapped, but I also found myself more scared of intimacy and trust again. Ryan didn't say anything. He was too tired to notice maybe. I wanted him to invite me. I had slept in his room the night before when I was taking care of him, but it felt different now that he was better. I wasn't sure what was wrong with us. Why couldn't we be stable for more than a few days? Telling him that I loved him seemed like another's memory. I even told him that I wanted to be with him forever. But at the first scent of danger, I'd withdrawn to some dark space inside of myself where I wasn't sure I could love or trust, and I didn't want to be vulnerable. Dylan, Ryan, and I rose early to travel up into the mountains. We would travel as wolves. Ariana was excited inside me. She would get to run and roam. We shifted. My white wolf form was about 3/4 the size of Dylan's brown wolf, and not even half the size of Rupert. As soon as we were in wolf form, Ryan's strength demanded compliance. When he shifted nowadays, it seemed like more of a painful struggle than before. As Ariana, I felt myself more submissive towards Rupert than in human form, after seeing him kill like he could. His intense wolfish gaze held large piercing yellow eyes that both evoked recognition and hunger like I could be prey. We trotted for miles towards the large mountain at the perimeter of Starstream-packed territory. My lungs burned from the constant running, but Ariana's stride was powerful and sure, even over the uneven ground. It felt good to allow instincts to take over and turn off my thoughts and focus on the present motion. We made our way up to a plateau on the mountain at the first peak, where the land leveled slightly. I smelt the herb long before we arrived. There were scarcer trees up here, but a full field of the herbs nestled on the side of this mountain, shielded from the north wind. I shifted back first, kneeling amongst the herbs. It's so many, I exclaimed with delight. It took so little to brew the tea that this was surely over a year's supply for all of Crowalt Pack. Dylan said, this is amazing. I've never seen so much. I looked for Ryan. He stood a few paces from us, still a wolf, his sides rising up and down with his breathing. His dense dark gray fur shifted with the faint breeze. His attention was locked on me. Ryan, I said, a little frightened by him. Dylan stepped towards me and Ryan snarled till he backed away from me. Is he going to shift, or what? Dylan said. I think it's hard for him, I said. Compassion swept through me. I stood up from kneeling amongst the herbs, a few twigs grasped in my fists, as if it might provide added strength. I had a strong desire to make him better, to give him my blood. I figured now wasn't the time, but I also feared that I would lose him if he continued to refuse it. I took a few steps closer to him. His hackles raised, but he remained motionless till I was next to him. I ran my fingers through his dense fur, over his back, and right to his ears. I cupped his wolf face in my hands and looked into his eyes. Ryan? Come back to me, please, I said. His body stiffened as I touched him, but he did not reject it. I felt the surge of his powers radiating up intoxicatingly through my hand. He was sending me mental images of us together, our naked bodies wrapped around each other, him thrusting into me. My heart beat fast in my chest. More images. I saw my face, an image that practically glowed in his mind. I saw the way he saw me, once a turn of my head, and my neck long and graceful as my hair swept over my shoulder. My body with soft skin down my scarless back, down to my butt and legs. I was touched by how beautiful he saw me. In the morning, I'd felt far from him, but he closed the gaps now. I also sensed his wolf was frozen in place so that it wouldn't hurt me. His love was stronger than his desire to rip apart my flesh and feast on the blood that would soothe the curse. I was amazed by his self-control, in awe of the love we shared like I'd witnessed glimpses of his heart and drunk from how much power he held. I backed away as the smell of shifting formulated in my nose. I kept wanting to hold pieces of myself back, but I could not resist him. I never would be able to, mate or not. His wolf eyes stared into my soul, and I knew that he knew exactly how I felt. He winced, but finally, his body contorting and shaking, he shifted back to a man. His back was still a little hunched, his eyes were still like a wolf, but he'd heard me. I grabbed him, clinging to his massive body, and unsure what came over me. I couldn't even care that Dylan saw. I reached up to his face and pulled it down to me to kiss him. He gripped around my tiny waist and pulled me into him. Ahem, Dylan cleared his throat behind us. I wanted to go home and have more of him. Letting Ryan go before we got too caught up in the moment, I blushed and acknowledged Dylan, who was staring at his feet and kicking some pebble on the ground. He was chuckling a little. You two are very confusing. I smiled girlishly at him, kind of embarrassed that we'd had an audience. Ryan's elbow was touching mine, and I was feeling a lot more of that connection we'd been missing the last couple days. With plenty of self-satisfaction, Ryan walked by Dylan and took a long look at the field, finally processing with his human brain what he saw. It's a lot, but does it seem like good quality? It smells okay, I said, happy to discuss anything else. We should test it. How? Dylan said. He didn't know I was of Clan Clark, but Ryan did. I supposed I could tell him a little. I'm from Clan Clark, a distant relation, shall we say. I could take the tea and give some blood to Ryan and see how my recovery is after, see how it makes him feel. Ryan was already shaking his head. I don't like it. Why not? I said, plucking another sprig of fresh leaves. It might help you and help us. We would know the quality before we begin selling it. Plus, I didn't admit. It gave me an excuse to help him since he was too stubborn to just accept help for the sake of it. I like keeping control through my mind. What if it's not strong enough to hold you forever? I questioned him. Whoa, hey now, Dylan interjected. I know that tone. Let's not get in another fight. Ryan glared at him like he was thinking of shredding him to pieces. I stepped between him. Dylan is right. We need to work better together. I put my hand in his, and he took it, still glowering over my head at Dylan behind me. So I think, Dylan began, we need to protect this field and keep it secret if this will work. I will start the trade, and you two will be involved, but it will be more secretive, like it's coming from me and not you. I don't have to admit openly to Crowalt where I'm getting the stash. Ryan nodded. That does sound like the best course of action, but remember, this herb field is mine. It's on my territory, so all of it is my decision. Dylan laughed merrily. Of course, Alpha Ryan, you think I'd challenge you. I'm not too big to admit that you are one brutal wolf, and I'm scared of you. I'm only interested in a mutual benefiting trade relation, and no trouble. Ryan looked at him with the smallest hint of like for the first time. I almost didn't believe my eyes when I saw it. For good measure, Dylan added, and I would never do anything to threaten you. All promise, all good intentions. This time his friendly eyes met me, and I wasn't sure exactly what he meant, but Ryan seemed to like this confession. So will you let me give you a little of my blood to test this? I said more softly, pleading in my eyes. I don't want to hurt you, Ryan repeated. I know, but I'm giving it to you. Please. I could not help it. Sometimes when I saw the far-off pain in his eyes, I would do anything to make it better, even for a minute. He was shaking his head. I'm afraid of the effects it's having on me. Like I told you at dinner. I wondered why he was so afraid to be full Alexander and embrace the powers that could make him great. It wasn't as if I liked that he was an Alexander either, but it still didn't make sense to me. Finally, with both I and Dylan staring him down with all eagerness, Ryan, who continued to shake his head and grumble, Fine. I'll take a little, but I don't want to get too reliant. Ryan's POV. Allison was my greatest weakness. Even as a very dominant wolf, I could not say no to her for anything, and as a wolf who could kill easily be reflex, it was odd to have another be so able to dictate to me because I wanted to please her and protect her above anything else. We returned home. Dylan and Allison were a happy bunch the whole way home, and I couldn't help but enjoy how bright and chipper she was. They included me the whole time, but it was also hard to see how well they got along. My insides melted every time she directed her beautiful smile at me, but I hated when that same smile would be shared with Dylan. We'd shared quite the moment before Dylan interrupted us, and I had a hard time not thinking about my desires for her at every turn. She and I shared lustful glances the entire way, like a secret to keep from Dylan whenever he wasn't paying attention. I knew in my bones that a she-wolf as compelling and beautiful as Allison, Dylan had to like her. I would never allow it, but if I weren't in their way, I wanted to dislike Dylan more than I actually did. Let's make the tea, try it out, Allison was saying to the eager Dylan when we arrived at my cabin. I had thought that we would proceed to my bed the moment we were home after all her seductive stare-downs, and I was disappointed that she wanted to have tea first. I trampled with loud, obvious footsteps to my bedroom. Her laughter from out in the main room rang like the most beautiful music in my ears, and yet filled me with the most resentful jealousy. My insides felt like pulverized meat. Even though I appreciated Dylan's part in the plot against Crowalt, I hated his presence. It was hard not to consider that Allison and I would still be more romantic if he weren't here. His interruption on the mountainside was only one small moment. It had been days since Allison and I kissed like that, and I was dying inside for more. I also wanted her to come to me for a change. There was a faint tapping at my door. I opened it, and Allison stood there. The intoxicating smell of her blood wafted into me, hitting like a punch in the gut. We stared for a second before she said, "Aren't you inviting me in?" I gestured for her entry. She handed me a little vial of her blood as she did, saying, "Dylan has already gone to bed." "What's this?" Rupert turned crazed inside me, clawing to get out. It took all my self-control to maintain my human form. "My blood," she said flatly. "Please drink it." I stared down at the red liquid, offered to me nonchalantly. I swallowed the saliva, saturating my tongue. I wanted to so badly and then to take her, ravage her, have her fully. I held back a little. I was afraid to lose control, a small part of me thinking it would be much better if I didn't. She could sense my resistance. She stepped up to me, so close that I could smell her breath. With gentle hands, she took the vial up and tipped it to my lips. The smell was too good, and I snatched it away, the intense desire too great, and I swallowed it in one gulp. Her dark hair framed her small face, her eyebrows lifted in some cute variation of surprise and satisfaction. Looking pleased, her entire countenance was smiling up at me, her gorgeous purple eyes smoldering in the candlelight. When it was over, she fell by my side, and exhaling a sigh that demonstrated how great she felt. She cuddled into me. I burned with life and love. This was my mate, and I could never let her go. After the fact, I was sleepy, our minds still meeting together. But when she drifted into sleep, I woke up. I began to see visions of Allison tortured, or Allison fighting for her life. I saw Jacob. He knew that she was being hurt, there as blood dripping into a golden bowl. While I sometimes could see the past, this had to be a prediction of the future. How else could Jacob and Allison be linked? It had to be through me. I thought of the first day I found her, and that slight vision of scars all over her body. Perhaps I had seen a glimpse of her future, for her body was not scarred. It only had the 2 scars now from her mistreatment before. If only she would tell me what had happened to her. Fear gripped me. I could never let that happen. I had known in my heart that this plot with herbs against Crowalt would never be enough to protect Allison. I would have to challenge my Uncle Jacob to keep her safe. As I kissed her sleeping cheek gently, I wondered when I would tell her. I would have to leave her, and I might not come back, but I would die to protect her, to never let what I saw happen to her. Allison's Pav. It did feel a little strange after mating with Ryan, sharing his bed, and then waking up alone and joining Dylan for breakfast. His amused expression indicated that he knew, and he could probably smell mating all over me. "Where's Ryan?" he asked. "He left before I woke up. His note said he had some duties." I desperately hoped he would not leave for days again. I needed him. We had only just reconnected, but I knew that he was tossing and turning all night. "Is he always in and out like this?" Dylan asked. I wasn't sure. "As long as I've known him." "I hope he's not gone for days now. We have some conspiring to do," Dylan said. "Oh, don't look so down." I wasn't aware that my sadness and worry were obvious. I wish he'd tell me more. Dylan leaned in as if he wanted to tell me a secret. He waved his hand a little to get me to lean closer too. "Maybe if you tell him more, he'll tell you more." He winked. "You're a very mysterious she-wolf, and while that very intriguing, it's not the best way to strengthen a mate bond." I shot him a glare. He held up his hands in surrender. "I'm just saying, if you were to choose a mate or something, even if you would not have any, more sharing yourself might help." I pouted a little, thinking of sharing my body with Ryan. Couldn't that be enough? That part was easy and felt too amazing. He had shared a lot about his past with me. We'd shared many intimate moments, but when we talked, we often missed one another. I could tell that he always held information from me, and I couldn't really blame him because I was also doing it. "You're probably right," I said. Dylan sat back in his chair smugly as if my words were a gold medal in some competition. "I'm not very good at," I started to say, but I wasn't sure what friend, lover, ally. I wasn't sure what Ryan was to me, only that I loved him and I wasn't sure how to love. I had forced the moon goddess to promise that I would not have a fated mate bond, and I could smell nothing in Ryan, even if he smelt it in me. Dylan's words unsettled me. If I choose a mate, my choice would not be fated or predestined. If I were to do it, I was still too scared of betrayal. It occurred to me that perhaps the moon goddess had taken away my ability to smell the fated mate bond, but not the ability to choose a mate, or have others want to be my mate, but I was not going to be tricked into anything. I needed it to be my choice. I couldn't be naive. I looked over at Dylan. His intense eyes were staring at me. "What?" I said. "You look absolutely deep in thought and stunning. If I may say so, if I were a painter, I would capture your image. So sad, so serious, so beautiful." It was too funny and too much. I blushed and smiled a little shyly, even though it seemed too forward, and I shouldn't accept such flattery while I was Ryan's lover. I knew it was all Dylan's humor. Michael entered the room in the midst of Dylan's serenade. "You two make me sick," he growled, slumping down at the table. "Did Ryan go without you again?" I asked, more worried about him. He shouldn't always be leaving his beta. What was he hiding? "Yes, an apparently good thing with this lover boy over here spouting poetry to you, and you blushing and smiling like that." Despite his light sarcasm, Michael looked highly aggravated, his wolfish eyes narrowing at Dylan, challenging in some masculine stare on behalf of his alpha. I waved him off in irritation. I liked Dylan a lot, but not like that. He wasn't the intoxicating, powerful Ryan, who could look at me and I would want to rip his clothes off and press my body to his. It was nothing like that with Dylan, even while I enjoyed his company. Dylan and I spent the day chatting about the herb and his plans to trade with Crowalt. He had quite the elaborate plan already, but my head was with Ryan. I wanted him to come back, and the more my mind drifted to him, the more Dylan's voice faded to background details. I kept having visions of the night before and my cheeks would flush. I wanted him home. I wanted more of Ryan. Large boots stomped up the front steps. My ears perked up, and I eagerly was at the door when Ryan came in. He looked bedraggled and worn, but not as bad as when he'd left for 2 days. I grabbed his hands and led him in to sit down. I offered him a glass of water and snuck in a drop of my blood before he could object. He drank it, hungrily, at first taking it like just water, but then gulped it all down. His eyes fell on me, and I shivered. I could feel his power stronger than ever, reawakened. I knew his eyes and his heart, as we stared each other down from across the room like we were in heat. I could feel all the urges of my body itching inside me to release. Dylan cleared his throat. It seems like you two might have some catching up to do. Good night, Allison. He appeared uncharacteristically sad as he walked briskly to the door and left. I glanced around to be sure both Donna and Michael were not in the vicinity. I wondered what about myself that I could tell him that I would feel safe to do so. Maybe a partial truth. I have a history with Crowalt Pack as well, I said. He sat up abruptly, his fierce eyes locked on mine. What do you mean? My throat tightened. I would sound crazy if I told him my whole story. I couldn't tell him yet that Jacob and my twin had locked me and tortured me. They killed me. I had already died and been sent back by the moon goddess. Well, it can't be much of a surprise as I have Clan Clark blood. My abusers from How You Found Me were also of Crowalt Pack. I have revenge to take on them. He didn't look surprised. He looked touched. He grabbed my hands and kissed them. He urged me to tell more. They've already really hurt me, and you, I said. He nodded. And they've found me, and I don't think I can avoid it any longer. I had admitted so little, but it had worked. He continued. This confirms it. I'm going to have to return and challenge my Uncle Jacob, or we will never be safe. I was shocked and scared. I wasn't sure if I was ready to face Jacob in my past yet, but I would not let Ryan go alone. I'm coming with you, I said, knowing that he would need my blood to be at his strongest. He should know that. I could see the objection in his face, but I put my finger to his lips, straddled his torso and kissed him. Ryan's POV. Allison still slept beside me. Her beautiful face was peaceful in the morning light. I dared not wake her. I knew that she wanted to come with me, but it would be far too dangerous. It was possible that Jacob would send wolves to intercept and kill me before I arrived. I would have to travel quickly and carefully, and it was better if I were alone. I could not risk anything happening to her. I could not bear it. I was touched when she opened up last night. Even though she didn't tell me any specific people, I knew that if I were to gain power in Crowalt, I could help her with her revenge. It was important. And maybe once the revenge was behind her and settled, she would agree to be my mate. Maybe she could smell it as sure as I could. I rose quietly from the covers. It wasn't even daybreak yet. I was antsy, and I needed to prepare for my departure. I decided it would be best to be ready even before I tell her that I would leave alone, because then I would be ready to go, and she would not be. I felt a tinge of guilt, but I knew this was for the best. She would be angry at me again, but at least she would be safer, and maybe I could make her see reason this time. We had connected last night. I felt sure about that. While I would travel to Crowalt alone, I would need Michael to meet me there. I wanted some support, and who better than my beta? Which left me in a precarious situation. Who would watch over Allison to make sure she didn't follow me? I could think of only one person who might be able to convince her, and it wasn't Michael, even if I wasn't going to have him meet me there. I knocked on Dylan's door. It was early morning, and I heard some shuffles and grunts before I knocked again. The door swung open, and Dylan, wearing no shirt with messy hair and mad squinting eyes, glared out at me. What time is it? Even the moon goddess sleeps now, surely. His snarky approach shifted. He blinked at me as if he didn't believe his eyes. I need to talk to you. Now? Dylan rubbed his eyes and yawned. Are you about to take off again? Where's Allison? I won't quite yet, I said. Can we step outside, take a walk? I want to talk to you as friends. I threw it in. I didn't hate the man, but we both knew I was not a fan of his presence. He was shaking his head, but agreed. Let me put on a shirt at least. We stepped out into the dark world. Starstream Pack still slept. A tiny sliver of sunlight broke on the horizon. Well, isn't this romantic? Dylan said with a chuckle. I'm surprised you've asked me for this sunrise. I snorted. Let's be serious for a moment. I've yet to see you be not serious, he said. I rolled my eyes, remembering Allison's laughter and my jealousy. I did not find Dylan funny, but she seemed to. I hated it. At the same time, I didn't really smell any indication that she liked him more than as a friend. All her more seductive glances were only towards me. We walked out away from the other houses, stepping casually through the dark forest. Crickets chirped around us. My wolf woke under the cover of night, wanting to run and hunt, but I calmed him. I needed to be a man now. I told Allison that I'm going to Crowalt, and she thinks she's coming with me, I said. That must mean that she's not actually going with you, Dylan said. No, she can't for her safety. If I make it there without any problems, and I challenge my uncle, if I lose, I could be killed. And whoever is with me would also be in serious danger at best, and tortured and killed at worse. I've seen visions of her being tortured, and I worry that might be her future. I need to protect her. I can't allow that for her. Dylan was nodding thoughtfully. Why are you telling me now, like this, instead of talking to her? I might need your help. I could trust Michael with this, but I need him to meet me. And besides, Allison likes you better. I think she might listen to you, or at least that you could persuade her not to follow me. I am incredibly charming, he agreed. I rolled my eyes. I trust that you won't do anything, I said with more warning to my voice. I know you're a good man and would do what's right by her. Look, Dylan said, his tone more serious. I do like Allison, but if you've ever seen her while you're away, you'd know that her heart is yours. Her mind drifts towards you in that dreamy way. She is always looking for the door and hoping you come back. I can't compete with that. My nerves settled a bit. I didn't know that. I was deciding to trust Dylan and Allison, that they wouldn't betray me, and this solidified it. If I still had life in my veins, I wanted to spend all my days with that she-wolf. I was poisoned with her. I could never forget her, but she needed to be safe. Besides, he added with a laugh, I've seen the way that you kill, and I don't really want to die. Will you take care of her while I'm away? I asked. Make sure that she doesn't follow me. I'll see what I can do, he said. She's pretty stubborn, but she's not so unreasonable. You have to tell her, though. I don't want that responsibility. I will do this, but you have to talk to her first. I don't want to break the bad news and then try to persuade her. You know how that would look. He made a good point. You're a good man, I said. I try to be. I was surprised how this goofy kind of arrogantly obnoxious wolf also had a portion of him that was so honest and open. Perhaps that was why Allison enjoyed him. I'm not sure exactly how I will prevent her, Dylan said. Maybe distract her with more of the herb business thing, I suggested. His eyes shone with an idea, and I was confident that he'd be fine. One more thing, Dylan, I said. I could not believe what I was about to say, or how I could even think it. If I die, promise to take care of her for me. I could see her being really happy with you, but only if I die. I threw in warning at the end. Dylan didn't look at me, and there was absolutely no humor in his face when he said, I would never wish her that heartbreak, but I would be honored. I promise that, if need be, I will take care of her. Allison's POV. Ryan wasn't there when I woke up, and my chest tightened till I saw that he was outside the cabin. He hadn't disappeared, but I knew he was likely getting ready, and I would go with him. My heart needed him. I might tell him at some point, but for now, I knew I was going with him. I began to pack a small assortment of dresses and clothes. I wasn't sure what was best to pack, and I asked Donna for some guidance. We spent the day getting ready, now keeping tabs on Ryan to make sure he hadn't gone far. We need to talk about the trip, I told Ryan in passing. He nodded. I have a few things I need to take care of now, but I will come and find you this evening. That made me feel sure, and I wanted to be ready, although it was hard to get ready without knowing the plan. How should I prepare? The more I evaluated the contents of my pack, the more frustrated I became that he hadn't talked with me yet. Later that evening, Ryan came into my room. I had laid out a few different clothes, and I wanted to be ready for anything. After we spoke, I would make final decisions. Oh good, I'm glad you're here. How light should I pack? I asked. I've been fretting all day about what to bring or not, and if we're taking a carriage or traveling as wolves. My nervousness was so apparent by how much I was jabbering on. I also thought that maybe, if traveling as wolves, we'd buy a new wardrobe once we arrive. He touched my arm lightly, and I gazed up at him. I could see the love in his eyes. His usually rough expression was soft, making me weak in the knees. I knew that I loved him. I just had strange ways of showing it and hardly expressing it. Vulnerability was too scary. It was time. I would never feel ready, but I was heading towards my revenge with the most powerful wolf I'd ever witnessed. I would have my revenge, and I would have my peace. It felt right. It felt like destiny. I love you, Allison, he said, and he kissed me. I let him, folding myself into him, my anxieties from the day releasing as my body flushed and grew warm. He leaned back and looked me in the eyes from only a few inches away. He stroked my cheek. Do you love me? I had only told him one time that I did, and of course he wanted to know it was still true. I grew angry at myself that it was so difficult. I buried my face in his chest and whispered, You know that I do. He smiled, his hands running up my body, but I could see something was far away in his eyes. He held me more tightly. I could hear him breathing as he buried his face in my hair to take in my scent. What? There's something you want to tell me? I asked. Is it about going to Crowalt's territory? You haven't answered a single one of my questions. He seemed too quiet, and I knew that something was wrong. Yes, he said. I'm going alone. What? I ripped myself away from him, every muscle in my body tensed. I'm going with you. You said so last night. I never said that. You did. I need to go with you. You can't leave me. Why are you leaving me? My voice fluctuated between rage and sadness. I can't. I almost told him that I couldn't possibly live without him, that my heart would die. It's safer. I might die. I need to go alone. I can't risk your safety too. It's better this way, Allison. I had turned away from him, and when he touched my arm, I yanked it fast from him. I have my revenge too, I said. I don't care if I live safe or die for my revenge. I need to go with you. It's not an option that I stay here. I turned back to him furiously. Please see reason, he said, softening his tone, even a little pleading, which sounded odd for his low baritone voice. I do see all the reasons to go with you. If you leave me, I will never forgive you. I won't be left behind. You can't. Even though I didn't want to, my voice cracked and a tear fell down my cheek. I can't let you go. What about my blood? You will need it? I couldn't imagine if he left, and I stay here wondering what is happening to him. I would die by his side if needed. I could not stay here. Please, he said again, wanting me to look at him. I did, right through my teary eyes. You always leave me behind, I said. How many times will you leave me like this on some mission that you never tell me about? I don't need your protection. I've already died, and I live again for my revenge. I do not fear death. I hope that my confession sounded more hyperbolic than me sharing some dark truths. I was so upset, I couldn't stand the harshness to my tone, or the feelings that he would abandon me, and then go off to die by himself. My wounded look burrowed into his soul, and I recognized that leaving me killed him too. He never wanted to leave me. He truly believed this was best. And just like that, I needed to be as close to him as possible, because I could never let him go. He cupped my teary face in his hands, and we looked deep into each other's eyes in ways that we were never able to express with words. He kissed me lightly, and I could not stand to be apart from him, or cold to him. I needed him more than I needed air. Sometime in the night, I pulled away from him, too hot, needing a little more air. In the morning, I woke up with the sunrise, and Ryan was gone. I sat up quickly, and barely covering my body, ran out into the rest of the cabin. I could sense that Ryan was gone. Out on the porch, I smelt the musky odor of his wolf. He had shifted hours ago and headed out away from me, possibly towards his death. I might never see him again, but I needed him. I slumped down on the front steps, pressing my face in my hands, and wept. I felt the chain with the wolf pendant he'd gifted me that hung around my neck and ripped it off, throwing it off into the bushes in anger. I couldn't believe that he'd left me. My heart broke. I had to follow him, or die trying. Regretting my actions, I scrambled to the bushes and found the necklace again, clutching it so tightly into my hands that it cut me, and I bled. I was sobbing uncontrollably when I ran back into the cabin. I would grab a few items, and then I would follow Ryan. My bleeding hand from grabbing the necklace too tight stung as I wiped the tears from my eyes. Even when I was bleeding, Ryan had not come back. He must be so far from me. How far could he be? The sooner I left, the sooner I could catch up to him. Dylan must have heard me. He was knocking at my door. "Allison, are you okay?" I was not okay, and I didn't want to talk to him. He couldn't possibly understand. He was still knocking as I was trying to pack one more dress in a pack that I could carry even as a wolf. I put on the pack and whipped out of the room, nearly running straight into Dylan. "Allison?" He was following me as I walked out of the cabin. "Wait, where are you going?" "Ryan left, and I'm going after him," I said. "Wait, stop. You shouldn't go with him. It's dangerous." "I don't care about danger. I care about Ryan." I couldn't fathom how he left and how much he needed me if he was going to take on Jacob. I was already trying to push past him, and he was blocking me. I shoved him harder, but he was pretty strong in his feet and conviction, and I glowered up at him. I was about to shift. "I've ran with him before. You'll never catch him. You'll be alone out there. What if they find you again? I know you were already kidnapped once." Fear seized me for a second. I glared at him and pointed. "Then you should come with me. Together we'd be safer and we could catch up with him." But he was shaking his head. "No, I already promised Ryan that I would start the herb thing when he left. He spoke to me, and I said that I would work on that." "He told you he was leaving?" I whirled on him, wanting to push him off his feet, but I stood, with my hands to fists. "When did he tell you?" Not long before he left. He woke me to tell me." I squinted at him and crossed my arms, hoping to intimidate the truth from him. I assumed Ryan told him even before he told me. That would be just like him, and then it was also partially Dylan's fault for not telling me sooner. "You knew and you didn't tell me?" I questioned him, my voice raising. "It was not my place to tell you. Ryan assured me that he would tell you, and I assumed that he did prior to leaving." I nodded one time. I can't believe he left. He said that I could go with. I know he had denied that, but it felt true to me. "You should come with me. I know we can find him." Even if I'd said I wasn't afraid of death, I was afraid of falling into the power of Crowalt Pack all by myself, and living a similar fate to before, powerless to seek my revenge, and unable to live freely. This consideration gave me pause, but also I wondered about Ryan's wishes. What if he were right, but he couldn't be? He needed my blood. "Look," Dylan said, putting his hand on my arm. "I know this hurts, but it's not the end. Ryan is doing this for you, not to get away from you. Have trust in him that he knows for the best." Bullshit. He shouldn't have gone off without me. I couldn't stop thinking of how weak he could get without my blood, especially after a long trip without much rest like he tended to do. Nothing you can say can convince me otherwise. "I know better than to change your mind, but perhaps I can offer a little distraction, and we can get you closer to Ryan all in one swoop." That piqued my interest. "What do you mean? You will come with me?" I hoped rather than believed that he was agreeing to my demands. "Let's make a deal," Dylan said. "Hear me out." "I'm listening," I said. "I can't come with you, but you could come with me," he said. "I promised Alpha Ryan to start the herb business as soon as possible, so I really need to return to my territory. Featherwall territory neighbors Crowalt, and so we would be a steady distance from Ryan, but also safe on my turf." I crossed my arms. My mind was frantic, and I wanted to act rashly, but I had enough experience to trust the more cautious side to my nature. It sounded like a safer plan for sure, and I would be no help to Ryan if I was captured again, and I had to be realistic that I didn't have the best survival skills if I were to run out on my own. I was venturing towards Jacob, and that was another reason to be afraid. I knew with his powers, it was very hard for anyone to sneak onto his territory. The power of Alexander's meant that they were sensitive to such infractions. That also made me worry even more for Ryan. My posture slumped as I let my mind see that this might be a good plan. I could go with Dylan for a while, and be safer under his company, but then when close enough, run off to find Ryan. It still hurt. Everything inside me was pained at the loss, that Ryan was far from me, and I didn't know when I might see him again. Dylan continued, "And I might add that my family would be delighted to meet you. If all goes well, and I'm sure it will, we might not even have to sneak onto Crowalt territory, rather enter it under the protective status of guests. Wouldn't that be much better?" That did sound better than my plan, although my pride made it hard to admit. "Okay," I said, my mind still reeling with the possibility of using Dylan to get closer to Ryan, and still sneaking off if need be. Relief was spreading across his entire face, and he smiled sweetly. He opened his arms to me, and I leapt into a hug. I was crying again. I needed to cry. He stroked my hair and said, "It'll be okay." I pulled back from him. "When can we leave? Today? Now?" He chuckled, even though I was in no mood for laughter. He looked more in his normal humor again, especially since I was no longer trying to get past him. "I will need a little time to prepare my servants, but I see no reason to delay more than a few hours. Will you be okay? You're not going to run off on me in that amount of time?" "I'll wait till you're ready, but you better get ready fast." I shook my head bitterly. It would be hard to wait any time to get going. Any motion towards Ryan was the correct path. I couldn't bear the thought. He chuckled and left me to prepare his things and his servants for our imminent departure. For the first time since meeting the Moon Goddess, I prayed to her, "Please, Moon Goddess, keep Ryan safe. If any harm comes to him, I could never forgive you. Nothing better happened to him, and I better see him again." I worried about Jacob, and I knew how powerful he was. I knew that Ryan was also powerful, but less so without any blood. For the first time since my death, I wondered who was the new blood provider for Jacob. It had not occurred to me before, but Jennifer didn't have good blood for that, so what were they doing now? Fear burned inside me. Rage burned hotter at the thought that they might have another Clark victim kept in that basement, and how readily they would recapture and use me like a pig for blood again. I would never be used like that again. I needed to return to Crowalt to help Ryan, but also to find out who was providing blood to Jacob. I felt rage at my sister for what she did to me, and the possibility that she was betraying someone else. I was in Dylan's carriage, traveling the road through the forest back to Featherwall. Any steps closer to Ryan soothed my constant anxiety. I could not stop wondering about his safety. Dylan had done everything he could to ensure I was comfortable. Even so, I was becoming irritated whenever he'd ask, "Are you doing okay?" Ryan was far away and potentially in great danger on my account, so of course I was not okay. But I told him, "I'm fine. I can't wait for you to meet my family," he said. It sounded nice, but it was also going to be difficult for me to enjoy anything for a while. On the second day of out traveling, I thought I heard someone crying distantly. A female voice, had to be a she-wolf. The sound echoed around me, my ears perked up, and once I'd heard it, that was all I could hear. "Do you hear someone crying?" I turned to Dylan, who looked sleepy as he dozed. "What?" He woke up and listened. I confirmed what I heard. It was definitely a female voice, and there were men taunting her. I heard a whip lash against flesh, and I knew the sound from my past life. My body tensed as if it expected to feel the lash. "I have to find her," I said, opening the carriage door and springing out even as we were moving. "Find who? Allison!" Dylan called behind me. He was cursing as he followed me out of the carriage. I sniffed the breeze and followed the sounds of pain and scent of blood. We turned a corner to a clearing of trees. There had to be at least 7 men standing around a girl in a shabby dress that had nearly been ripped off her body. One man was holding her arms while another was lashing her. I stopped in horror, analyzing the scene for a moment. Her pale face was bright red and puffy from tears. They were laughing at her pain. She had lashes down her bare back. One of her breasts were exposed from how they'd ripped her clothing. "Please, keep your money," she was crying. "Let me go." Her arms were floppy and weak, as if maybe she'd fought them, but there were too many, and she'd lost hope. Her only hope that they would stop was up to them, and there was nothing she could do. It reminded me of my past life and how I'd given up, powerless against the daily cruelties. "Stop, now!" I shouted. All the men turned, their eyes glazed over in wolfish and cruel glee. They might be men, but they were animals, and I hated them. "Who's this?" One perked up, and I knew his wolf looked on me as another victim. "Are we lucky today, lads?" "Let her go!" I screamed at them. I couldn't stand it. The pain on her face, the swollen gashes on her back, the limp arms of someone who'd given up fighting for her life. "She's just a whore. This is none of your business," one of the men said as he grabbed her hair and cranked it back on her neck. "We'll pay her after we've done what we wish." Her glazed-over light eyes met mine. She pleaded without words. Ariana took over. All of our anger at the injustice overwhelmed me. I shifted and tore into the first man. As I'd learned in the fight games, I ripped out his throat. His limp body dropped to the ground. The others were surprised at first. Obviously, they had not expected me to shift and react so abruptly. The one that held on to the other she-wolf let her go, and she ran from them, out of the circle. They surrounded me. I was snarling and lunging after the next man. 2 others shifted to fight me, and I was outnumbered. They grabbed me neck to pull me down, and then others were upon me, forcing me to the ground. I flailed and struggled, biting and tearing at one of their paws. There was a loud whack. I looked up. The girl had returned with a large stick, and she'd swung it with all her might straight into the skull of one of the wolves that was on me. He yelped, but then lunged at her, yanking the stick from her hands. Suddenly, Dylan stumbled out from the forest. "Allison? What?" He shifted to his large brown wolf and grabbed the back of one that was on top of me. There were 5 remaining wolves that were fully intact, and they spread back away from me, circling Dylan and snarling. The wolf that I'd killed lay beside me on the ground, and another with a large bloody swell on his head pinned the other girl to the ground, where she was using the large stick to shield herself. Dylan snarled. I had never seen him so fierce. He radiated dominance compared to the others, and they lowered their head, but still growled in defiance. That must mean we'd entered Featherwall territory already, and they recognized Dylan's status. One of them shifted back to a bald man, with hands up in surrender. "We mean no trouble with you." I was angered how they showed more caution and respect towards another male. He pointed over at their victim. "She's a whore, selling her body, and we're just having a little fun." He said it as if that made sense, and now surely Dylan would understand and let them do anything to her body. I sprung at the wolf who was on top of the other girl. He backed off as Dylan was quickly reacting and right behind me. She stood up and retreated behind us. We had all of them facing us. "Give her back, come on now, we weren't quite done." The one who shifted back to man said. I heard her whimper behind us. "No, she's coming with us," I said as I shifted back to human form, looking at Dylan for a second, but he stayed a wolf, so I was the voice. I worried that they considered fighting us again for her eye, but they kept eyeing Dylan, who was standing beside me, his head held high to indicate his rank. He was more dominant than they were. Even if we were outnumbered, they must know that who he was to Featherwall, and that they'd be inviting more trouble if they survived this encounter. "Let's go, boys," the bald man said, turning away from us. "Let's not fight Featherwall." The others followed him away as wolves. My whole body was still tense, and wherever they touched me itched and burned. I was not injured more than a few bruises and scratches, but that was lucky. I looked over to Dylan, who had turned up at the right moment because it could have gone bad for us. Dylan shifted back to a man. He was looking at me as if I had obviously lost my mind. He'd acted so bravely and immediately that I never would have guessed that he was concerned or scared, till I saw him sigh in relief when they were gone. He had been willing to fight with me or for me, but there had been a lot of them. "Are you hurt?" Dylan asked me, also extending his concern to the other she-wolf with her ripped clothes, black eye, swollen lip, and whipped back. For her, the answer was obvious. "I'm okay," I said. "No major injuries." Once it was clear they were truly gone, I looked back to the half-dressed she-wolf behind me. "I can't promise that. What if you're slow again?" I teased a little. "But thank you." "It's not really funny this time." Dylan was staring at the dead body sprawled on the ground. "Next time you go running off to save the day, please don't. Not without me." I realized his fear had been based by coming onto the scene and seeing 4 wolves on top of me as I fought for my life. I thought of the other she-wolf coming back to assist me and whacking her attackers with that large stick. I respected that. She had probably been very scared, but she hadn't abandoned me. Looking over at her, she looked a little frozen in fear and unsure what to do or say. I wondered how Donna would act in this situation and make her feel comfortable. I was not practiced in acting like that. "What's your name?" I asked. "I'm Michelle." She wiped her face. Her back was hunched from the lacerations. "Let's get you back to our carriage. I have some extra dresses," I said. She was a bit taller than I was, but she somehow managed to appear as if she looked up to me. Her beat-up body was trembling with fear. Dylan was taking off his jacket and lay it over her shoulders so that she could cover herself better. I patted her arm to soothe her. "It's all right, you're safe now. We she-wolves need to watch out for one another." I believed that fully. After being betrayed by my sister who should have looked out for me, my instincts to protect those that were treated cruelly was a high priority. We walked with her back to the carriage so I could give her more clothes. "What are you doing out here alone with those men?" Dylan said, a lot more accusatory than I liked. I shot him a lethal glare. Michelle whimpered. I was trying to get money." She broke out in tears. "For my brother, he's so sick and we can't pay the doctors. He'll die soon without medicine. We can send some money for your brother." "You shouldn't have had to do that," I said. I nudged him with my elbow and glared at him as if he had made her cry. He looked a little flustered. "Yes, if it's money you need." I was handing her a dress that looked like it might be a little short on her, although she was plenty thin to fit the same size as me. She nodded and whimpered something inaudible. "Maybe you should ride with us for a while," I offered. "That way I know you're safe in case they come back, and then we can know where to send the money for the doctors to help your brother." "Oh, thank you," she was crying again. Dylan looked taken aback, but he said kindly, "Yes, of course. That is a good idea." We climbed into the carriage, and Michelle sat close to me. I was happy to have her company, even if she traumatized and quiet the rest of the trip, reminding me of my younger self in my past life, too giving, perhaps too naive and trusting that bad people would do right by you. She had seen an ugly side to the world that I imagined she'd never witnessed before, and it trampled her spirit. Plus, she seemed like a giving and sweet girl who would sell herself to try to help her brother. This was the type of person whose loyalty could be very valuable. I wondered what Ryan was doing now as I settled back down, allowing that we were safe now. I longed for him to pass me a mental image or anything to know how he was. My heart ached for him, and I worried that this lack of knowing could mean he'd already been captured, or worse, killed. Ryan's POV. I had traveled for days, making time to rest so that I wouldn't be in terrible shape by the time I arrived at Crowalt. They should expect me with their predictions of the future, and I was sending mental images towards my father so that he'd know my return. I considered sending something to Allison, but I decided it might only encourage her to leave Dylan's protection, so I ultimately left her in the dark. I also knew that Jacob would know. With my messaging and his level of powers, he could persuade others that I was not coming, and try to take care of me unofficially. I was on high alert at every moment once I crossed onto Crowalt territory. I sensed that Allison had been terribly upset, but Dylan had persuaded her as we planned, that she not follow me. I knew that she'd try to, and I was relieved I would not have to rescue her from wandering or other dangers she could encounter out there alone. I sensed the awareness of the other Alexanders. Jacob would not be able to go against the elders' wishes that I remain safe, at least not for a while. They wanted to know why I'd come back. I was pretty tired, but I had also paced myself relatively well on the trip back. I knew the smells guiding me home. I knew the shapes of the houses and the bend of the river here. The place of my childhood seemed like from a distant dream turned to nightmare. The part of the Crowalt territory where the Alexanders resided was like a village of mansions, with a few more like castles including the Alpha's lair. As expected, servants welcomed me to my father's mansion. They proclaimed that I was invited to dine with him that evening, but I had the afternoon. I cleaned up and rested, hardly prepared to face my father and whoever else he might invite to this dinner. This large house contrasted my life. I was an alpha with plenty of fortune that I'd made myself. I lived in a small cabin, and I spent most of my days outside of it. Here, the Alexanders lived in luxury and large houses. They spent a lot of time as men, so that their wolves would not take over. They also all had blood provider mates to help them. I was in a guest room even as a son returning home. My father had apparently not kept a room for me. A servant came for me at dinner time. They provided me with fine clothing, tailored pants, and a dress shirt that was definitely not practical or like anything I typically wore. The sleeves were long and billowy, and it was dyed purple. The pants were tight and fitted around my waist. I wondered if this were the style now, or they meant to make a mockery out of me. I stepped into the dining room sure that I would find out, and confident that I would play it off as not a problem. I had not seen my father since I was 10 years old. He looked a lot more aged, but he was still alive. His face was like mine, but older, and his hair was fully gray now. His eyes were the same golden, tawny, and wolfish, even as a man. He cleared his throat. Ryan, this is a surprise. He sat along at the long table that had only 3 out of 20 places set. We were expecting another. You knew I was coming, I said as a servant pulled out the chair for me to sit beside the head of the table. Who else will be joining us? My father eyed me expectantly. I'm sure you can predict. Jacob, I knew. He was almost there. In that case, I'm sure you can predict why I've come. Someone knows. I'm sure Jacob does. You know that my talents are not as strong as yours. Father said. His voice had such coldness. This was not the tone of a father greeting a long-lost son. In fact, it was more like a distant acquaintance greeting someone after years that they never particularly liked. I'm here to challenge Jacob. He's been sending wolves onto my territory, and I know it's him. A challenge? A new voice slithered into the room. I rose from the chair, turning as Jacob entered. Hello, Ryan. I haven't seen you since you were just a small pup. Look at you now. Jacob traipsed into the room with a high brow and perfect posture. It was not as if he were that much older than me, but when I was banished at 10, he was 15. Now we were both grown. Jacob, I acknowledged without his title, or a nod of my head. He sat down as if I could never pose a threat. What a pleasure to have you come all this way for dinner, and to be welcomed by my older brother to his house after being cast out. Slowly, I sat back down to look directly into Jacob's reddish mahogany eyes. I'm come to challenge you, as you've challenged me by sending wolves on my territory. He waved his hand as if it were nothing. Oh please, you could never win. Besides, how could I not after you killed my beta? Father said, Jacob has incredible talents. There's no way that your talents are as strong if you've been away, still lived, and have not even had any blood provider. If the curse was strong in you, you should be dead by now. An infuriating gleam caught the torchlight in Jacob's eyes. I wanted to wipe away his smug self-satisfaction forever. I thought of my vision of Allison tortured by his hand, and grew in my conviction. I didn't want them to know that she was so important to me, or that I considered her my mate. I could never let her fall into his hands, and I was glad she was far away from here. Worst case scenario, I would die in this challenge. But Allison would still be safe with Dylan. It hurt me to think of her with another man, but at least she'd be safe. I'm still here to challenge you, I said. Will you not accept it? Oh, Jacob snickered. I'll accept it. I'm giving you fair warning that there is no way to beat me, but I love that you've delivered yourself to me in this way. I knew that he had been trying to provoke me for years to get ground to destroy me, and this time I'd come to him. If he killed me, he would win. A low growl started in my throat, and I had to gain a firm grip on Rupert. Jacob sneered. I look forward to it even. He gazed at my father, who was listening intently. He responded to his alpha's expectation and bumbled. There's no way for you to win, surely, Ryan. You could give up and retreat. Keep your life. Make a deal so that you do not die. This is very reckless. Hush, Jacob said. I relish in this challenge. Sorry, Alpha, my father lowered his gaze submissively. I had already hated my father, but any inkling of possible respect for him vanished. I hear your concern, but Jacob had been messing with me, and I need to end this somehow. I take all risk. Great, I will announce it to the elders tomorrow, and we will be in touch. Jacob pushed his chair back and rose to his perfect poised stance. I plan to be rid of you once and for all, he sneered. I gripped the tablecloth, every fiber of my body wanting to shift to Rupert and tear him apart right there. My father sensed it. He stood up and called guards. We were surrounded by 20 guards, and Jacob was already shifting to a large black wolf faster than any Alexander should be able. The dining room was swarming with guards, and I knew they had to be from Jacob. Even if it appeared my father had summoned them, there was no way he had so many at his disposal. I growled low in my throat, and the black wolf leapt onto the table. He was the closest in size to Rupert that I'd ever seen. His mahogany eyes looked almost reddish black. I remained a man. I thought of Allison, and seeing her again to calm me down. Jacob would like nothing better than fight me right now. Before the challenge, if I made any motions to attack him, he'd have reason to kill me. I could also kill him, and I wanted to more than anything, but that would render me a criminal to the Alexanders, and it would not help my cause. I will fight you on the third trial, I said slowly, staring the wolf right in the face. My father cleared his throat behind us, but I did not blink or avert my gaze from Jacob's wolf. He rose his head, looking down at me, wanting me to submit, but I would not. I hid it as best I could, but I was ready to shift and fight for my life. Jacob had expected me to react more. With one final snarl, he shifted back to the man. His body shifted and contorted painfully. He was still standing tall on the table, and squatted down to look me more in the face. His foot was nearly on the empty plate in front of me. I will accept your challenge, but only because I want the world to know how pathetic you are. You cannot win, and the world will know that I am still the legitimate alpha. Allison's POV. I was getting a little nervous as the carriage pulled up in front of a lair built like a castle. I remembered the day I arrived at Jacob's lair, only to be thrown in the basement, and my heart beat fast with this memory. Of course, I believed that Dylan would never lock me away, but I was grateful to have a companion, Michelle, who was growing loyalties to me, and could be a witness. I didn't feel alone this time. I can't wait for you to meet my mother. Dylan said, she will love you. Most likely my father is away on business, but he's not nearly as much fun anyway. My nerves were making my hands sweaty. Are we meeting everyone right away, or do we have any time to clean up and prepare? I looked at Michelle in my dress, and it didn't fit her. I liked the idea of her support. Sure, Dylan said. We can introduce you in a bit. I'll have a few servants come and fit a dress for Michelle. It was as if he read my mind. It was strange having a bunch of ladies' maids come to dress us. I wore a new dress to meet Dylan's family, navy blue with lace at the bodice. Michelle wore dark green like a forest, which looked amazing with her green eyes. Dylan introduced us together to his mom. She was in their library, surrounded by books that she studied through thick glasses. She hardly heard us come in at first, so I was shocked by her beauty. She did not look old enough to have a full-grown son. Her hair was pulled back from her face and was still light brown with only a streak of gray at her temple. She looked up and smiled, the same sharp teeth as Dylan and the exact hazel eyes and deep brow. "Hello, you must be Allison and Michelle. Nice to meet you both and welcome. I'm Lila Harris. I'm so excited to have you here." She was calling some servants to bring in tea and treats. Dylan kissed her on the cheek. "Hello, mother." "My son, returned. It's been too long. Don't stay away so long like that." She laughed, and I was surprised how similar they sounded, even if Dylan's voice was much lower. Turning to me, "Although perhaps great company has kept you away." "The best," he said. Michelle was halfway behind me. She hadn't thought it was her place to come and meet the Luna. She was smiling shyly behind me when I took Lila's hands and bowed a little, paying some respects to her. "Oh, you are a pretty little thing, aren't you?" She sounded delighted. "Come in and sit. I was just getting some reading done." She had created a circle of nearly 20 books around her, and I had no idea how she could be reading so many at once. "You must love books," I said. All the walls in this room were shelves filled to the brim with them. "Yes, I love my family first, and books are a close second." Dylan was beaming. "I'll leave you ladies to your tea. I must write to father." Lila seemed less interested in her son and completely focused on me. She hardly blinked when she listened. "Tell me everything. How did you meet Dylan?" "I heard that you found Michelle on the way, poor girl. I'm so happy you're here too." Michelle seemed a little tongue-tied. She said, "Thank you, lady. Allison is gracious to invite me." She sat back to listen and indicating she preferred being in the background. Lila was staring at me expectantly, and I remembered that she'd asked about Dylan and I. "I met Dylan at the fight games, but it isn't what you think." I wasn't sure if I should confess my love to Alpha Ryan. After all, I'd only just met her. "Oh," Lila looked a little disappointed, but she still smiled warmly. "I thought that maybe Dylan had found his mate. You see, he's never brought home any she-wolf before, so it was a natural conclusion." I nodded. "Yes, but we are friends only." She was peering at me a little more inquisitively, as if trying to read my thoughts and find what she was looking for. "Okay," she sighed. "Your heart must belong to another then." I hoped that she would not be offended. Lila continued, "I knew I'd like you the moment I saw you, and I wanted you desperately for a daughter-in-law." Her immediate judgment was so like her son that I couldn't help but smile back at her. "Thank you for the compliment." "Who's your mother?" she asked. "My mother?" Pain wallowed inside me. I had not seen or heard from my mother since I was 12. She was still the mother of Jennifer, and I always wondered what she thought of my disappearance. What had Jennifer told her? Could I trust that my own mother hadn't betrayed me too? "Is your mother still living?" Lila asked with concern in response to my darkening mood. I wasn't sure what I could say. "You don't really look like her, but you remind me so much of a friend I had in childhood. It's in your mannerisms and voice, and a little bit in your face and purple eyes. Are you any relation to Brianna Clark?" My heart plummeted into my feet. I did not want anyone to know where I'd come from, even Lila Harris, but that was the name of my mother. "Oh no, child, you've turned white. Are you okay? Did I upset you?" "How well do you know Brianna Clark?" I asked. "Not well at all, since we were young. I know she was married and mated young, but I lost touch with her at that point." "You remind me of her," she said. Her gaze was soft but intense. "I believe she had twin daughters, but one of them died." I had no idea what my face portrayed, but I needed to get it under control. "I know Brianna. I'm of Clan Clark, but I have no mother. What happened to her after her daughter died?" I said, not resisting the opportunity to know more, even though I was afraid to give myself away. "After her daughter died, she became very reclusive. I don't believe anyone sees her anymore." My heart wept. I hoped that meant that my mother did not know. While Jennifer could never pretend to be me, our mother would know the difference between us. I grew concerned about what Jennifer could have done to her to hide the secret. Lila sighed with remorse. "I'm sorry if my questions have caused you pain. How sad. You must have lost your mother. Perhaps if I cannot have you as a daughter-in-law, are you sure, by the way?" I nodded. "Yes, Dylan is my friend and nothing more." "That does make me sad. I'm sure he likes you a lot. I suppose as Clan Clark she-wolf, you're probably promised to an Alexander per the pact." Her tone shifted. "Well, then I could adopt you," she said enthusiastically. "I'm not sure if Clan Clark allows that," I said quietly. I didn't want to draw attention to myself, and I wasn't sure what ceremony it could involve. "Maybe like a goddaughter then?" she asked. "I supposed if I adopt you, how should that look if you happen to change your mind about my son? But if you were a goddaughter, then no problem. You must allow me to take you under my wing." "That sounds lovely," I said sweetly and nodded. Her sincere care and energetic approach was hard to deny. I had come here to be under the protection of the Harris family, and if I were officially the Luna of Featherwall's goddaughter, that could provide me a shield and identity when I returned to Crowalt. Allison's POV. I was enjoying my time with the Harris family. Lila invited Michelle and I every afternoon for tea, and Dylan joined us for dinner. They were a merry bunch with lots of jokes and laughter. They included their servants in the teasing, and even the more submissive servants seemed to be treated well enough that they also joked with them. I made sure to send money that settled Michelle's debts for her brother's doctors. Having her company really settled my anxieties since I was away from Ryan, even having her sleep in my room so that I was never alone with my thoughts and worries about him. Dylan knocked on my door one day, and I answered. Michelle was there. learning how to sew as Lila had instructed. She was practicing, but I also knew she was listening. "The trade is on," Dylan said. "I've been working hard for a few days and it's going great. I've sent a few trusted employees to harvest it, and we should begin soon." "That's great news," I said. "Any word about Ryan or from him?" "Sorry, not yet." I wilted inside, touching the necklace pendant that I wore even in sleep these days. I wondered if Ryan had arrived yet, and if he was okay, or if he'd fainted again. I could not know. As soon as Dylan shut the door, Michelle asked, "What trade?" I hadn't told her about much. "It's nothing too interesting. Just a trade arrangement between him and Alpha Ryan." "I'm only curious," Michelle said. "I'm still trying to learn more so that I can serve you the best possible." "Serve me? I'm happy for your company." We hadn't really talked yet about what she was still doing with me, although I'd seen multiple attempts that she intended to serve me. She nodded thoughtfully. "I can never repay you for how you helped me, brother." She'd been pretty shy up until now, but she listened intently so I could be sure that she picked up on a lot. Even if she was very pretty, she had a knack for falling unseen into the background. I shrugged it off. "I'm happy to help when I can." "You risked your life for me." Tears were in her eyes. "You helped with my brother. I owe you my loyalties in life." That talk made me feel a little odd. I didn't like thinking of anyone owning another or using another. "If you must serve me, I can hire you as a maid. Then you never have to sell your body again." I had never seen more lively excitement in her eyes. That would be the greatest honor of my life. Okay, it's settled then. I was pleased to have acquired my own lady's maid. It could only help me, as I would not be alone when I returned to Crowalt. It made me think of Ryan, and how much I missed him. I wasn't sure what he was to me, but I knew that he was very important, and I could hardly draw breath without him. I did not want to live a life without him. Jacob could not take anything else from me. It was later that evening when I heard Dylan calling me from down in the dining room. "Allison!" I lurched to my feet, and Michelle followed close behind me. We bolted down the stairs. There was an urgency to his voice that could only mean one thing. "What did you hear?" I said. He was breathing hard like he had run to tell me. "I just received some news from Crowalt. It's Ryan. He has challenged Jacob. They will present their talent soon, and it is a challenge that is up for judgment of the elders. If Ryan wins, he might be up for becoming Alpha even, if the elders vote on it." I wasn't sure what to feel, but I knew I had to be there. "We need to go." I was terrified. "What happens if Ryan loses?" "If he loses, then that won't be good for him," he said reluctantly, purposefully to avoid confirming my worst fears. "I have to be there. He needed me. How could he not without a blood provider? He would be no match for Jacob." "When is it?" "In 3 days." "Let us leave today," I cried out, looking to Michelle, who was nodding. "Do not try to stop me, Dylan, or I will fight you." "You're much safer here," he said. I sighed with exasperation. "I will go, so help me or not, I will be there." "Ryan would not want you to go," he said. "Ryan needs me there. He just is too stubborn to admit it." I spoke more softly. "Please, Dylan, I will go whether you like it or not, but if you help me that would be safer than me sneaking away." I stared up at him with pleading eyes, grasping both his arms firmly in my hands. I could see his resistance as he considered for a moment how to prevent me. "Okay, go if you must, under my family's protection. I don't think I can come with you, so it's risky. Are you sure? We could hear from here what happens." "Not good enough. I need to be there." I swallowed a large lump in my throat. "I'll travel with Michelle, so I won't be alone." It sounded like as good a plan as any when I entered the territory of my enemies. "I wish you'd wait for me. I could attend the actual games in a few days. I want to get there as soon as possible." I made sure he felt the resolve in my voice. Was I ready to face Jacob? I would see him in the match against Ryan. What about if I saw Jennifer? Would she recognize me? I couldn't let these concerns stop me. "I'll have them prepare a carriage for you to leave as soon as possible," Dylan said. "Thank you." I had felt as if a piece of my heart had been missing this whole time, but I was about to find it again. I hugged Dylan, a small bit of me remorseful that we would part ways for now, but I was sure to meet him again. I had to find Ryan as soon as I could, and before the games so that he could have some of my blood, Ryan's POV. Jacob had left before dinner the other night, after his threats to me. He was unwilling to dine with an enemy, and I was glad to be rid of him. I had been at my father's house for a day preparing for the match. It was odd how coming back to the Alexander's territory had strengthened my powers. I needed Clark blood, and I could smell that there were many Clan Clark she-wolves nearby. Not that I would take from them, but their presence seemed to enliven the witch's abilities. It made sense that once Allison had come into my life, I had a resurgence of the talents and the curse. Michael walked into the room. He had joined me yesterday, making the journey after me as planned. "Will you be ready, Alpha Ryan? What can I do for you?" he asked. Jacob was a big wolf, but I was confident that I could overpower him physically. I had never lost a match since I'd grown to full strength. Unfortunately, that was a tie-breaking match. "I will have to call on abilities I've never been properly instructed on, and I doubt you know much about, so I'm not sure if I can find out," I said. Michael glowered submissively, but then responded, "Maybe I could find someone who knows more. Would there be any tips that could help you?" I did not really trust any of the Alexanders, so anyone in my family was out of the question. I knew the elders had wanted me to live, but they could not instruct me, and would not, as that would be against the rules. "I'm not sure," I said. "I'm out of touch with anyone here." It wasn't a bad idea if I could think of someone. The first round, Jacob and I will read people's past lives. The elders will judge who saw it most accurately. As long as they aren't setting me up for failure, it should be someone neither Jacob nor I know. The second round is predicting the future. If a third round is needed, our wolves will fight, I told him. "You can do that?" he asked. I shrugged. I see visions, but it's hard to tell sometimes if it's past or future. That's what I'm worried about. Maybe I will predict the future instead of tell their past, and I might not know the difference. I think there are markers to tell, but I never learned them. They never taught me anything. I ended with resentment. Do only Alexanders know about the markers? The elders know. Do you know any elders that might help you before the games? He asked. I slammed my fist into the table. No, and to ask might make them accuse me of cheating. I will not do that. I must stick to their rules if this challenge might serve me and Allison. Michael looked at me slyly. I met a rather pretty young she-wolf who was lurking around. She was a bit starry-eyed and silly, but she claimed an acquaintance with you. What? I said. Who? I could think of no one. I believe she said her name was Stephanie. Ring any bells? He asked. Stephanie? I repeated, memories flooding back to my childhood. There had been an elder's granddaughter who followed me around all the time as a pup. I was always trying to get rid of her, never knowing what she wanted from me when everyone else ignored me at best. Does she remember me? I wondered what could be wrong with this girl who was lurking and looking for me 10 years later. She must be practically grown by now. Do you know her? Michael asked. Could she be of any use? I do know her, but I haven't seen her in 10 years at least. I could count her as my only friend back in childhood, although it was more like a girlish crush that I found a little annoying. She would never leave me alone, and I was sulky. I admitted. She could be a great source of information, and she isn't an elder, so it would not be an issue to ask her, Michael said. That's true, but I shouldn't do anything that could be in question, I refuted. There's a lot at stake. Think of Allison. Other Alexanders learn all this growing up, and you're just trying to catch up a bit. It's not cheating if that's what you're concerned about, Michael tried to persuade me. I still hesitated. Alexanders lived and died by the rules. That was how my mother ended up killed. Please, Ryan, do this for yourself. I read the rules, and seeking help from the elders is not allowed, but there's nothing about friends. Besides, you haven't had a Clan Clark blood provider since you were 10, so this challenge was never really fair to begin with. He made a good point, and I nodded in recognition of it. As if on cue, Michael opened the door and was inviting someone in. Ryan! You're here! A she-wolf shrieked excitedly and ran in to grip me in a tight hug around my torso. Her long golden locks were curled at the ends and springy, while she practically looked fully grown and tall. She was lanky, as if she still needed to grow more into her body to move less awkwardly. Her enthusiasm nearly knocked the wind right out of me. I tried to free my arms from her embrace as she was burying her face into my abdomen shamelessly. Hello, Stephanie. It's been a long time. I was surprised how difficult it was to break free. Michael stood in the doorway, leaning on the entry with a smug smirk of amusement. She looked up at me with an adoring face. There were even tears in her eyes. You do remember me. She had grown up to be quite pretty, like Michael said, although it was strange how I still thought of her like a kid. I still saw a pup before I blinked and forced myself to see that she was now a developing young woman. As a child, she had always had a knack for hanging around where she wasn't supposed to be and eavesdropping. She always knew what was going on and would warn me what the elders were saying about me. I was trying to pull away my hand, which she was holding, but she didn't want to let it go. She sang, Your beta said that you might need a little help. I'm your girl. I'll help in any way I can. She swayed a little. Finally releasing my hand, she put hers behind her back and said, I would do anything for you, Ryan. Michael mocked her proclamation silently behind her. I shot him a warning look. I was a little reluctant to include her, but Michael had made some good points. I was only learning what I should have already known at my age, and I was certainly not asking an elder. Have you heard anything about how the Alexanders tell the difference between a vision of the past or of the future? I'm not an Alexander, she smiled ear to ear. Yes, but this is serious. Have you ever heard anything? Can you keep a secret? I felt obligated to tell a little something of Allison since she still seemed really into me. For you, I can do anything. Her adoration made me uncomfortable. I certainly didn't want to lead her on, especially with how she was acting, and she could offer assistance to me and then feel slighted and betray me later. I need to be honest with you, Stephanie, I said seriously. I have found my mate. I am asking for your help, but only as friends. The smile fell right off her face. Are you married? No, I said. That seemed to temper her reaction a little. I withheld my irritation, as I could see she still thought that she had a chance. I've heard that for Alexanders, when they see the future, the visions glow more white, and when they see the past, there is the sun and shadows like real life. It looks darker. She said. If that makes sense. It did make sense. The visions I'd seen had different glows to them, but I had just never heard anyone point out this distinguishing factor. I felt a great sense of relief since she knew it already without having to seek this information. It felt a lot more above board. I will do it. You can trust me. She beamed again, trying to come over to me and take my hand, which I hid behind myself. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I smelt Allison. I sniffed again. Was it another Clan Clark she-wolf that only smelled like her? But no, Rupert was sure mate. He was calling inside me, needing me to go to her. I swallowed. Closing my eyes, I sought her through my visions. I knew it was past because there was natural light around the scene. She was with others who I didn't recognize, making me angry at Dylan. Wasn't he supposed to be taking care of her? She had arrived in Crowalt territory. Fury gripped my insides, followed by terror. I hadn't wanted her to come here. They had already kidnapped her once, and I didn't want anyone to confirm that she was important to me. I worried that Jacob would imprison and torture her like in those visions, had my future prediction of her started its fruition. I didn't even want to send Michael. Michael! I called out, opening my eyes. What, Alpha? She's here, I said, rubbing my face with worry. Someone should watch out for her, but sending Michael would make her connection to me obvious. Who's here? Stephanie jumped at my urgency. What's wrong? Is there anything I can do? I looked at her. She had already helped me. I hated to ask, but then I thought of Allison. I needed to protect her. There's a very important she-wolf that I need help with. Neither I nor Michael should be seen with her. Can you help her? I knew it might be risky. Please, I would never ask if it weren't important. Of course, she said. I can watch out for her. But she looked saddened, as if she recognized my love for another. Can you also keep it a secret? Michael added. While she turned to him without the adoration for me, she nodded. I'll keep it a secret. Thank you, Stephanie, I said kindly. You've been there for me more than once in life, and I remember that. A few times she'd warned me when she heard I was in danger as children. She smiled at me, and I could tell she wanted to hug me again. I allowed her one brief hug, but then I sent her off. I could not believe that Allison had come and put herself in danger. At the same time, I badly wanted to see her, even if I shouldn't acknowledge her importance to me. Allison's POV. Michelle and I were sitting together in the stadium on the day of the games. We had gotten there early, and the audience was rolling in. I couldn't stand it any longer. I had to be there, as close to Ryan as I'd been since he left me. I was fraught with anxieties, unable to smell him. There were too many smells here, and I wasn't sure where he'd be. But Crowalt was a large pack, and I dared not go wandering around where the Alexanders lived. As a Clan Clark she-wolf, I would stand out, and they might ask who I was mated to, opening me to danger. Making my nervousness worse, there were so many faces that I recognized who even looked right at my face but said nothing. It seemed that my new face was enough to fool most anyone, and I hoped that it would fool Jennifer. Her knowing me before I was ready to take revenge was my greatest concern. At least, she'd seen me die, so she shouldn't assume that it was me. I wanted to find Ryan and give him my blood before the competition. It would help him. It had to. Otherwise, he would go against Jacob, who surely had a blood provider of some kind as the alpha. I would need to figure out who was their victim now, since I had heard that he was indeed married to Jennifer, but known as Alisa Clark. A strange she-wolf approached us. I had never seen her before in my life, but she wore a long, luxurious dress made of the finest fabric. Her long golden brown hair was curled at the tips and bounced as she swung down to sit beside me. Are you Allison? She said, looking at me, then Michelle, but back to me. I stared at this stranger, unsure who could know me. Yes, I said. Who are you? I'm Stephanie. I'm supposed to watch out for you. I didn't like the way she smiled at me. Ryan asked me to because he trusts me above any other. I felt puzzled, considering how it could be a trap. Ryan? How can I know who sent you? Could this she-wolf know Ryan? And where was he? How did he know I was there, and why didn't he come? Was he in danger? Perhaps he didn't want anyone to know that we were connected, I assumed. Except this girl. I looked her up and down. Her face and hair were pretty, but also she looked kind of young and gangly in a dress suited for a high-ranking adult she-wolf. Ignoring my question, she bared her teeth, but it was meant to appear like a smile. I told you that Ryan sent me. We are old friends since childhood. I was his only friend, actually. He never had many, but I was always there for him. Funny, he's never mentioned you, I said. Her eyes narrowed a moment, but she bounced back with a sweet gesture. How else could I know your name? Does anyone else know that you're here? I hadn't even known that Ryan knew, but it was an astute point. I was not here openly. Michelle and I had come under the cover of Clan Harris, but it was not as if I publicized my name to anyone. See, I'm trustworthy, Stephanie said. How you know Ryan? I wanted to rub it in that we had been lovers because I figured it would wipe that dumb smile right off her pretty face. But I knew better than to reveal that. Instead, I only said, I haven't known him long. Leaving out the importance seemed like the correct tactic if I could use this girl to get to Ryan. Do you know where he is now? She nodded. I was just visiting him. He is grateful for my visit, even called me in to see him directly. I'm so happy to be remembered, even after 10 years. Where is he? I asked more pointed, since this dense girl had not recognized the implication that I wanted to know. He's been staying at his father's mansion, but he'll soon be down there for the challenge. She pointed down at a shelter for the challengers at the side of the arena. His father's home is a nice place. I'm happy to be welcome there. Have you ever been there? No, I said, trying not to roll my eyes at her silly games. Would you take a message to him for me? I would, she said, her voice sickeningly sweet so that I wanted to vomit. She batted her eyelashes innocently, and I guessed that any message that I wrote, she would read before giving it to him, and anything I said, she'd analyze to death. I hoped she'd convey it accurately. I knew that I was pausing because I wanted to think of something to tell her that would mean nothing to her and everything to him. I didn't want to write anything to avoid evidence. Can you tell him now, before the match even? I asked, stalling as I considered the right message. I'd love to go see him before the match, she said, blushing. I couldn't help but feel incredibly jealous. She would see him, and I was dying to see him. She obviously liked him, and I hoped and prayed that he could never like her. It comforted me that he had told me many times that I was his mate, so I hoped that he couldn't like this ridiculous girl like that. Please tell him that I have what he needs, and I can send him some, if you are willing to bring it to him for me. She huffed a little, but then said, I'd do anything to help Ryan. Will you tell him, please? I know Ryan would appreciate it so very much. That made her eyes light up. Of course, I will go to him now. And maybe have him confirm that it's him if he sends you back, I added. She left us, her swaying walk as annoying as everything else about her. I slumped in my seat, hardly able to bear the thought that she would be with him, batting her eyes and smiling sweetly in that disgusting way. How could he trust her? I was sure that I did not, but she was my best option to communicate for now. More of the audience was showing up. The stadium seats were filled, and I worried that we would not have the time to get some blood to Ryan. Maybe I should have sent it with her from the start, but I wanted to hear back from Ryan first, to confirm it was really him on the other side of this messenger. I was rubbing my sweaty hands together till they turned red. Is there anything I can do? Michelle asked. You look so pale and worried. Yes, actually. Could you go and find a vial? I'll wait here in case Stephanie comes back. I didn't want her to get lost if I disappeared. Of course, Michelle said, and miraculously returned with a vial in only a few minutes. You're amazing, thank you, I exclaimed, pleased how she seemed to handle anything so calmly. It was easy to prick my finger and extract some blood since I'd been keen to take daily blood's bane. I needed Stephanie to come back soon. It infuriated me when I imagined she was probably stalling and trying to flirt with Ryan when I needed her to be efficient. Stephanie returned in not too long, but the urgency of the situation really drew out the minutes. Well, I asked. Did he send me a message? Depending on what she said, I would know if she really did see him. She looked really smug when she said, Ryan said you shouldn't have come. You should have stayed with Dylan. Well, that confirmed it. Sounded like him for sure. I tried to hide my excitement. This girl was indeed speaking between us. I ripped off a little piece of my dress and hid the vial of blood inside it. Will you do one more thing? Maybe, she said. You could go back to Ryan again. She smiled. Then yes. Did he say he'd take anything from me? He mostly grumbled. I don't know if he agreed to it. She looked pleased, as if this confirmed something she wanted to know. That also sounded like him. Even if he was very frustrating, I felt all the love for his grumbly ways. I was missing him so much. Please take him this token, but do not look at it. I promise you, if Ryan knows that you saw what this was, he would be very angry with you. He will know that he cannot trust you. She stared at me, looking confused, curious and concerned. She was torn between what to do since she probably intended to spy on anything from me. Believe me, I said, offering up the vial that was tied into a piece of fabric. She nodded, looking cross about it. I am his most trusted friend. I would never. She snatched the parcel from me and left us again. I watched her go, trying to see where she went for as long as I could, so maybe I could find Ryan myself. If I were close enough to him, his scent might guide me the rest of the way. Satisfied and happy that Ryan would get a taste of my pure blood, I sat back in my seat, beside Michelle. I couldn't help but feel like a lot of others kept looking over at me. I pretended not to notice, but my nerves were on high alert. Stephanie was back while the match was about to start. I sat closer to Michelle, trying not to be too obvious in how I leaned away from her. Ryan had allegedly sent her to watch over me. I would have a talk with him about that. Couldn't he have found someone who didn't have a major crush on him? I did not look at your message as promised, and Ryan really appreciated it. The stupid girl went on and on as if I would congratulate her. I let her voice become a meaningless thrum in the background as she bragged. I was on the edge of my seat, looking towards the stadium, where I should see Ryan appear. Stephanie, I turned to her, and her mouth shut for the first time in minutes. What is the first round again? Jacob and Ryan will look into some other's past. She leaned towards me and whispered, I had to find out for Ryan how the Alexanders tell the difference between past and future visions. I glared at her. You should never admit such a thing to anyone, even me. It did put doubts in my mind that she was telling the truth, and how much power this girl had. If you want Ryan to be okay, that is. Of course, she wailed. I would not. On another note, if he hadn't known that, it worried me. And did you find out? If he didn't know that, then how could he win? She nodded briskly, her eyes lighting up again, as if it meant she was his favorite person in the world. She said, Ryan said I was blessed and useful. Blessed? I could hardly imagine him even saying that. When he walked out, announced as Ryan Alexander, son of Shane Alexander, challenger to Alpha Jacob. A lot of the crowd was booing him. My breath caught in my throat. He walked upright and proudly. Even from this distance, I could see a glint of his wolf in his stance and eyes. He looked up the stands directly at me. Stephanie began waving at him. I grabbed her hand and put it down. You'll give us away, I scolded. Useful indeed, I muttered under my breath. Plus, I knew he was looking at me. My heart was beating in my chest loud enough to hear it in my ears. I hardly heard what they said when Jacob was announced, but every fiber in my being froze in time. He traipsed out, his broad shoulders and perfect posture reflected his dominance. I remembered he was a large wolf and man, but he was Ryan's equal in size, and I had never added that up. Even if my heart beat for Ryan, it twisted and recoiled when I saw Jacob. I felt a little faint. I scanned the crowd, knowing that my twin must be watching too, but the seating box for the Luna was shielded from my view. There were the elders, and they asked Jacob and Ryan to tell them stories of the past for 3 men, separately. We could not hear very well from how far in the stands that we were. By the end, the elders determined that Ryan had told more vivid and accurate stories. Jacob looked furious, and when they went to the second round, he was bitter, and his anger stirred terror in my heart. Here, they would predict the future. It seemed like a strange concept, and the elders would judge who did better without being able to see the actual future. They are asking specific questions that they predetermined by comparing to answers from lesser Alexanders who also possess the talents, Stephanie explained. That made a little more sense. But I didn't like how subjective that sounded. How did we know Jacob didn't find out the answers ahead of time? What if the elders had a bias for Jacob over Ryan? In the end, the elders determined that Jacob performed better. I was hoping Ryan won the second round, and they would not need the fight as a tiebreaker. Ryan looked drained. His skin was going gray like when he might faint. I'd barely sent him a few drops of my blood before 2 rounds, but he had used a lot of the talents. He needed more. Jacob pranced off the field, fully strong. I wondered again whose blood he was devouring to keep him that powerful and strong. The crowd was cheering him on. Michelle, I need you to bring something to Ryan, I said. What about me? Stephanie whined. Not this time. Everyone knows who you are. Michelle is really good at not being noticed when she wants, I said firmly while the girl pouted in her chair. Michelle nodded, her quiet countenance determined. We snuck off to the side, where I could collect some blood and pass it on to her. I wasn't sure how she could get close enough to Ryan to hand it off, but I was confident she'd find a way. I had been drinking the herb, so my blood was flowing really well, and I healed quickly. There was an intermission before the last round. I wanted to see Ryan, but that would be too risky. I couldn't allow for anyone to know I was his blood provider. She left on her mission, and I returned alone to sit with Stephanie, who still looked upset that I was sending Michelle. I ignored her. When Michelle returned, she had nothing in her hands, and she looked pleased. Even without words, I knew she'd succeeded. And just in time, because Ryan and Jacob were re-entering the stadium in their wolf forms. Jacob was an enormous black wolf with dark reddish-brown eyes. He pranced with his head and tail carried high. Even so, Ryan was a slightly larger wolf with the thickest dark gray coat and bright yellow eyes that shone like gold even from a distance. He stepped confidently but also carefully. I stopped breathing till I needed to inhale in order to keep alive. I recognized that Ryan looked strengthened again. He must have taken the blood. This won't be to the death, Stephanie said almost to reassure herself as the 2 wolves looked ready to kill one another as they stalked and snarled around each other, sizing each other up. I could not bear to watch if Jacob were to hurt Ryan, but I knew how powerful Ryan was too. I flinched when Jacob abruptly lunged and grabbed Ryan by the neck, who reared up to pull away, but the black wolf held firm, shaking and pulling the skin and gray fur. Ryan snapped and used his leg to push down Jacob's snout and pull away. The crowd was clearly cheering for Jacob, and only for him. Blood turned his gray coat red by his neck, but it was not a lethal wound. I could tell his lack of concern as he prowled back. This time Ryan attacked Jacob, and threw the large wolf to the ground. They were not supposed to kill one another, but for a moment, it looked like Ryan could finish him. Jacob flailed and lashed out. They snarled and bit at each other's faces, and Ryan threw him down again, physically overpowering him as the stronger wolf. I cringed with both fear and thrill. I wanted Jacob to be finished forever. But more than that, I wanted Ryan to leave this match safely and not under the conflict of killing the alpha of Crowalt during a battle for physical dominance. That might render him an enemy to the elders and the ways of Alexander. Jacob became a fury. He ripped out from under Ryan, coming back for more blood. I looked away, putting my face to Michelle's shoulder for a second. It was too hard to watch, but I peeked back because I also had to know what happened. Jacob grabbed the skin on Ryan's back, but he was able to turn and grab his neck. Once again, for the third time, he threw Jacob to the ground. "Surely, that's enough," I whispered. Were they going to let Jacob kill him? Ryan was handling him much more cautiously. Jacob wasn't even bleeding. I could tell it was taking all Rupert's self-control, but he was proving that he had it. I remembered him telling me once that it was a little easier to fight to the death and go for the jugular than fight to keep the other intact. Ryan was fighting with his brutal force, but not trying to hurt Jacob, which seemed crazy to me. Why wouldn't he rip him apart like Jacob was to him? I could only imagine it had something to do with Alexander rules that I wasn't aware of. As if reading my thoughts, Stephanie sighed and said, "Ryan is so magnificent. He is a true alpha, with control over his wolf. But Jacob was not exhibiting that control, and what if he killed Ryan while he was being diplomatic? I hated it. I couldn't watch again." Jacob grabbed his leg and ripped it open. Ryan somehow managed to pull free and throw him again to the ground. The crowd had stopped cheering at this point, and the silence was deafening. Everyone knew that the match should have been called already, and finally, to my great relief, an elder called out, "This match is finished. End it. Stop now." "That's my grandfather," Stephanie said proudly. I could have even hugged her, but instead I embraced Michelle happily. Ryan was limping off the stadium, his back turned to Jacob. It was supposed to be over, it was called, but Jacob went after him. The whole stadium gasped. This time when Ryan threw him down, he showed a hint of his true rage at Jacob, and he tore open his lip. Other elders were on the field now, trying to prevent their alpha from destroying his challenger, but now the challenger was about to destroy the alpha. Somehow, miraculously, they deterred Jacob, and Ryan was able to get out of there before one or both of them were dead. I nearly collapsed with relief. Ryan's POV. "I want to be considered as an alpha candidate," I had officially announced to the elders, claiming my prize, but ultimately, it was up to them. That was the way of Alexander's. Ryan is the winner. The elders had announced my win, and it was still ringing in my head. I couldn't believe it, and I thought they had resisted, but they could not. I had thrown Jacob 4 times in the match, and he'd violated the rules by attacking me after it was called. If he hadn't done that, I was sure they might have reached a different verdict. I had held firm to the rules till that last strike after the match had been called. I had won 2 of the 3 rounds. After my claim, they would need to deliberate my worthiness to be an alpha candidate. I had looked up towards Allison in the stadium seats, trying not to be too obvious. I could smell my mate out of a crowd of 1,000. She had sent me blood twice under cover, and it had truly helped me. I couldn't deny that, but I also didn't want anyone to know about her. I couldn't know if she'd be safe or what they would do now that I'd defeated Jacob. I was paraded through the town as the winner, even though I knew my family was against me, and I also didn't trust the crowd. In the chaos, Allison was able to approach me, shadowed by a red-headed she-wolf that I didn't recognize. Stephanie elbowed her out of the way to run up to me. "You're so amazing, Alpha Ryan!" She hugged me tightly around my torso, and I politely patted one of her shoulders before nudging her aside. "I knew that you'd win. You had to win." Rage crossed Allison's face. Was that jealousy? I enjoyed that a little, and badly wanted to take her into my arms, even though we shook hands like cold acquaintances, our longing gazes speaking more than the simple congratulations she shared with me. Her smell intoxicated me, and my injuries even ceased to throb. I could read her well, and I knew she wanted to show affection, but I leaned down and whispered, "Let's keep us a secret for now, till it might be safe." Then I surveyed around. There were so many people watching me right now, I had to keep this brief. She nodded, but her hand touched mine, and her fingers wrapped into mine for a small and sweet moment. I was swept away into the crowd, losing my brief interaction with the she-wolf I loved. I still heard the crowd cheering against me. It seemed like even if I'd won, I might be a poor choice for an alpha if the pack hated my existence. I really didn't know what they would decide. I was to be locked away for 3 days while the elders deliberated. When I attempted to return to my father's home, the doors were locked to me, and the servants would not open them. I pounded my fist to the door. "You've brought a shame to this family, and now you bring more problems." My father yelled out an opened window. "We want nothing to do with you." "The shame was yours. I was born because of you," I spat back at him. "Let me in." "You're no longer welcome here as a guest," he said. An elder was passing by, and he interjected, "You should house your son. We have 3 days to deliberate if this challenger is viable to take the alpha position someday." My father's face moped in the window. "He can stay, but only in the dungeon." "I will not be locked away," I said, and then turning to the elder who had stopped beside me, "I won. How should I live in the dungeon?" He patted my arm. "I came to tell you that you should keep to yourself these next few days. Do not cause any trouble. We need time to deliberate, and there is much hostility." Clearly, I glared at my father's locked door. This was why I hated my family. That bastard Jacob had tried to kill me, and it had taken all my restraint to not give the Alexanders reason to destroy me. I knew that Alexanders valued their members with talents like treasures, so fighting to the death was always discouraged. It had been this mentality that had saved my life before as a pup. To prove I was a nobler Alexander, I had been trying to adhere to that and resist Rupert's urge to kill Jacob. The elder shouted up towards my father, "As your son, you should let him stay here and put a roof over his head. We elders want to know where he is during this important deliberation. Can we rely on you?" "If I must," he agreed resentfully. "I would not feel safe here." I said, considering if I was not given a guest room, then I would stay in the unlocked room of the dungeon, primed for imprisonment if the verdict was no in my favor. I'd followed the rules and I was being punished. The elder nodded. We thought as much might happen. He turned away from the open window where my father hung his head out. We will provide accommodation that is more neutral, but you must stay there and not go anywhere or talk to anyone for the 3 days. Okay, but I will speak with my beta during those days, I said, although it seemed incredibly unfair as the victor to be isolated away. As I followed him, I added, at the very least you could order the Alexanders to leave me alone if they won't let me claim my rights. The elder nodded. Yes, our concern is the other Alexanders. He led me away to one of the elders' mansions where I was set up in a suite. They indeed allowed Michael to come once a day, but no one else. I paced the room all day, infuriated by the injustice. If they ruled against me, I would have no choice but to burn this place to the ground. I wanted to play by their rules, but as the time passed, I was remiss that I might be outside their rules anyway. It was already driving me crazy. What was worse, I worried about Allison, praying that she was staying out of trouble. As badly as I wanted to be with her, I also hoped she'd stay away from me for sake of her safety. Her face lingered on my mind after seeing her briefly that day. Closing my eyes, I looked for her. She was easy to find, as if we were bonded, no matter what she said about it. My eyelids flew open. She was looking to find me. She would come to me. How could I prevent her? No one was visiting me. It would be too obvious. With my wolf mind, I sent her a mental image to make it clear that she should not come, but there was resistance on her end. She was coming to me, and she was already almost here. Jennifer's POV. I would have killed him. They should have let me. I'm the alpha. Jacob screamed as the doctors tended his wounds. His broad shoulders were uncharacteristically hunched. His lip was torn from his nose down to his blood-stained teeth. For the first time in our marriage, I even thought he looked a little hideous, but he only needed to heal. The elders surely won't deliberate against you, I reassured. He slammed his fist into the table, and it splintered the wood. He practically had daggers coming at me out of his eyes, and I grew quiet. My mate was in a terrible rage after he lost the match. I hung in the background, not wanting to risk that his aggression be pointed at me. I made sure he received the Clan Clark blood required to heal and regain his strength, but there was a lot on my mind. Someone is providing him blood, or he shouldn't have been able to beat me. Who is it? Jacob growled at me, as if he blamed me for not knowing already. I will know it soon, my love, I said softly to calm him. You're worthless if you don't know. Don't talk to me till you do, he snarled. He was flinching as the doctor stitched up his lip. The rage in his red eyes indicated that this doctor might not live to see another day. I bowed to him, unfazed by his threats because I would know soon. With our secret, he needed me as much as I needed him. I backed out of the room to leave him for now. I agreed that someone must be providing blood to Ryan, and I had installed spies around his room at the stadium. First, that young she-wolf Stephanie had gone in one time. She had brought him something and left without it. I knew her, and it was not her, but she might have brought him blood unknowingly or not on account of someone else. Next, a red-headed she-wolf had brought him another parcel. It seemed unlikely that the redhead was of Clan Clark. She didn't quite have the correct smell, but there was a whiff of someone else she carried with her. Whomever she served was likely the blood provider to Ryan. I had one of my servants follow the redhead back in the stands, and from where I sat, they pointed out a she-wolf with long, straight black hair. Distantly, I did not recognize her. No one could confirm who she could be, but she seemed like a possible candidate. There were not many distant relations of Clan Clark that lived outside Crowalt, but I couldn't say they didn't exist. I suppose that occasionally a worthless Clan Clark wolf moved away and mated. Perhaps he or she could have a daughter that had randomly been blessed with pure blood from the moon goddess. Had Ryan had the good fortune to find a distant Clan Clark relative that could provide him the blood to appease the curse and strengthen his talents? I would have to find that out. If there was a she-wolf with pure blood that could be serving the real Alexanders, she should be registered and offered to an Alexander as his mate per the pact, but I couldn't help but think this unregistered she-wolf would be perfect to serve my alpha. One of my maids knocked on my door and entered. What did you find out? I asked eagerly. I'm still not sure of her name, but the she-wolf in question is the goddaughter of Clan Harris. The maid looked at my tapping feet as she spoke. Well, and what else? Where can I find her? I said impatiently. She cleared her throat. Dylan Harris is throwing a party in celebration of a new trade agreement tomorrow night. It's likely she will attend. Oh yes, I had received an invite for that. I leaned back in my chair, stroking my blonde wavy hair thoughtfully. I would have to attend and figure out more about this she-wolf. I did love a good party, and while I hadn't been that interested to begin with, any opportunity to dress up and show off delighted me. As the Luna, I was always honored. I would face this girl firsthand and see what she's all about. If she was any relation to Clan Clark, I could invoke some problems for her. It might be a little problematic if she was the goddaughter of Clan Harris. They had begun providing some of the best bloodbane herb we'd seen in a generation. It was making it easier to harvest Clan Clark blood for Jacob. I was also less worried he'd heal his lip quickly, because he was taking this quality herb too. I might have to tread a little carefully in that case to not offend Clan Harris too badly, but it would also be fun to humiliate her. I was looking forward to it. I left my room, treaded down the stairs to the basement, where we kept our current she-wolf blood provider. I didn't always feel great about violating my family, but it had given me Jacob. I was his Luna, like I'd always wanted, and all he asked of me was to ensure he had quality blood. In the end, it was a blessing to not have the purest blood. My body was perfect and unscarred. I was his lover and Luna, but still beautiful. I peered into the room where my young cousin Diana was sleeping. Scars dappled her body from harvesting blood for Jacob. The smell of wolf's bane made it uncomfortable to linger nearby for too long. She was not chained. She did not fight like my sister had. She was no threat to me since she had offered herself willingly like a good girl. She only stayed down here when she was recovering, but was free otherwise. Even if this was violating the pact between Clan Clark and Clan Alexanders, it was in the name of the Alpha. It was a great secret that we kept to bond us in marriage. Without this, I doubted Jacob would care for me at all. But I couldn't think like that because I would always be his Luna, and I would always find him the best blood at whatever cost. I loved him. I needed him. Who else could he love but me, who would sacrifice her own twin for him? I was his most devoted, and he knew it. He had to value me like I deserved. My Alpha would have 2 blood providers because he was the most special of the Alexanders. He deserved to be the most powerful. I would give him that. And I was hot on the trail of a new candidate blood provider. Jacob would love to hear he'd robbed Ryan of his. All I needed now was to confirm her identity and figure out how to secure her. It would be a fantastic anniversary surprise. He had to keep loving me as long as I kept this up. Allison. Stephanie couldn't help but brag that Ryan was staying at her neighbor's place for safekeeping. She offered a lot more information when I prompted her as casually as possible. Otherwise, I couldn't have known that he was no longer at his father's mansion. Unbeknownst to Stephanie, when she left Michelle and I for the night, I followed her. She was too oblivious to notice, swishing and swaying her way through the streets till she finally entered her grandfather's mansion. I glanced around. There were several possibilities to where Ryan was staying, but I took my chance that he was in the largest one. I let the fresh air fill my nostrils, but I still couldn't quite smell him. It seems the moon goddess might have taken it too seriously when she took away the capability that might be handy now if Ryan were a fated bond. Not that he was, but I wanted to find him. I knew he would not approve, but I couldn't stay away from him. How long had it been now? And after seeing him face Jacob, I had to take risks too. It was dusk, and there weren't many out on the streets. To my luck, I saw a familiar form leaning his long torso out of a side door. Ryan was looking around, his eyes locked on me. I was running to him. He looked on high alert, and before I could throw my arms around him, he tucked his hand behind my back and whisked me inside the suite that apparently had its own entrance. Shutting the door behind me, he grabbed me and kissed me. I felt his body and tingles ran up my spine. All the tension from after the match when we had to act casual manifested now in long, hungry kisses. He picked me up so that we'd be face to face and my legs wrapped around his waist. He broke his face away long enough to say, "You shouldn't be here. I can't have visitors." I was kissing his neck and I whispered, "I don't care. I can't stay away." How many days or weeks had I been without him? It was too long. Sweaty and satisfied, he lay beside me. I turned over, placing an arm and a leg over his body to still feel as close as possible. "Do you love me?" he asked with his eyes closed. "Yes," I said. "I love you." I had to admit the truth. He smiled, but then looked concerned. "You should keep yourself safer. I'm still not sure what the elders will decide after I defeated the Alpha. I'm not safe to be around, especially since they forbade me to see anyone." "I don't think anyone saw me." His eyes were still closed, and he confirmed, "No one saw you this time, but maybe we shouldn't risk it for a next time. They're trying to figure out who is my blood provider. I've seen it in visions." "Who is?" I asked, gripping him tighter as if it would keep me safe from the answer I already knew. "Jacob's Luna," he said, which probably means Jacob is, but I can't see much of him since he's an Alexander. I shuddered. My sister was looking for me even though she didn't know who I was. It was as if fate were bringing us together. He opened his eyes and looked at me. He must have felt my body tremble. "Are you scared?" he asked. I thought before I answered. Of course, I was scared, but I had come back to this life for this revenge, so I would have to face them eventually. I wondered when I should tell Ryan about my past. He deserved to know, but any time I considered it, my throat tightened as if my body forbid the truth from coming out of my mouth. "I want to be here with you," I said to avoid confessing even my fears. "I want to protect you." "You can't protect me from this," I said, admitting that much at least. He sat up away from me, his arms wrapping around his knees. "I will protect you if it's the last thing that I do. I never want to hurt you, or you to be hurt on my account. Perhaps you should leave now before anyone notices." It hurt when he pulled away from me. There was an edge to his voice now, like my visit had all been a mistake. "I won't stay away from you," I said, wishing that he could be happy for my devotion over trying to protect me all the time. "Besides, I'm not so weak," he grumbled. "No, you're a strong she-wolf for sure, but no matter how strong you are, there are always limits." I was reluctant to get out of his bed, wondering why I could not see him, but knowing he was right for now. "We can keep our relationship a secret, but I will not stay away from you." He stroked my face fondly and kissed me again. "Trust me, I would never be apart from you for even 1 second if it weren't dangerous to be together." Dylan was in town, but I had not had the opportunity to see him yet. I was supposed to attend a party thrown by Clan Harris to celebrate the new trade of Blood's Bane, even if I would rather sneak off to see Ryan again. I could not get him out of my head for even 1 full minute. After last night especially. I was caught up in the moment yesterday, and I had forgot to ask about Stephanie since she seemed to feel important to him. I wanted some clarification. But he had said he would love me always, so that was reassuring. He couldn't possibly even like her, but I still wanted to hear it from him. A package arrived from Dylan with a note. "This was made for you. Enjoy." Apparently, he'd ordered me a new dress, and it was the most luxurious piece of attire I'd ever owned. It was a rich violet to match my eyes and the pendant that Ryan had gifted me. Shimmering shards of crystal covered the bodice, and fine lace made up the sleeves and draped over the skirt. I would dress like a fine noble she-wolf. I only wished Ryan would be able to see me. Michelle put part of my hair up, but I wanted most of it down, as if having too much of my face exposed might make me too obvious. Even if she were a maid, I asked her to dress up in fine clothes and attend the party with me. We entered the grand ballroom. The room was filled with ladies in gowns and tall gentlemen in their dapper suits, looking prim and contrary to the wolves we could become. This was Alexander society at its finest. They liked the contrast between man and wolf forms, since they were cursed, and their wolves always a danger to take control if they weren't consuming pure blood of a Clan Clark, she-wolf. I felt like eyes were on Michelle and I as we proceeded around. I could tell from the sinister gleam in some of the males' eyes which were Alexander. They could smell me, and I smelt good to them. At first, the party felt like I'd wandered into a nightmare. There were also plenty of Clan Clark she-wolves attending, so they should not be able to think it was only me that they smelled. "Allison!" Dylan's voice erupted merrily behind me. "You are gorgeous." I whirled. My excitement at seeing him was too much to contain. I threw my arms around his shoulders, and he lifted me into a brief hug before putting my feet back to the ground. "I'm so glad to see you," I said. "I heard all about the match. Ryan was invited tonight, of course, but it seems he can't come till the elders determine his rights as an Alexander," Dylan said. I nodded, but I gazed around wearily, aware of all the ears in this room, and how Ryan and I were a secret. Dylan picked up my caution. "We'll have to catch up more later on that. For now, let me introduce you to the world." He took my arm and spun me. I laughed a little, enjoying the motion which he'd done so smoothly. I could feel the blush on my cheeks when Dylan brought me up on a platform and made a toast to the new trade between Clan Alexander and Clan Harris. At the end, he gestured to me, "And let me welcome Allison, Clan Harris's goddaughter. Please welcome her. She is very important to the clan." I looked out at the sea of faces. They were all blurry in my mind as I hated that everyone was looking at me. But then, one stood out. In the middle of the room, an imposing strict face with her wavy blonde hair piled high on her head. She wore a dark red gown and red lipstick to match. I knew the face that used to be mine too. It was Jennifer. Every fiber in my body flinched while I tried to remain calm and not focus on her, but I swear that our eyes met for a moment. She stared coldly. Dylan noticed that something bothered me, and we stepped off the stage. "What's going on? Was that too much?" He tried to lighten my mood with a smile. "Oh yes, it was just a little stage fright." I tried to downplay it. Michelle was not on stage with us, but she found me now. Without words, she seemed to know how I needed her support and presence. But I kept looking around at the crowded ballroom, wondering where Jennifer was. Could she recognize me? There seemed to be too many people everywhere to locate her. "Who are you looking for?" Michelle leaned in and whispered. "Dylan Harris." A cold voice slid through the room. The red dress manifested in my peripheral. Dylan was already giving a respectful bow towards the Luna who was approaching us. "Alisa Clark, how lovely you look. Where's your mate?" Dylan said, greeting her like a friend. My old name on his voice cut through me like a knife. "Jacob couldn't come tonight, but he sends his best," Jennifer said. I knew her eyes were on me, and I was afraid to meet them in case she recognized me. Ariana burned with rage inside me, wanting to be released. I calmed her and took a deep breath. I couldn't avoid it forever, so I looked straight into her purple eyes, which were so common in Clan Clark. Taken aback at first, I wondered if she could recognize me again, but then she sneered. "And you, Allison, is it? Welcome to my pack." Her greeting sounded everything but welcoming. I nodded to acknowledge my name. I needed to get a grip. I was acting weird, but it was hard with my traumas in the past to face my killer, the sister who'd betrayed me, and keep a straight face and act like everything was normal and fine. "Thank you," I said with a polite smile. It reassured me that although she clearly didn't like me, she also didn't seem to recognize me either. Dylan was looking between us. Everyone in the room seemed to be watching the interaction between the Luna and this new she-wolf. I tried not to think about that. "I saw you at the games. I think you were the only one in the whole stadium cheering for the challenger, Ryan." She smiled slyly around at the room. The room got tense. It was full of Alexanders, and I knew they did not support Ryan. They supported Jacob. But Jennifer could not expect me to forsake Ryan for anything. And what's more, why had she been watching me? Did she suspect me as his blood provider? "He was acting very noble. He followed the rules of Alexander," I said, not admitting any connection to him purposefully, but also with a slight jab at Jacob's actions. "How could anyone not cheer for that?" Dylan interrupted. "Yes, as I would have too. Nothing against Jacob, of course." He cleared his throat awkwardly as Jennifer glared momentarily at him. "Well," Jennifer said, "he's an abomination." I knew my sister. She was testing me, trying to trap me into supporting Ryan. She had been watching me clearly, and I wasn't sure what she suspected, but I could not give myself away. All the Alexanders in the room were watching, and she wanted them to hate me. Still, I could not let her call Ryan an abomination. He's pure Alexander, and clearly his talents prove it. I said, losing myself a little in the combative stare between us. "So you support him over Jacob?" The gleam in her eyes were as if she had trapped me, and she looked gleefully around at the hostile Alexanders listening to our conversation. "I'm only supporting the Alexander ways," I said. "I merely stand up for Ryan because he followed the rules of the match, and that deserves recognition." My response broke the tension, and Jennifer looked sourly disappointed and put out. "We all support the Alexanders." The crowd around us seemed suddenly less interested and hostile, as if what I'd said had eased the tension. "Yes," Dylan interjected again. "And our great trade relations. Forgive me, Luna, perhaps I did not make this introduction properly, but Allison is valuable to Clan Harris, and she will likely be an important trade counterpart on our behalf. Jennifer's eyes narrowed at me. Whatever she was trying to figure out or humiliate me had not worked, and she was frustrated. Still, she acknowledged Dylan politely. We do look forward to our new trade. The Harris clan is welcome for this. With one more condescending stare, she turned from us and walked away. My whole body relaxed a little. I hadn't even realized how tight every muscle was. But in the next moment, I was seized with fear again. Jennifer suspected something with Ryan, and I knew her enough to predict that, but I could not imagine what she was thinking. While I knew that I needed to proceed with caution, I was too upset. Even though I should know better, I had to see Ryan. I finally was ready to tell him everything. I remained at the party for a while, but then I excused myself to Dylan early, saying I didn't feel well. Every important Alexander and official in Crowalt pack was still there, and preoccupied, so I figured it might be a good chance to sneak back to see Ryan. Michelle was staying to cover for me in case anyone asked about me, and then I traveled the night, the streets alone, wary and suspicious of every shadow. I was paranoid that Jennifer might have seen me leave and sent someone to spy on me. My insides felt jittery after that tense interaction with my sister. I wanted to cry, but I could not. I had wasted so many tears from her cruelty towards me. I truly hated her. But the night was quiet with the most important wolves at the party. After a few hesitations and wary glances, I approached and knocked on the door to Ryan's suite. He opened it and quickly ushered me inside, saying, "You're here again? Allison, we need to be more careful." I wrapped myself into his arms to feel safe. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" His hungry eyes looked over my dress. "You look so beautiful. How was the party? Isn't it still going on?" "Yes," I said. "I thought it might be a good time to sneak here." "You shouldn't have," he sounded frustrated. "One time was risky enough." I looked up at him with wide eyes. My hand drew down the scar on his face. "I need you tonight." He leaned forward and kissed me gently. "I want you to be safe. That was my purpose in coming here," he scolded. "I risked all this to keep you safe, but then you come here anyway and endanger yourself. What if they kidnap you again?" I couldn't think about that. I needed to come back here anyway. "Back here?" he asked. "What do you mean by that? You've been to Crowalt before?" "Yes," I whispered and glanced around his private suite as if someone might be listening. Wanting to feel as isolated as possible, I led him back to his bedroom. His guest suite composed of a few rooms. Once we were in his room, he shut the door. We sat together on his bed, holding hands and facing each other. I was looking at his hands, and he brushed a strand of my hair behind my ear. I almost succumbed to his touch, but I had to tell him. I was too close now to keep hiding this from him. Someone else needed to know. He hadn't forgotten either. "When were you here before?" "I was born here." My voice was hoarse. I even wondered if he might not believe me and think that I'd gone crazy. His eyebrow twitched, but there was a spark of understanding in his gaze, as if he were anticipating my words before I said it. "I am the she-wolf of Clan Clark, with the purest blood. I was betrayed by my sister and tortured to death, but I met the moon goddess and she sent me back for another chance at life. I have a new body, face, and hair, but I still have those memories." His face had grown very serious, almost gray. He was using his talents. "I saw you. When I first found you, I thought that I saw scars all over your body, but it was a trick of the light." His large hands were balled into angry fists. "And I saw that Jacob's Luna knew about you somehow. But I was worried it was a vision of the future, so I went crazy to protect you from that. I assumed it had to do with me, with us." I could hardly believe what he was saying. We had kept so much from each other, and it had brought us here right now to this point where Ryan had challenged Jacob and I had met my sister again. But he believed me without question. He knew I was telling the truth. That relaxed me. "So who betrayed you? Your family?" he growled, and I knew that he wanted to destroy whoever was responsible. "My visions of you are cloudy for some reason." I lay my head on his lap and clung to his legs to calm him. It was a little reassuring if his visions of me were blurry. Then I suspected that the moon goddess had made my past blurry to the Alexanders. I could still hide my identity. It was my sister who betrayed me. "Who? Where is she?" He lurched but could not get up without throwing me from his lap, so it held him in place. "We will get revenge," I said. "Justice. Something is very off about them." "Who is it?" he said. "Why can't I see? Was it an Alexander? Someone who broke the pact with Clan Clark?" "My twin sister's name is Jennifer Clark, but she stole my name. Everyone knows her as Alisa Clark Alexander." His eyes widened with full understanding. The rage in his expression turned partially to shock. "The Luna?" "Yes, it was supposed to be me. Jacob was my fated mate. I was chosen for him, and somehow my sister got there first. He knew that she did this to me. He supported it. They bled me like a pig to feed him and kept me locked away. I don't know what they told the rest of my family, but Jennifer stole my name and place in the pack." His severe gaze darkened. "Your fated mate?" There was hurt in his words. Of all I had just said, that was what he'd picked up on. "My fated mate rejected me for my sister." "How does that even happen?" I said, ignoring his obvious jealousy. "They locked me away and tortured me from age 12 till my sister killed me on my 18th birthday." His eyes softened with compassion. "That sounds terrible. So you really died and met the moon goddess?" My eyes were wet with tears. My voice cracked. "I was tortured every day. My wolf dosed with wolf's bane so that I couldn't fight for my life. I gave up all hope. I did die and I met the moon goddess. I was so sad when I found out that my sister had done it to me. For 6 years I didn't know. I thought it had to be a mistake." He hugged me tightly, as if he could save me from the hurt of my past. Being betrayed by family is the worst fate, and I felt understood by him. Once the words started, I kept telling him everything. It felt so good that he believed me. The moon goddess confirmed that Jacob knew that Jennifer kept me in the basement beneath his lair. I was so heartbroken by all the betrayals. I thought he could not possibly know and betray me too. I asked the moon goddess to never make me have a fated mate in this next life. She sent me back so I can have my revenge. His embrace was so warm and unyielding, he stroked my hair delicately. Is that why? He began to ask but didn't know how to say it. Is that why you can't smell our mate bond? Or do you still have feelings for Jacob? I could never, not after asking the moon goddess that there will be no fated mate for me. And how could I still have any good feelings for Jacob after what he did? Fated mates can betray you, so what is the point? I can't be betrayed again. The drive towards one's fated mate is a powerful force. I should know. You are my mate, I smell you, and I couldn't want anyone else. Weren't you listening? I sat up a little cross. We were supposed to be feeling closer to each other than ever, but he seemed focused on the wrong detail. I want revenge on Jacob and Jennifer. My fated mate betrayed me, and I never want to feel that again in my second chance at life. His sympathetic eyes understood and calmed me. He stood up to pace in front of me. His wolfish eyes burned like fire in his skull. I want to rip Jacob from limb to limb. Shh, I said, not too loud. He looked ready to shift and hunt him. I knew the smell. I had to calm him. I confided in you, but please don't take action right now. Please, there is time. I want them to suffer slowly, carefully. I do not want us to go down with them. As he passed me, he stirred a cold wind between us. I reached out and clenched his wrist, digging my nails into him to hopefully grab his attention. His turned to me abruptly, and for a second, he scared me. He was a fury, and for an instant it was directed at me, but his gaze softened slightly. Please, I said, help me with my revenge. I think our stories have come together purposefully, but do not act tonight or tomorrow. We need to see what the elders decide. We have already started, and I know we will get our moment. You're right. He took a deep breath, although it was difficult for him to calm down. And of course, I will help you in whatever way I can. Ryan's POV. I woke up beside Allison and tried to remain calm. She had stayed the night, and I wanted to get her away from here as soon as possible. But her peaceful face during sleep was so beautiful, I wished to start all days like this once it was safe. I kissed her cheek gently to rise her. Any tension from yesterday had dissipated overnight, but her story was still strong in my mind. I could not believe what this she-wolf had gone through, but I understood her so much better now. Allison, we fell asleep, I said softly. You should probably get going. Her purple ball gown in the morning would be a terrible thing to wear home. It would be too obvious that she was out all night. She stirred and her eyes shot open at my words. Shit! She exclaimed, throwing her body to the side of the bed, glancing at the sunlight that was streaming through the window. She ran her hands through her messy hair, looking at the large purple skirt laid out on the chair. The sheets were wrapped around her waist. She looked so graceful and stunning, even in her silent panic. I almost lost my own concerns to pull her back to bed. What will I wear to get home? I can't possibly. She was holding her gown and looking worried. I called on Michael, and while I did not let him inside my room, I sent him to purchase a plain dress and a dress bag from a shop that morning. While we waited for him to come back, she asked, What about that she-wolf, Stephanie? Who is she? She seems to think she's pretty important to you. I chuckled with a shake of my head. She's been very helpful to us for sure. I appreciate her very much, but never like that. Allison's eyebrows raised as if she wanted more explanation, and I remembered fondly how she seemed a little jealous when Stephanie congratulated me after the match. Be careful with her. She seems to like you a lot. I continued, I've been clear to her that I've found my mate. In childhood, she seemed to have had a little crush on me, but she was also the closest thing I had to a friend back in those days where no one else would talk to me. She offered to help me watch out for you. She looked more satisfied by that answer. I'm glad you tried to be clear with her. She still seems hopeful though. She likes you a lot. I can't really know if she does. I was clear with her about my mate. I think she would help me as a friend. Allison scoffed. You have to see that she likes you. It's obvious. Maybe, but it wouldn't matter to me anyway. I agreed, reflecting on my conversation with her. Allison eyed me slyly from the side. I smiled at her cute expression. You're the love of my life, Allison, and I would tell the world once it is safe to do so. Michael brought back a simple maid's dress. Allison put it on, concealing her gown in a bag, and when the coast was clear, headed out swiftly. We really needed to be more careful. Still, as she left, we held hands till the last possible moment when she lingered with her fingers laced in mine, and finally pulled away to disappear onto the vacant back alleyway. As if to really reverberate that we needed to be more cautious in the future, within minutes of her leaving, I received a message from the elders. The messenger even insisted to come into the suite to present it, and I couldn't help but think how our secret could have been revealed if Allison had not left yet. You're called to Elder Fritz's mansion this morning. All the elders are gathered there to announce your verdict. Will Jacob be there? I asked, hoping I could control Rupert if I saw him, but knowing that I must. He will be there, the messenger said. I dressed in my finest suit. Elder Fritz's mansion was neighboring where I stayed, so I was soon entering a large room that was set up for the Elder Council to meet. It was a library with books filling shelves to the ceiling. All the elders were seated in the center of the room around a long ovular table. Jacob sat at the head of the table, and I was invited to sit on the opposite side. Elder Fritz had a parrot on his shoulder. I remembered him from my childhood. His bald head reflected the sunlight streaming through the windows that ringed the room. Elder Fritz rose to his feet to announce the elder's verdict. Ryan won the match. We cannot deny that he is an Alexander with talents. He has come back and redeemed himself, and we have decided that he may stay and live here like an Alexander if he wishes. Jacob slammed his fist into the table, and all attention turned to him. He was glaring at me, and I held back, wanting to shift and leap across the table to kill him. This meeting was far too important to act like that. Plus, he looked like he struggled with the same instinct, and I refused to be anything like him. Jacob said, "This ruling seems unjust. Ryan was banished. I am the Alpha, and I want him to be cast away again." Another elder said, "The elders decide these things, Alpha. This is the Alexander way." Elder Fritz remained standing. He said, "Our verdict denies Ryan as an Alpha candidate for now, Jacob, but you do well to continue living under the rules of Alexander. We have decided not to condemn Ryan in any way, including that he could earn the status of Alpha candidate if he receives enough support from the elders and Crowalt Pack." Another elder added, "Yes, by how he won in the match, he should already be an Alpha candidate, but he just doesn't have the support." The oldest of the elders had been quiet till now. "Jacob is Alpha with great talents. We chose him and we should support his wishes. I do believe him that Ryan is a threat to our order, but I was voted down. See," Jacob spat. "I am the Alpha. This is my right." His domineering gaze was dominant and severe, but the elders were unfazed and above these postures. Elder Fritz was shaking his head. "You have support, Jacob, but we still decide together who is Alpha and who will be candidates for becoming the next Alpha. That is our power and not yours." "Should I not decide who lives in my pack?" Jacob's eyes were pulsating like they might pop out of his skull with the frustration. As much as I hated him, I could not help but enjoy this spectacle. I kept quiet, listening to the elders as was the Alexander way. Allison had been right to calm me. It looked as if Jacob was digging his own holes. We would have our moment when the time was right. "We are honoring Ryan for winning by allowing him Alexander status. He must get something for winning." One elder said. "Why not just allow him to keep living but far from here?" Jacob argued. "I do not want him here. He's a threat to me." Elder Fritz asked, "Did you not send wolves to his territory?" "Yes, but—" Jacob was fuming. An elder interrupted. "Then even coming to challenge you was an honor. Your actions brought him here yourself." I could see the elder who supported Jacob the most was grumbling and looking off to the side with disapproval. "We have decided Ryan upholds the Alexander way, and he is not a threat to it. The Alexander way is greater than any one Alpha. It keeps this pack strong." Elder Fritz said, as if to a child who could not understand and thought everything was unfair. "You are still Alpha. The pack supports and adores you. Do not cause more problems for yourself. Remember the ways of Clan Alexander, and Ryan should be no threat to you." He was shaking in anger and looked tempted to continue arguing, but instead he shouted, "Fine," as he rose to his feet. "I see that we are done here." With one final lethal glare at me where he snarled and showed his canines, he left the room in a frenzied anger. I sat back fully content to see my enemy lose his mind in front of the elders. Several were shaking their heads and throwing up their hands as if there was nothing they could do about his reactions. Elder Fritz turned to me. "You have heard our verdict, and do you accept it?" "I accept it. Thank you all," I said to the whole group. I was so pleased to be part of Clan Alexander again. The crimes of my parents and my existence were forgiven. This would be a fresh start for me. While I loved Starstream Pack and I was still Alpha, I would stay here to help Allison with her revenge. Elder Fritz looked pleased at my gratitude. "If it's up to me, I think you'd make a fine Alpha candidate someday. Prove yourself, gain more support in the pack and all the elders." "I thank you for your wisdoms," I said. "Go now and live like the Alexander that you are. There is even a mansion available if you'd like to purchase it. You are free here." Allison's POV. "What?" I exclaimed excitedly, looking around a charming little apartment that Dylan has just presented to me. It had several rooms including a maid's quarter for Michelle. It would be perfect. Dylan was smiling. "You can stay here as my trade associate with your own salary and apartment, of course." That's amazing news. I had wanted to stay under my new identity, especially after the elders announced that Ryan was an official Alexander and he had bought a mansion here. "You're the perfect choice for it," he said. "It was actually Ryan's idea, so I can't take full credit. The Bloodbane supply is technically his after all." He finished the last part in a hushed tone. Clan Alexander did not know where Clan Harris derived their stash, and while they could likely find out if they looked into it, they had no reason to suspect anything of Clan Harris. They'd mostly shared a positive relation over generations. I would have to thank Ryan properly later for such a brilliant idea. This job would give me purpose and an identity to live in Crowalt Pack. We will have our moment. Dylan cleared his throat to bring my attention back to him. "So dearest Allison, I will leave for a while but visit as often as I can if you or Ryan will entertain me as a guest." "Of course. I wish you didn't have to go," I said, saddened to think of one of my greatest friends not always being there with me. My sorrow reflected in his expression as well. "I can visit as often as I'm able. I will have business to attend to here after all." I nodded. We bid a sad farewell in which I hugged him tightly. As soon as Dylan departed, I sent an invitation to Ryan requesting him. I knew he could find me even without specifics. The secrecy thrilled me, and I could hardly wait for his arrival. Ryan knocked on my door under the shadow of night. I whisked him in, kissing him immediately, all the excitement from the day manifesting in how badly I needed him. He truly knew me now, accepted me with my past, and would help me against Jacob and Jennifer. He chuckled between kisses. "What's gotten into you?" "I'm Dylan's trade associate, and this is my new home," I said, expanding my arms and spinning around the place. "It's so perfect." Ryan was smiling at me. "I hope he didn't take all the credit." "No," I said teasingly. "He gave you credit as well. He said it was your idea." "I'm happy that you're happy." I felt amazing. I was free to live on my own. I had my own job. I would have my own income and place to live. I was in the perfect position to strike down Jennifer and Jacob without them even knowing what hit them. He caught me as I twirled, and I laughed. His arms were so strong, I could feel his heart beating in his chest. Don't forget about me. Maybe someday you could come and live at my place again. He beamed like I had hardly seen him. Apparently my laughter was contagious to him. Not a chance, I said. Not as an employee or associate, but live with me as my mate, he said, looking gloomier while he still held me. I lay my head against his chest. Let's not talk about that again. We need to keep us a secret for now. You're an Alexander. They will not let you marry just some girl without Clan Clark blood. But you do have Clan Clark blood. I don't want anyone to know. I will keep that a secret for as long as possible. They suspect it already. I know, but it does not mean I have to admit to it. The blood drained from my face. I buried it in his abdomen. Jennifer may suspect it, but she doesn't know it. Will you at least consider it for after revenge? He held me so tight like he was afraid to let me go. Maybe it is better to keep us a secret for now, but not forever? I paused before saying, maybe. We have time to talk about all that later. It is a good thought, though, I'll admit it, to consider what life might be after. But my chest tightened. I was still afraid and resistant, as if being a free she-wolf would save me from betrayal. In reality, I hadn't hardly thought about what life would be after my revenge. I needed to focus. I could figure out how I felt after it was over. What's your plan for now? Ryan said with a sigh. Outside keeping our relationship a secret. Dylan doesn't know about this, and I don't think he can support it if he did, but we are the sole bloodbane providers for Jacob and Jennifer. We have the best, and they want the best. I want to start poisoning Jacob, I said. What? He sounded surprised at first. It'll be subtle, like he's getting sicker from the curse over time. They'll need alpha candidates. Jacob should not be alpha, you know this. He tilted his head in consideration. That's true. I've yet to find out who is his blood provider since I know it is not my sister. They must be doing something bad. I continued, and it felt great to have someone to confide in. Was this trust? After all this time, did I trust Ryan? It meant a lot to me to realize this. I can verify that. While I can't look at Jacob clearly, I can see your sister through my visions. It's a little unclear, but it does seem like they have some Clan Clark she-wolf. That boiled my blood. So you see, we need to do this. If we could expose them, it would be ideal. But in case we cannot without jeopardizing our status and good names here, in light of thinking about life after revenge, we must get rid of Jacob. Without him, my sister is nobody. He was watching me with fascination. My mind was reeling about the day I could reveal myself to her at her lowest, when she'd lost her evil mate and the status she had stolen. What? I said bashfully as his stare made me feel like he thought I was brilliant. I've never known this side to you, he said. Kind of scary, kind of sexy. He pulled me by the waist to him. I smelt his breath as he kissed me. I pulled my face away to say, but it's all for good. Jacob is evil. He needs to be taken down. This has become more than my revenge. Ariana stirred inside me. She wanted to make them pay. I did too, but it was more than that. They were hurting others, lying to others, betraying more than me. I was sure of it, and they had to be stopped. Allison's POV. Even as some time passed, I struggled to move around Crowalt Pack's territory because there were many faces that I recognized. Everyone only knew me as Allison, Clan Harris's goddaughter who ran the trade operations. I was still too hesitant to wander through my old neighborhood where I grew up. No matter how badly I wanted to find my mother, she should not recognize me if Jennifer had not. Michelle and I had discovered the paths to traverse on my way to Ryan's, where we would be less likely to be noticed. I was glad that his mansion was on the outskirts of all the other Alexander mansions. On one particular day, I left Michelle at home to sneak to Ryan's myself. He was not expecting me, and I knew it was risky, but I was gaining enough confidence to feel sure I could get there unnoticed. My excitement might have put some blinders on, as I did not realize that someone else was about to cross my path before it was too late. There was a road where hardly anyone ever walked, and suddenly, I saw a figure come out from the side, and walking down the opposite side right towards me. My entire body froze in mid-step. My heart stopped beating in my chest from sheer terror. It was Jacob, his broad shoulders upright in his perfect posture. What was he doing back here alone, and how could this happen? He noticed me and slicked back his black hair, staring straight at me. What misfortune was this? Inside I was panicking, trying to maintain a normal heartbeat and breath, while acting casual like I had purpose to be there. Best case scenario, we pass each other without interaction. Worst case scenario, he could discover who I really was. I was afraid of him most as a talented Alexander. I averted my gaze as I tried to walk past him, hoping that he had his own reason to be in this rather isolated road and he would ignore me. Have we met before? He stopped as I tried to pass him without consequence. He had no issue staring at me, and it seemed like he didn't even need to blink. I kept my eyes down to his feet. Something appropriate when meeting an alpha anyway. No, I must keep going. It's urgent, I said, trying to turn from him. He stepped in front of me, blocking my escape. Are you supposed to be here? Who are you? His voice rose with suspicion. I could ask him the same question, but it was not my place. I needed to stop acting like I was guilty. My mind was spinning, but I calmed myself, drawing on my wolf for strength, and I looked him in the eye. I had a fake identity, and I needed to use it now, like I had never met him before in my life. I'm Allison. I'm a trade associate for Clan Harris, I said plainly. My heart pounded loudly in my ears, so I wondered if he could hear it too. What do you want here? He said, cold eyes narrowing, as if he were trying to read me. His glare sent chills through my body. I desperately hoped that he could not see into my past and determine who I was. My fear and anger jostled me inside. Ariana wanted to be released. We were alone here, but I calmed her. This was not our moment yet. I smiled as best I could to say, I have every business here. You have died before, he said coolly as if he would impress me. I hated that hungry look in his eyes as he looked up and down my body like he wanted more of me, like he wanted to see everything, body, past, future, but he could not. All my hairs stood on end. I decided to ask him, "What do you see of me?" It could be the only way to know for sure. He frowned bitterly, as if he expected more when he tried. "I see some darkness. I just get a sense that you died somehow. It doesn't make sense. I can't really see what happened to you." I attempted to hide my relief. "What are you? What do you want here from the Alexanders?" he asked. I was wary that he could see too much, even if he couldn't see it clearly, like Ryan had suspected. I presumed it was some extra protection granted to me by the moon goddess. "I want to destroy your wife's life as she robbed me of mine," I thought, knowing that I should never admit it. "I want to take you down." "You're so mysterious," he said after I didn't answer him. He was probably not accustomed to trying to read visions of people and meeting a wall instead. "I can't even see if you have a mate. I can't smell anyone's claim on you." He was leaning towards me in an uncomfortable way. Instinctually, I leaned away from him while holding my ground. "What do you want, Alpha Jacob? What are you about?" "I asked you first," he smiled charmingly as if flirting with me. I was disgusted by him. Wasn't he married to my awful sister, and he flirted with some she-wolf he met alone on the streets? I was intriguing him, and I shouldn't do that. I needed to answer something boring and get fast out of this conversation. Drawing attention to myself here and now from Alpha Jacob was the worst outcome from this unfortunate interaction. "I have no mate, but I have a job to do here, trading with the Alexanders on behalf of Clan Harris. That is my only purpose," I said to sound as boring as possible. "So if you'll excuse me, I'll keep to my business." He accepted my answer, kind of leaning a little further as if I were available prey to him. It was the one time in this life that I had wished to have a mate to deter him. How could he act like this? Did he believe he owned any she-wolf in his path? It was mortifying. What of the pact between Clan Clark and Clan Alexander? He'd obviously been breaking it, but he was supposed to honor my sister, who was supposed to be me, as his mate. He touched my arm, and it was like a terrible jolt ran through me. I jerked away from him, turning at the same time to face him. He looked pleased that I'd stopped again, saying, "You leave so soon? You asked me what I want, so I should answer too." I hid the wrist he'd touched behind my back and politely nodded once for him to answer. "So, what do you want?" "As the Alpha, I want to protect my people, my pack, and the whole werewolf kingdom." He bragged pretentiously as if I'd buy that for 1 second. Against my better judgment, I snorted. "You have no idea what protection means." Looking taken aback, I could see his frustration rising. He had assumed I would swoon over him. "I really must go. Remember, it's urgent. I'm sorry." I turned more quickly and proceeded away from him before he could try to prevent me a third time. "Will I meet you again?" he called after me. I hoped not till the moment of my revenge, but I shouted back, "You're the Alexander, you tell me," and I disappeared around the nearest corner, Ryan's POV. A light tapping at my door roused me from my thoughts. It was Allison. I smelt her immediately. My desires rose whenever I smelt that delicious smell of vanilla and warm strawberries, and I delighted when she came to me now that we were a little safer. I wanted us to be mates so badly, but I had to be patient till she was ready, only hoping that someday she would be. She had to be the most stubborn she-wolf in existence, but she was my love. I opened the door, and she darted inside without even a kiss to greet me. It was odd, but she seemed to be panicking. "What's wrong?" I asked, kneeling down beside her as she fell back to catch her breath on the nearest chair. "Jacob," she breathed. "I just met him on the road, and we spoke." My jealousy raged inside me. Is that why she didn't kiss me? Had she felt something for him? It had haunted me every day since she told me that Jacob had once been her fated mate. Rupert was wild inside me, and I could feel my wolfish possessiveness over my mate rising fast to the surface of my conscience. I could not stop it this time. She examined me for a second before she added, "He even was asking me about my mate, and said he could smell no one's claim on me. He seemed to flirt even." Can you believe that? I almost felt sorry for Jennifer for 1 second before I realized I could never feel sorry for her. I was hardly listening anymore. I wanted to possess her. I was losing control on Rupert. I wanted everyone to know that she was mine, and I couldn't bear the thought that she might feel this way for Jacob. When she finally looked into my eyes, her face grew white. "Ryan, you look..." I was grabbing her roughly despite myself. She pressed her shoulders into the back of the chair with surprise as I pounced on her. I ripped her skirt open near her hips, holding one of her arms to her side. She was pushing at me, her eyes wide with fear. "Ryan? What are you? Stop!" She cried out, wriggling under me, trying to release herself. I could smell her wolf's fear wanting to fight or flee, but I had already ripped her dress up to her waist. I slouched back to take off my pants before I could hear her. Rupert would have my scent on her for the world to know. While I was off her slightly, to peel the pants from my legs, she slapped me straight across the scarred side of my face. "Stop now!" She growled in a low voice like I'd never heard her before. "I will fight you if you don't." The impact made me see her, and the fear and anger in her eyes. She was pressed as far away from me as possible because I was about to hurt her. I almost had. In horror of my actions, and mortified of losing control again, I forced myself to back away from her, and slumped over in the corner. My exhales were sharp and painful. "What wrong with you?" she scolded me. "I'm sorry. I just was worried about Jacob and you finding each other. I couldn't bear the thought of losing you to him, of all people." My rage was still simmering just beneath the surface, so my words came across more aggressively than intended. "I want you. All of you. I want you as my mate. Why can't you?" She stood up from the chair where I'd brushing off her ripped skirt as if tidying it could fix it. I could see her legs beneath. She glared at me more coldly than she ever had, and said, "I'm glad that we're not mates if you think you can treat me like this. I will never be your mate." Allison, wait. Her words hit me like a hammer in my gut. There were tears in her eyes as she gathered herself to leave. You know, I was really scared to meet Jacob today, and I thought I could come here and tell you all about it because you would understand. But you don't understand me at all if you think I could ever love him, if you think you have any reason to be jealous of him. With that, she tied up the two sides of her ripped skirt together frantically, as if she could not pull them together fast enough. At least her legs were hidden. Without another hesitation, she slammed the door as she left. I stammered for words, but I was ashamed of my actions too much. I considered that she might be safer away from me anyway, and I let her go. My head spun with all the fury of my wolf, and the inner conflict with the man who wanted to offer her the patience she deserved. I could never force her to love me. I knew it in my heart, and what's more, I would never want to force her, even if I could. I was stunned. Her words stung me, and I felt like a terrible man to treat her like that. My cursed wolf had gotten the better of me one time, and the she-wolf I loved had been hurt by it. She was gone, and I was afraid that in spite of everything we'd been through together, she might never trust me again. Allison's POV. I was running back home from Ryan's mansion, wiping tears from my eyes. For the first time, I didn't care if I were exposed, even if I looked too strange running around in a ripped dress. The hunger I'd seen in his eyes had been terrifying. I hadn't even been sure if he had wanted to mate, or if he had been after my blood, or both. He'd been nearly out of control. I was still shaking from the possibility that my slap would have not snapped him out of it. Ariana had been about to come to my rescue, but could we fight off Ryan? As I scurried home, I saw others watching me out of curiosity or shock, but I couldn't care. I needed to be safe. I was on high alert after meeting Jacob, and then to have Ryan grab me was all too much for me. I could not trust Ryan. I had thought that I could, but clearly he just wanted to use me like everyone else. He knew all my secrets. I thought he understood me. I could not hold my tears at bay. As soon as I was home, Michelle ran out when she heard me crying. She crouched beside me on the floor, trying to get me to admit what was wrong. "Oh, your dress? What happened?" She looked shocked when she saw it was torn and tied to keep it together. "I'll get you another." She hardly finished saying when she was already running to get me a new dress with full concern over every inch of her. First, I'd met Jacob today and faced the oppressor of my past, and then my lover had nearly taken me roughly without my consent. It was all too much for one day. It seemed as if I would be alone in my revenge, after all, if I couldn't even trust Ryan. Allison's POV. My face was still swollen from crying all night. I'd not slept well. Michelle had slept in my room with me, making me feel a little less alone, but I still felt very secluded and unloved in the world. This morning I felt angrier at Ryan than ever, but also angry at myself for trusting him. He said that he would never hurt me, and last night he almost did. It scared me to my core. What was worse was the memory that he'd handled me roughly another time. The pendant around my neck was proof of that. He hadn't even been drunk this time. Had I said something wrong to make him act like that? I pored through my memory of our interaction. I had spoken of Jacob, but if Ryan had been listening at all, he would have known my feelings about him. Still, my heart broke. I loved Ryan. It had felt good to trust him, and I had run to his place after my encounter with Jacob to feel safe. Even if it hurt now to feel like he had tried to use me or something. Thinking about all my mixed emotions only confused and frustrated me, but I wanted to cry again. He had stopped himself before he went too far, so that was something. I saw the wolf in his eyes, and I knew it was the curse of Alexander's to fight with their wolves, and be better able to control them only with blood of Clan Clark. For the first time all morning, I felt a little sorry for him. I knew he was a decent man, but he struggled every minute of his life to keep his humanity, and last night I had almost become a victim to the ferocity that made him powerful. Michelle knocked on my bedroom door. "Allison, Ryan is here? Should I let him in?" She sounded worried. I thought for a moment. At first, I was too angry to see him, but I was also desperate to know what he had to say. "Yes, please let him in," I said. Ryan entered the room. We stood at opposite sides for a minute, and I made no motion towards him. We stared at each other. I recognized him more today than yesterday. I nodded to grant him permission to approach me. He rushed to me, lowering himself to my feet like a beta who was about to profess devotion. He pleaded, "I'm so sorry, Allison. I never wanted to hurt or scare you. Please, I beg for you to forgive me. I'm afraid that you never will." It was strange seeing this large, brutish man at my feet, humbling himself to me, as if I were in charge. My confused heart softened ever so slightly, but I still kept upright and cold, still keeping my distance. "What do I need to do for your forgiveness?" he asked. "Why did you act like that yesterday?" I questioned. I was not sure if I could forgive him, but perhaps if he showed some awareness of what happened and how he could prevent it from happening again, I might consider it. He was still knelt before me and reached up for my hands. I kept my arms tucked behind me, waiting for his answer. "I lost control of my wolf. I know it's terrible. I became so jealous since you told me that Jacob was your fated mate before, and then you met him, and it sounded as if he knew you had no mate. The wolf inside me was going crazy. I'm usually better than to let the wolf take control, but I needed you so much. I love you so much it hurts me." When he stopped, I put my hands in his and gripped them. He looked up at me with sorrow filling his tawny eyes. "I'm so sorry, please forgive me. I can't force you to be my mate, and I can't force you to love me. I know this, and I accept it." I relaxed ever so slightly. What I feel for you is so strong, and I believe I would feel it if I were ever to die and be reborn like you had. I was afraid to lose you. I was afraid that your feelings might soften for Jacob because you felt for him in your past life what I feel for you. I wasn't sure what to say at first, but his words made more sense. I could have compassion for it. Don't worry about that. I said it before, but I could never love Jacob. I feel no mate bond to anyone in this life. Can you forgive me? He asked, kissing my hands. I wanted to, I realized. It surprised me. I was never going to forgive Jennifer or Jacob, but maybe I could forgive Ryan. He had a bad moment once in a while due to his cursed wolf. I had to remember that most did not have as easy relationship to their wolves like Ariana and I. Also, I had said some things that were maybe too strong too. He wasn't the only one in the world to let emotions get the best of them. Ryan, I cupped his face in my hands and he looked up at me. I could lose myself in those sincere eyes. He was mortified by his actions. I love you, and it's not easy for me to love, but never for one more second think that I could ever have any lingering feelings for Jacob. He's the reason I was so miserable in my last life. Have you forgotten why we're here? I leaned down and kissed him. He looked so vulnerable for the first time. He was in my hands. He stood up and took me in his arms. I let him kiss me, although I was still a little withdrawn at first. I'm yours, he whispered in my ear, in all small ways that you will have me. I will not push or pressure you into anything ever again as long as you forgive me now. I peeled back from him and ran my hand through his messy dark brown hair. He leaned into my caress. I was still a little shaken from yesterday, but I also felt that electric current between us now that I was open to forgiving him. I forgive you, I said. But be more careful next time. I know you don't want to take much of my blood, but if it helps you keep your wolf under control, it might be best for both of us. He kissed me again and again on my lips and down to the nape of my neck till I kissed him back even more fiercely, even biting at his lip. I knew he wanted all of me, but he held back this time, only kissing and touching gently, wanting for me to lead the way to what I wanted. He pulled back to say, "You're my heart, and I can't live without you. Allison, you make me so happy. Thank you for forgiving me. I hardly deserve you." Not knowing how to respond, I threw my arms around his shoulders and buried my face in his neck, taking in a deep whiff of his musky, sexy odor. It felt good to be loved like this. I knew I could forgive him because he was sincere. I grabbed his hand, and I led him to my bed to be clear about what I wanted from him. Gazing up at him, I pulled him to the bed and climbed on top of him. "Are you sure?" he asked, looking amused and pleased. I was feeling down his firm body while he lay there. "Clearly," I said playfully, "but I'm in charge today." He smiled sweetly. "Yes, milady, whatever you say." We lay there in stunned silence afterwards. There were many emotions flowing around the room, but at least the tension had vanished. We lay together in bliss till the sunlight indicated it was already afternoon. We snuggled together till there was another knock on the door. I blushed, thinking that Michelle probably heard us. "What is it, Michelle?" I called out, too naked to answer the door. "It's the Luna. She has sent an invitation that you join her for tea this afternoon," she called through the closed door. My heart dropped out of my chest. Could this have anything to do with meeting Jacob yesterday? "Today?" I called back to Michelle through the door. "Yes, by 3 o'clock. In 2 hours," she answered, her voice sounding regretful. While she didn't know the whole story, she was smart enough to pick up on my dislike for the Luna, especially with Jacob and Ryan's animosity. "Thank you, Michelle. I will be ready. Could you prepare yourself to come with me?" "Of course," she responded. "Whatever you need, let me know when you're ready to go." We heard her footsteps venture away from my door. Ryan and I looked at each other. His eyes were as wide as I'd expect that mine were. "Fuck," I asked. "What could she want from me? Do you think you should go?" His voice was edged with urgency. Could I avoid it? My body was shaking. Ryan pulled back into his arms and squeezed me tightly. I was so grateful that I'd forgiven him. Having someone to understand this moment for me was invaluable. "We could think of some excuse. Maybe you're ill today?" he offered. I could make some excuse, but it would only put it off till tomorrow or the next day. I responded, accepting that I would meet my sister. Besides, I should figure out what she wants. Whatever it is, I'm sure it isn't good. I met her once, and she tried to make me look treacherous in front of all the Alexanders. She tried to point out that I supported you like she had been spying on me, and I had been careful. I had told him all about that encounter, so he was nodding. He closed his eyes. I smelt the cool smell like a winter breeze when he went into his visions. I stroked his hair fondly, running my hand over his sharp jawline and down his thick, masculine neck. He peeked out of one eye. "It's hard for me to focus on the visions if you distract me." "Oh, sorry," I pulled my hand away. "You just look so sexy like that." With a smirk, he clamped both eyes shut again. "What do you see of Jennifer?" I asked, grateful for his talents. I see a large table and a tea set with really tasty treats. It's in the future, and there's Michelle, Jennifer, you and someone else all sitting down to tea. It must be today, and she must really intend on serving you tea." He opened his bright eyes towards me. "It's so strange in these visions. Often it's like you're a black shadow, so I assume it's you, and the others are clear to me." "She must only want to talk," I said, hoping more than believing, while my curiosity was rising sharply. "I need to find out about what. It seems so. She looked friendly even," he added. "Friendly?" I scoffed. "She must really want something. I wonder if it only has something to do with the blood's bane we are providing to them." At this point, we'd already been lacing Jacob's herbs with poison. Who knows what else is going on there? This is my chance to find out more. "Are you scared?" he said, knowing the answer even before he said it. "You're brave." Whether I'm terrified or brave, I need to figure out who is Jacob's blood provider. I wondered if I could contain Ariana if we discovered it. What if I learned that another she-wolf was locked away in the basement? Would I be able to stay calm? "Ryan, do you see anyone locked away in their basement?" "I've not been able to see that," he said. "I've looked a few times because you asked me to, but I don't see that they have a prisoner like that." "Humph," I let out a breath. They have to have someone. Jacob shows less signs of the curse than one might even expect for an Alexander of his age. He's still going strong with his talents. His wolf is a bit unruly, Ryan said, but I agree. I think he's just like that. He held my hands for a moment like he considered not letting me go, but released them reluctantly. I should get ready, I said. Will you be okay? He said. I have to be, I responded. I'm worried. What could she want with me? I met her once at that party, and she hated me. I hope this has nothing to do with Jacob yesterday, but again, it might be Blood's bane or who knows what else. Be careful, he said. I wish I could be there with you. Michelle will join me, so I will not be alone there. I was pulling on a more casual but pretty floral dress, perfect for an afternoon tea. Will you watch out for us? I asked. It will be hard to wander back into Jacob's lair. It's the place where I was killed. He nodded. I can't really choose what I see of you, but I can see visions of Michelle and your sister. I will watch to make sure that you get out of there safely. That gave me some reassurance. I took a deep breath, telling myself that we can do this. Michelle and I wore presentable dresses for an afternoon tea with floral patterns and long skirts. At least it was not the first time to meet my sister. Even if seeing her sent waves of fury and terror through my body, maybe it would be more normal this second time. Whatever happened, I needed to keep my composure and not risk exposing my plans to destroy her and Jacob. I needed to come across like a supporter of Clan Alexander above all else, and like a simple trade associate for Clan Harris. My whole body grew numb as we approached Jacob's lair. I remembered the last time when I thought he wanted to meet me after I'd won the games, only to be thrown in the basement. Ariana nipped at my insides, urging me to run away from there. I almost agreed with her, but I spoke inside us. We have to do this. Her fear of being dosed with Wolf's bane was real. I could not let that happen to us again. Michelle, I whispered, stopping her a moment. If anything strange happens in there, then I need you to get away and find Ryan immediately if you can. Yes, milady. She looked concerned but did not ask for any explanation. I liked that about her. She would agree without hesitation and never pried. With a deep sigh, I knocked on the door. This time there were no guards escorting me. It was only Michelle and I. This time I was a grown she-wolf with the ability to fight for my life. This time I would trick them instead of them tricking me. A servant answered the door. The Luna is expecting you upstairs, if you would please follow me. She bowed and led us up the stairs. I swallowed a lump in my throat, looking towards the dark stairs that led to the basement. I remember before when I'd expected to proceed upstairs towards luxury, but they dosed me with Blood's bane. The fear in those memories was a force inside me that I had to ignore. I looked upwards towards the beautiful furniture laced with gold and the finest paintings of all the Alexander Alphas over the generations. At the end of the hallway was one painted of Jacob standing in his imposing stature, with Jennifer sitting beside him on a gold and velvet throne. It was strange, like seeing the life I should have had, the face I used to have only colder and crueler looking back at me from that wretched work of art. We followed the servant around a corner to a lavish room with a small circular table. Jennifer sat beside another she-wolf. The table was made with a purple tablecloth and a fine tea set lined with gold. When Jennifer saw us enter, she remained seated. Smiling, she beckoned us to take our seats. Welcome, Allison. I'm so glad that you could join us. Her smile made me feel sick because it was too sweet and completely fake. I glanced at the other she-wolf at the table, who hardly looked at me. I recognized her, although I hadn't seen her in years. It was our younger cousin, Diana. She must be about 16 by now, I thought, considering how she was a couple years younger than I was. She looked a little ill, and I hoped that she wasn't getting the poisoned Blood's bane instead of Jacob. But what was she doing here anyway? Jennifer must have noticed that I was staring at her, because she added, "This is my cousin, Diana Clark. She's an honored resident here, my companion and very important to the Alpha and I." My eyes narrowed for a second, but I had to pretend. "Nice to meet you, Diana." I had never heard of another Clan Clark she-wolf living with the Luna as her companion. "This is my maid, Michelle. She's joined me today," I introduced. "Oh, how quaint. You include your maids like companions." Her fake friendliness dripped with a subtle slight, as if pointing out that I wasn't aware that werewolves of status didn't really include their maids in social gatherings. I couldn't care less. Michelle curtsied to show respect. In my heart, I wished I could tell her she didn't have to show respect to the worst Luna in existence. But obviously it was all in good taste. We finally sat down, me across from Jennifer and Michelle across from Diana. Servants presented hot tea, pouring it into our cups. There were an assortment of sweet breads and miniature bites of desserts. Diana filled her plate and kept quiet as I tried to focus on Jennifer. We stared at each other for a minute. My purple eyes still looked almost exactly like hers, to a point I looked away in case she could discover me if she looked into them for too long. "Thank you for this kind invitation, Luna," I said, finally grabbing some bread to have something to do with my hands. "To what do we owe this honor?" "I like when a she-wolf wastes no time with pleasantries." Jennifer smiled, but it never touched her eyes. "I've invited you here to make friends, and I have a proposal for you." "Is it about our trade? Are you enjoying the herb?" "Very much. It's the utmost quality, isn't that right, Diana?" The sad girl nodded and hiccuped. For her age, she should not have such terrible bags under her eyes, nor such pasty skin. I noticed a scar on her wrist before she hid it in her sleeves. "I'm sure you know of the pact between Clan Clark and Clan Alexander?" Jennifer said. "Yes, I've heard about it." I pried my eyes away from Diana since I was still trying to confirm that I had seen a scar, or maybe it was a birthmark. "You have lovely purple eyes," Jennifer surprised me with a compliment that sounded sincere. "It's common in Clan Clark but rare out in other clans." My throat tightened, and a tingle ran up my neck. "My mother had purple eyes," I shrugged. "Does your mother have them?" Jennifer leaned back. I hoped she would say something to confirm, even if my mother was still alive. Yes, she did. My heart fell in my chest, past tense, like maybe she was no longer alive. But I'm wondering if you have any relation to Clan Clark. I did not want to admit that. She was trying to figure out if I was the blood provider to Ryan, since she was hot on that trail. The purple eyes must be a coincidence, I said. I am not a Clan Clark she-wolf. If I could persuade you, we could test your blood to know for certain, she asked politely. It's a great honor if you have pure blood with the magic to soothe the curse of Alexander. And you suspect this merely from my eye color? I questioned. Surely, not every Clan Clark she-wolf with purple eyes has the quality blood. I knew that for a fact, since she did not have quality blood. True, but perhaps it is distantly in your bloodlines and the moon goddess blessed you. Occasionally, members of Clan Clark do leave the pack after all. It's not impossible. I noticed that she had not sipped any tea, nor eaten a single treat. Her plate was still empty. Suddenly, I grew suspicious in case she was poisoning us. So far, I felt fine, but I set down my bread and only pretended to sip after that. I gazed at Michelle, but I could think of no way to warn her without drawing attention to my suspicions. Even without words, she seemed to pick up on my concern with one glance at her, since she was a dear and sensitive soul. She took a fake sip of her tea. Jennifer was leaning towards me, trying to look charming and friendly. If you consent, then we could test your blood and see if you have the quality worthy to help the alpha. My whole body shuddered while I tried to remain calm. Ariana was anything but reeling inside me. She wanted to rip the face off Jennifer right then. She wanted to kill her and flee, but I was sure that we could not do that without terrible consequences. We have to think of life after revenge. We both wanted to live life free of these burdens someday. Jennifer continued, obviously, you could have it all. You could join us here at the lair, or have your own mansion. You could choose any mate of your liking, have all the riches, the highest social status, perhaps Duchess, if that tempts you. All this if your blood tests of high quality, and you honor the alpha with it. I could not smile back. I knew my face was too serious, but I could not make it show any emotion for fear that I would break down in front of her. I will not test my blood. I am not of Clan Clark, I said. Not for the chance at the greatest status and riches, not for freedom to live here like a duchess and be honored, Jennifer said. Isn't this a violation to the pact? I sounded angry, and I didn't care. Each Alexander was supposed to have one blood provider assigned, and he should honor her as his mate. Jennifer scoffed. Not if you agree willingly. Besides, you even said yourself you're not technically of Clan Clark, so this is the perfect chance to get my mate more quality blood. He's getting so powerful. He always deserves more. It doesn't seem right. Doesn't he have a blood provider? I asked, gazing at her up and down, even though I knew it was not her. Perhaps I could find out right then what they were doing. Of course he has a blood provider. She scorned me, but with no indication of who, probably assuming I'd think it was her. But what could more blood of more than one she-wolf do for an Alexander? And if you're truly outside the pact like you claim, then I can't think of a better prospect for this deal. Jacob could be even more powerful, and don't you support the alpha? I felt my guts twisting inside me with disgust. I might become nauseous. I would never do anything to help Jacob, not for anything in the entire world. This was getting progressively harder to contain my feelings, and I wondered how quickly we could get out of this. I support the ways of Clan Alexander. I am living in Crowalt Pack, I said. What could I say to keep us safe without swearing allegiance to that dreadful werewolf? Will you accept my offer? She tried again. I have an inclination you'll test very well, and you can have whatever you want. No, thank you for your offer, I said politely, even though I hated to thank her for anything. But I like my life as it is now. It's simple and it's enough for me. I have a job and a place to live, I said. I do not need riches or status. Jennifer's smile was fading. Her frustration as evident. She thought I would accept this offer. What would you want? Everyone wants something. Surely I can tempt you. It begins with the test. Perhaps you're not even eligible. Obviously, I could never admit that my greatest desires were revenge. It all sounds too complicated for me, I rejected again, resenting her coercive ways. I will keep my life simple. Besides, I'm an important trade counterpart with Clan Harris. Oh well, I don't see why you can't do both if you like. She didn't sound nearly as pleasant anymore, as it was hitting her that I would not accept. You're wasting your efforts. I'm not a distant relation to Clan Clark. Why not test it and see? She leered at me as if she were the one who wanted my blood for herself. I can't help but wonder if you won't test your blood, that you're hiding something. No, I said flatly, really staring her in the eyes till Ariana burned with rage inside me. I reject this offer, and I won't be testing my blood. I do not need to make up fancy reasons for wanting a simple life. There is nothing that I could want that you could offer me. I had been pretty polite till this point. Her eyes narrowed at my firm words. She suddenly didn't have any issue showing how she never liked me after all. Think about it, Jennifer said. The offer will stand. You are allowed some time to make the appropriate decision. I could complicate your life in other ways if you do not accept. Are you threatening me? I asked, deciding that it was best to call it out to test what Jennifer might say. Finally, Jennifer took a sip of her tea, setting down the cup carefully on the saucer. She looked thoughtful and pleasant again. Of course not. I'm offering you an unbelievable chance to rise through ranks and riches. And for what? A little blood that you can spare, unless you've been lying to me, and you're already a blood provider to someone. My sister always did know how to suck the air from the room. My breath grew short for a second, and I realized her gaze had lifted straight to mine. She sniffed the air slightly to catch my reaction in all her senses. I don't know what you're talking about, I said, trying to make the fear spreading over my face turn to agitation. I already told you I'm no distant relation to Clan Clark. To your knowledge, she corrected me. But you also won't even test your blood, so why is that? Unless you already know, and you're already giving it to someone else. I already knew who she might expect. Ryan had told me she had been sleuthing around to find out who was Ryan's blood provider. While I had given Ryan tastes of my blood, he never accepted enough for me to be considered a true blood provider. It wasn't even a lie when I said, I'm not a blood provider to anyone. Who would I be to anyway? It seems you already suspect me. Michelle fidgeted beside me nervously. Ryan Alexander, Jennifer said coolly, still watching me with those sharp purple eyes. I know that someone must be, and it must be very good blood if he beat my Jacob, so as you see my offer is also an opportunity to right wrongs against the Alpha. Thankfully, Ryan and my relationship was still a secret. She was trapping me into a corner, but I knew that I did not have to accept this offer. Even if I lived in Crowalt, it was as an associate of Clan Harris. Why Ryan Alexander? Because I cheered at the games? Have you seen us together any other time? No, she looked disappointed and cross as if she thought I hoped that I might weep and plead to her when she caught me. Thank you again for your offer, but I do not need to accept it. I'm an associate of Clan Harris, their goddaughter, and I have an important part in the trade of Blood's Bane. While I respect your Alexanders, and your Alpha, I will not be pressured into this. Do not try me. I will leave this pack and take the Blood's Bane trade with me. You wouldn't, she said. Clan Harris would not allow. I doubt they would like to hear how you've accused me and threatened me today, I said more forcefully. Jennifer glared. I pushed back my seat. Thank you for the tea. I think that we're done here. As Michelle and I left, I looked once more at Diana. Her sad eyes were empty and her face so gaunt. I had suspicions that she might be the blood provider to Jacob. She was too young to have already been mated, and blood providing to anyone, but if her blood tested well enough, she should already be promised to an Alexander. Why would she be staying at the Alpha's lair? Even if it were under the pretext that she was Jennifer's companion. Then again, she seemed to be there on her free will, and Ryan had not been able to see anyone chained in their basement. It just didn't make sense. I needed to find out more about her. Jennifer had said a few things in our conversation, as if they were looking for an additional blood provider for Jacob. Michelle and I marched away from the boulevards of Alexander Mansions towards the elders. I trusted Stephanie enough as Ryan's friend that I could ask to consult with her grandfather if he would see me. I knew he was most supportive of Ryan, and therefore my favorite of all the elders. I would find out more about Diana today. It was the missing puzzle piece if I was able to confirm my suspicions somehow, and yet I doubted an elder would be aware of Jacob and Jennifer's breaking the pact. I knocked on the door of a large mansion. When a servant answered, I asked for Stephanie first. She came waltzing out of the front door in a few minutes, throwing her bouncy curls over her shoulder. Hello? Isn't Ryan here? I was hoping he'd visit me. She pouted and did not hide her disappointment. Remember, I warned her discreetly, Ryan and I do not acknowledge each other publicly. Huh? Oh, right, she said, waving her hand at me as if I were the silly one. That again. I sighed, but kept my expression friendly. I'm wondering if you could do me a favor. I'd like to speak to your grandfather about something, but I don't really have any acquaintance with him. She stared at me, blinking too many times again. More quietly, I said, Ryan calls you a friend, and he mentioned that you offered to help. Please, I would not be asking if it weren't important. He talks about me? She sang with delight. Okay, if it helps Ryan, I can ask if grandfather is available. The door shut in my face, and this time with her no longer there, I rolled my eyes. Stephanie did not come back. Instead, she sent a servant to take me into her grandfather's study. It was a large room with a desk and statues of wolves everywhere. A parrot swooped by my face as I entered the room, and flew over to land on a perch mounted on the desk. Elder Fritz welcomed. Come in. Allison, is it? My granddaughter claims an acquaintance with you. To what do I owe this visit? Bowing a little first, I entered and sat down in the seat across from him. I'm not sure if you know that I'm a trade associate for Clan Harris, so I'm new around here. He was nodding as if he knew all about it. That would make things easier. Since I'm new, I'm curious to know more about the ways of Alexander and this pact with Clan Clark. I met Diana Clark today, and she did not look well. I'm trading Blood's Bane, and I hope that she is receiving what she needs if she is the blood provider to someone. He sat back in his seat and folded his hands behind his bald head thoughtfully. Diana Clark tested very well for her blood, the best in Clan Clark at this time. Too well for any of the eligible Alexanders, none have suited her yet. She has not been promised to anyone, and she is also not providing blood. He eyed me curiously. I felt like I should add more to make my questions seem like they actually relate to me. Our Blood's Bane is the highest quality. I hope that she is getting what she needs in any case. I was concerned when I met her for her health, and it didn't seem like she was providing blood openly, but I wondered if this happens in secret sometimes. Never, he said flatly. That would be against the pact. I appreciate your concern. I will look into Diana's health. She is very important to us now, with her quality of blood. I believe the Luna herself is watching over her carefully in the meantime. The lingering tightness in my chest from my conversation with Jennifer was winding up even tighter. I was happy that this elder had concern for Clan Clark, even if we had often been treated as possessions. At least the pact protected us. But Diana was under the worst possible care. Elder Fritz continued. Yes, indeed. Before Ryan Alexander's arrival, we had no Alexander of high enough ranking to match Diana with, but that has all changed now. My heart stopped. Ryan? I asked, but my voice broke a little. Why yes, Elder Fritz looked incredibly pleased. Taking Diana as a mate would increase his status as well, and powers to have a true blood provider and mate from Clan Clark. She would match to him so well, and help him with the alpha candidate status that I believe he deserves. It was the first time I wanted to shout to the world that I was Clan Clark, but I could not after being so firm with Jennifer that I was not. Confused, hurt, and frightened by this news, I sat dumbly in that chair without words or response. "Thank you, Elder," I said. "This information has been helpful," I muttered, even if his words had just broken my heart. Under the ways of Alexander, Ryan should accept Diana, but I hated it. I did not want to be Ryan's mate, but I didn't want him to mate with anyone else either. Seeing that would kill me. Even now, I could scarcely breathe. I left Elder Fritz with chills running all over my body. I needed to see Ryan as soon as I could. My heart felt heavy in my chest, weighed down by this new information that the elders had picked out a mate for Ryan. Even my concerns that Diana was the secret blood provider to Jacob didn't seem important for the moment, and slipped to the back of my mind. I kept too distant with Ryan all the time. I could not do that anymore. He could pick another mate, and no one could blame him for how many times I had denied him. We shared love, but we kept it a secret so no one would know. Up to this point, I even delighted in the secrecy, but not when I just learned the elders had matched him with another. Even if I felt urgent, I still proceeded with caution. I could not forget how Jennifer had tried to trap me today, and that she was likely spying on me. He meets me at his door. Whether it's from smell or some indication of his powers, he seems to know whenever I am arriving. Beckoning me inside, I noticed that he surveys the area behind me once more before closing the door. I throw my arms around his neck and pull his face down to kiss me. He smiled between kisses as I grip him tighter and nip at his ear. A low growl of pleasure uttered from deep in his chest as he wraps his strong arms around my waist. My body curved into him. We were only in the front entry of his mansion at that point. He pulled back from me a little to glance around. While he only had a few trusted servants from Starstream working there, he suggested, "Let's go to my room." I nodded and held his hand the whole way there. He kept gazing down at me with happiness. "Is everything okay?" he asked as we entered his room. "Everything is fine," I responded, not entirely truthfully, but I wanted to avoid Diana right now. He might not have heard about it yet, and it would ruin this moment. I was reaching for his shirt and up his firm, sculpted abs. "You look a little sad today or something," he said, his keen eyes looking at me while I tried to distract him. Afterwards, he lay beside me, his large body curved behind mine so that the full force of his body heat enveloped me. He kissed the back of my neck, and I felt more connected to him than I ever had, even without words. We were beyond words at that moment. Finally, he broke the silence. That was amazing. He could not see my face, but my eyes were watery. I wasn't sure why tears were spilling out, and I wiped away the one that dripped over my nose. "What's wrong, Allison?" he asked. He could smell my tears. It's hard to hide emotions from Ryan. I sniffled a little. All my worries from the last few days were suddenly overwhelming, but I couldn't let that ruin our beautiful moment. "I feel like you're not telling me something," he said softly as if this hurt him. It must remind him of all those months I held back from him. "I'm sorry," I said in a faint voice. "I'm just tired, that's all. There's a lot going on lately, and this was really amazing, so I am touched." It was not untrue. "I'm worried about losing you someday," I confessed. "What?" he snorted like a laugh. "As long as I have life in my body, I am yours." "Promise?" I said. "Yes," he said. "Okay," I said, holding my fist to my heart as if that would make this promise be an unbreakable vow. But at the same time, I knew he had not been offered Diana yet. Ryan's POV. I pranced around my mansion as if walking on clouds, completely elated after Allison was so affectionate with me. If forming a true mating bond would be even half as amazing as the other day, then I would always have hope. She was my love and my life, and I could only think of her. Her sudden insecurities still tickled my concerns. She had seemed a little closed off towards the end. While this hurt me, it was Allison. I had to expect that she might always struggle to be vulnerable, and she had shown a lot of vulnerability already that day. The same day, business was as usual till I received an invitation from the elders to meet at their house of council. I hoped that nothing negative would come of it, but the note indicated that they had important and exciting news to share. The familiar room had books filling the shelves that made up every inch of the wall. The elders sat around their ovular table and invited me in to sit with them. This time, thankfully, Jacob was not present. I was happy that any news was from the elders and not including him. Elder Fritz initiated the conversation with the usual formalities, then told me, "We are excited to share that Crowalt Pack has warmed to you a lot since you moved here. It seems that people speak of you well for winning the competition against Jacob and acting within the rules." I was nodding. This did sound like good news. I hated the man more than ever now that I knew who he'd been to Allison and what he'd done to her. I could hardly face him without the urge to kill him. It was probably best to avoid. He continued, "Jacob is already 25 and beginning to show some signs of illness, so we are looking for alpha candidates to be in place." I immediately wondered if he was already feeling the effects of poison that Allison was lacing his blood's bane with. I would delight in sharing that tidbit of information with her next time we see each other. To uphold the ways of Alexander, we always like to have more than one alpha candidate at any given time, especially important when the current alpha begins to show his age. We have only had one Alexander with appropriate level of talents, and now you. Would you accept this honor? I could hardly believe my ears. They were offering me the status of alpha candidate. I was almost too flabbergasted that I hesitated before I accepted eagerly. Yes, I would be honored to be considered an alpha candidate for Crowalt Pack. Elder Fritz beamed at me. "We are happy to hear it. That gives us peace of mind that the ways of Alexander will continue. In the case of your acceptance, we have even more to offer you." I could hardly imagine what more they could have to say that would top that. I was even smiling back at them. Probably partially because I was still radiating the happiness that Allison had instilled in me yesterday. As a true Alexander with this high of rank and appropriate mating age, you will need a blood provider and mate. We have one she-wolf with high-quality blood that has not yet been matched because no one was worthy of her blood quality. The smile dropped off my face. I did not want that. I had only just promised Allison yesterday that I was hers. They were honoring me with all the rights of a true Alexander, and could I risk losing the alpha candidate status if I did not accept? I could only love Allison. It would be terrible to hurt her that way, and it would rip me apart inside to even consider another she-wolf. I only had eyes for her, and my heart beat only for her. I could not fathom taking any other as my mate. Even in that moment, my mind raced through all the most beautiful moments we'd shared and even the fights. I never wanted to hurt her, and no matter how she denied me, she would hate this as much as I did. I thought carefully before responding. I thank you for your offers. This is truly an honor. I have been living my life without a blood provider, and I'm not sure about having one. It is the way of Alexanders, the elder who had been against me spat out at the other end of the table. Elder Fritz looked concerned before he said, "It is perhaps a lot for you to take in for the moment. Diana is too young now. She will not be your mate for around 2 more years if you should accept her. And you should accept her. I cannot imagine a successful alpha without a blood provider. It is the pact between Clan Clark and Clan Alexander." I sighed with relief. At least the girl they were trying to promise me was a couple years too young for the moment, so it's not as if they planned to marry me off tomorrow. I had to play by their rules, but in this case, I needed to work around it. Maybe before Diana was old enough, Allison and I would no longer be a secret. I will consider your she-wolf, but as you know, my parents had an ill-fated bond that ended in catastrophe. I'm hesitant for this reason. Before I accept any she-wolf as my mate, I would need to meet her. I know it's not as conventional, but perhaps I could have my own choice in Clan Clark she-wolves? I wasn't sure how bad a violation this was. I had not grown up here entirely, so my memory of all the nuances was foggy about some issues. One of the oldest elders said the needs of Alexander for Clan Clark blood is so strong, we hardly ever have anyone reject one of the she-wolves when offered. I don't think it's bad for him to meet her. There was one other alpha who chose his own mate amongst Clan Clark. If you meet Diana, I'm sure she will suit you. With her quality of blood, you can hardly resist her. Another elder agreed. He can consider Diana if he insists. As an alpha candidate, he could choose his own Clan Clark she-wolf if for some odd reason he cannot imagine mating with Diana, but his choice would have to be approved by this council and prove to have high enough quality blood. Elder Fritz looked jollier again. This is all fine and good news. We are happy of your acceptance and will accommodate this request. But I must say that if you cannot pick an adequate blood provider by the time Diana is at the ripe age for marriage, you must take her as your mate. I swallowed hard. This would not go over well with Allison. The great news of becoming an alpha candidate was overshadowed by this other side of the equation. It would be hard to share this moment with her, since a dark cloud came with it. If someday Allison did not come out as a Clan Clark she-wolf and accept me as her mate, then I would have to accept another, or forgo any chance to be alpha. Ultimately, I decided there and then that if that moment ever came, I would not be alpha because I had to be with Allison. The rest of the decisions leading to that point would be up to her. I hoped that she would eventually choose me, even if I felt wary of telling her all this, because I had told her that I would not pressure her anymore. Allison's POV. I received a note from Ryan. The elders shared important news with me today. I need to see you and tell you everything. If I've learned anything from our history, it's that secrets create walls between us, and I want nothing between us. I clutched the letter to my heart as I paced around my apartment. I wished we could write to each other with love, but we always kept anything written short and to the point without any obvious romantic inclinations. I could not stop thinking about Diana, feeling sure that the elders had called Ryan to tell him about her. The other night when I'd been with Ryan, I felt more in love than ever, more desperate to hold on to him. He made promises to love me always plenty of times, but I still fretted over what he might do if he could live as a full Alexander with a blood provider. He could have a Clan Clark she-wolf of his own and be like the rest of them. While it suited me that he be an alpha candidate while we take down Jacob, there was something really bothering me about the whole pact between Clan Clark and Clan Alexander. Maybe it was the best way to live peacefully, and I should respect the choices made from the elders over generations, but it all seemed unfair. Maybe because I was supposed to be honored as a mate, but I was used up and discarded like a dirty pig for blood. That was probably why I had little trust in the pact. It had not protected me, and now it seemed likely that somehow Diana had fallen into Jennifer's trap. She really had looked unwell. It didn't seem possible that she could be generally sickly and have the quality blood Elder Fritz boasted about. Even after his note, I was too anxious to sit around and wait for Ryan to come to me, so I headed out, telling Michelle I wouldn't be gone long if he came. One area of Crowalt Pact territory that I'd avoided completely was the neighborhood I'd grown up in. Ever since the other day when I'd met Jacob on the private road, I'd taken less walks around the town, and I'd kept to more public spaces where such encounters would be less likely. I'd never fully comprehended as a little one how modest the neighborhood of Clan Clark was. It had been normal for me. Now I walked through seeing faces of relatives I'd long forgotten. I even wandered by my old house. Another family lived there now. I saw a mother she-wolf with 3 little she-wolves playing out front, making me ache with wonder at what had happened to my mother and the rest of my immediate family, and Jennifer's cold words that she did have purple eyes. I watched the joy and laughter of these 4 playing some kind of chase game, shifting to their wolves and wrestling. I wondered what fate these sisters might have, and how they would do at the games to test their blood. Would there be jealousy? Competitiveness between them? As I watched their joyous play, I reflected on Jennifer and I as little ones, playing out with our mother like this, having no idea that someday we'd be enemies. It seemed that on some level, the competition for Jacob had started that young, and look where it led us. Once, Jennifer had been especially mean to me after I tried to keep my toy for myself. She had eventually stolen it away, and called me names when I tried to pry it from her iron grip. I was crying, and Mother pulled me onto her lap with a big hug, saying, "You and your sister may look alike on the outside, but you are all heart, and she is all spirit. You are the sweetest little one that a mother could ever have." Reflecting back, I hated that Mother always painted Jennifer's entitlement and bullying as being spirited. But that was my mother. She loved her daughters more than anything. I wonder what she had thought happened to me. The family playing out in front of their house had stopped. The mother was walking towards the edge of her yard. "Hello? Are you looking for someone?" I snapped into focus, realizing that I'd been watching them with glazed eyes as my mind guided me back to moments from childhood. I didn't know what to say at first, but then I asked, "This is a very nice house. Have you always lived here?" She smiled, but looked a little confused by me. "No, we moved here only a few years ago." "Who was here before?" I asked, hoping that this was not too obvious. She said proudly, "Can you imagine? The Luna herself grew up here." "Oh, really?" I tried to sound amazed. "Where did her family move to?" "When Alisa married Jacob, they moved them closer to his lair. The Luna wanted them nearby, I believe," she said thoughtfully as one of her young pups in her wolf form pulled at her dress. I didn't know how to respond to that. "Do you know Diana Clark?" I asked. "Oh yes, she's a favorite of the elders, winner of the games, and companion to the Luna." The lady narrowed her eyes at me. "She's my second cousin, in fact." I could not expect her to think my presence and random questions were not strange. "Is she in good health? Do you know her? Why are you asking these questions?" "I used to know her better, but I also met her a few days ago," I said. "She seemed kind of sick." The she-wolf looked alarmed. "I'm sure the Luna is taking care of her. She's always been of outstanding health, so perhaps she just has a cold." That confirmed at least that she had not always been a sickly sort. "Thank you for speaking with me," I said as I turned away from her. "Nice to meet you. What is your name? Why these questions?" The she-wolf called after me. Her little ones were howling for more play, but I had already shifted to Ariana, and we trotted fast away from there. I suspected that she would not try to follow me because of her children. No need for her to know who was prying around. I worried that my curiosity could seem suspicious if Jennifer ever heard about it. I arrived home and confirmed with Michelle that Ryan had not called on me yet. She was in the midst of cleaning the kitchen floors. In a matter of minutes, there was a knock at the door, and my whole body tensed. Since Michelle was already busy, I answered. Ryan had come. He entered without a word. I closed the door behind him. He gave me a light peck on the lips, but I knew him well enough that something major was on his mind. He hardly looked at me, but his face was darkened with concern. "How were the elders?" I said. While he paced, I stood watching him, my hands tightened to fists and fear gripping my heart. I knew the nature of the news, but it would still hit me like a blow to hear it from Ryan's voice, and I dreaded knowing his reaction to it. He swung to face me and took my hands in his. "I'll start with good news. The elders have officially declared that I could be an alpha candidate." I accepted. They even said that Jacob is showing some signs of deteriorating health all of a sudden. Despite my turbulent mood, that lightened it ever so slightly. "Then the poison is working already." He nodded. "My thoughts exactly, and they do assume it is the curse taking its toll as you said it would." There was that part at least. I enjoyed hearing it. "Congratulations. Becoming an alpha candidate was what you wanted. What we wanted," I corrected. For sure, Ryan would be a better candidate than any other Alexander that I knew. But there was bad news coming, and I braced myself for it, even if I suspected it was regarding Diana. "What else?" I said with a lowered gaze. His eyes darkened. With a polite gesture, he led me to my room and we shut the door. He had me sit on my bed beside him. I couldn't stand it any longer. I said, "What is it? You can tell me. I am strong." He cleared his throat before he started. "Well, as an alpha candidate, they tell me that I need a blood provider from Clan Clark." My heart stopped beating. I couldn't look at him as he told me. I expected it to hurt, but it inflicted serious pain to my wavering breaths. I wasn't sure that he would accept their offer, but I also wasn't sure how he could have avoided it. He continued, "They have chosen some she-wolf named Diana Clark to be my future mate. She's a little young as of now, but don't worry, I didn't immediately accept it." He was trying to hold my hands, but I was pulling them away. "How did you not accept?" My voice ran cold enough that chills swept down my spine. He wilted a little as I withdrew from him. He explained, "I asked that I at least meet her first. It was odd to a few of them, and they were confident that I would like her with her quality of blood, but they agreed that I could pick my own mate from Clan Clark as long as she had adequate quality blood." My insides were falling. I felt dizzy. I hated this kind of ultimatum. It violated the freedom I'd come to love in my new life. "And what if you don't?" "What if I don't what?" he asked. "What if you don't pick a mate from Clan Clark? Then I can never be an alpha of Crowalt Pack," he said. "They told me that if I don't pick someone by the time Diana is of age, and I want to be an alpha candidate, I should take her as my mate." I despised the casual way he told all this to me. Shouldn't he hate this as much as I did? When he told me, I'd expected some additional reactions from him, but instead he told me what happened as if he hadn't had any emotions about it. "So?" I said coldly. He was searching for my gaze, but I wouldn't look at him. "You put it off, but what will you do?" Raging jealousy had taken over my insides. I could hear the low hum of Ariana growling inside me. He paused, and it drove me mad. I could not stand for his calculated reactions when I wanted to know his feelings. Before he answered, I said, "Diana is my cousin. She is sickly now, and I suspect that Jacob is already using her for her blood." I finally looked at him, and he looked shocked. "I've seen her around, though. It seems like she's free." I knew that she seemed to be at the tea party of her own free will, and it perplexed me also. But I was even more angered by his words. "You see her around? Where? Have you met her?" Was he sneaking around meeting with this she-wolf who they'd matched with him? When he didn't answer immediately, I stood up from the bed and faced him, my arms crossing. "Where did you see her?" His hands were out to calm me. "I've not met her. I just know who she is, and I saw visions of her before. That's what I meant. In my visions, she doesn't appear trapped or chained anywhere." While it settled me for a moment that he was not meeting her or seeing her in real life, I spat back in the next moment. "So you're looking into her now? Trying to figure out if she'd suit you or not?" He was shaking his head. "It's not like that." "How is it like then?" I snapped. My eyes were starting to fill with tears, and I didn't even know why. I was also seeking information about Diana, but it felt like my motives had to be different than his. Ryan was gazing sadly up at me from his place, still sitting on the bed. It seemed like he wanted to say so much, but wasn't sure even where to begin. I felt crazy with swinging influx of emotions. "Say something," I said, aware vaguely that I was being unfair, but I was too devastated to hold back. He said, "I actually found her in visions under your guidance. I was looking into Jennifer, and I saw her with Jennifer. In my visions, I heard your sister say the name Diana, so I put two and two together. That's all. Allison, I promise you, that's all. I have no interest in Diana or taking any mate but you." My insides wilted at the hopeless situations. I flopped back down to the bed, defeated. "That makes sense," I said warily, "and I will not be your mate or admit that I'm a Clan Clark she-wolf." Tears fell from where they'd been collecting near my eyes. I was so upset and confused. I couldn't sort through all my emotions to know what to do. How should Ryan have responded if he was to keep my secrets in front of the elders and avoid another mate? Could I ask him to give it all up for me when I denied being his mate so many times? I felt guilty for the place I put him in, realizing how the situation was the problem, and Ryan had acted as best he could in this rough place. He reached over and stroked my back. I threw my arms around him in a deep hug. I scooted my body into his, embracing him for all the comfort it would provide. For that moment, I felt safe in his arms, and I wished that we could stay like that forever and avoid the world and its problems. "I'm sorry I got so angry," I said. "It's okay," he whispered back. "Allison, I love you so much it hurts, and I could never accept any other she-wolf even if we're never mates. I would be miserable to deny my heart. I could not." And I loved him even more, because Ryan was all integrity and sincerity, and I wanted all of him while I could have him. I wanted to believe that he would never take another, but it seemed unfair on my account to ever ask that of him. "I'm sorry that I cannot be your mate," I said with a kiss to his neck. He winced from my words, but said, "I understand your fears after hearing your story." It was the sweetest comment he could make. More tears fell down my face from all my frustrations and anger, fear, and jealousy. It all seemed so unfair. This incredible man loved me more than I ever deserved. And I loved him, but I was too scared to become anyone's mate, and I could not imagine that changing. "I need you," I said, cupping my hands around his masculine jawline and kissing him fiercely. He responded with equal ferocity as he clung to me with his strong arms, our bodies pressed together. Even if I enjoyed this new mating ritual, I was tired and sad and withered from the experience. Gazing at Ryan, he looked as if he was on fire, his bright eyes burning the power that raged like a storm inside of him. I reached out and stroked his incredibly beautiful face. While he often looked a little gaunt, he now radiated health. "Are you okay? Did I hurt you?" he asked. "I'll be fine. Maybe I will need some Bloodsbane tea," I said. He rushed to make me some, and as I sipped it, I felt the strength returning to my body, confirming how good the stash from Starstream Pack really was. We lay together, and he cradled me. "It doesn't seem right for me to take from you like that," he said. But I hushed him, wanting to feel like we were all each other needed. A knock at the door surprised me. I doubted it was Ryan, and when I answered, to my delight, it was Dylan. I threw my arms around his neck and hugged him. He was grinning at me, squeezed me tight for one moment, then released me. I slid away from him, my hands lingering on his forearms for a second. "Dylan, I'm so happy to see you. What a great surprise," I said cheerily, inviting him into my apartment. We wrote to each other often about business, but I had missed his happy demeanor. Even as he entered, the entire room lightened up by his aura. He greeted Michelle kindly as I had him sit down at the table to serve him some tea and a bite to eat. "You can't imagine how badly I've missed you," I said. His openness was contagious. That silly smirk that followed my words warmed my heart. "Maybe I should stay away more often," he teased, "if this is the welcome I get." "Please don't stay away too much," I said. "You're one of my best friends." He laughed. "I would think that you've been lonely if this is your response. I hope that you haven't been too lonely." When he said it, I realized I had felt lonely a lot of the time, pretty much any time that I was not with Ryan. With a more serious tone, he said, "You look tired and thin. Have you not been eating or sleeping well? Has something happened?" I covered my face bashfully to hide the truth he noticed so quickly. It was true, my appetite had been low, and I tossed and turned every night that Ryan was not with me. I was haunted by Jennifer, as if she watched me, and I was paranoid about it. But mostly I could not stop worrying about Diana, which was only worse when I added jealousy to my concern with her. "It's a little hard for me here sometimes," I said. Dylan did not know of my past, and I would not tell him. "Has Ryan been good to you?" he questioned, a rare edge to his voice, as if he might actually take on Ryan if he discovered otherwise. Yes, Ryan and I are still good, but we're keeping the relationship a secret, I confessed. Why? Dylan relaxed at my confirmation but frowned with curiosity. If Ryan is accepted as an alpha candidate now, yes, I heard it, then you should be okay, right? And your clan Clark? There are a lot of rules around here, and I am not owning any connection to clan Clark, I said. While I had never recalled explicably stating that I was a clan Clark she-wolf to Dylan, he must have inferred as much. He had seen quite a lot of Ryan and I back at Starstream. He said thoughtfully. And all this seems to be taking a toll. He said. Perhaps, I said. But I'm so glad that I'm here and to have my job and apartment. He leaned in, his hazel eyes were darkened. Be that as it may, you do not look like the Allison I knew. Are you sure you're okay here? You could come back home with me. My mother would love to have you visit again. I hesitated, my wary eyes shifting all around my home. It was almost tempting to get away from all this for even just a little while. Sometimes the weight of my revenge and the secrecy that jeopardized Ryan and I was too much. I knew in my heart, though, it would hurt me more to be away from Ryan than anything. Thank you for the kind offer, I said, but I will remain here. The kind offer? He mocked my formality. As if we're not great friends and your company would enhance my life tremendously. He sat back into the chair, watching me with his inquisitive eyes. If you change your mind at any moment, or if you don't feel safe here, then please let me know. I will come for you straight away. Oh, Dylan, always so charming and chivalrous. I patted his hand fondly with a sweet smile crossing my lips as I thought that I was lucky to have a friend like him. I will keep it in mind, I said. To change the subject, I asked, how's the stash? Very healthy and producing as much as ever. Starstream Pack has been very accommodating to me and my employees. I will have to thank Ryan for that, he said. That's great, I said. And how much is currently going to the Alpha and Luna of Crowalt? They like it so much that they don't want it from anywhere else, Dylan professed. I'm offering them enough for two, surely for the Luna and Alpha themselves. Except, I thought bitterly, that the Luna has no need for it since she's not Jacob's blood provider. Obviously, Dylan had no idea of this. I'm glad it's so high of quality, I said. Yes, they pay a lot for it. We should become rich with this trade, he said merrily. I will have to throw another party one of these days. I was using the stash for Jacob to poison him. Despite how amazing it sounded to take a vacation from this dangerous life, I had to stick around for that as well. I had to see this through, risking my life in position to poison the Alpha of Crowalt. A penny for your thoughts, Dylan whipped out a bronze coin and slapped in on the table. I laughed. You're lost in thoughts again, and I would love to know what you're thinking about, he said. If I may say it, you're still breathtaking whenever you get that serious, pensive look like that. I blushed. If I didn't know any better, Dylan, I would think you're flirting with me. He corrected. I'm admiring you for sure and sharing that fact with you. I mean, no disrespect to you and Ryan. He's a scary wolf, and I would never challenge him, unless of course I found out he was mistreating you. Then all bets are off. He's not, I assured. Well, if I cannot tempt you away with me, I suppose I should stay for a bit so that we can catch up on everything. Everything? I smiled at him. He leaned in and whispered with emphasis, everything. Again, I shook my head and retorted, there you go again. Besides, we've always had fun together. Perhaps I could lighten your grim mood. You already have. Good. What do you do for fun these days? Fun? I said, laughing hard now because we'd had this exact same conversation once before. Oh my goodness. Don't tell me that there's nothing fun to do in Crowalt territory either, he exclaimed dramatically. I shrugged, enjoying the shake of laughter ringing through my body. He glanced over towards Michelle, who was smiling at us from the kitchen where she worked. This apartment is way too stuffy. Let's get out of here. You too, Michelle. My maid put her hand over her chest with the honor of inclusion. I don't think that I should. Nonsense. He didn't allow her to reject his invitation. Waving to her to follow us, Dylan grabbed my hand and pulled me eagerly towards the door. Let us go. We will find some fun today if I have anything to say about it. After playing some games with Dylan and Michelle all afternoon, I was in better spirits than I had been in a while. It had given me some reprieve from wondering about Diana being Jacob's blood provider and being offered as a future mate to Ryan. That last part really ate away at my soul. I was not sure what I could do to prevent it if Ryan would be Alpha, and I kind of believed that he would be the best Alpha the Alexanders had ever produced. I knew that he wanted to. No matter what he said, I hardly trusted that when the time was right, he would give that all up to be with me as a non-mate lover with hot and cold flashes of affection. I sighed as I snuck up to Ryan's side entrance, expecting him to be waiting for me as usual. When I had to knock, I felt a little agitated. His sense always warned him of my arrival. Was he not home? The servant that answered allowed me to come in. Yes, Ryan is home. I will get him. I waited in the front room like some drop-in acquaintance. Allison! His enthusiasm hit me. I startled when he appeared from the side. He folded me in his arms and kissed me, but I moved my head a little so that it landed on my cheek. Am I intruding? I asked, trying to maintain my temper. Usually, you know when I've arrived. Not at all. He tilted his head curiously, his large hands running down to the small of my back before he let me go. I was wrapped up in something, that's all. In what? I asked him, not liking myself in this moment, to be honest. It's not like it wasn't completely fair to not smell or predict my arrival once out of 20 times. Come in and sit for a while. He gestured towards one of his lounging chairs in the front room. That also felt off. Usually we whisked away to the bedroom. My suspicions were officially on edge. I sat down curtly while saying, Are you hiding something? Or is there a reason you haven't answered me when I asked what you were up to? Even as I said it, I cringed inside. Jealousy was leading me to a dark place, and I was going with it. He was gazing over at me fondly, as if nothing was the matter at all. Nothing too interesting. I was writing to Donna for an update and account of Starstream. I'm thinking of sending Michael back for business soon. Thinking of Donna lightened my mood a little. I missed her company. I wish she could come here. Maybe someday she will. Ryan nodded. Dylan is visiting, I said, staring at Ryan with an intensity to read his reaction. That's nice, he said without emotion. I haven't seen him yet. We were busy all afternoon, I said, allowing for some ambiguity. Even knowing that I was being obnoxious, I couldn't stop myself. Busy with what? He asked. Having some fun, I said. Michelle was there too. He suddenly looked more withdrawn than before, but he said, that's good. He was worried about my health, asked if I wanted to go stay with his family again for a while to get away from all the stresses here. At each word, Ryan looked progressively more morose. That might not be a bad idea. That frustrated me. I brought it up to see if he cared, and that was his response. Would you care if I went? I asked. Are you going to go? For the first time all day, his tone matched mine. I realized how hurtful it resounded. He shifted in his seat with agitation. Suddenly he felt so far from me, and I gazed at him more softly. He stood up and came towards me. At first his stance looked rough, but then he squatted in front of me and put his hands on my knees, stroking up and down my legs. Please don't leave, he said, turning vulnerable. He lay his head in my lap. It was what I wanted to hear. I ran my hands through his dense hair and lay my head over his in an embrace. Our arms went around each other to hold on. I wouldn't go, I said. I would not survive your absence. I only thought about it because if I were out of the way, you could accept Diana and become Alpha, and your dreams could all come true. The truth behind my agitation and reserve came spilling out as he held each other. His eyes were alight with sorrow when he looked up at me with understanding. You don't need to be jealous. I would never take any other mate but you. If I have to wait till I'm dead, I will wait and hope that you will be ready. Please never leave me. His vulnerability surprised me. His words touched me. How could I keep denying such a man? How could I ask him to give up his dreams for me since I would not accept him as more than a secret lover? I felt like a terrible she-wolf. It seemed cruel all of a sudden. I clung to him tighter. His cedar scent filled my nostrils. His head was nuzzling my lap, rubbing over me and stirring a longing in my body. I nipped at his ear playfully. I wouldn't leave you, I said. I told Dylan that I could not. In that moment, I knew I would have to do something that I had not imagined. Not today, but someday soon. When we were finished, I rolled over to tell him, before they force you to lose your alpha candidacy or you take Diana as a mate, I will tell everyone that I'm a she-wolf with Clan Clark blood. He turned fast out of his stupor. What does that mean? I blushed, not wanting to get into any implications. He continued, only if it will be safe for you. Safe or not, I will, I said quietly as fear seized my heart. For you. As soon as I said it, I realized that I would do anything for him. I could see his concern and his eagerness fighting inside of him. That's a lot to do for me. And you would do it for me, I said. I'd do anything for you, he reassured. Me too, I must. I can't let you give up your dreams or let circumstance force you to take another mate. I just can't. I said as my eyes filled with tears at the complexities of all the influx of emotions battering me. Dylan would be terrible at sneaking around. I had considered for a moment that he could go to Ryan, and I could hide myself and arrive another time, but that all seemed too complicated. Plus, since it was a secret that Dylan's stash of the herb was actually on Starstream territory, I asked Ryan to come over to my apartment for the meeting. All the secrecy and sneaking around was becoming tiresome to me, especially after deciding to come out as Clan Clark someday. It was not the time to do so yet, but I could hardly wait for the time to come where Ryan and I would no longer hide our relationship. The only downside was my reservation to admit what that could mean for us. Dylan was eating breakfast at my apartment, even if he did not stay here. I joined him. When will Ryan get here? He asked. I shrugged. Soon, I'd guess. He rolled his eyes with a smirk in that charming way, and alluded to our time back in Starstream. How many hours did we pass while we waited for that werewolf? Many, I agreed, recalling an earlier time in Ryan and my relationship where we did not share much with each other, and he would go off on mysterious business all the time, leaving me to wonder when he might come back. We had come a long way since then. I heard his large boots as Michelle ran to answer the door. Ryan came in with an expression that was entirely unfriendly. I hadn't seen him look like that since we were back in Starstream, and I wondered if it had anything to do with Dylan. He greeted him coldly like they hardly knew each other. It reminded me that Ryan was normally not warm with anyone but me. I had seen him in secret for so long, I'd nearly forgotten his generally reserved demeanor. Dylan was all friendliness in his greeting. It's amazing to see you, old friend. I can't imagine how well you look, and all the good news. I'm very happy for you. Ryan grumbled. Thanks. He sat down beside me at the table. Without showing it, I was laughing a little inside myself at the nostalgic interaction. All we needed was Michael here with his glum comments to make it exactly like old times. I think Dylan could tell how amused I was because we shared a silly gaze and he winked at me. Ryan glared between us. Sounds like you're treating our girl okay, Dylan commented. I reached over and smacked him across the forearm that he rested on the table. I'm nobody's girl, least of all yours. I glanced at Ryan, trying to reassure him with my gaze. He looked a little taken aback at first, but then he shook his head and said, I see you're still the same, Dylan. If I didn't know that I could trust you, I wouldn't. There was a subtle warning in the inflection of his voice. I'm harmless, Dylan chuckled. I wouldn't challenge you, unless you were hurting Allison. I would never hurt Allison, Ryan full growled this time. I was completely shocked as I could see their wolves posturing before me. I had not expected them to act like this. I was worried they might even fight if I didn't intervene. Never mind Dylan's poor taste in humor. Love, I said to calm Ryan. He sometimes goes a little too far. I shot Dylan a warning look as if he better behave now. They were actively looking away from each other, and that made it really awkward for me. I continued talking. Let's speak about business. How about that? Dylan has some exciting news to share about the Bloodsbane supply and trade. Yes, Dylan cleared his throat, turning it more respectful and professional. The supply is going strong still, and we are making enough money that I bought out one of our competitors already. Also, we provide everything to the Alpha and Luna directly, as you were hoping. Great, Ryan said. That is all good. I still want the Alpha and Luna supply to come here first before it goes to them. I have to check it for the quality that we boast. Dylan nodded, but said, We do check it. We don't really need that if you trust our process. I trust the process, but I still like to check it, I said, thinking of how I was dosing the Alpha supply with the poison. Fortunately, the Alexanders and the blood providers preferred to make their tea from different parts of the plant, so I could be sure that I was not also poisoning Diana, or whomever Jacob's blood provider actually was. It is a nice gesture, Dylan said, having no idea what I was doing with it really. Ryan and I shared a look of mutual understanding. I could not even express how amazing it felt to have someone fully on my side who knew my whole story. I felt so grateful for him. Dylan must have picked up on our emotional exchange. He cleared his throat. I wonder that I'm not in the way here. You're not, I reassured, smiling back at him. We're happy that you're here. Ryan and Dylan began cordially discussing their rights to the competitor that was bought out. It seemed that some revenue would be owed to Ryan since they were making profits off his supply first. I half listened, but mostly I became distracted as I thought of how Jacob was already beginning to show signs of sickness. I imagined a day when his health really deteriorated, and they would have to decide on the next Alpha. I relished in the thought of Jacob dying a slow, uncomfortable death like a cruel, immoral man deserved. In the future, Ryan could become Alpha, and I would come forth as a Clan Clark she-wolf worthy of Ryan. My mind opened up slowly to the idea that maybe in this case, I could become his mate, so he could follow this dream but would not take another for a mate. It would be hard for me to admit that point. But I knew in my heart that Ryan should be Alpha after Jacob. It could heal the pack to have a noble leader for a change. As I looked across the table at Ryan in deep discussion with Dylan, I wondered how he would react if he knew I considered this now. Dylan and Ryan shook hands. I'm glad we can agree, Dylan said. It's a deal. I snapped back into focus, away from my drifting thoughts. I nodded as if I had listened to every nuance of their conversation. It sounded as if they were fine with their agreement and wrapping up the conversation. Both men prepared themselves to leave, but I grabbed Ryan's hand and held it. Since you're already here, can't you stay for a while? Dylan turned back with a big grin as if he thought the invitation were for him. I blushed, but my fingers were laced through Ryan's. Ryan smiled at me, the happiness creasing around his eyes. Of course. He swung back and took off his boots. I thought I caught him shooting a boastful glance at Dylan as if he'd won some sort of game. Well, this is goodbye for today. You two lovebirds, Dylan teased us with a half-hearted smile for a second before he proceeded out the door. Ryan's POV. I was heading off to see Elder Fritz with high nerves. I had a feeling that he wanted me to meet Diana Clark today, even though I had no desire to meet her this soon. As I proceeded down the boulevard, my mind wandered back to the interaction with Dylan and Allison. I had to keep reminding myself that Dylan had been a good friend to us and a good trading partner. It was hard to see him and Allison interacting again, especially since I'd told him to take care of her if anything happened to me. Part of me wondered if he'd wait around until my early death and swoop in to find her. I hated the idea, even if I would rather have her happy and safe than lonely and depressed for the rest of her life once I died. The curse of Alexander's was truly oppressive. Maybe I would live till 30, or if I were lucky, I would see 40 and Allison and I would have 20 years together. She was being so loving towards me lately, and I relished it. It sounded like if I were to become Alpha, she might become my mate, which made me want this even more than I had before. As I entered the Elder's mansion, I thought that I heard sniffles from somewhere. Suddenly, I ran into Stephanie, who had tears in her eyes that she tried to hide. Stephanie, what's wrong? I asked, alarmed at her pained expression and eyes swollen and red from tears. She whimpered and hid her face from me. Excuse me, I have a broken heart. She clutched her hand to her chest and ran past me out the door. Did someone hurt you? I called after her, but she was gone. I wondered if she had a suitor who treated her badly, and I grew angry. That boy better watch out if I heard who he was. In Elder Fritz's meeting room, he sat alone. The others were about to arrive. Is your Stephanie okay? I asked. She was crying when I saw her. He looked sympathetic, but only said, It's a hard day for her, poor girl. But never mind, this meeting is not about her. I will go and find her later. She seemed upset, I said. Elder Fritz shrugged it off. It's inevitable at this point. Other elders arrived, and then to my surprise, the Luna came in leading a she-wolf in a cloak with a large hood over her head to conceal her face. I knew it had to be Diana, and I was a little frustrated that they were already presenting her to me. What was the rush? I thought we had 2 years. I had never had a good look at Jennifer. Her long wavy blonde hair hung to her waist. She had purple eyes that were remarkably similar to Allison, except sharp and sinister as she glared around at anyone. Each time an elder looked at her, she'd force a fake smile as if she were pleasant, but her lips were tight and pursed any other moment. When she noticed me watching her, she stared at me long and hard, before she pretended to greet me with a hand gesture to indicate that I may bow to her. I did not. Even if I should, I would not ever pay respects to her. She looked cross as she whispered into Diana's ear. I could not see anything of the girl but a pointed chin poking out from that large hood. Elder Fritz had a thrilled expression. He was standing with his parrot bobbing on his shoulder, welcoming in the other elders for this uncomfortable spectacle. I realized that they wanted to present her in person and hoped that I would like her, but perhaps also, I would not be so rude to reject her to her face. It was a predicament. Thinking of Stephanie crying, I did not want to make this poor girl sad like that. I sighed. I had to be open, honest, and I would be with Allison. I would be as gentle as possible for sake of this young she-wolf's feelings. Now that we are all here, please let us introduce Diana Clark. All eyes were on me and her. Jennifer touched the girl's hand and she jumped a little before taking off the hood. While her features could have been pretty, her skin lacked the color of health, and she had deep bags under her eyes slightly hidden with white powder masking her skin texture. Her ashy light brown hair hung limp with a slight patchy wave. She had a pointed chin and feminine shape to her face, but at the same time was gaunt from ill health. I thought of Allison's suspicions. They had dressed her in a flattering blue dress to match her eyes, and a large cloak that hid how terribly frail she was. Her smell was not bad. It was her blood, but it was also tainted somehow in a way that I could not explain. I realized I was staring dumbfounded for too long. I nodded my head to her and said, "Nice to meet you, Diana." Her eyes were cast down. She fidgeted shyly. Her voice was small and mousy when she responded as if she'd been practicing. "It's a pleasure, Ryan Alexander." All the elders seemed to lean in around us. While I usually respected them, this scenario was ridiculous. They presented this sad creature to me as a valid future mate when she was sick. Could not everyone see it? I closed my eyes for a moment, searching for her in visions. While I had seen her in visions for Jennifer, I had not looked for only her before. In a flash, I glimpsed blood from a wound on her wrist draining into a golden bowl, but then the Luna interrupted me. "Ahem," she cleared her throat. "Do you not like my cousin Ryan?" She said my name as if we were acquainted. I opened my eyes abruptly, realizing that I might be too obvious. Yes, what do you think of this she-wolf?" An elder urged from behind me. I felt sick from this presentation. I certainly did not want to be cruel to her, but I had to be honest. Diana was looking more to the Luna for permission than to me for any approval. I had to think carefully to answer and remain diplomatic and kind. I thanked the elders for their concern, and I thanked Diana for coming here today. I said even if it were a stretch, as she was a pitiful creature, and this was a terribly awkward situation, if I may speak to the elders without the presence of the ladies, I would greatly appreciate it. They were all leering around me. The Luna narrowed her eyes at me. "Anything you say can be said to us. None of this was Diana's fault. I really wanted to avoid hurting her. I prefer to speak to only the elders." "If you don't like her, then say it," Jennifer spat. "You are a poor excuse for an alpha candidate if you cannot even see the quality of a blood candidate presented before you." In her words overflowed the suspicions that I already had a blood provider. "Come, Diana, this man is not worthy of our presence." Despite her objections, she stormed, seeming terribly offended. Her foul moods so well matched with Jacob, I believed that he must have found the perfect mate with her. Diana scampered after her. I released a long exhale once they were gone. "You can speak freely," Elder Fritz said. His delight was clearly wavering. "To be frank, I cannot accept her," I said officially. "I thank you and the ways of Alexander for this generous opportunity, but she is not my mate. I feel nothing with her presence in the room." The mood in the room shifted to disappointed. "What will you do then? She is the best we have," one bitter elder shouted at me. "As discussed, I will find another she-wolf from Clan Clark to be my mate when the time is right." Elder Fritz was shaking his head. "You should act now, Ryan. Jacob's health is truly questionable at present. We need to know that you can be alpha, and you have no mate from Clan Clark even lined up at all. We would have to approve your choice," another elder said, his tone reflecting that I must have offended their process. I maintained my composure out of respect, but I resented this spectacle. Even so, it made a lot more sense now that they said Jacob was unwell. That could be good news for Allison and I, but I was not sure if she would be ready so soon, or if it would be safe for her to come out as Clan Clark. "I hope to find a she-wolf to match me that you all approve of," I said. "I will look for her." Even though I already knew who she was, although I was nervous to apply any pressure on her. Allison never responded well to pressure. Perhaps she could see that our moment had come already. Allison's POV. Michelle called from the front door. "You've received another invitation from the Luna." I jolted from my chair, all hair raised on my body. Ariana snarled inside me. Jennifer had wanted me to consider her proposal last time we spoke. I had not thought about it at all. My answer was the same firm no as before. Entering the main room, Michelle held a letter folded 3 times. "She's invited you over again for tea." I rolled my eyes back in my skull. "Tea again?" As if we were cordial. The last thing I wanted to pass my time having tea and treats with the sister who betrayed me in my past life. "I suppose I should go," I said. "At what time?" 3 o'clock. "Will you come with me again? I feel much better when you're there," I asked her. "Absolutely, I will be happy to attend with you." Michelle nodded curtly. I prepared myself in a long, mostly white dress with some blue birds patterning the skirt. Too soon we arrived back at the Alpha's lair, guided by servants inside, passing the stairs that led to the hell of my past, and up to the same room with small table arranged beautifully for afternoon tea. Diana was not there. Jennifer sat alone at the table waiting for me. I suspected that my sister had not been sleeping well due to the hollowness under her eyes and the glazed effect in her gaze. "Please, come in and sit," she welcomed, sounding more sincere than last time, which rose my suspicions. Michelle was already sitting beside her. I tucked my skirt and seated myself in the chair across the table from the Luna, my eyes burrowing into hers the whole time. While she looked a little weakened from fatigue, Ariana stirred inside me, compelling me to strike now. Obviously, I calmed my wolf, for now was not an appropriate time. There were servants and guards everywhere. Jacob was still alpha, and this was his Luna in her own home. Ariana settled down inside me. I smirked, trying to force myself to smile pleasantly. I assume this meeting is about your proposal from last time. At the same moment, I took a piece of sweet bread from my plate and bit into it. Her mouth tightened over the pleasantries she probably intended to throw at me first before bringing that up. Yes, she said. You sure didn't give me much time to consider, I accused. It is not a small ask. You would have to test your blood first to know if it's any good. It's possible you're worthless anyway, she retorted. Has something happened that is causing such urgency? I asked, wondering gleefully if it had anything to do with Jacob's deteriorating health. She glowered, and I assumed that she would never admit it, but in the next moment, she surprised me. Jacob is a powerful wolf and instrumental to the stability of this pack. His health is declining suddenly without warning, but perhaps if we could get a willing additional blood provider, we could prolong his life. Don't you like living in Crowalt? I do enjoy it here. You're the perfect she-wolf for an additional blood provider if you have the blood quality. It was a compliment that made my insides cringe. Again, there are no limits to what we could offer you in money, status, whatever you like. Is not your blood good enough for him? I said casually as I poured cream into my tea. She stared at me. Our nearly identical eyes met for a few seconds. If looks could kill, Jennifer would be dead. Ariana rumbled inside me again. She responded to the hostility in my gaze with animosity. You would do well to remember who I am and who you are here. You're a guest in my home and with my pack. I was feeling a little too bold. My terror of her last time had morphed because I felt shielded by my new identity. I realized that I needed to hold my composure better. Yes, I know it, and thank you. But again, I do not want to test my blood and become a blood provider. If I am a distant relative of Clan Clark, then I'm happily living outside this oppressive pact. She squirmed when I admitted the possibility that I could be a relation when last time I'd only denied it. Why do I feel like you're lying? I know you're hiding something, and once I find out what that is, if I can use it against you, I will. If you use anything against me, I will leave this territory and take the Blood's Bane supply with me. Clan Harris is already in control of 2/3 of all Blood's Bane in this realm, so I'm not sure if you want to lose my presence. We're good business. You would lose a fortune if you took the supply. She spat at me. I shrugged one shoulder. Better that than trade with a pack who cannot respect a neutral trade associate. She huffed angrily. Her wide eyes darted back and forth between Michelle and I, clearly unsure how to react to my threats, and very unhappy that I had not bowed down to hers. If I can recommend it, I said. Jacob would do well to take more Blood's Bane than normal if his health isn't well. It is not the same as the blood, but it does help with healing. You could take some more as well. Her tone softened finally. We might have to. Even behind the edge of agitation, she seemed really worried about her mate. Her entire status in life could evaporate around her once he died. He must be very unwell, I speculated. Her agreement to offer him more of the poisoned herb thrilled me. Pretending to be more friendly, I said, we have a chance to get along yet, but please no more of this offer. She glared back at me. I know you're hiding something. I still suspect you're already providing blood to Ryan Alexander, especially after he's denying poor Diana now. How could he if he didn't have someone already? She eyed me up and down. Chills of anticipation ran up my spine. Soon, when the time was right, I would confess my relationship with Ryan to the world, and she would know that I'd been lying. I hoped at that point Jacob was so ill, he would be powerless. I hoped that in that moment, Jennifer would be at her lowest point, and without status. I would love to confess who I was right before ending her. Remaining composed, I countered, I'm not the blood provider to Ryan Alexander. She snorted again. I will find out if you are. Do not think that lying to the Luna goes over well in Crowalt. We already discussed all this, I said. Fine, have it your way for now. I see there is no agreement between us, and I'm too tired to argue with you, Jennifer said, taking a long sip of her tea. Her hand was shaking in rage. You're worried for your mate, I offered more compassionately, trying to ease her hostility. I asked, is someone helping take care of him? Yes, my mother is a great help to us. If I had expected anything, it was not that. Suddenly my whole face went numb, and I knew I probably looked like a ghost with shock frozen over every part of my body. She squinted at my reaction. I thought you said your mother was dead? I said, my breaths were short. No, I never said anything like that. When did I say that? She looked utterly perplexed and suspicious at my concern. I asked about her purple eyes, and you said she did have purple eyes. Yes, well, she's blind now, and they're cloudy and gray, she said flatly. What is your strange concern with my mother? Blind, I thought, my mind whirling. I wondered if Jennifer had done something to her to cause that. My mother was not dead. She might even be in this lair right now and blind. I wondered what she knew or didn't know. Had Jennifer tricked her somehow, or had she betrayed me too? Either way, I was acting strangely, and I needed to control my mood. I waved it off. Oh, never mind. I guess I felt bad for you when I thought your mother had died. But it's nice she can help you take care of your mate. She must be a good mother. The best, Jennifer said, although she clearly did not buy my answer. Her distrusts were evident on her expression. She was staring at me as if she saw me differently than before. I was getting anxious as if she might start recognizing me. Don't be shy to ask for additional Blood's Bane for Jacob. I would be happy to supply you with more if it helps him feel better. Yes, I might. Her transfixed gaze never left mine. She seemed to be in some kind of deep stupor or introspection that made me nervous. I think this meeting is over, I said suddenly. We will leave you. Goodbye, Luna. With that, we left her. Oddly, she did not object, nor did she say goodbye. At least now I knew that my mother still lived, but I think I might have been too interested in her, and Jennifer was rightly perplexed by it. I was uncomfortable by the way that she was looking at me at the end. I hoped that her lowest point would come sooner rather than later, because my sister had always been cruel and jealous, yes, but she was also sharp and cunning. I was afraid she might figure out my identity before I was ready, and jeopardize my revenge. Chills were still sweeping down my body as I approached Ryan's. I made sure that no one was following me, but I was extremely paranoid after how Jennifer was staring at me. What had she seen? What could she guess? Ryan opened his door to me as soon as I was about to knock. I breezed by him with a delicate kiss, but I could sense that something was bothering him too. We circled each other, both of us wound up and ready to talk. What happened? Ryan finally said. Jennifer invited me over again, and she wants me to be a blood provider for Jacob. She's a little desperate now, so I think his health must be really bad. I did not mention the last part of the conversation about my mother and how Jennifer seemed suspicious of me. Ryan was nodding, the severity of his gaze lightened. I was offered Diana. They had this embarrassing spectacle to present her to me. My forehead was burning hot all of a sudden. Ryan continued, I refused officially because I said I would find another, and I felt nothing about her. Apparently, they also were very concerned to have an alpha candidate in place. It seems that they know Jacob is on the downturn as well. Even though relief spread through me at his words, I still asked, was Diana okay? He was shaking his head. She looked in poor health. I did see a strange vision of her. There was a golden bowl and her blood draining from her wrist. But she doesn't appear imprisoned. Could they have her consent, or have bribed her somehow? The image of my death with the golden bowl beneath me flashed through my weary mind. I could not imagine that anyone would agree to be a secret blood provider, but I had refused the offer. Clearly, Jennifer is not above bribing. That is what she did to me, and Diana is always with her, so I would guess it must be like that. It all unsettled me. I had wanted to swoop in and save whomever they imprisoned, but it was more complicated if they'd bribed her or convinced her that it was a good idea somehow. He added, it's against the pact. If we could prove it and tell the elders, Jacob would not have to die before he was no longer the alpha. That would be better for me. I want him to know his wrongdoing, I said. Dying would be fine, but he would never know any justice for his ways. Do you think that we could prove it? He asked. I shrugged, pacing in front of him. My mind blurred to consider how the elders or the entire pack could turn against us if they assumed we falsely accused their alpha. Jacob and Jennifer would deny anything. It could turn out badly for us. I think if we have absolute, irrefutable proof, we should bring it up to the elders, but only in that instance. I do not want them to turn against us at the last minute and risk everything we've been working towards. You finally have a place in the pack of your birth and with your family. I touched his face, the face I'd grown to love so much. I did not want him cast out again, banished for life on account of my revenge. How could we get that kind of proof? He asked, leaning his head into my caress. I can visit him. I met him on the road that one day. Maybe I can convince Jennifer to allow it, and then I can see firsthand how ill he actually is. I can see if he will confess anything. Yes, but if no one believes that he confessed to you, we will need to get someone else there who they will believe. An elder? I can't imagine that any one of them would escort you there. No offense, he said. I was shaking my head. I agree that no elder would come with me, but what about a certain granddaughter to an elder? Know any of those? He glanced down. Last time I saw Stephanie, she was very upset. I'm not sure why, but she might agree to go with you. She would if you ask her, I urged. He was shaking his head. I'm not sure about asking her for that. Wouldn't she be a credible witness? Her grandfather might believe her. Probably, he said. I'm just not sure about putting her in any kind of danger. I won't let anything happen to her besides with her social standing. You really think Jennifer might do anything to her? He eyed me. She did to her own sister. Good point. Well, do you have anyone else in mind? I said, a little disappointed. I don't think that me going there alone and hope that he confessed will do us any good. It's not like I'm anyone to most of the pack. The elders would not likely believe only me. What about Dylan? Ryan said. Isn't he still in town? He is, I said thoughtfully. And while he's not part of the pack, he is highly regarded. That might just work, I said excitedly. In reality, I like Dylan's company far greater than Stephanie anyway. Does he know anything about this? Ryan asked. I shook my head. He will be shocked. He knows we wanted some revenge on Crowalt Pack, and he saw a lot when we were back in Starstream, but he doesn't know anything of my history, and only a little of yours. He doesn't know that you've been poisoning Jacob? Ryan confirmed. No, I never told him that. I doubt he'd approve. Better that he never knows, especially if he will be our key witness. And I won't feel strange about asking him to come with me at all either, I said happily. A tinge of jealousy clouded Ryan's expression for a moment before he agreed. The harder part will be seeing if I can actually visit Jacob. I'm not sure how protective Jennifer will be. Perhaps I can tell her that I'm considering her proposal, but first I want to see the alpha. That could work if she's as desperate as you said. She is, I added. I will have Michelle deliver her a message later today, and we will see if we can arrange this meeting for as soon as tomorrow. Dylan can come with me as a witness, and we can hope that Jacob will show his true colors. Will you be afraid to face him? Ryan asked. Yes and no, I said. Yes, because I always feel terror and hatred to my bones at the very sight of him, but no, because I need to do this. I want to face him and hear it from him directly. I want him to go down before he dies. I want him to know who I am and who brought him down. Those are intense wants, Ryan said. Risky too. I wish to be there with you. Yes, that would be great, but you two are such enemies. I think it would be odd, especially since we've kept us a secret for this long. I think we must just a little longer. He smiled sweetly at me, grabbing me around the waist. He pulled me over to him. Just a little longer? His inquiring eyes were ablaze with passion as he began to kiss me all over my face. I laughed. Yes, just a little longer. And we stared expectantly and lovingly into each other's eyes. And then what? Ryan asked as he pulled my body against his. Then we can tell everyone, and I will come out as Clan Clark. Does that mean? There was an edge to his voice as if he might cry from happiness. I nodded, but I could not make myself say it. Still, we both knew that meant I would be his mate. And surprisingly, I was content about it. Jennifer agreed to me visiting Jacob the next day. I had sent the message with Michelle saying that if I were to ever consider her proposal, I would have to speak with the Alpha first. I worried that she would want to test my blood, but she said nothing about it. Dylan was walking with me to the Alpha's lair. His prancing gait loped beside mine. He was beaming at me, as if I'd invited him to a dance. This is a strange meeting, isn't it? He said. Yes, thank you for escorting me. I feel so nervous meeting the Alpha, and as you know, Ryan could not come. Oh, he's not so bad, Dylan said. I've never had any problem with Jacob the few times that we've met. Happy for him, I thought sarcastically. I also felt a little bad that I could not share more with Dylan, but I wanted his witness to occur naturally without any bias. It would serve everyone better that way. Jennifer received us at the front door. She was glancing warily at Dylan, since with his presence, she might not be able to ask as much or pounce on me as aggressively as she'd like. Welcome, she said in that false friendliness she evoked so well at times. This way to the Alpha, we're happy for your visit. But her severe eyes fell on me, and there was a lot of suspicion and anger. My nerves were on edge already from the first moment my sister was in the room. I was still haunted by the last time we'd met, and the way she'd really looked at me as if she saw me. She led us back to a darkened bedroom. She opened the curtain a little to allow some light to flood in one beam towards Jacob. It hit him, and his skin looked ashy gray, and his dark eyes bloodshot and swollen. Alpha Jacob, Dylan exclaimed. I knew you were ill, but... His concern was evident as he lurched forward near his bed. He turned to the Luna. Has he been taking the blood's bane? Even as he said it, I smelt the herb. There was a mostly empty cup on his bedstand. Of course, Jennifer gestured at it. Jacob groaned, but then his attention locked on me. He sniffed the air in my direction, becoming a little more awake. I stepped back slightly. His eyes were growing hungry. Have we met before? He asked before answering his own question. Oh yes, on the road that one day. I didn't know you smelt so good then. My insides trembled. I looked at Jennifer, who stared at her mate with a blank expression. Despite Dylan being beside him, it was as if Jacob had eyes only for me. He tilted his head towards Jennifer without breaking his stare. Did you bring her for me? A new blood provider. Dylan said, What? Allison? That's Allison, my trade associate, Alpha Jacob. But it was as if Dylan had said nothing at all. Hush, my love, Jennifer said, coming to his side. She placed her hand on his shoulder, as if it might calm him. She spoke to Dylan. He's been a little delirious. I don't think he knows what he says. I know exactly what I say, he growled, and threw her hand away from him. That girl there has good blood, and I want it now. I can smell it. It's better than Diana's. That stupid girl, you should do better for your mate. Dylan was backing away from him and drawing closer to me, clearly to place himself between me and Jacob, although the Alpha of Crowalt had a strange way to look around him no matter where he stood. What is he saying? Dylan asked Jennifer. Aren't you his blood provider? He's speaking nonsense, Jennifer said softly. Her mate interrupted her. She was close enough, he even slapped her across her face for speaking so. Shut up, bitch. I never should have married you. You're worthless, and you bring me only blood of one other. I thought you'd be able to find me many blood providers, not just Diana. I want that one. He pointed at me with a shaking finger. Even his hands looked gray and hairy. His wolf was strong inside him, although he was too weak to shift. It was the first time I saw Jennifer look wounded. She brushed it off in a moment and said to him, My love, we have Dylan Harris here with us too. You're speaking nonsense. Am I? He yelled as he threw the tea at her. Or are you not giving me what I need? Dylan interjected. Alpha Jacob, I'm not sure if it's right of you to treat your mate. Jacob turned his bloodshot eyes on Dylan with a murderous look as if he were only in the way, and then his attention fell back to me. He licked his lips, and I cringed. Ariana was recoiling inside me. I was ready to shift and either fight or flee. I think we've seen enough, I said, needing to retreat out of there. I tucked my arm in Dylan's for extra support. Yes, thank you for the visit, Dylan said promptly, although it was all polite and not genuine at all. We spun away to leave. We'd only just left their bedroom when Jennifer ran after us. She surprised me as her vice grip latched onto my upper arm. I whirled ready to fight her, but her ghostly expression was not aggressive. It was desperate. Please, ignore the Alpha, but as you see, he really does need help. I did not believe she would have this tone except that Dylan was there. I won't help, I said firmly. I don't want any part of this. I turned back to Dylan, and we practically bolted out of the lair. The whole time we exited, I felt my skin crawling, ready to shift if Jennifer came after us, but she did not. As soon as we were several paces from the front door, Dylan exclaimed, What in the world was that? It sounds as if Jacob is using Diana as a blood provider, and he wants more. I'm not from around here, but I was sure that was against the rules. You're right about that, I said, still clinging to his arm, so happy that he was there with me. I think we need to tell someone. Dylan patted my arm. That could cause a lot of problems here. They're causing the problems. Jennifer has asked me twice if I would test my blood and provide to Jacob. What? Dylan sounded angrier now. Yes, she offered me whatever I might want, but I refused. I said, They have been breaking the pact, and I think we should tell the elders. That's tricky, he said at first. But it is right. Jacob seems in no condition to lead anyway. So will you come with me and make a complaint to the elders? Of course, he said. I agree that something must be done, and it should be up to them. But what are you hoping for? Jacob should not be the alpha, I said surely. He's violating their ways, and using she-wolves for blood outside the pact. Let us go straight away, Dylan said. We veered towards the elders' mansions. I think this is best if we tell them as soon as possible. My thoughts exactly, I agreed. I do not trust them, and they know that we know. Dylan and I stood before the elder council. We'd called on them with a complaint against the alpha. I understood how Ryan had felt all those times he'd come to this large room with walls covered with books. The large table held all the elders. At the head of the table stood Elder Fritz, his parrot on his shoulder. All 20 or so elders were staring at us. Elder Fritz brought the meeting to concession with a little announcement. We gather here, called by Dylan Harris and his trade associate Allison, with complaints against Alpha Jacob. There was one elder in particular who looked very put out. He spat. These foreigners making complaints against our Alpha. This is wrong. The complaint is for your people, I retorted to the man. He glowered at me. Well, what is it? Another elder urged us to continue. Dylan gestured for me to speak for us. We met with Alpha Jacob today, and he's very sick. That's not a crime, an elder interrupted. I know, I said, but it became clear after a few minutes that he wanted me as a blood provider, and that he was angry that Diana's blood wasn't good enough. I'm not sure if his wife provides blood, but it seems he has at least one additional provider. There was silence. Dylan added, I was there as well, and I fully agree with this. Jacob slapped his mate and called her worthless. He also seemed keen on making Allison a blood provider. He seemed to think his mate should get him blood from more she-wolves. This is, Elder Fritz stared at the table in front of him. Could this be true? Of course it's not true, the elder who apparently supported Jacob said with disdain. I don't know what game they play to accuse our Alpha of such a crime. It's no game, I said as sincerely as I could muster. Alpha Jacob is dangerous, and he's abusing your pact. He has been taking blood from the Clan Clark she-wolf Diana outside of honoring her as a mate since he already has one. At least look into it if you don't believe us. Elder Fritz looked distraught. He called for a servant. Bring Diana Clark to us. Go find her and bring her to us. The servant ran from the room. This is preposterous. Jacob has been the best Alpha, the supporter said. How should we punish them if these accusations prove false? I do not think we should do business with Clan Harris if they taint the Alpha's name. Several were nodding agreement. That's for the Alpha and his Luna to decide ultimately, Elder Fritz said, stroking the parrot on his shoulder. The servant returned with fragile Diana following him. Without Jennifer there, she looked nervous. She fidgeted with the tips of her ashy brown long hair. Her limp waves hung over most of her face as she tried to hide. She kept clamping her hand over her left wrist. Welcome, my child, Elder Fritz said warmly. Diana, please stand here in front of our council. We have questions for you. Anything for the elders, she said. Elder Fritz spoke gently. We have heard some accusations, so we do not intend to shock you, but please be honest with us. Are you providing blood to anyone? Her face, which already lacked a healthy hue, it flushed to white. She gazed around the room till she locked on me for a moment. I wanted her to confess so badly, but tried not to look too eager. She shook her head. Look at her wrist, I said, pointing to how she was hiding it. She held the sleeve of her dress tightly around her wrist. A tear fell down her cheek, and I felt bad for her. Leave the poor girl alone. She said did not, one elder said. My child, can we see your wrist? Elder Fritz asked. She shook her head and sniffled a little. Is there something to hide? You can tell us. It isn't your fault, Elder Fritz said. He approached her softly and reached for her arm as if asking for permission. She stared out at everyone with wide, shifting eyes. Her nostrils were expanding with each heavy breath. Finally, she let the elder take her arm. He pulled back the sleeve of her dress and revealed several cuts and wounds where she had been bled. He blinked several times as if disbelieving, peering closer to verify the nature of the wounds. The room gasped. Who did this? One elder said. Perhaps this explains why she is sick and Ryan refused her, another said. Everyone was talking at once, and she seemed to shrink away from it all. Elder Fritz returned to his place at the head of the table and pounded a fist on the wood and quieted the room. He beckoned for Diana and repeated his question. Who did this? She cleared her throat. The Luna said I could become the next Luna, and this was okay to help the current Alpha. Her voice came out so small and high-pitched that everyone leaned in to hear her. Who? An elder shouted as if he couldn't believe his ears. The Luna, she said. My blood went to Alpha Jacob. Could this be true? Or is this a setup? One skeptical elder said. The entire room erupted with fury. The elders were all speaking over each other, so I wasn't even sure what they were saying. Even though it was a terrible situation for Diana, I could not help my excitement. Did this prove that Alpha Jacob was unfit? Had we taken him off the throne at last by his own wrongdoings? After Elder Fritz was able to quiet everyone, Diana said, Did I do wrong? Am I in trouble now? You are not in trouble, dear. We need to protect you better. You will have your protector from amongst the Alexanders, but first, let's get you to full health. You will not be the companion to the Luna any longer. Please, excuse us. Please go to my granddaughter. She will take care of you. She pouted, looking like she wanted to cry more as a servant led her from the room. I held my composure so I would not look excited. I wanted my shock and horror to look genuine, even if I was not shocked by this revelation. I had known since my death that Jacob and Jennifer were evil, conniving rulers. This changes everything, one elder said. What can we do? He is the Alpha. The supporter said, We're the elders, and he has broken the most sacred pact, another shouted. This is not the way of Alexander's, someone else shouted. Only one outcome can come from this, Elder Fritz said. Jacob can no longer be Alpha. He should be imprisoned, another elder said. He can die there for all I care. Yes, perhaps, Elder Fritz said. He turned to us. We must deliberate to know how to handle this and put it to a vote. He turned to Dylan and I. In private now. Thank you for your complaint, as it seems valid, and we need to deal with this. The room erupted with arguments on how to handle this as we were escorted from the room. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to hear everything that might happen to Jacob. But Dylan guided me from the room, politely thanking and bowing to all the elders as he did. I felt triumphant. Jacob was finished. What a day, Dylan let out a breath as we entered the open air of outside. Yes, I said, trying not to jump with joy. We must go tell Ryan. Ryan's POV. Dylan and Allison had hardly entered my place, seeming far less secretive about approaching the outside, when Allison threw her arms around me with a kiss. Jacob should be finished now. I held her tightly. Really? What happened? We proved it. It was all true about Diana. She even confessed to the elders. Dylan was looking off to the side. Am I missing something? I leaned back from Allison and she slid from my embrace, clearly wanting to linger there, but she turned back to Dylan. Yes, sorry, dearest friend. I knew that his was happening, but I needed to confirm it. So, I invited you along with that purpose. It went better than I could have expected. He said thoughtfully. Well, it's all for good. It's for the good of everyone. We will stop this abuse. He was nodding. Within the hour, the elders called me. With plenty of kisses, I had to leave Allison to join them at the council. They all went silent when I stepped into a room tense with heated discussion. Ryan, Elder Fritz said. We're glad you came quickly. This is very important. Yes, Jacob is no longer the Alpha, and we voted on you to be the next Alpha. Another voice added. What? I'm honored, but this has happened so quickly. What will happen to Jacob? I said, although I cared nothing for the previous Alpha. I could not wait to report back to Allison. He has been thrown in prison till death. He violated our sacred pact, so that is his punishment. Elder Fritz said. Do you accept the Alpha position? We have voted unanimously that it should be you. We will need to crown you this evening for the stability of the pack. Of course I accept, I said, a little bewildered that they wanted to crown me the same day. I wondered about whether they would want me to have a Luna right away. I hoped that Allison would be ready for it, and I thought of my promise to never pressure her. They confirmed my concerns when they spoke next. You will need to pick a Luna or future Luna, one elder urged. Will you take our Diana? As I said before, I will not. I have found my future mate, I said, hoping that in the moment of truth, Allison will accept me. Who is she? They demanded. I will let her come forward of her own accord at the ceremony, I said. This is rather unconventional, Ryan, Elder Fritz warned. You will not be disappointed in her, I assured. And she is my mate. My wolf knew it from our first meeting, so this is fate. It cannot be another way. I can attest that her blood is good as well, since that's important to you all. Later that evening, everyone in the pack attended the ceremony. I walked down the road, escorted by servants and guards walking in their wolf forms. The crowd cheered me on, and I could not believe that this had all happened so quickly. At the end of the road, I proceeded towards a platform where all the elders waited. Flutists played music and danced around me. The air was full of sparkling confetti and strings of shiny paper. The delighted crowd was cheering my name the entire way down the main street. I met the elders on the platform where everyone could see us, and they placed the golden crown on my head. I looked out at the crowd and saw the bitter face of my father watching me with an expression crossed between pride and disgust. He had never become Alpha, and the son he had cast out had. I was thrilled that he came to watch me, not because I cared for his approval, but because I wanted him to realize the error in how he treated me and how he let everyone else banish me. I was Alpha of Crowalt Pack. I could not believe that the pack that had once cast me out and killed my mother now cheered for me, and I would rule them alongside the elders. Who is your Luna? Who is she? The crowd chanted. I tried to reach out my hands to calm them, unsure if Allison would present herself. You need a Luna, they demanded. To everyone's surprise, Allison stepped up on the platform beside me in a gorgeous velvet purple dress to match her eyes. The crowd grew quiet. I'm of Clan Clark, she said. I will be the Luna. She slipped her hand in mine and squeezed. What? The elders were questioning behind them. We will need proof that she's Clan Clark. They were prepared with Alexanders who tested the blood at the annual games. They stepped forward to examine her. My aggression was rising. I hated all those Alexander males surrounding her. I wanted to rip them all apart and tell them to back off of my mate. But I tempered Rupert inside me, knowing that this had to happen for Crowalt to accept her. Calmly, she slit her wrist and let them smell the quality of her blood. Everyone was in concurrence. She had very high-quality blood, the best they'd tested since Alisa Clark, and fortunately for everyone, they stepped away from her. Elder Fritz announced, and so she will be Alison Clark Alexander, the Luna. We will see the wedding soon. He looked back towards me for verification. I was so happy. Allison and I met each other's eyes. She was accepted by the elders and the crowd as my future Luna. We would be married at last. She was accepting me as her mate, and I could hardly believe it. But I wasn't sure if I should answer for her. I leaned down to whisper in her ear, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I am." She beamed up at me with a smile like I'd never seen on her before. She turned to the crowd and shouted for everyone to hear, "We will be married this week." And my heart melted in my chest. Her warmth and openness overwhelmed me. "I love you," I said, not caring if the whole world heard it. "And I love you." She whispered back with a coy rise of one shoulder. Then more quietly, she teased, "I guess the moon goddess gave me a choice to pick a mate without it being fated." I laughed, and it felt amazing. I did not confess to her that for me this was fated. She could have it any way that she wanted for herself. I can't wait for our wedding. Finally, Allison would allow herself to be mine, body and soul, and she would be my mate. I wanted it to happen that very minute, but this week would have to be good enough. Allison's face grew pale as she stared out into the crowd. I followed her gaze to a particular she-wolf in a large formal gown made of black silk. It was the previous Luna in mourning for the loss of her status and imprisonment of her mate. Her murderous glare was directed at Allison. A low growl rumbled in my throat defensively, but Allison placed a hand on my arm to calm me. No one could hear her when she told me, "I will take deal with her. Don't worry about it." "I'm sure that you will," I said. Both of us stared back out at Jennifer. She noticed that we were both glaring back at her. She turned away and disappeared into the crowd. I saw a vision, a glimpse of the previous Luna. She would know her sister, and Allison needed that moment. As much as I wanted to protect Allison, I knew that she could take care of herself and had waited a long time for this confrontation. I would not interfere. Allison's POV. I wasn't sure how the Luna could have escaped imprisonment when Jacob was taking all the punishment for their crimes. I was surprised to see her in the crowd the day Ryan was crowned. Ryan had moved into the Alpha's lair, and I was still staying at my apartment for a few more days before our wedding. So many dressmakers and stylists had dropped by to honor me with fittings and dresses, but I had selected one of my liking. Another knock at my door interrupted my thoughts. Michelle was in the next room, so I called to her. "I'll answer this time." I was expecting another congratulations or someone offering their business to the future Alpha and Luna's wedding. Instead, chills swept through my body. I opened the door, and it was Jennifer in the same silk black dress that she had worn at the coronation. I knew this moment would happen, but I had not expected it at my apartment. "Jennifer," I said, realizing my mistake at once, for I had never called her by her real name before. Her eyes narrowed. There was a rage boiling inside her. "That's not my name. Why do you call me that? How can you face me when you're such a liar?" She held something in her hands, and I wondered if it might be a knife. "Come in," I invited her, feeling like without her status, she could not easily harm me. She had no guards to support her, and as a Clan Clark she-wolf, she had never learned to fight like I had. "We do need to talk." Michelle peeked from the back room, but I waved to her to stay back there. I did not care if she heard everything. I fully trusted her at this point, and knowing someone else on my side was in the room at this moment gave me comfort. "Would you sit? We can talk." I gestured towards the couch, wondering if at the end of this conversation we would shift and fight to the death. There had been so many moments when I dreamed of confessing my identity to her before killing her. I reminded my nerves that she was in far more danger than I was. "No, I will not sit with a liar. Why did you lie to me? How many times did you claim you were no relation to Clan Clark?" "I knew better every time," she said. "You tricked me and my mate, and for this you should die." I stood proud and unfazed. "I lied because I know who you truly are, Jennifer Clark. I know what you did to your sister." If she had expected any reason, it was not that. She winced slightly, the rage simmering made way for a wave of shock. "I don't know what you're talking about. You call me Jennifer, and that was my twin's name, but I'm Alisa Clark Alexander, the Luna." "Not anymore. It's over. You did so many wrongs for nothing," I said, "to meet this end and fall from grace and status, and I will take the place of Luna that is rightfully mine." She stared at me dumbfounded. Our identical eyes were burrowing into each other's souls, except I saw my sister, and she did not see hers. "What did your mother think of what you did to your sister?" I asked. "Where are you keeping her?" "Mother is safe with me. Don't worry about her." That same suspicious stare that had caused so much alarm the other day took over her expression. "Who are you really, and why do you care so much about my mother? You do not recognize me?" I circled her, allowing Ariana to boil up to the surface without shifting. Her consciousness was urging me to strike her down and rip her face off like we almost did the day she killed us. "How should I?" She spat at me. "You've been a terrible pain in my side since the day you showed up here, but you were nothing to me prior to that. I was the one you locked away for 6 years and bled for Jacob. I was the one that you killed on our 18th birthday as you wore your wedding dress. I hope I didn't ruin it, but then again, I hope that I did." Her lips tightened. Eyes were wide to match her stunned silence. I continued, "You truly did kill me that day, but when I met the moon goddess, she sent me back, and now here I am, still taking the place that I was supposed to have, and I will have my revenge." She was backing away towards the door. Her furious red face had flushed to ghostly white. "How is this possible, Alisa? You know it's me? Do you see me now, sister?" She was looking at me in sheer horror. The fear covering her face was satisfying. I never thought that Jennifer would look terrified in this moment. "Please," she said, "I beg you to not kill me." All my new life I had thought that in this moment I would kill Jennifer. I could not even understand how she still wanted to live after her loss of status. I hated the very ground that she walked on. "Does mother know about you? What did you tell her?" I asked. "She doesn't know. She's been grieving, thinking you disappeared one day and never returned. Please, don't kill me." I was at the point of shifting, but something stirred inside me. A wave of strange emotions as I remembered the day that my sister killed me. Would I be any better than her if I turned around and avenged myself with the same action? I had pleaded for mercy, and she had killed me anyway. My heart changed in that moment, knowing that I had been wrong about the nature of my revenge. "I will not kill you because I am not like you, but I never want to see you again, and I want to know where mother is." Jennifer was crying now. I wasn't sure if it were fear, shame, shock, anger, or anything else, but large tears were falling from her wide eyes. "She's staying with me. You will leave her here, and you will leave alone. I don't want you anywhere near Crowalt Pack ever again. I never want to see you face." "You can't." "Shut up," I said. "I'm talking. I will be Luna tomorrow and you will be gone forever. Why don't you just kill me instead? She said quietly. I wanted to kill you, but I think it's better that you know what you did to me and to yourself. I became the Luna anyway. I suppose in a strange twist of fate, you saved me from a life of misery with Jacob. So what I feel for you is hatred, but also pity for the life you chose was miserable. The love you stole from me was poison. You trapped yourself in an evil life, and I almost feel sorry for you. This is why I will banish you from Crowalt for the rest of your miserable life. You will know what you did, and you will know this pain forever. She had backed all the way up against the door, looking utterly mortified by me. It was the nightmare she deserved. I found my second chance, mate, and perhaps I never would have if you hadn't killed me, I said. I will marry a good man unlike you, who sold your soul to the devil the day you tricked me, and were taken in by Jacob to be used for his purposes, and never loved. Jacob could never love, and neither could you. Your life is empty and sad. Now leave, and be haunted forever by this. I shifted to Ariana and lunged for her. My fangs ripped the hems of her skirt as she frantically opened the door and ran for her pathetic life. Ryan was not aware that I was going to meet Jacob. Beneath the Alpha's lair, in the prison of my death, I knew he was locked up. The guards obeyed me when I asked to see the outcast Alpha. I would be Luna by tomorrow, and everyone knew it. They were leading me to his cell. I was surprised when we entered the room. Last time, Jacob was wheezing with ashy gray skin and looked on the verge of death. He didn't look nearly as bad, and I wondered if he'd recover now that he was not offered the blood's bane any longer. As the Luna, I could have them still provide that to him to continue the poisoning. Or else, there was a risk that Jacob would return to health. Even if he were already cast out as the Alpha, that still really unsettled me. I wanted him dead and gone at this point. He looked up slowly. He was crouching in the corner, his shoulders arched in a way as if he had shifted back to a man, but it had been a very difficult shift. He was no longer receiving Clan Clark blood, and I met his hungry eyes as they focused on me. You again, he sneered with disdain. My body tingled with the instinct that this wolf would absolutely hurt me if given any opportunity. As such, I kept my distance from the cell. Without warning, he lashed out at the bars, grabbing them. He shook and rattled them violently, his face twisted with rage. Let me out of here. I'm the rightful Alpha. This was all a trick of them. Of that bastard Ryan. He screamed at the guards. They looked down at their shuffling feet, but did not respond. Outwardly, I remained calm, but inwardly, Ariana recoiled from this danger. She wanted to lash back at him, strike before he could get a chance to hurt us. You are no longer the Alpha, I said, and your wife is no longer the Luna. She's a worthless bitch anyway, he snarled. I never should have married her. She has no blood for me, and I will be consumed by my wolf or die of poor health in here because of her, but mostly because of you. Standing as proud as I could, oddly, I felt a little defensive of my sister in this strange moment. Maybe it was because she was supposed to be me, and this abusive marriage could have been my fate. Maybe it's because I still had some family tie to her that I'd long denied, but I said to him, my sister was the right mate for you. No one else would have done for you what she did. Sister? He glared at me. His eyes grew foggy, and I knew he was trying to capture some vision of me, but he would not be able to. Yes, you do not recognize me, but I know you. I'm Alisa Clark. My sister is Jennifer, and that was your chosen mate. His expression shifted to shock as if the reason for the block in his visions made sense. How? The moon goddess sent me back, I said. I died under your direction, but I was not meant to die. I was meant to be Luna one way or another, and I needed to come back to take you down. I gestured at his prison cell. I will never be held down, he said. If this is all true, then that explains why you smell so sweet to me. But don't think that at the first opportunity, I will strike you. I will kill you again in one heartbeat, and I will drink all your blood again, like I did the day I married your sister. I shuddered, and I hoped he didn't notice. His sinister smirk determined that he must have. He continued, you can have fear if you're sleeping in my house, and I will be sleeping beneath you, waiting for a chance. You will never get another chance to hurt me, I said. Jacob would have to be killed. I knew it then. I was not prepared to make it happen in that moment. He still looked like he might be strong enough to put up a good fight. But before my wedding, this man needed to die. Don't count on that, he said. Take your empty threat and shove them back down your throat. You have some nerve claiming Ryan's lair, the true Alpha and Alexander. You broke the pact, and you're exactly where you should be, I said defiantly. And what you did to me was unforgivable and horrible. You are a monster. It was easy to do it. When your sister approached me, I knew she'd be perfect to use for this. Stupid girl, that's a special person who would betray her own sister like that, he said. I realized that he spoke to hurt me since he could not reach me any other way. I was trembling with fear, rage, sorrow, betrayal, and all the emotions packed so firmly inside me that I shook from them. You can be proud of yourself, I said sarcastically. You've ruined your own life. If you hadn't done what you've done, you could still be Alpha, and now you're caged like you belong. I turned to the guards and left him down there, needing to get away. I could not hear his words anymore. What was most unsettling is his lack of caring. Jennifer showed more emotions than he did. I knew that he was the real monster, and while she was monstrous too, her evil choices that she made very young had led her into a trap that she could not get out of. Jacob had always held the power. Still, I would be happy to be rid of both of them. I ran upstairs to Ryan. I threw my arms around him and pounced on his lap as he was in a chair. I embraced him with all of myself, needing to feel safe and warm and loved. All the reassurance that I would have a good life from now on superseded those terrors from Jacob. What's going on? Ryan chuckled. I told them, I said quietly. I told Jennifer who I was, and instead of killing her, I banished her from the pack. Really? He asked. I'm surprised. What made you do that? I didn't want to kill her like she had to me. She's so low now anyway. His eyes grew hazy as he saw her in a vision. He nodded. She might kill herself. I tilted my head as if that was expected after I saw her. But then, I met Jacob, and I told him who I was. He threatened me. He looks healthier now than before. I glanced around to see who might be listening. There were servants and guards everywhere. He should probably continue taking the herb. A flash of heat and aggression roared in Ryan's eyes. He threatened you? Yes, I don't feel safe with him alive, and I never will, I said, tucking myself into his arms, and he wrapped them around me. We will have to see about that, he said. About what? He kissed me. I will protect you. I want to finish him, I said. He didn't respond. I could see his expression shifting with all the thoughts I wish I could read. I wondered that he would do something to Jacob, and if I would care. I wanted to do the honors, but perhaps Ryan had plenty of issue with Jacob too. I'll take care of him, Ryan said. I don't want him to ever hurt you again. I thought of how much my wolf feared Jacob and wanted to strike before he hurt us. I would delight in the day I could live peacefully knowing that Jacob was gone. So I nodded. I will have a chat with him tonight, Ryan said. Ryan's POV. I could not believe that Jacob had threatened Allison. I was ready to destroy him. I had been wanting this moment ever since I found out their history. That beast was imprisoned and sleeping beneath my lair. As soon as all grew quiet in the castle, I snuck down to meet the man who'd threatened me and my mate. I walked into the room of his cell without any guards. I knew that I could kill him. I'd won against him in the games while trying not to kill him while he was in better health, so killing him now should be easier. He was laying on his side, but abruptly whirled up to his feet. He did look healthier than he'd been in a couple weeks. He needed to be put down as soon as possible. Hello, Ryan. How good of you to visit. He spat on the ground, aiming for my feet, although it missed. How the blood taste from your mate. I drank all of it in her past life, so tasty. My rage seared inside me. Rupert was out of control, and I shifted, lunging at the bars. He backed away from them inside his cell. I had not opened the door, and so I was prevented from ripping into him. You want to fight? He taunted my wolf form. Let me out, and let's face each other. I'd love another opportunity to kill you. I shifted back to a man to open the door. You'll make a terrible alpha. The pack loved me, and I would take back my position. I'm already feeling better. Maybe I just needed some extra rest. I will rise back up. I knew it would be against the rules to kill him without consulting the elders, but I needed this threat to be gone. I was already alpha, and this man was still a threat to me and my mate, even if he were locked away. I took the keys and unlocked the door. He was already shifting the moment he could, but I was faster. Our wolves flew at each other, colliding face to face, ripping at each other, snarling, and then falling back to circle one another. I was the bigger wolf, but his black wolf was nearly as large as mine. I could sense how powerful his wolf was over him. I could see it burning in his enraged eyes. He lunged at me abruptly, and I flailed to fight him off of my neck. He latched on and ripped at my throat before I knew he had landed a good enough bite. In a moment, I wondered if it were a mistake to let him out. What if he could kill me? What would he do to Allison? I could never allow it. My dense fur and skin sliced open, but I managed to pull myself away. I could not waste another moment. I trapped him. With my brute force, I struck his wolf to the ground and tore my fangs into his snout and down to his throat. With all my might, I ripped into him, tasting the warm blood as I found his jugular. He spluttered and whimpered as a pool of blood gathered around him. He was still snarling and trying to bite my legs, but I kept out of his reach. He was dying fast now. He shifted back to a man. This is not the ways of Alexander, he yelled at me, but I didn't care, because nothing he'd ever done respected the ways of our clan. I watched him bleed to death. Finally, the light and last bit of fury and self-preservation left his eyes. In his last breath, he shifted back to his wolf. The large black creature was soaked in shiny blood that was an ocean of red covering the ground. I felt at my own neck for the wound that I had thought might be my end. It was only bleeding a little, a wound that could be stitched and tended to properly, and it would likely scar. I left Jacob dead in the dungeon. I told some of the servants to clean up the mess and call the embalmer for a proper burial. I would still have him buried, as was the ways of Alexander's, even for those that commit heinous crimes. A doctor came and tended to my wound. It would be freshly stitched and inflamed for my wedding in 2 days, but I hardly cared about that. The wound would heal as Allison and I healed in our open love story and status. We would never have to worry about Jacob again. I sent a servant out to tell Allison, even if it were late. He was hardly gone for long when I could smell her. She'd come immediately. She cried out when she saw me and my stitched-up neck running to me. What happened? You're hurt. He's dead. I killed him, so you wouldn't ever have to be afraid to sleep in my lair once it is your home, I said. He didn't go down without a fight. I saw a glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Perhaps she wanted to kill him herself, or perhaps she at least wanted to see him fall and take his last breath. But I was glad I had done it instead of her, because for a second I thought he had gotten me. Jacob had still been very dangerous, and I had to protect her. But her concern was for me, and she was looking at the stitched on my neck and making sure that the doctor did a fine job with it. I can't believe it, she said as she rubbed ointment over delicate injury. It's over. He's gone. It's the beginning, I said. We can be free now. She smiled, but it was only half-hearted. Are you happy? I asked. I'm not sure yet. I'm relieved if anything, but all of this is so terrible it never should have been this way. My jealousy reared again in my insides. Why? Because he was supposed to be your mate? She shook her head and leaned into me, kissing me lightly, till I wrapped my arms around her. No, I'm sure I was meant to find you. It's just so unfair it had to happen this way, but I think it's all for good in the end. I'm glad I was never his mate. I saw how he treated my sister. My muscles relaxed as I absorbed her words. I love you, Ryan, she whispered. And I think this was meant to be. Even if I can't smell that, you're my mate. I think the moon goddess tricked me. She took away my ability to smell the fated match, but not my ability to fall in love and choose a mate. And I choose you. Allison's POV. I knew that Jennifer lingered in town still. Even after our last conversation, her banishment would not be official till I was the Luna. As such, I had asked for Ryan to have guards monitor her current living quarters and whereabouts. I had a few of my own guards. It felt odd always having them around and how they would always bow their heads in respect. I had granted one guard the task monitoring Jennifer. He reported back, "She seems to be staying in this small cabin not far from the lair, but on the outskirts of town. There is one servant and an old woman living with her." "What does this old woman look like?" I asked. He shrugged. "She has full white hair and walks with a stick to guide her, not support her like she's feeble. I think that she might be blind." Chills of excitement swept from my head to my spine. She had to be my mother. Jennifer had kept her isolated in this little house to keep her in the dark. It occurred to me that when I officially cast Jennifer out of the pack, she might try to take Mother with her as one final attempt to hurt me. But I could not allow that. My wedding was tomorrow, and I would have my mother attend. "Show me where," I requested. The guards nodded and led me towards the Alpha's lair. Beyond it, other houses dwindled to forest. Out past a line of trees was a small field and the little cabin with a smokestack. It looked quaint and cozy, but far too small for 3 people, especially if one of them were Jennifer. I felt so nervous. I would meet my mother, and I had not seen her since I was 12. I did not know if she could recognize me by my voice, even though it was not as if she would know me by looks due to my change in appearance. Cautiously, I ventured up to the front door with my 2 guards behind me. Before I knocked, I told them, "Please wait for me out here. I'll be fine inside." I didn't want to alarm her with the presence of too many strangers. I knocked and waited, wondering if Jennifer would open the door. Instead, a middle-aged maid opened the door. Her expression flushed with shock, but she also seemed at loss for words, as if she had no idea how to handle a stranger's visit. "Hello, is Brianna Clark here?" I asked. "I'm sorry, but my mistress is not here right now, so we can't have any visitors." The maid closed the door more so that she only peered out with half of her face. "Are you alone?" I asked, wondering if she meant Jennifer or my mother or both were gone. "No, my mistress is out, the Luna." "She's no longer the Luna," I said, "but I will be Luna tomorrow when I marry the Alpha Ryan Alexander." The maid looked past me at the 2 guards beyond who were keeping their distance under instruction, but did validate my claims more than just my words. "I have heard nothing of it," she said. "I'm sure you haven't," I replied. "But tell me, is Brianna Clark here?" Another voice called out from inside. "She is. Let her come in, please. I wouldn't mind a visitor." I knew my mother's voice, and waves of nervousness radiated through me. I was excited, but also anxious that she would not know me or reject me, or if I would find out she betrayed me too. "What about?" The maid began to complain, but my mother hushed her. "Let her come in. I want to meet this she-wolf. There is something familiar about her that I can't really place. I am intrigued." The maid stepped aside with a regretful sigh, and I entered the one-room cabin. My mother was seated in a rocking chair with a cane leaned up beside it. Her hair had gone bright white, and she had far more wrinkles around her mouth and eyes than she once had. She still looked beautiful. A lot of her features were so similar to Jennifer and mine in my past life. Her cloudy eyes were grayish, instead of the purple like amethyst, and she stared off towards the corner of the ceiling. Upon further examination, her face looked younger than her bright white hair might lead one to believe. She was draped in a dramatic, completely black dress. "Welcome, visitor," she said with a smile in her tone. "Who do I have the pleasure of meeting, and to what do I owe this honor?" I wanted to run to her and embrace her, but I stood frozen in place and unsure what to say. "My name is Allison," I said. "I came here for you." She tilted her head to listen to my voice. A tear fell down from her left eye. "Allison? I've never known an Allison, but there is something in your voice that I like. Reminds me of a daughter I lost." "What happened to your daughter?" I asked. Her expression froze in a dazed sadness, as if she had never moved on for 1 second. "I'm not sure. She was gone from me at 12. She was to be the Luna, but my other daughter became the Luna instead. And I was brought here. I haven't been able to leave without help, and eventually I was told to stay here at all times." Jennifer had rendered our mother a prisoner in this little house to protect her identity. She could never hide it from her mother, and I was grateful that while she could kill her sister, she had not been able to kill her mother. "You should not be trapped here like this," I said. "When did you go blind?" "Do I know you?" she asked. "There's something I like about your voice, Allison, stranger from the unknown." My throat tightened with emotion. I wanted to tell her, but I also didn't want to overwhelm her. "I'm from out of town," I said. "I know Jennifer, truly know her, and I came back here after—" I didn't know what to say. "Alisa? Could that be you?" My mother's voice shook with the weight of her guess. She reached out her hands towards the sound of my voice. "I know it is you. Please don't tell me that I'm wrong and I've gone crazy. I would know my daughter from a stranger." The desperation in her voice broke my heart. I could not hold back another moment. "You're right. It is me." I ran to her and fell to my knees at her feet. She grabbed me into a tight embrace and stroked my straight hair. Plenty of tears were flowing from her face. She began to sob. "Where did you go? What happened to you, my precious child?" Her hands tightened on me as if she could never let go again. "We need to get you out of here," I said. "You should be living in a place of honor, like the Alpha's lair, or back amongst Clan Clark, wherever you'd like to live. Never leave me again. Where did you go? What really happened to you?" she cried. I didn't have the heart to break her by telling her the terrible truth in that moment, so I remained silent. Finally, I asked, "What did Jennifer tell you about it?" "She said that you disappeared. You ran away instead of becoming the blood provider for Alpha Jacob, and she was going to be with him instead. It didn't make any sense, but then I had a terrible accident and I went blind, and they brought me to live here. I haven't been able to leave since, but your sister has been kind to visit me every day so that I wouldn't be lonely." Tears were falling down my face too at that point. "Where did you run to? Why didn't you tell me?" she sobbed. "I was away, but I did not run away," I said quietly. "I actually was pretty close by for many years." "Then what happened?" All of a sudden the door swung open and crashed into the wall. Jennifer's cold voice sliced through the moment. "Mother, don't believe anything the she-wolf tells you. She is an imposter." I stood up away from Mother, and she was reaching for me, trying to figure out where I'd gone. Jennifer said, "What did this bitch tell you? She's been out to ruin me ever since she came here, and now she's even after my own mother. How low can someone be?" Mother's blind eyes were searching the room to see. Her lips were quivering with pain, but finally she said, "I know my daughters, Jennifer. I know Alisa has come back, even if she has a new name." I could not be fooled. I was slightly in front of her to shield her from my awful sister. "She's going to stay with me," I insisted. "No," Jennifer said. "Mother, do not go with this imposter. I don't know what she intends for you, but she will never let me see you again." Panic seized Mother's face. Her hands found the skirt of my dress, and she gripped and tugged at me. "What is happening? Jennifer, why would you say that? Alisa, don't you have kind words for your sister?" My hands were balled to fists. Ariana was active inside me, ready to fight this time. I had guards outside, but I would not need them. I had already decided not to kill Jennifer, and I would never in front of my mother. That could only traumatize her further, but I was not going to let Jennifer lie anymore or take her away from me again. "Why don't you tell Mother what really happened to me?" I said. "You ran away, and I took your place and the responsibilities you abandoned," Jennifer retorted angrily. "Do not come back here and pretend otherwise." I could not contain myself this time. Ariana took over. I shifted to the white wolf and lunged at Jennifer. She also shifted. Her mostly white wolf had one strip of black fur down her back, otherwise the wolves would be identical. I ripped into her, not to kill, but to submit. She flailed and fought, but her effort to fight were completely without skill. She had clearly never learned to fight like I had. Her strength was purely in her willpower, and not in her body or wolf. Ariana grabbed her by the back of her neck and threw her to the ground. She floundered and snarled, but I would not allow for her fangs to reach me. "Stop! Please stop!" Mother was shouting and crying. The room filled with the smell of her terror and pain. I sensed that when I hurt Jennifer, it only hurt her too. "What are you doing?" she cried out, only able to hear us growl and tear around the small room, knocking over some of the furniture. My heart broke. I did not want to hurt my mother. In a moment of doubt, Jennifer was able to whirl on me and slash open my leg. I bested her in the next moment with more strength and reflex than she'd ever learned or practiced. I pinned her to the ground by her neck and would not let her move. My body language insisted that she knew that I would not let her up till she agreed to confess. She growled low in her throat, rejecting the demand. She would have me kill her first and show our mother what a bitch I truly was. "Alisa, Jennifer, please stop. Don't hurt one another." She was sobbing. She had stood up from her chair with her cane and was waving it around the room, tapping on the items to try to find us. "I love you both. I always have and always will. Stop." I shifted back to human form, but I kept my hands at Jennifer's throat, comforted at least that Mother could not see the fight. I was strong enough to hold her down still, and whipped out a knife to hold it to her throat. "Tell her the truth, Jennifer," I warned low in my throat. "Or so help me." I could not finish my threat for fear of upsetting Mother too much. "Alisa, is it really you? Why are you doing this?" Mother said with trembling words. Jennifer sputtered and squirmed as she shifted back to human form. "Her name is Allison. Mother, she's hurting me. Help," she gasped out. Mother's breaths were short and distressed behind me. She was tapping her cane all over the room as if to find us. "Tell her," I pressed the knife firmly into her neck. "Otherwise I will." "Why would you break her heart," Jennifer said, "and kill the only daughter she's had all these years?" I could not contain it any longer. I shouted, "Because you killed me. You betrayed me, Jennifer. And now that I've come back, I will be Luna. And you will be banished for the rest of your life." "Jennifer?" Mother's sad voice rang out pitifully. "She stole my life, Mama," I said. "Her and Jacob had me locked away for 6 years, and Jennifer killed me on our 18th birthday and married Jacob. They bled me and abused me for 6 years. I am not angry and violent for nothing. I only tell you this so you understand." Confused sobs erupted from her. Her hand clasped over her face and she shook her head with disbelief. "What a disgusting thing to say," Jennifer said. "Mother, you can't believe this imposter." "I don't know what to do," Mother said. "I can't see." "We don't look anything alike anymore," Jennifer said, slipping in her words and slightly indicating at the truth. Her mouth clamped shut, and she glanced at our mother as if hoping she wouldn't catch that. But Mother's face resigned with understanding. "I really died on my 18th birthday, but the moon goddess sent me back with a new face. That's why. What if she didn't believe me after all this? What if she went off with Jennifer? It's not like I would force her to stay with me. I could not be like my sister." I thought long and hard. There had to be something I could say to prove my identity. Mother and I had many special moments between us and no one else. I could say something from that, and then she could know I was telling the truth. "You used to call me your heart child, because I had a big heart like you. You would say Jennifer was spirited when she was really being mean. Well, her spiritedness went way too far. She's not a good person. She sold her soul to Jacob when she betrayed her own sister, and I don't think you should go with her. Think about how she locked you away in this house. Have you been able to see anyone in all these years?" I knew my words connected with her. She was backing away, her eyes staring upwards. Her horror was lit up by realization. I took the knife and put it back in my hostelter, and I returned to Mother, embracing her. She held me and stroked my hair. Jennifer was breathing heavily on the ground and glaring up at us. There was murder in her eyes, but if we'd learned anything today, it was that I was a lot stronger and more dangerous than her. "Mama, please come with me. I've already had to grow up without you. I need you to come to my wedding tomorrow. You won't have to be hidden away anymore," I said gently. She nodded her head, but her trembling lips were speechless. We passed Jennifer and stepped out of the cabin into the sunlight together. I was holding on to her to guide her. My guards met me out there. "Please watch Jennifer. She will be banished officially tomorrow, but I can't have her causing any trouble." "Yes, Luna." He bowed, giving me the respects that I hadn't even officially been granted yet, but it felt nice to be recognized early. As Mother and I walked away, arms gripped each other. Jennifer screamed after us from the cabin, "You're a terrible mother. You leave your only daughter. I hate you for this." I placed my hands over Mother's ears and kissed her on the cheek. "You're not a horrible mother." "Then why did she turn out this way? Why did she do all that?" Her voice broke, and my heart broke for her. I didn't know what to say to it, so I let the moment stir around us and I let her feel my company. "You did well with me, or I never would have survived this long and grown so much from all these trials," I said. "We have catching up to do." She agreed, or maybe just accepted my words. It was hard to tell. "And a long time to do it," I added. Jennifer was still screaming behind us. The last thing I heard her say was, "You'll pay for this. I will not let you get away with this." The day of the wedding had finally arrived. I was getting ready in my dream dress, and I was also receiving reports from my guards every hour to make sure that Jennifer would not interfere with the celebration. Ryan fully agreed and supported that she be banished immediately, but we actually wanted to know exactly where she was on this day, so the guards kept her trapped in the tiny cabin where she'd trapped Mother all these years. My mother was there with me, helping me get ready with moral support from her seat nearby. Her presence calmed me. I could not stop looking over at her as if I might discover that she was a figment of my imagination. "I wish I could see you in your dress," she said from the chair. Michelle was also there and had helped me put on the gown. "Let me describe it. My dress has a huge white skirt completely covered in golden flakes. Small diamonds surround the V-neck bodice and sleeves. There's lace at the bottom of the skirt and a long lace veil." I described to her so that she could imagine it. She tilted her head back and closed her cloudy eyes to imagine it better. "It sounds so beautiful." There was a knock at my dressing room door. "Who's there?" I called. "It's Michael," Ryan's beta called back glumly. "He would be the best man. Shouldn't you be getting ready?" I scolded, gesturing to Michelle to open the door and see why he was there. "I have a delivery for you," he said. He handed Michelle a large bouquet of red roses from Ryan. I took them and smelt the deep, luscious, sweet scent. His note said, "To my bride, my best friend, my mate, I love you with all my heart." Then the most pleasant voice I had not expected hit my ears. "Oh my dear, you look lovely, so beautiful." Donna, Ryan's maid from Starstream Pack, ran in the room practically pushing Michael aside. "Oh my, Donna, you're here." I jumped up and down with delight, but had to be careful not to crease my dress when I embraced her. "You think that I would miss this wedding for anything?" she said happily. "Donna, this is my mother. I hope that you will be great friends." I introduced them. Brianna, my mother gave her name. They began chatting merrily about me, and Donna bragged about all my accomplishments from my days at Starstream Pack. "Hurry," Michelle reminded me. I was almost so happy that I forgot to keep getting ready. It's almost time. I could not wait to be with Ryan forever. I had dreams of a life of adventure with him. I hoped he'd live a long life despite the curse that plagued us. I wondered if there could be a cure for it. Perhaps together we could find that someday. Maybe if I prayed hard enough to the moon goddess we could come by an arrangement. I heard the music playing. "Donna, could you help my mother out to the front of the audience? Please sit with her too," I asked. "Of course, Luna," she beamed at me. "Oh, this is so wonderful," she exclaimed as she guided my mother from the room, and her contagious smile was only enhancing mine so that my cheeks ached from too much grinning. I never imagined I could feel this happy. I hardly knew if I even deserved this. I met Dylan at the top of the aisle. He had come to walk me down the aisle. It seemed fitting since I had been known as Clan Harris's goddaughter, and he was my closest friend. He whispered towards me, "Are you ready for this?" "Yes, so ready," I said. "I've never seen you look so happy. That makes me feel like this is right for you," he said sweetly. "I am." "Okay, it's time," he gestured, and I took his arm. We stepped out and the crowd hushed. The entire ROM bowed as we proceeded down the long velvet carpet. At the end, near the elder who would marry us, stood Ryan. He wore a black silk coat and pants. His broad shoulders blocked out the sky like a mountain. He was so handsome, I could hardly believe my eyes. His fierce tawny eyes burned with passion even from this distance. My heart beat in my chest, and Ariana responded in a new way. It was as if she finally saw her mate. I could hardly believe the sensation forming inside me, and I could not wait to steal away with Ryan after the party. His eyes met mine as I walked down the aisle, and I saw true peace and happiness in them. I could witness all the love, and he sent me mental images of us, and all his intense longing, love, and tenderness for me. We looked at each other with smoldering desire. I could not help but want to be alone with him, mating and making love. My urges were strong inside me, my desires for him reflected on his face. Maybe this was fate, I considered. It had been my choice, but it seemed as if all this must have been meant to be. The moon goddess had tricked me, but I was far too joyful to harbor any resentment. She must have known better than I after all. In this moment of bliss, I let all my fears go for now. This moment felt right. Dylan left me standing at the altar with Ryan. I stood before my mate, and I never let my attention draw anywhere else. Elder Fritz pronounced us mates for life, and we kissed. Ryan swooped me up in his arms, kissing me harder, and I tangled my fingers in his hair. We twirled around with our lips locked, and for a moment it was like we were not in the midst of the crowd, and it was only us. Elder Fritz cleared his throat, and we stopped from getting too carried away. Another elder brought out a crystal and golden crown for the Luna. Ryan set my feet back on the ground, and in front of all the Crowalt attendees, I was crowned the Luna. I bowed my head in respect to the elders who had approved this honor for me. Ryan took my hand and we faced the crowd together. They cheered. Alpha Ryan Alexander, Luna Alisa Clark Harris Alexander. This wonderful day was only the first step in a beautiful life together. The end. Thank you, my dear readers, for reading this story. I'll appreciate it if you explore my other stories as well. Please join my FB group Caroline Above Story if you want to chat and keep updated on my writing schedule. Allison. I've known pain. I've lived in a world with nothing but pain. My teeth are stained with the excess of blood I've tasted, the wounds I have healed from physically, but the ones that scared me so deeply that I may never recover from fully, those are the ones I will never heal from. I try not to let it show, masquerading around my new life like I don't recall the last. Like I don't know that the moon goddess sought pity on my life and sent me back to do what I was fated to do, find my mate and become Luna. Everyone sees it though. Everyone. As privileged as I feel, I still cower in the dark, fighting off the memories and flaunting a smile. I walk through the Packlands now, watching as the clan wakes to the morning. Meanwhile, I haven't slept in days. I lay in bed, beside my mate Ryan, the Alpha, and I wait for him to drift peacefully into oblivion before sneaking off to kill the night hours. He would hate if I were out here alone, meandering around as though I am a lost pup, but it's the only time I have to think in peace. I just need peace. Truthfully, if I don't sleep, I don't feel the pain again. My heart was broken, thinking I had found my mate, only to be betrayed by my own damned sister. Ryan killed his own brother, a necessary sacrifice, but I was only mercifully allowed to watch as my sister Jennifer was banished from this pack. She cursed my name and our mother before she shifted and fled. I still think of that day a lot in my sleep, and even if it wasn't physical torture, it ached terribly. She treated me horribly, but she was my sister. She was supposed to be my best friend. Everything changed when I died, and Jennifer wasn't even upset. She turned into an opportunist. I try to focus on other things now, my head spinning too quickly. My wolf whimpers in my head, begging me to return to the palace, to our mate, but I can't bring myself back to lay down beside Ryan. He will ask questions, knowing I've slipped out again, and I don't have the answers. I don't have it in me to explain what I feel, what scenes reply over and over in my dark dreams, until I wake up in a sweat and try to go at the cycle once more. It's exhausting. I can't have that night play out again. I only have the memories. I feel the needles in my arms, draining my life source, stealing it to be used to heal and feed the one man I thought would be my mate, but he kept me locked in the basement dungeon, uncaring and ruthlessly using me to better his health. Sometimes I think about how useful I was back then, how I was a toy waiting to be played with, but everything changed when I finally died. The moon goddess may have sent me back a different person, but the memories and wounds were still there. I would have accepted the death, taken to lose of my life with honor, if I had never been left with the exact memory of everything I went through the first time with these clans. I try to blink back the sight of the dungeon, the bland gray walls and the murky dark floors. I snatch my head away from the looks of the long, endless needles that poke into my surface, drawing more and more red by the days, weeks, and practically all my life. The stench is iron, both in the making of the bars of my cell and the stench of my blood. They said it was perfect, useful, and it didn't matter how much it hurt me. In fact, I think they enjoyed it. My legs are trembling now, my feet in the grass of the fields just outside the village, and I can't recall how I've gotten here, but I settle for the spot, collapsing at last. I grasp at the wheat, the sunrise warm on my back in my silk gown, the wind brushing through my long cinnamon hair, and the light freckles perking up along my shoulders and cheeks. I inhale the fresh field air, pulling the fragments together from my broken past. I know I can't heal myself by dwelling on the aches of what happened, but it seems familiar. I miss familiar. I only knew pain for a long time, torture being the one steady of my life, and it was always something I could expect. Being mated to an alpha, being a new Luna of this clan, I don't know what to expect. It's petrifying at times. Allison, Ryan says, his voice so calm and nearby. What are you doing out here alone, my Luna? It's not wise for you to wander this far without some sort of protection. I feel him sit beside me, his hand grazing my arm gently, kindly, and I fall into his warm side. I don't need protection, I say. I can handle myself, Ryan. You shouldn't worry. I need sleep. I need relief. I need memory loss. You do, Allison, and I have every right to worry. You have been through a lot in the last few weeks since we were mated in ceremony. I don't need anything else happening to you. An alpha can't function without a safe, healthy Luna by his side. Then you shouldn't have mated me, I mumble, guilty of the words as I speak them. Enough, he snaps, a little more abruptly than I anticipated. I mated you for a reason, and I refuse to let you disparage it. His hand brushes my neck, his gentle touch grazing the mating mark we created not so long ago. I eye his, just under his light sandy hair, his bright eyes finding mine in the haze that is between our wolves. We both feel the pull, the need to mate, but we fight it off for now. It almost aches to do so, the feeling in my stomach growing into a painful boulder that pulls me further into my abyss. I've dug myself too deep now, falling into his lap, his hands holding me still as I let the rhythm of the memories jolt through me, endlessly. His hands on my arms, they feel like needles penetrating my skin. His gaze, it burns into my soul, like I'm being examined behind the bars of my prison cell, foot tapping away while they wait for their blood. The heat in my stomach now, it feels like the heat in my throat, like I'm moments away from finally breaking free and burning that damn palace down to ash and pebble. I managed to pull myself from the hole my mind has been swirling down into, Ryan cocking his head as he tips his head upward into the breeze. My wolf is whining in my head, my body hot to the touch like my perfect blood is on fire. He seems distracted before returning to focus on me in his lap, brushing the hair off my shoulders. Still, his eyes trace my mating mark. My eyes do the same to his. I hold back a cough, a whimper of slight angst, and I tilt my head back into his hands. I watch his jaw lock, his wolf coming forward and communicating with mine. I can read his look clear as day, fully aware of what our bodies and our wolves are trying to say. I'm too scared to mention it out loud. Ryan tries to lift me into his arms, out of his lap in this desolate spring field, but it's too late. I growl a noise unbecoming of myself, the pain shooting straight up my spine and fireworks popping through my veins. I can't hold it in anymore. I can't comprehend what this means, but Ryan already does. His worried and hungry eyes say it all. I'm defiantly in heat. Allison. It's hard to breathe with the feeling of molten fire dripping down my throat and swirling through my lower abdomen. When I breathe, I feel my lungs dissipate with pressure, only to fill with a mouthful of fire again, before letting the pressure resist back just for a moment. My muscles are all tensing at once, my poor wolf whining and damn near howling in my head. I aim to scream, nothing but an exasperated gargle leaving the last reminisce of my lips. Ryan is busy needing to calm me down, but I can't help the sight of his eyes in this moment. His wolf is trying to break free, to help his mate in heat, and the irises of Ryan's once beautiful cyan eyes is now red as the blood in my nightmares. His hand finds my waist, so tense and knotted up. My muscles are rough and strained. It's not possible to think of a solution other than the one thing guaranteed to fix this agonizing pain. We both know it's the only option, but in this field, right now, it doesn't seem like a very good outlet to fix our new problem. Ryan glances up, laying me on my back, his eyes hitting those of the warriors he has trained to protect me when I wander off. The same incompetent wolves that always watch me stroll out of the palace and don't stop to catch up with me. They know I'm hard to keep still, and I'm not very good with authority seeing as my past encounters with such entities. All the same, the warriors had strolled out here and in the middle of this field to be with their alpha. I can only picture how restrained they are feeling, a Luna in heat like free candy to irrational pups. They must be biting their wolves down hard to keep sane. Pull, please, Ryan, I beg, trembling from head to toe. It hurts. Shh, I know, Luna, I know, he mutters, brushing a soothing hand through my scalp. I eye my mate through tears, feeling like every time I cough, I am choking on pure heat, the rays of the sun sizzling down my lungs with the nature of the world, twisting my insides and working to tie them in an undoable knot. Ryan is trying to scatter his warriors, like he intends to form a large circle around us to prevent anyone seeing it happen, but at this rate, I wouldn't care if the whole pack were to catch a glimpse. I just want this pain to end. Ryan gently caresses my cheek, his eyes worried and wide, still pink and red from his wolf being tempted by the smell of my hormones. It's impossible to cover up. I can even smell the heat of my wolf and my body crave the act that it needs for this pain to subside. Finally, with the warriors all faced away and guarding us from being watched, I feel him beside me soon enough, out of breath and still worried, but his eyes back to their crystal color, no longer two concerned rubies. I think of his protectiveness over me, his arm wrapped over my pelvis, keeping the rip of my dress from exposing anything, as the wind licks us both. I still feel ill in this moment. My throat is closing up, and my head is going light while spots line my eyesight far too quickly after our passionate moment together. I thought it would take more time before I'd go into heat after being mated in ceremony to Ryan, but it's only been a few weeks, and I feel like years have passed in this field. I feel stiff, aged, and I wish I could just get relief, but my wolf has other plans. She hazes my sight, the feeling of my body being taken over and controlled elsewhere familiar, but it's not from shifting. Instead, I fall back into heat grass, lazy and loose, exhausted and worn, and for once I feel like I may have finally gotten the peace I've needed. My vision goes dark, darker than ever before, the floating feeling of my body in the unconsciousness so serene. Long time no see, blood pet. That voice is familiar, so familiar that I feel myself jerk in reaction to hearing it. It's not a nice voice, and it doesn't mean anything good. It means I'm in a nightmare again, and there's no breaking free of these, because not only are they nightmares, but they are also memories. Memories I wish would die. Allison, I squirm on my cot, watching the eyes through the bars circle my body without a care of the state it is in. I attempt to stand, to face this monster that pins me up almost every day now, ever since the alpha started getting sick and needed some good blood to be pushed into his system at the ready. That's where I used to come into play. My legs give out, though. I fail instantly and hit the cell floor, exhausted and drained, in need of water and maybe something to nibble on, but I can't expect that to happen. I've been in this spot too much to know that the more I suffer, the easier it is for them to drain me without tying me down to do so. Little blood pet, the voice snickers, taunting me from above. You aren't looking so good today, blood pet. You look pale and worthless, but you know what? Alpha Jacob needs his fix of blood for the night, and that means I'm going to need you to provide just that. I struggle to respond, knowing that even if I muster the energy to do so, I could very well be beaten for a remark later. I know my lesson has been learned by now, but even then, I have to at least try to save some of my pride here. I spit toward his shiny leather boots, watching his eyes darken at the pathetic attempt to fight back. It's pointless, as I suspected. The warrior barges into the cell, throwing me onto the medical cot and snatching the needle set off the wall and pulls my arm toward his body, sneering the entire time as he looks for a spot that isn't already fresh with a puncture hole. I would be able to heal myself, especially since my blood is superior, but being undercared for has made it impossible to heal. Here we go, blood pet, he growls, snatching up a vein with an unnecessarily long needle. I cough a breath, shocked and forced into the draining process all over again. He laughs, shamelessly, and it makes me weep as usual. I love seeing you struggle. I gust awake in a sudden sweaty panic, my body trembling all over, until I catch my balance and see those concerned eyes yet again. Ryan sits before me, his hands holding me upright by my shoulders. I sway in place in our bed, my side of the long silky sheets normally untouched and cold. Ryan holds a hand to my cheek, begging that I look up to meet his eyes, and I do, only to shoot them back down to the ground again. I wish I could meet him with pride, with strength, but after that damn memory nightmare, I've never felt more like a disappointment in my life. Stop thinking that, Ryan growls through the link, saying it on impulse. His exterior relaxes and he gives me a sad grin. Darling, are you feeling better? I open my mouth to speak, too stunned and anxious to mumble a word. He nods. I understand, Allison, I do. I saw the entire nightmare. I know the pain you felt in the field this morning. That was rough. And then having to relive what you went through before everything was resolved. And I want you to know you can talk to me about it all. Everything, Allison. Everything. I only look aside, my eyes wet in pain and in terror. The only thing worse than reliving those days in my dreams is having to talk about it with my adoring mate. He only wants to help, and I should love him for that. But he doesn't know the extent of everything I went through. He has seen some through the link of our mating bond, and some he has heard me cry out in my dreams about. But I would be in angst if I had to explain it all right here, right now. You should rest, darling, he hums, reaching forward. I flinch back, whimpering a noise I didn't know I could make. I can't, Ryan. I just can't. There is no way out of the nightmares. I don't want to feel them again. I know, he admits, sullen. I just wish you could get some rest, anyways, or you will collapse again like you did out there in the field. Raising a brow, I replay the moment we had together. I think it was because I was in heat, Alpha, not because I am exhausted. It's true, though. I am very depleted, and if my dreams weren't tainted, I would pass out again so quickly, it would make Ryan think I've died. You were in heat, Ryan sighs, shaking his head. I wish you weren't in so much pain in that moment, but I tried to help, darling. I truly did. Thank you, I say, sure that he helped more than he thinks he did. Anything for my Luna, of course. Anything. Yes, darling, anything. Looking aside, I see the sun over the packlands, shining through the walkways and on the innocent pups that run and play through this clan, without fear, without pain. I wish I had been one of them, but that's not what I can ask for. That option has long since been taken from me, my childhood so much in contrast to theirs. I need you to tell me you will keep me safe, Ryan. He gives me a puzzled look, and one of hurt, like my request has wounded him or something. Darling, my Luna, you know I'd never allow anyone to hurt you like that again. After everything we've been through, you know that, Allison. You know I will always protect you, no matter who or what goes against us. I nod, knowing it may just be a simple promise, but it helps my stress. I lay back down, my hand interlocked with my mate's, and I squeeze it as tight as possible, hoping he takes that as his cue to stay here with me. I worry what I will dream about, hopefully nothing at all, but for now it is helpful having Ryan here. He nestles the blanket around my body, a gentle brush of his other hand across my forehead, making me shiver. I love when he touches me, caresses me, and my heart sputters at the feeling of being so close to him again. He has always been gentle with me, maybe screwing that up once or twice in the heat of a salacious moment, but he would protect me, I know it. My Luna is always safe with me. I know. The door to our bedroom is thrown open abruptly, the entire palace shivering in response. Alpha, please excuse me, we have an emergency. Ryan stands but keeps his hand on mine. What is it, Ike? Our hunter said they came across something in the woods, something you're not gonna like. Alpha. The warriors blinks at me, then to the Alpha again, breathless and flushed in the cheeks. There's a group of rogues, at least a few hundred, and they seem to be forming a pack. It's hard to tell, but, well, the hunter saw someone familiar. Who? Ryan growls, his grasp hard on my fingers. Ike looks down to me, eyes wide in horror. Jennifer Clark. My breath hitches. My sister. Olivera. A pack of rogues. It's not exactly a normal status of an alpha, but I wasn't really looking for this position. It found me instead. I was the largest rogue in these woods, throwing my weight around in territory fights, in mating fights for she-wolves looking for a good time, but eventually it became clear there needed to be a change around here. The elders are the top wolves of all the clans, like peacekeepers, and since the little Alexander clan family drama went down, the elders have been working hard to crack down on rogues before we all turn Lycan. They can't stand to fight us when we are Lycan. Then everyone would see how pathetic and weak they are in comparison. Besides the ego trip the elders have been on, they have also decided to kill any rogue in their path, hunting them down like rabbits. It took a small raid, a deadly encounter, for the elders to kill a few innocent rogues looking for a pack to join, but were slaughtered. I couldn't stand by to be the biggest rogue in the woods after that. I had to be the rogue that made the elders lose sleep at night. So, I formulated a pack. It's not a very conventional pack, but it keeps us from shifting Lycan, and that's all I need to hunt the ones in charge of this power shift between those who run free, unbound by authority, or those who feel the only safety they require is that of a world without rogues, without rebels. I'm just a rebel that doesn't have the patience anymore. Alpha, one of my guards grumbles, a stocky man with a gruff look and an even harsher voice like he's chewed gravel all night. The Clark girl wants to speak to you. I already told you to get rid of her. She's not welcome here. Not after being close to the Alexanders and that pathetic family of alpha wannabes. If she has anything to sell, she can sell it elsewhere. I am not buying. I turn over my hands, pale but smudged in black soot and old scars. If she comes back a third time, she's dead. I'll let her know, he says with a firm head nod. Sure enough, he doesn't get a chance to pass on the message. The doors to my office are thrown open, a petite pain in my ass stomping her way into my pack house like she has some kind of power here. I immediately jump over my desk, standing over her so she feels my height, senses my powerful wolf, and feels the threat looming in the small space between us. You, I snarl. Her straight, ragged hair is tucked behind her ear, but she does try to hide behind it like a curtain, staring at the ground while she trembles. She is scared. I can taste it around her. What authority do you have to barge into my pack house and let yourself into my office? I feel my fists clench, something that she obviously notices. She trembles harder. You think you being a princess once upon a time gives you the right to go wherever you want? I should kill you! I heard you're going after the elders, she hums. I wanted to know if that meant the Alpha and Luna Alexander too. I cock my brow, curiously watching this pup think she's strong or smart. She is neither, and it's amusing to me that she would ever think otherwise. Why would I tell you my plans? Rejected Luna. She eyes me once, quickly, her eyes darting back down as it takes her a minute to assess my size, my muscles, and my daring need to kill anything that annoys me. You should. I know for a fact they have rogues in their dungeon under the palace. Rogues that don't deserve to be there. I wave off her claim, uncaring even if it were true. What, a handful? 5 or 6? I am preparing a war against elders. I am not out here to liberate every rogue that has ever lived. That isn't my job, and you're just mad you were scorned and let loose from the pack. You are worthless here, like you were worthless there, and I suggest you leave before one of my rogues finds your scent and hunts you down. She shudders again, turning to leave, something about her posture relaxing as she stops right before leaving my office for good. What if I told you, there is a wolf that could help you fight the elders and win? My wolf purrs in interest. How so? She's a blood healer, a perfect match for any wound by just injecting her blood into your body. She can heal you in battle, not you and your army of rogues. I snarl a laugh. I heard the stories and the gossip, Luna reject. I don't doubt that it isn't a useful power, but by your smell, I know what clan you come from, even before trying to rope in an Alexander clan mutt to mate with. You are the same thing as this other wolf you speak of, so why not I take you and just leave it at that? Because she's been touched by the moon goddess. She was sent back down, and from I've heard, she is cursed. She was reborn with the intent to have a different mate, even changing her appearance, and an immortal healer. That's a good deal. Stroking my sharp jaw, I wonder what this bitch is really going for tonight. What do you get out of this? Being a rat just to be a rat? We kill rats around here, rejected Luna, so answer wisely. Why do you want me to have this information? I hate the royals. I hate the elders. If I watch them fall by your pack, that is good enough revenge for me. I won't even get in your way. I step back up to the little wolf, snarling a reply. Good, because if you do, you're dead. Now write down everything you know about this cursed wolf, and maybe I'll look into bringing in the possibility of going after your old pack. Thank you, Olivera. Alpha, I snap in correction. You are still a rat to me. Thank you, Alpha. Allison. Ryan is busy in a meeting all day, and while he is there, I can't handle the thought of what we were told yesterday. My sister, the horrid traitor she is, has been speaking to an alpha of rogues. I can't trust why she would be somewhere like that, but one thing is certain. She is getting ready to start trouble here. The elders are coming into the Pack Palace tonight for dinner, and even if Ryan had insisted, I refuse to attend. I can't face the conversation if it involves her. She has done a lot to hurt me, but she is my family, and that tear between us will always stay there, and I fear it will continue to wound me forever. The least I can do is choose not to hear about her anymore. For now I pace the room. Ryan and I stay in together. The large fireplace is lit, and the table near the couch is full of assorted pastries and sweets. I eye them hungrily, but I can't bring myself to reach for any of them. I've lost my appetite, I've lost my need for sleep, and I've become consumed with the stress of what this might mean. What if Jennifer was kidnapped by the rogues? What if she is joining this odd pack of misfit wolves, wanting to start over or worse, wanting to come back for revenge? It is a thought that I mull over for hours, pacing well into the sunset and then some, my wolf buzzing to be let loose. She has always played as a good distraction in the past, and right now, that's what I need. I leave the room, headed to the courtyard, a few warriors pacing behind me as to not disobey the orders of the Alpha once more. I will be followed for a while, but they will eventually forget again, and I'll go back to my nightly walks alone. In the courtyard, I stretch my body, my long hair dancing in the high winds. Luna, it's gonna storm soon. A warrior's hums. You should return inside. I inhale as he speaks, the scent of rain and minerals in the air so enticing. It's the perfect weather for a run, I hum, my body already full of tingling chills. At once I shift, trying to make it quick before someone talks me out of it, or tells Ryan and he comes after me himself. I will make it a short run, a distraction, and that's all. My wolf is large and light in color, stretching tall in height, and more athletic than my other form could ever dream to be. That's why it's so exhilarating to let loose and sprint out of the palace grounds and pour down into the flooded streets of our pack village. The warriors follow in their forms as well, a step or two behind me the whole way, until we reach the end of the pack boundaries and I slow my pace, strolling to the creek near the borderlines between our pack and the neutral grounds. I approach the stream, seeing it flooded already, and letting my wolf take in a few laps of water before my hearing is triggered by a noise in the distance, and not towards the pack land behind me, but in the neutral ground before me. The warriors insist on circling around me, my wolf ready for a fight as well, until it becomes obvious that a deer is the culprit, shooting leaps of jumps through the woods and landing on the dead brush on the ground, the noise like that of a wolf prowling nearby. I have half a mind to laugh, actually worried for a minute that something was watching us, or wanting to attack, but I wave that probability off to my newfound anxiety that has plagued me since hearing about Jennifer. One of the warriors nods for me to move along, and I abide, ready for my sprint back to the palace courtyard and another sleepless night. But the rain is coming down harder, thunder and lightning cracking through the sky so hard that I'm thrown to the ground, a heavy pressure weighted on my side, keeping me pinned down. The air is knocked from my lungs, and I'm forced to shift back, my ribs cracked, and blood leaking from puncture wounds already marked along my sides and back. Through the heavy white rain, I spot the thunder and lightning I had thought was nearby, instead seeing a large black wolf hover over me with teeth bore right against my cheek. My breath hitches at the sight of death so damn close to my face. The warriors are being attacked too, the stench of wet rogues making me gag. It's a heavy scent, but an even heavier feeling, the huge paws of the monster standing over me like a threat to rip me open and kill me any way they may please. I hold a hard hand to my side, my head falling back, the warmth of the blood covering my hands in seconds, even in this downpour. Ryan, I breathe through the link, trying to force myself to see everything that is happening right now, every wolf involved and where we are located, but I don't comprehend much other than the searing pain in my side and back. Ryan, please. What happened? Damn it! Allison, I'm coming. Don't worry, darling. I'm coming for you. I lay back into the mud, my body already trying to heal, but by the sight of the fight around me slowing in speed, I don't think Ryan will make it here in time. I flip onto my stomach, gripping my sides to keep my bones in place as they try to realign. I crawl away from the massive wolf, from his deep black eyes, and beg that I'm let go after some odd misunderstanding here tonight. The sounds of shifting erupt behind me. A stark naked man who is easily 7 feet tall and built purely out of thick, bulging muscle strolls in front of me, laughing wildly in the rain and lightning that surrounds us both. You must be the blood healer, he says, his voice husky in tone. I shake my head, a lie. I try to crawl some more, even having to adjust when he repeatedly stands in my way, trying to stop me. No, not me. He laughs again, but this time it's highly sarcastic. Blood healer, you're not starting this meeting off on a good note. I don't like a Luna that lies to me. That's the type of Luna that gets hurt. You may heal quickly, but you will suffer all the same before you can stitch yourself up. I swallow hard, staring up at his daunting appearance from the ground. What do you want? I groan, my bones snapping into place but my cuts still healing. I am a Luna of Alpha Ryan Alexander, and he will execute anyone who hurts me. Let me go, and you may have mercy. Mercy? He cracks. The other wolves in his little clan of rogues all shifted as well, and laughing alongside him. I don't want mercy. I flinch. What do you want? I want the elders to know they have gone too far in killing my kind, so in return, I'm going to use you to preserve me and my pack until the elders are slaughtered once and for all. I'm a healer, damn it, I sigh. I'm not a fighter. Good. I don't need you to fight. I need you to be friends with the moon goddess. I bow my head in fear, knowing this wasn't some random attack. This is a kidnapping. Allison. I don't know if this large, bulging man with a wolf dark as night thought this would be an easy experience for him, but I don't dare let him get off without a fight. He is already sick of me, binding my wrists and ankles in heavy metal chains. I consider shifting, breaking out of them and bolting back toward my pack, but I'm far too outnumbered to consider such a plan. Instead, I drag my feet, trying to slow down this march as we go deeper into the thick woods. I plan myself into the ground, unmoving like a metal structure welded to the ground, and some frustrated warrior that smells like a filthy roaming rogue yanks me forward and tries to drag me to walk again. I fight them all with every step, eventually plopping down onto the ground to force an exasperated gruff of a noise to travel through the odd group. Get up! One of the warriors snap, kicking my shoulder to incite me to stand, but I refuse. Damn it, girl! Get up! I force myself to remain seated, frightened but unwilling to show it. I am not going to cooperate, so if you're going to hurt me, get it over with. I can make this walk last a long, long time. I tilt my head back, the rain drizzling down my face and neck, soaking me. Ryan, hurry. I'm looking, sweetheart, I am. I have the whole pack running through the woods. Stubborn blood pet. I glance aside, that nickname too personal, too painful, that I feel the pain of old memories spiking through my body in a burning, ebbing ache. I look up to the man that orchestrated the attack on me and the warriors outside the pack lands. He is too tall to distinguish from the towering pines, his brooding features outlined in dark, hazy shadows of the full moon behind him. He is shameless, fierce, and overwhelms me with panic. If you want to live, you'll learn your place, blood pet, he grumbles. I lock myself into place, forcing myself to stay right here, no matter what this brawny wolf tries to do to make me cooperate. I am not a blood pet. I am a Luna. Not anymore, he growls, reaching down and managing to swipe me upright by my arm, his strength so prevailing that he could easily throw me 1,000 feet forward with minimal effort. But like the other wolves around us, giggling as I am dragged step by step by this monster, he smells heavily of a rogue. You will behave, he snarls under his breath. You'll be killed by my mate, my alpha, I spit back in response. Something tells me he will have trouble finding you first. He shoots me a look, his red eyes lined with silver flecks. And if you think mind linking him is going to help the mighty Alpha save his precious Luna, you're in for a terrible surprise. I swallow hard, fearful but too scared to let him know that. He will find me and he will kill you for taking me. I don't intend on making it an easy fight for you either. I am not a pawn. I am a Luna. I am not just a perfect blood pet for you to use. His brow furrows, halting our fast-paced walk, and turning so quickly that I don't have time to dodge his flying fist. It connects with my cheek, spiking a pain in my upper lip where I feel the blood before I taste it. Warmth travels down my chin and lines my throat, the blood warped with the rainwater as it drenches me. He swipes a finger over my busted lip, smearing the blood down his tongue so obnoxiously that I hope it's raining hard enough to cover the trickling tears on my cheeks. I hate crying. I hate being weak, but I'm too overwhelmed in anxiety to even consider fighting this new foe. Instead, I look aside in defeat. He hums a noise, pleased with the effects my blood has, but it only works for alphas. He can't be. He stinks like a rogue. You really are a useful blood pet, he hums, purring against me as I'm yanked over to his chest, his body burning hot even in this cold downpour from above. I didn't think what she said would be true, but I feel younger already, more powerful, and all it took was one slap. My wolf whimpers at his words, but I'm too distracted by what he just said. She? He glances lazily at me, uninterested in answering my question, and focused instead on dragging me through the forest full of winding bends and endless turns. If you're smart, you'll shut up and make this ordeal end quicker by giving me what I want. What do you want? I told you to shut up first, he grumbles. I fight to pull my arm free of his bruising grasp. He refuses to budge. Why did you take me, damn it? You're going to start a war with my pack, with my mate, and he will kill anyone who hurts me. Rogue or alpha, doesn't matter. Ryan will kill you all and... Shut up! I manage to dodge this hit, only falling to the muddy ground where he lands a surprise kick straight into my side. My bones shiver, cracking under his sheer strength, and I cough on the very blood he dares to taste in front of me, a sign of my fate, if there ever was to be one. Laying on the ground, I steady my emotions as they crash over me in painful, heavy waves. I will not break under this sadistic freak. I will return to my mate, safe and filing back into our perfect, happy lives once again. We had just started our lives together as mates, not dealing with Ryan's horrid brother Jacob, and forgetting that I was ever betrayed by Jennifer. This has my sister's name written all over it. What did she tell you? I breathe, trebling in a damp chill. What did Jennifer do now? She has done nothing, he says simply, daring to grab for me, but I flinch out of his reach. I am in charge of this world now, in charge of this war, and if the Alpha who claims to love you has any semblance of sense, he will reject the elders in their authoritative power trip, and listen to me when I say I will wipe them out tenfold for every needless death they have caused against rogues for the last century. I have nothing to do with the Board of Elders, I say, pleading for freedom. I am not anything but a lowly pack Luna. I am not going to be influential to the elders. You can't use me to hurt them. I can use you any way I please, he growls, his voice so dark, so deep and throaty, that I can't subdue the shiver that travels through my bones. He kneels beside me, his eyes another color completely, gold and pink swirled into one unpredictable rogue alpha. He stares through me now, his hand brushing under my throat, toying with my guttural panic. I fear this man, this beast, and yet I am so lost in his glare that I have no doubt that whatever he wants from me, he will do anything to get it. Sweet blood pet, I will have what I want. The rogues around us both all snicker in unison. I blush deeply. That means I will use you, I will rule you, and you better behave yourself. Olivera. Wolfsbane-infused sugar in tea is the easiest way to deter a stubborn captive. I wanted to save it for the last minute, just so she wouldn't use her mind link any further with her mate while we found our way into the pack house. It's a cavernous dwelling on the edge of a daunting cliff, only accessible through a short tunneling area under the heavy brush of the forest. I packed a small batch of tea, something I normally sip on to blossom a tolerance to the plant, but instead I decided it was better used on the frustrating Luna, fighting me every step of the way and trembling in doing so. I've never seen such a petrified and yet stubborn woman in my entire life. Granted, most of the women I come across are extremely willing to be led away by the likes of me, but a captive and a courtesan are two different things. She is restless in her sleep, her face permanently pink as she grumbles against the toxins I forced down her throat a few hours ago. This pack house is new, more so for defensive purposes, and it doesn't have room for a barracks. Instead, I took full responsibility for this spiteful Luna and placed her in my very own bed, her scent staining the sheets quickly as she dries from the rain in new clothes, a small set of blue shorts left behind from someone. I'm not sure who exactly, and a tight top that rides just over the site of her belly button. Her scent is enticing, her outer splendor distracting. She toys with the chains over her wrist in her dreams, fighting the metal cuffs and whimpering as she tries to force herself awake. She isn't very strong, despite her attitude earlier in the woods, physically forcing me to drag her in order to outrun her posse. She has the tenacity, though, and the willingness to piss me off. I may end up enjoying having to deal with this Luna. Alpha Olivera, my beta says, barging in from the hall where the warriors have been coming and going from the topside, running paths over and over in the forest above to cover our tracks by making the trail murky in traffic. We've got word from scouts. The elders are staying with the Luna's pack, holding down the palace while her mate is out hunting with his warriors. I cock a brow, surprised the elders are willing to partake in this battle so selflessly, and yet slaughter my kind of wolves for simply refusing to bow to a typical alpha or Luna. I never wanted to be an alpha, and this pack is extremely temporary, but I refuse to allow the stigma of free-roaming wolves to be slaughtered for existing, especially by the pompous likes of the board and all who associate with them. The Luna is awake, staring straight at me, and I clench my fist in hate. Order the warriors and scouts to mark false trails headed east, off the cliffs, and to wait out as the opposing pack crosses over us without a second glance, I say, watching the Luna the entire time, studying her reaction, so lagged and poisoned by the drug in her bloodstream. Beta Finley nods, exiting the room, and I slam the door shut behind his hasty leave. The Luna squabbles in place, shifting her blistered wrists around the cuffs that pin her upright against the headboard of my bed. She glances around her new clothes, her new surroundings, the window outside my room, nothing but empty space of the sunrise, the downfall below, at least a 4-minute fall into deeper woods where the cliff of my pack house sits unsuspecting. Where? Nowhere you would know, sweetheart, I purr, watching my words alone cross her body in a spasmic shiver. Let's skip the formality. Do me a favor, sweetheart. Tell me about the time you visited the moon goddess. She inhales sharply, her eyes far away in thought. You took me to ask that? I took you because you will be useful to me, blood pet, and I want to know just how to utilize that to benefit my rogues. You will die, she grates through a locked jaw. Ryan will. He will find me and kill. She slumps sideways, breathless, the wolf in her blood trying to hold on to what is left, but she is deteriorating by the minute. Her body is weak, useless to herself right now, and the wolf's bane is obviously working just fine as she grows tired after only being conscious a few fleeting seconds. I am Alpha Oliveira, I say, dominating in tone. I am the Alpha of Rogues, a title I do not enjoy, but one I am respected by for the mere purpose of dismantling the Board of Elders. I do not appreciate the likeness of your kind killing off rogues because they refuse to file in line when alphas and lunas demand them to do so. She gives me a puzzled look. Ryan, my mate, he doesn't kill rogues. He associates with the board. That is all the connection I need, I growl. The elders are at your precious palace now, overseeing your pack while your mate is scouting the woods, and you think that doesn't implicate you as one of them. Why do you want me, damn it? She pleads, cold tears rushing down her flushed face. I will not give you my blood. I will not fight the elders, and I do not want to talk about when I was killed and sent to the moon goddess. I just want my mate. I shake my head, watching her grow tired as she exasperates herself in anger. You're not in control here anymore, sweetheart. I am. And if you don't understand that now, you will soon. She finally gives into her ongoing tire, falling sideways and passing out under the heavy dose of the wolfsbane still swirling through her bloodstream. Her blood may be perfect by nature, but it heals quickly. It is strong. I will have to continue to feed it to her so I remain in control. I don't mind watching her drift asleep. She whimpers and moans for her mate. Allison, it's too hard to focus. Whatever is in my bloodstream, it wants me to stay asleep. And it tastes like I'm liking metal blades, and the iron sensation lingers on my tongue. At least I have my mind in this dark abyss, my memories straightening my nerves out to mere concerns, while I drift in and out of the sight of my mate, my alpha, Ryan. He is holding me in my sleep, his precious lips nibbling on my throat, near the mark he made when we were finally mated and bonded together. I remember the day, the ceremony, and every moment that led to my unlikely second life. I try to ignore the first chance I had, the rejection of a mate and the betrayal of a sister. Instead, I look to Ryan, to the goodness of my second chance, and hope I will return to it all the same. It shifts suddenly, though, my warping mind stealing my thoughts away while I am forced to undergo the needles, the bloody abuse, and the ridicule of my appearance. The scar on my face is written in shame, in humiliation, and I can't stand the thought of bearing that mark again. I whimper in the angst of my dreams. No, don't hurt me, please. In the darkness, I hear a gravelly voice respond. I don't want to hurt you, sweetheart. I wouldn't harm a beauty like yours. Allison. He lists 27 names in the ransom note, muttering them out with their ages, some even under the age of 20, and it almost pains me that he forces me to sit here and witness it all. I feel guilty, and I shouldn't. I am not with the elders, but they officiated Ryan in my ceremony, and they are at the palace now, helping look for me, and Oliveira can't seem to stand hearing that I wouldn't want anyone dead, even a rogue. He still writes the letter, demanding the board will pay for their actions in the past and refuse to carry them on in the future, and it's making my head spin thinking about how none of this will work out in the way he thinks it will. Ryan or the elders will come for me and kill him in the wake of it all. I hate thinking that way, so negative, but I have no bounds to this alpha or his ragtag pack. I just need my pack, my alpha, and my life back. I dare to drift asleep again, stunned with the same poison from the day prior, and I'm jolted awake seconds later from the terror of my sleep. I look around, panicked, recalling Jacob's horrid abuse against me, when all I wanted was to have a mate, to be protected, and was instead used and tied down, drawing my blood until I was limp and useless to the world. What's the problem, sweetheart? Oliveira asks, leaning back in his seat. His black hair has been tied up since I met him, but somehow I only notice now that it's long, covering his neck, and stark in color like that of a crow. Another bad dream for the Luna? I scowl at the pretend alpha. What does it matter to you? I can be curious of my captive's quarrels. You have no right. He gives me a narrow look, his lips pressed into a sharp, thin line. I hate to look him in the eyes, something red and gold flicking through his gaze, the sight making me shudder. I dare myself to look away, but I can't. Watching him stand across the room, fold his jacket in front of his thick abdominal muscles, and adjust the cuffs of his sleeves, each movement so meticulous and yet so bold. I shiver anxiously. He corners me in the bed, kneeling right beside me as he reaches forward and reaches for my wrists, the metal chains clanking while he pulls them forward, forcing me forward as well. I groan a noise, sore from this position, and he grins at the moan that escapes me. His snarky smile makes my stomach twist. I don't think you understand just what rights I do have over you right now, he says, leaning in close to my face, his breath warm and sugary sweet. My nose twitches at the sensation. If you want me to play nice, I'm going to need you to answer me when I ask you a question. Understood? I hardly feel my wolf since I got here, but right now, I hear a murmur of a growl in my head. Yes, I understand. He cracks a smile, daring to near my lips with his own, but I bolt backwards, slamming my head on the wooden bed frame so hard that I see spots from my innocent flinch. I cough slightly, my eyes fluttering closed and open again, something so dizzying about the smell of my own blood flooding my nostrils. You are a magnet for bad luck, blood pet, he mutters. He holds my wrists, undoing the chains, and I gasp in the relief of my arms finally falling to my sides, my fingertips numb and pale. I hiccup and groan, his arm sneaking under my back and through the crease of my knees, my head bobbing off his bicep as I'm whisked out of bed. No, I groan, dizzy and lost in the whirlwind of movement. Not my blood, I say, begging practically. Don't take it, don't. Moments later I'm set down in a cold, empty tub, the sounds of water gushing hitting me first before I feel warm water rise around my body. I feel a warm rag, wet with water, press into the back of my head, right where the small trickles of blood seem to be appearing from. I try to hide my wince, instead groaning as Oliveira presses into the wound with the wet rag, wiping the mark clean, instead of trying to take the blood for himself. I sit up slightly, pulling away from his touch, but he grabs for my neck gently, his thumb brushing the mark of my mate for just a moment, long enough for chills to erupt all over my body and down my spine. I shiver fiercely. He tilts my head up, away from his glare, and I feel his eyes trailing the mating mark for a long, sullen moment. It's healed now, he breathes, finally dropping my neck from his grip. You should be fine. Try not to slam your head on the edge of the bed frame again, sweetheart. I subdue myself from rolling my eyes. Sweetheart, blood pet, Luna, I groan. Why are you doing this to me? I would never kill a rogue unless I was attacked, Oliveira. Ryan wouldn't either. He wouldn't want to kill anyone unless they tried to kill us. He glares at me, through me almost, and I gasp at his eyes, so bright and shifting. My wolf is weak, muted, but his is unbelievably strong, so dominate and powerful. It makes me cower away from his dawning irises. In a low, husky voice, he mutters a reply. You don't get it, do you? The only way wolves like the elders care is if one of their own is attacked, wounded, or captured by the evil rogue alpha. If I go to speak with them, they'll have me killed, or they could at least attempt to do so. But this way, I have something of theirs. I have something they want. In order for them to get you back, they will give me something I want. Something like the promised safety of my kind of wolves for the rest of eternity, or the promise of war and death will be the oncoming of their futures. If my kind is to be slaughtered, so will theirs, he growls. Again, I feel myself tremble at his words, at his tone, and wonder how simple it would be for him to kill me now, or at least in the very near future, if driven to do so by the elders. So you will kill me if they don't stop attacking the rogues anymore? His eyes flicker sideways, just long enough to notice, before they return to my glare, then drop to my trembling, pursed lips. If I am driven to do what I must do, then I will do it. He stands abruptly, pacing off into the bedroom, the sounds of his pen hitting the paper forcing my body to throb in agony. He continues writing his ransom note while I continue thinking of my mate, both of us hopeful for such different things in this life, but willing to do whatever we can to make it come to fruition. Ryan. I replay the words in my head through all hours of the night and the day. I hear my voice telling my mate, my beautiful strong mate, that I would protect her. I should have carried through with that, but I couldn't have anticipated anyone wanted to bring her harm. Jessica was banished and far too weak and pathetic to carry out this attack on my mate. I killed Jacob, knowing he wouldn't be trusted alive. I thought I did everything I was supposed to. I thought she was safe. I thought wrong. My Luna is missing now, somewhere taken against her will, while my warriors were killed or wounded in the process. It's a terrible tragedy, a horrid outcome that frustrates me to no end. I should have had her by my side that night to meet with the elders, or had forbid her to leave the palace, but she is headstrong, and I let her roam when I should have kept her within arm's reach. The elders are kind enough to watch the palace, protect my pack if necessary, but I pride my warriors on their strength and determination, most of them trading off between watching the pack lands and hunting the Luna through the cold nights and long days. Everything wounds me in my mind now. I hear her soft, precious voice in my head, the simple and sad murmurs of her pleading for the nightmares to end. I wanted to hold her then, desperately, but now I want her in my arms more than ever before. Should I find her with a single hair out of place, I will kill anyone in sight who may be responsible for this act. One of my warriors sprints up to my wolf, his scrawny, shaggy fur dirty with mud and dusty sand. He growls, nodding for me to follow, and I tilt my path off to the side to follow his pace, and we head for the woods, out of the valley where I was searching for even a taint of her scent. I've only come up empty, though. My warrior skids to a stop around a pile of my wolves, all bowing their heads as I walk to the point of interest, a small, simple vial of caramel liquid still tracing the glass bottle. I lean down, catching scents of herbs and poison, wolfsbane tainting the glass. I hate to even associate it to my mate, but her scent is faintly on the rim of the glass, some imprint of her lips sealing the outside of the clear bottle. A million thoughts rush through my mind at once, my body hot and fuming as time crawls on. I need to run, to work this aggression out, but I don't even have the time to do that because every minute she is out of my arms is a minute she could be in pain or in serious danger. I have to find her first, above all else, and I need her to return to my side. We continue the hunt through the day until the sun starts to set and the night fills with rain. I've got warriors who are exhausted, depleted with every fiber of their beings and unable to push further, and finding themselves sliding in the puddles of mud. After the second slip, a wolf twisting his leg out of place and popping a muscle, I call the run, and force everyone to retreat. The palace is full of panting wolves, wet and shivering, the delirium of my pack so exhausted they can't function for the rest of the night, in desperate need of rest and recouping. Alpha Ryan, Elder Fritz hums, pacing down the stairs to the foyer where I stand in awe of my tired pack. Any sign of your Luna yet? In defeat, I hang my head, the notion an answer in itself. He groans in a heft sigh. It won't be long before she is returned, Alpha. No one is stupid enough to take a Luna and not expect a pack in response. I know you are frustrated, Alpha, but both of us are distracted as a lowly pack member of my kingdom rushes inside the foyer of the palace, dripping wet and wide-eyed. She is shivering and exhausted, but meets me with a bow to her knees, only holding up a single damp scroll she had tucked under her cloak. I was given this, Alpha, she huffs. I take the rolled script. A rogue stopped me, told me to deliver this to my Alpha or he would come back and kill my pups. I manage to thank the woman and nod her along, unwilling to wait as I rip open the scroll and dare to read the bold ink that sits before my eyes. My heart is racing, my eyes in a haze, as managed to make out some of the words and ponder in confusion to the rest. Whoever wrote this has my mate. I can tell by the smear of blood on the edge of the paper, either on purpose and to entice me, or an accident after wounding her. I grow angrier by the second until I glare up over the letter and meet Fritz's eyes. She was taken because of the Board of Elders, I growl. He seems perplexed and takes the scroll, reading through it rapidly. I don't understand, Ryan. I really don't. He is naming off rogues that we've sent out to be killed, and we meet each other's glares in utter frustration and painful realization. She was taken by rogues? I scream. Fritz waves me off, trying to subdue my anger, but it only makes my throat hotter in rage. You can't jump to any conclusions. We know nothing for sure, Ryan, but we will have to settle for the fact that we may have a ransom to pay here. I take back the scroll, Fritz pointing to the bottom where I must have missed the last line, too angry in the moment to catch the words. She will be returned when the day comes where rogues are treated as equals. Not as monsters made to be maimed by elders and alphas. Why would he take her, though? I breathe, shaking my head. She is my Luna. She is harmless and has never stepped foot near a rogue. Why would one of them take her as collateral to a disagreement against the elders, Fritz? He looks sideways for a long pause, and I have the feeling he isn't giving me the whole truth. I couldn't dare to ask him what he is holding back, though. In a lot of ways, he is my superior. I can't force him to tell me anything, but I do know if she isn't returned or found soon, I will run down everyone who stands in my way to having her back, including the elders. I will have my mate again. Allison, let me go, I say, brashly fighting the chains on my wrists that Oliveira tries to steer me around with. He pulls for me to follow, but I refuse, tripping over the long gown I've been stuck in since my bath yesterday, the silk sliding against my feet while I pull and kick to be let loose. Let me go! Let me go! He finally yanks me into a nearby room, kicking me aside so that I trip over his leg and hit the floor, my side aching when I blink into focus. We're in a dinging room of sorts, tables adorned almost everywhere but none of the seats filled, or the tables made, except for the one in the center of the dining hall. When I don't stand, he grabs me by my arm and hoists me over to the table himself, pressing me into one of the seats and tying the chains off around the center pole of the table. He takes the spot across from me, his hands freely working to pour himself a glass of something similar to wine, the berry scent making my mouth dry in envy. I dare to reach for the glass he pours in front of me, his eyes heavy on my soul, but my wrists catch on the chains, and I can't even bring them up to my lap, let alone reach the top of the table. I groan a pathetic noise, useless in this matter, and bow my head in subtle defeat. It's okay, Luna, he hums, taunting me in his tone. I will help. He grabs for my glass and leans over the table, standing over me in his masculine height. He tips the edge of the glass against my bottom lip, smiling crookedly as he tips it forward, and allows only a sip to enter my parted frown. He sets the glass down and returns to be seated, leaning back as though to appear docile, but I know he is all but understanding. He is ruthlessly toying with my mind. You could thank me, sweetheart. It would work better than the current scowl you are portraying. He sips on his wine, the bitterness on my tongue still present. I could let you starve like my rogue intakes have done all their life, fend for your own food, and worry about being killed in the process. I look away, hoping he doesn't think his words affect me that terribly, but they do. Are you trying to punish the elders or me? I groan. I have done nothing to your people, nothing to anyone, to deserve this from you, I add, rattling the chains on my wrist to substantiate my point. You are the bait, that is all, but it doesn't negate the fact you will always be from that side of things, from the side of the elders and their wicked attack of rogues. He hesitates, 2 plates of food being brought out before us, my hands still trapped too far away to partake in this meal. I know you're close to the elders. They officiated your mating ceremony, didn't they? My stomach drops. He couldn't have possibly been there that day, could he? They care for you and your alpha. That is why they are watching your palace as your mate searches for you. I want me and my kind to be left alone in peace, otherwise you and your kind will suffer the consequences of this war. My wolf whimpers, still too far away to reach, but present enough to let me know this guy and his wolf are serious. I don't want war, I admit. He nods in approval. Good, sweetheart, because I don't want there to be a war either. When the moment goes silent, he reaches under the table and clicks open a lock, the chains breaking from my wrists and freeing me enough to lift my metal cuffs up to the table. I sigh, grabbing at the food and practically inhaling it at once. My stomach growls, aching roughly, and I take each bite like it's my last to ever have. Slow down, Luna. I'm not going to starve you death, he mutters, picking at his plate. Do you even know my name? I gasp sarcastically through heavy gulps of food. He plays with a grin. You're Allison Alexander, once Alisa Clark, but before that, Alisa Clark, the blood bag to Alpha Jacob before you were killed, sent to the moon goddess and brought back as Allison Harris. It's not complicated, sweetheart. I know quite a lot about you. Like how you are a cursed wolf, a wolf been touched by the goddess herself. I furrow my brow. No one has ever told me I'm cursed. You don't know it yet. And you don't know what you're talking about, I snap. His eyes are hazy now, once red and shifting to black completely. I shudder at the sight, his presence overwhelming but the hint of his wolf even more so terrifying. I swallow hard, leaning back in my chair as he stands, his hand reaching for my chin, pulling me to meet his dark irises at once. He flickers a grin, returning to a flat, unamused line, and I shiver in anticipation. Leaning in, I practically feel his lips graze my own. You can call me a lot of things, sweetheart, but you cannot tell me I'm ignorant. I know who you are and what you are. I have you as my ransom to ensure another rogue is never slaughtered for their status. I hesitate, something so dark and personal in his words. Who did they kill? His eyes flicker red and gold again, obviously an answer. What are you asking? The elders killed someone you knew, someone you cared for. I breathe, my heart rattling off at 1,000,000 miles an hour. You are vengeful because of it. I can hear it in your voice. You want my alpha, my mate, and the elders to pay for killing someone you knew. His mouth twitches, his hold on my chin shifting to my throat, a threat. You do not get to quiz me, Allison Alexander. I will not allow you to relate to me a single bit. You have no pull in this situation with me. You have no power here. You are cursed, you are a Luna, and I will use both of those aspects to get what I want. You're my throat choking. I say between gasps for air. I can see now that if I bring it up again, he will snap my neck. That much I am sure of. But to my question, I do not know the answer, and I fear asking it will cause my death inevitably. He releases my neck at once, storming from the dining hall, his plate left half untouched and uneaten. I sit still for a long, silent moment, allowing myself to weep in fear. Whatever has caused this alpha pain in the past obviously hasn't released him of the ache yet, and the fact he blames me and wolves like me for his agony only will fuel his hate further. I don't know for sure if he plans to kill me in the end for this mess, but I don't want to push him anymore and find out how far he is willing to go to get what he wants. Allison. I wait until he thinks I've fallen asleep, watching his insurmountable pacing finally cease before he returns to the suite off of his bedroom. I hear the water fill the tub. I work at my wrists, bloody with blisters so that my wrists slide out freely, only at the mercy of a hiss. I look up, hearing the water part at the alpha settling into his bath, and eye the bedroom door. Whatever I had to drink at dinner wasn't just wine. I know by the feeling in my gut now that it was the same poison as I had before, the muting potion that lingers in my blood, making it hard for me to sense my wolf if at all, and I can't tell if there's another outside the door or down the hall. In my woozy state, I must try. Even with a drunken, hazy stagger, I limp through the bedroom and into the hallway, seeing it empty thankfully. I press to the wall, walking slowly as I try to find which way is out of this pack house. My senses are stunned, my body weary, but I push myself to continue, finding a door slightly ajar with a darkened room. I force myself inside of it, failing to my knees in the corner of what appears to be a kitchen, my breath ragged and sharp and inhale. I lean to the wall to keep me somewhat upright, feeling the weight of the last couple of days finally pressing into my chest. I picture my mate, his precious light eyes and his curly, untamed hair. I can almost feel his hands gripping my sides, his lips pressing to my throat, making out with the mark he made to prove to the world that I am a taken woman, a proudly presented Luna, and that the mark he made was the last significant step to our lives together. Reaching out through the mind link, I feel so disconnected. Ryan, I breathe, my head falling forward, my body slowly shutting down. There's heavy steps pounding through the hallway, catching my attention. I peer around the kitchen counters from the floor, watching warriors of the rogue pack rush through the hall toward Oliveira's room. My head snaps back in place, my mind tricking me into taking a break when I should have been finding a way free of this damned place. I groan, attempting to stand, instead falling sideways onto the tile floor, my vision kicking around in my head for a few seconds. I grumble. This is not going to work very well. I regret the wine, allowing him to poison me again, and I regret not attending the dinner with my mate the night I was taken. I knew I should have stayed, and I left anyways. Find her now! I shiver, reaching for the cabinet nearby, pushing aside some of the pots and pans, and crawling inside the cupboard. Curled upright, I managed to shut myself into the darkness, my breathing even more ragged in this cramped spot. Tilting my head back, my vision settles on the sight of my mate. Alpha, I hum, sitting up to see Ryan placed before me, smiling wide. What are you doing here, Alpha? We aren't safe here. I came to see you, he replies with a cheerful edge to his tone. How's my mate doing? I miss you, I admit shamelessly. Oliveira isn't nice to me. He blames me for the death of rogues I've never met, Alpha. He hates us, and he hates the elders on the board. Are they truly terrible people, Ryan? Would they kill rogues just because? His features soften, his eyes full of pity. Even wolves who try to be good can stray in the effort to be so. I don't know if they have done what he accuses, but you can't make a judgment until you know for sure. You are good at conviction, darling. You will know what is right. The cupboard door is ripped open, almost off the hinges, and the vision of my empathetic mate is torn from my sight. I flinch backwards, scooting my back flush against the wall, staring down the hateful eyes of a rogue. He tips a head over his shoulder, severing his gaze from my own. In here, Alpha! Don't touch her! I hear Oliveira growl, shoving the rogue aside as he kneels down to my level, still capable of towering over me in his vicious height. His red eyes are fuming, his fists clenched at his side. Do you dare defy me so blatantly, Luna? My head droops to my shoulder, my world still spinning through the haze in my head. Where did he go? I breathe, wishing I had seen Ryan just a moment or two longer. He was just here talking to me. Now he's gone, and Oliveira's fierce exterior seems to fall ever so slightly. He looks to one of his warriors. Who spiked her wine with the wolfsbane? Thomason did, Alpha. How much did he put in her drink? There's a brief hesitation before I hear someone speak from across the room. 7, maybe 8 drops. Enough to fill the glass dropper to the base. Oliveira stands erect, his fists now trembling at his hips. Are you serious? Yes, Alpha. She is only capable of 2 drops a night, damn it. What were you all thinking? Oliveira is snarling now, his voice tainted with his growling wolf, the noise so throaty and raucous that I have to blink to make sure he hasn't shifted yet. Thankfully he hasn't. She drank that whole glass of wine without anything to eat the day before. Are you trying to kill my captive? No, Alpha, a few warriors reply in hasty unison. Scatter, now, all of you. I hear the room clear in a stampede, the only bull left being Oliveira. He mumbles a few profanities to himself before returning his light eyes to me. Any speck of anger gone now, thankfully. He reaches into the cabinet and pulls me forward, letting me hit the tile and curl into a ball at his feet. He wears a simple t-shirt now, loose pants meant for sleep, and a set of shoes I assume he threw on to run after me with when he noticed I had left the bedroom. I can't even recall how far away I made it from the bedroom, but I don't think I'll have to worry about the trek getting back to it. He grabs for me, holding me to his chest, his body so hot in temperature that I find myself curling into his warmth in hopes it will smother me. He releases a strangled sigh of exasperation, his arms twisted over and under my body, waltzing down the hall where I am met with the soft cloud of his bed under my back. My stomach drops, seeing him reach for the chains. He sets them over the headboard, away from me, and it makes my heart patter to an end. He looks aside, tossing a set of blankets over me in my nightgown, before pacing to the couch at the foot of the bed, facing me, and leaning back like he intends to watch me throughout the night. I could fake it again, run when he falls asleep, but I'm far too exhausted to further fight the urge to pass out. Wherever my mate is, I dream he is in front of me, no matter the truth. Allison. I dream of the moon goddess, the keeper of wolves, and the one deity who saved my life. I see her long, silky hair, her bright, cloudy eyes, and her charming yet saddened smirk. She stands on nothingness, floating through the navy sky, her dress flowing in white silk that leaks into the cloud of which she hovers above. Bowing my head, I dare to weep in her powerful presence. Have I died? I ask, too scared to hear the reply. Her hand hovers over my cheek, not touching me physically, but instead grazing my surface with a gentle mist. I meet her gaze, her eyes squinted in a fashion that makes me sure of my question. Of course I've died. No, not quite yet, she hums, her voice like church bells behind a gentle stream in the woods. She smirks, folding her hands over her lap. I didn't want to pull you back in, Allison. I just felt I should interject, and seeing as you've deteriorated in the presence of wolfsbane in your blood, I felt it was an easy access to pull you aside. Pull me aside for what, Majesty? I know the predicament you're in, Allison. I have seen what you've experienced. I just think you should know something vital to help you. Please, tell me. What should I do? I watched the most powerful, the most sure being in the universe hesitate. I can't tell you that, Allison. I cannot decide for you the path you're meant to take. I can only tell you that the wolf you're with now, the alpha against you, is wounded. I've noticed, I sigh. He stormed off when I asked why he has this vendetta. Oliveira James, a rogue most of his life, she hums, singing her words. His mate was killed by Jacob Alexander, Beth Inca James. She is with me now in this existence, but I need to warn you, dear. Oliveira is a ruthless wolf. I've seen his work. The closer you are to him, the easier it is for him to strike. He is a caged wolf. Understand? I nod, armed with this information now. I jolt awake, shaking all over in the bed where I laid for the night, my palms sweating as I grip the sheets into my balled fists. Oliveira stands at the foot of the bed, eyes bearing down on my surface, hot and poisonous. Looking aside, I wonder if it was an intricate dream I had, or if I truly saw the moon goddess again. I heard you talking in your sleep, sweetheart, Oliveira hums. Talking to her. I swallow hard, needing to play it off but unable to lie very well. What about it? You're cursed, he says with a lazy shrug. I want to use that to my advantage. Use it for what? He rolls his eyes. You ask too many questions for a captive. You expect too much out of me for just being your ransom. You're a conundrum and I hate problems without solutions, he mutters, his hands sliding into the pockets of his dark denim pants. I'm just curious what else you can do. My heart stammers. Like what? Something to help me take down the board, he says. You said you'd trade me for their word, Oliveira. That should be enough. The word of my enemy is little promise, sweetheart. You should realize that. You're my captive, of course, and I may be toiling with your mate's emotions to make a deal come to pass between the elders and I. But if that's all you think I'm going to need to make sure this deal is legitimate, then you're naive. What are you going to do? I ask, swallowing hard, my throat raked in gravel. He gives me a sharp, skeptical look. I'm not telling you that. I consider asking about Beth Inca James, but I don't want to piss him off right now. He seems stressed already, eyeing the chains on the headboard and then looking to me, as though weighing his options. I try to look small, unthreatening, and innocent as I give a small pout. He cracks a half grin, amused, and stalks out of the bedroom. A warrior I don't recognize returns to the bedroom, a tray in his grasp with a modest breakfast. I spot the orange juice, light in color and tainted more clear than normal. It has to be laced with wolfsbane. I know it is, and I hesitate to reach for it. I try my hand at the mind link, feeling my wolf desperately trying to break free of my mind. It's hard to pull her forward, get her attention, and I find myself shaking in exhaustion as I battle the toxins in my bloodstream already. Maybe, just maybe, if I withstand the wolfsbane long enough today, I can shift and try a better attempt at escape where I'm not delirious. Eat, the warrior growls, staring through me with disapproving eyes. He is built large like Oliveira, but covered in scars, battle wounds, including a mark that carries over his left eye, down to his defined jawline. Now. I finally reach over for the toast, minding his small twitch when I pass the juice up, ignoring the glass altogether while I graze for the food around it. He mutters under his breath, pacing to the far window from what I can tell is just a drop of a cliff, a daring fall below to the tops of towering pines. I suppose my escape won't be in that direction. When I can see his frustration grow, I slip my hand past the glass, brushing it just hard enough to watch it tip over and spill into the tray. The warrior snarls a growl, snatching the tray away, watching me closely as he stalks out of the room. He returns moments later, this time with a small cup of water, shoving it in my face. I can smell the toxins in this water, not masked by berry wine or sour juice. I reach for the cup, tossing it aside off the edge of the bed, watching the glass and the liquid spread over the wood floors. "Why, you little," he barks, reaching into his pocket for a glass bottle, ripping the top off of it and throwing the glass dropper aside. He covered the bottle with his thumb, pouncing into the bed where I lay. His knee pressed into my ribs so rough and heavy that I feel my bones shift in response. I release a daring scream, his pressuring body over mine, forcing creaks of my bones to shatter and splinter inside of my torso. I plead through heavy sobs for him to move, to get off of me, but he holds the bottle to my lips, spilling some slightly, the sensation like fire licking my chin and throat where it trickles in excess. I go limp under his domination, only catching a glimpse as the wolf atop of me is thrown clear across the room, his back connecting with the glass window and his body disappearing in the daunting fall. Lifting up my head, I fail to steady my glare, falling into the grip of the wolfsbane scarring over my face and neck. Blinking back spots, I pray I don't see the moon goddess this time. It very well could be the last time, Ryan. I'm convinced that I'm going crazy. Without my mate in my mind or in my arms, I feel like half a puzzle, incomplete and scrambling. I picture her silky hair, her beautiful vast eyes, wide and wandering with love and admiration as she stares at me. Her hands are soft, precious but built with a few calluses, fighting through her first life, and now the second. I sit at the breakfast table alone, unwilling to even lift my fork, relying on stress and coffee for far too long. I don't mind the jittery adrenaline it gives me. It only fuels me more in the search for my mate. I know she's in the woods near our packlands. I know she was taken, and if the note meant anything, she is at least somewhat safe in order to be used as collateral. I hear the door open, Fritz the elder peering into the room before sitting down at the table across from me. He has been the main elder to interact with me, the others awfully timid and quiet when I enter a room, suspiciously so. "Good morning, Alpha." I glare in his general direction, my stare blank but screaming in pain. "Morning." He nods along, seemingly understanding that I'm not in a good spot, not until I have my mate back. "Are you hitting the trails again today? I can send some of our warriors out to help once they have some breakfast and get suited. I won't wait up. They can join me and my warriors out there. I'm leaving soon." "You should eat, Alpha Ryan. You don't want to get unwell." "I am unwell without my mate." He nods slow, almost calculatedly so, his eyes unkind at the source. "We will resolve this issue, Ryan. We don't play well with threats against our character." I hate to question his intentions, or any of the elders, but I can't help and wonder why someone would accuse them of something so heinous. Sure, rogues are an eyesore, and sometimes they break the rules of packs they travel through, stealing, grifting, etc. But of course, I wouldn't go out of my way to kill a rogue, which makes me wonder how the elders would be accused of it so bluntly. "You should eat," Fritz sighs, looking around as if waiting to be served. I feel him pressuring me as though to distract me, both of our minds in the same place now. "Why would a rogue take Allison?" I hum. Fritz subdues a shiver though, not well. "I mean, why would he go for the Luna of Crowalt pack, of all packs, and then mention the elders as though to strike a deal with you, not me?" He mulls over a plate of breakfast one of the staff brings by, seemingly untouched by my subtle conviction and questioning. Looking up, he meets me with dead eyes. "I don't know anything for sure, Ryan, just of what we have been accused of doing." "Accused of what exactly? Killing off rogues? That's all?" He flicks me a look, one I can tell means don't fucking ask. I can't play the guessing game any longer. I can only do what I have to do to get my mate back to me, safe and unharmed. I hurry with my coffee and leave without a second look. If he is going to be coy about what he has been accused of, furthering segregating me from my mate, then I will have to do what I can to get her back. Outside, the rain has returned, and I don't care. I shift with my warriors, pouncing through the town with onlookers watching in awe, while I sprint down the path and into the woods near my packlands. I recall where I found the bottle before, the one tainted with her scent, and I run toward it, leaving the group behind. Tyre doesn't touch me, not until I have her back. My wolf is buzzing, warmth coursing through my veins, and I circle the spot where the bottle still lays, her scent only barely touching the glass now, most of it washed away in this rain. I know the trail of her scent withers from here, almost like it's been covered, or tainted, or she stopped walking and was carried. I try not to think about it too much. Instead, I run, and I continue to run, until my legs are trembling underneath me. My wolf is exhausted, frustrated, as am I, but we press on. Running feels useless, hopeless, but I search every tree, every old deer path, and every nook that may have even a slice of her scent rubbed onto it. I need to find something, anything that will lead me to her. I can't help but picture her now, excited to see me, running through the woods, unharmed of course, and launching into my awaiting arms. She would tuck her head into my chest, near my neck, her smell like roses in a wild field. She would smile, so bright that the world would lighten up for just a moment, just long enough to see the twinkle of her eyes. My wolf whines, my legs giving out, as I collapse in the middle of the woods where my mate was taken through. She would have been petrified, maybe even harmed in order to follow through, knowing how hard-headed she can be. But she's not perfect. She would be scared, thinking of me, and thinking of me being scared over her. I hate to consider it all the while not being able to comfort her, which drives me to think about how I will never let her go again. She will remain in my arms forever after this is over. Forever. I force myself to stand, to press on, and search the woods more thoroughly than ever before. I pick up a scent that isn't hers, and almost dismiss it as a passing rogue, but something stops me. I have smelled this trail before, the rogue stench also on the bottle that was wrung with my mate's lingering lips. I growl lightly, uncontrollably, and follow the ragged scent of this male until I can't anymore. Looking over the cliff, I spot a rocky decline, a straight cut of the ground leading to a large forest below full of various trees, most of which being sharp pines. I can't imagine anyone jumping down this sheer drop, knowing it would most certainly lead to death, so the question remains, where was he taking her, and where did they go from here? Allison. My body is trembling, burns gashing over my face and down my neck, the feeling oddly familiar from the scar I once bore as Alisa Clark. I try to force the memories aside, the acid on my skin tingling like a million little pinpricks poking at me simultaneously. Alpha Oliveira is running, pressing my body to his chest, forcing his way through onlooking rogues as he runs down lengthy, winding halls. Get out of my damn way, he barks, forcing me to flinch, my throat catching a breath and causing a grating cough. Easy, blood pet, just relax, Oliveira hums, as though trying to be snarky, and yet, I hear the lap of concern in his voice. I wait for him to stop running and set me down before I open my eyes up, seeing a bright white light shift overhead, hands working at my throat and my jaw, the fingertips soft and unfamiliar. Oliveira is standing opposite of this rogue, his glare pointed and critical of his every poke and prod around my burning surface. She's got a perfect platelet, the stranger says, holding up a small vial with my blood shifting in the bottom of the glass tube. He holds it to the light, as though showing Oliveira, the alpha's fists tightening as his knuckles rest on the table. This isn't a lab rat healer. I need you to fix her, not study her. The healer jumps at the volume, as do I, and we both shrivel at the alpha's burning rage. Obviously he is upset, seeing as he pushed his own warrior out of his window, sending him to his horrid death below. I try not to think about it, feeling the healer settle the end of the test tube onto my throat, the feeling of my cool blood dripping down my burnt wounds. The healer raises his brow. Her blood has healing qualities. Don't take it, I pant. No one is aiming for your blood, sweetheart. Just your connection to the elders, Oliveira hums, his fingers dragging over my throat, any remnants of pain and burn scars somehow gone. Very good, healer. Continue on. He does as instructed, patting my chin and jaw with a damp rag before brushing some of my own blood down the marks. It stings to the touch, but heals quickly. The exterior of my face finally mended back to its semi-perfect state, thanks to my overly perfect blood. Ouch, I hiss, the healer puncturing my upper arm with a long silver needle. Relax, Oliveira says, stern. Just putting it where it belongs this time, the healer murmurs. I feel my body go limp, my wolf long gone now. Wolfsbane. Oliveira brushes his relaxed hand over my cheek, now solid and not as burned as before, though it is awfully sore, and moves the loose strands of my hair off of my face. I am blushing, either in frustration, embarrassment, or pure sadness. I can't decipher what I feel anymore. I miss my wolf, I miss my connection to Ryan, and I wish this nightmare would end. I aim to sit up, to fight with what little energy I have left, but I end up tumbling right off the edge of the table, hitting the floor rather hard at the healer's boots. He gives me a puzzled look as I struggle to sit up, feeling like metal splinters are flowing through every blood vessel in my entire body. Why bother with this plan, Alpha? The healer taps his foot, almost like a threat in my face to strike me from here. I say you kill her, make an example of what the elders do to us every day. It would get the point across faster. It would also spark a war with every wolf in the world who isn't a rogue, Oliveira snarls. I'm not doing this to form an example. I am doing it to ensure that we are safe in future generations. Then we disband the pack, and we all go about our merry lives. I lean on my elbows, then force my hands under my chest to hike myself somewhat upright. It doesn't help me for long, sending me back down to my side when my arms tremble too hard to keep me stable. I growl a noise, feeling hot tears fall down the spots that were burns just moments ago. He healed me with my own blood. They now know what my blood can really do, aside from powering their pushy alpha. Let me go, I breathe, pulling my body toward the door. The healer mocks me with a chuckle. Well, if we can't make her an example, can we at least do something with her? Anything is better than watching this parade. I hear Oliveira shift, seeing him move before my path to the door, thwarting my hopeless plans. What exactly are you suggesting, healer? He clears his throat. She is a Luna after all. She's attractive and she is stuck here a while as the only female around this pack. I'm just suggesting we try her out and see. Something is thrown, something glass, and it shatters at the healer's chest, the million shards hitting the ground around his thick boots. My breath hitches, my heart sinking, seeing the healer growl a noise of disapproval, but Oliveira doesn't budge, standing over top of me in a protective, possessive stance. You suggesting we disparage the Luna and then hand her back over afterwards? Oliveira asks, his voice so deep, so ungodly, that I have to look up to make sure he isn't shifted, or at least halfway there, his voice that of another being altogether. You want me to hold her captive, let every wolf have their way with her, and run tests on her like a lab rat? I am not the elders, and I would never act like them either. That includes holding up my end of this bargain. She will remain unharmed and returned in such condition, only with the deal being made that the slaughter of rogues by the elders is made clear. I hiccup a cry, my chest convulsing and my cries coming in heavier waves. You know her alpha would do the same if the tables were reversed and he had one of ours held captive, the healer snarls. You just aren't strong enough to make that kind of choice. I watch a silver needle cross the room, flying with such precise aim, I am not surprised when I see it puncture the healer's chest. He looks down at the syringe, half surprised, but the stench that followed its trail makes my stomach turn. It's filled with wolfsbane, the clear toxins in the vial now murky with blood as it travels through his system and shuts it down in a mere matter of milliseconds. When I look up Oliveira, he is already staring back down at me with tired, warm eyes. Allison. I watch this alpha work, much like how I've grown to enjoy watching Ryan work at his desk. Oliveira is tedious, mulling through paperwork, several records and file cabinet drawers, and I be sure to keep quiet as he goes through his typical day. He looks over at me every now and again, as though wandering in thought before meeting my glare and snapping back into the moment. When he looks away, I feel unsafe. I feel safer with him watching me, protecting me, and even if he had been the one to steal me from my mate and my home, I can't deny that at least he is willing to ignore the heinous suggestions of his pack. I hold back a sniffling cry, wondering if the healer was the only one interested in that horrid plan to abuse me, use me for their own pleasure, and I twitch a few times, recoiling in the ache of the thoughts that flood my mind. He notices, leaning back in his desk chair while I find myself curled up in the corner of his vast office, leaning on the side of the bookshelf next to me and trying to stay awake. Speak, sweetheart, Oliveira says, not willing to elaborate more what he wants me to say. Swallowing hard, I feel the pit in my stomach grow. I'm sorry if I seem anxious. I brush my hair aside, my fingers visibly rattling. I'm just thinking about what he said, about what he would do to me, and You're not going to endure that under my watch, Oliveira growls. I would never let a woman be taken advantage of like that, not as a friend or foe. I don't want us to be foes, I admit. I want to go home. We can solve this other ways, you know? Ryan is a really smart and kind alpha, and he could help talk to the elders about. There is no room for discussions, Oliveira cuts me off. Only actions. What have you accused them of doing again? I think to what he told the healer. He mentioned not being like the Board of Elders, including using rogues as lab rats and demeaning them and killing them. I know the elders better than to know they wouldn't do what he suggests. They officiated our mating ceremony. I should know them well enough to speak on their behalf. What if it wasn't them? I ask. What if someone else killed all those rogues? He glares at me through his long, wavy, tangled black hair and pouts, obviously fed up with this conversation with me. I know a lot of things, sweetheart. I know better than take your word for how well the elders treat you. Meanwhile, they capture rogues like me, like... He stops there, unwilling to continue, and looks at the papers on his desk. Before I can bite my tongue, I add, like Beth? His head snaps upright so fast I can see his whiplash in real time. Through his gritted teeth, he asks, how the hell do you know that name? I am petrified now, tripped up on my own stupid outburst to reply. He slowly rises from his seat, the daunting sight of him now rattling, begging to shift. I close my eyes, holding my head between my knees and hearing his steps cross the room. He grabs for my arm, yanking me upright so hard, so fast that I release a scream on impulse. Tell me! I shake my head, sobbing through my heavy, frightened gasps for air. You say her name again, and you're dead, he growls into my ear. He practically throws me across the room, shoving me towards the door of his office. I push out of the room as fast as I can, hurrying away from the room where I hear his office being torn apart, items smashed against impact to the walls, and the horrible screams of a furious, seething alpha. I aim to find his bedroom, lost in this damn pack house, instead barging into a new hallway of sorts, seeing a set of stairs carry upward, almost as though leading to the world above this place. I am curious, a simple fresh breeze catching my attention from the hallway. I'm running now, my legs limp, but pumping faster, pushing me further, until I can't seem to feel my feet hit the steps anymore. I climb the entire set, seeing a loosely held tree stump cover half of the hole above my head, moss and sunshine creeping into the space. I'm too short to move the stump and have to jump a few times to even feel it graze my fingertips. I know I'm running thin on time, on this window of opportunity, but feeling it at my fingertips is promising enough to keep me fighting to be free. Something pulls at my hair suddenly, another hand grabbing for the top of my shirt and ripping it right off my chest, using it as leverage to shove me right down the stairs. When I stop tumbling, I'm ill. The world's still spinning, and my body covered in wounds and newly forming bruises, a cut on my temple catching my attention with a simple sting of pain. I cough a breath, peering up to see Oliveira, but confused when the wolf standing over me isn't the alpha at all. It's the healer. He is stained with blood on his chest, toying with a vial in his palms that looks far too familiar for me not to understand what he has done. He healed himself with my blood. I inch back, my leg mangled out of place, forcing me to scoot on my back instead of jump upright and sprint away from this sadistic maniac. He stands over me, creeping forward with every lunge I take backwards. I've got to say, for a grimy little Luna, your blood is especially useful, he hums. I stop scooting, not seeing it as helping, and more so watching it piss this monster off more than before. His fists unclench when I stop, though the vial still weighs heavy on his fingertips, taunting me. Please don't touch me. He swipes a kick up towards my face, landing it perfectly against my jaw. I lay back, dazed and dizzy. His weight cradles my hips, his fingers ripping into whatever fabric is left covering my breasts, his hands then working to find the hem of my shorts and break them like a plastic seal, ripping it straight down over my thighs until I am utterly, uselessly exposed to his beady eyes. Crying, I close my eyes and retreat into the embrace of my mate, my memories of him and I rather comforting in this extremely unpleasant onslaught of assault. Ryan, please, find me right now. Allison, I want to fight him. I have the desire to push him off of me and clear across the hallway, freeing myself of his caging arms, but I can't. Simply I am weak, I am wounded, and I feel as though my wolf and I have been severed for so long that any connection to my old strength is gone. This adversary is one I'll never be able to confront. So instead, I close my eyes and picture bliss. I picture my mate and I happily living out our lives, having pups and being a cohesive pack, a perfect family, and nothing like this will ever happen again. It's hard to ignore the healer, his hands grabbing me everywhere, trying to steady me as though to penetrate my body with his. That's when the world goes dark and blurry. I disconnect to protect myself and to protect my mate. My eyes flutter open after what feels like forever, and the warmth around my body isn't what I anticipated. I'm somewhere new, no longer strung out on the floor of the hall, waiting to be used for that sadistic healer and his perverted needs. Instead, I'm in a soft, plush bed, covered up to the shoulders with a white furry blanket. My body is somewhat sore, my back aching while I sit up, my head clear of the fear that once plagued my mind. I spot a husky figure stalking the room in a slow, lengthy pace. It's a deep black wolf, eyes red as the blood moon, the wolf daring to watch me as I examine it, both of us still and silent for a long moment. Olivera, I breathe, my voice raspy and hot. Why are you in that form? I recognized him the minute I saw him, but his eyes are what intrigued me, so bold and crimson. They go unblinking, head lowered as he watches me with his paces finally ceased. His wolf approaches, his heart rapid as I reach for his fur and find the pacing heart pounding from within like a ticking bomb. I brush my hand down his jaw, his teeth sharp but at bay, and he kindly watches me evaluate his wolf. I feel my eyes well in tears in the remembrance of what was happening before I blacked out. At least tell me he didn't do what I think he did, I plead. His wolf sighs, something so comforting in his eyes shifting to a modest gray color. I can tell he is trying to answer, but for some reason uninterested in shifting to speak to me. Instead I reach for his face, brushing his snout and eyeing his teeth, sharp and docile. His gray eyes eventually go cyan, gentle, and finally he breaks. He is kneeling on the floor, shifted to his daunting pale presence, his breathing ragged. I've been stuck like that since I found you, he pants, kneeling on the floor beside the bed, looking away. I shifted and just began ripping into him endlessly. He shakes his head. I wasn't able to calm down enough to shift back. I shiver, his voice so serene, so kind, that I hardly recognize this rogue alpha. Why were you so mad? His eyes jerk upright to mine and he scoffs like I've offended him. Allison, I told you I would never let someone be treated like that, not like the elders treat my kind. That's why I've started this fucking mess, and I'll be damned if I end up just like those horrid elders. I cock my brow. Why do you say that? The elders would never hurt me or anyone else like that. They are peaceful wolves and... To your kind, he snarls. But to my kind, they treat wolves just like the way you were about to be used. Taken advantage of and abused, and then killed off when their tests and their fun has ended. It's a ruse, damn it. I don't believe your ignorance. My body twitches with the tone of his rage. Is that what they did to... I can't produce her name. He stares through me blankly, knowing what I haven't said, and looking descant as he pieces her name together in his mind. Yes. She was taken from me 2 years back by some warriors that are meant to protect the elders. I searched for her for what felt like ages, but I lost all scent of my mate. I watch his eyes shift back gray, the step before they shine red, and he shifts. I pray to the moon goddess that he doesn't shift back. I found out from an escaped rogue just what had been going on at the elders pack, he snarls. They had been experimenting on rogues, the effects of wolfsbane in the blood of wolves, their ability to overcome the poison, and how much strength they had afterwards. It was obviously to incite fear in those who didn't fit into packs, and even when I broke through their torture chambers, I didn't find her. She was already gone. I weep with his pain, feeling so somber at the thought of losing my mate in such a way. Please, I hum, my hands trembling. Tell me it's not true. It's true, sweetheart, he huffs, his words crushed by the weight of his sadness. They had helped me, damn it. I breathe, my heart rattling. They were there for my mating ceremony to my mate, and they have never done anything that would resemble what you're saying. I look aside, hearing the words of the moon goddess about Olivera's mate with her in that existence. She was trying to warn me about the truth. Her and Olivera must be right. You were blind, but you know better now, Olivera hums, reaching for me even when I flinch back slightly. His hand crosses my cheek gently, his subtle fingertips grazing my jawline and forcing a chill down my spine. Now you see why this war has begun. I want to agree, but I still can't seem to figure one thing out. Why me? He cocks his brow in impulse. I've told you before, sweetheart, it has everything to do with you and your mate standing with the elders. They care about you, obviously, which is why I need to use you to draw them out so I can end this once and for all. I sniffle slightly. You'll be killed. You can't beat them, Olivera. He shudders when I say his name. I have to try. Shaking my head, I feel like I've got no more tears left, but still, they pour. Please, just let me talk to them. Please, Olivera. No one has to die or fight, and Ryan, he would understand. Just let him talk to them and Olivera moves forward, something hazy in his eyes. Don't cry, sweetheart. Before I can move or protest, I feel our lips collide at once. Allison. I thrash myself away from the alpha, my tongue buzzing nonstop with nothing but anxiety boiling in the depths of my stomach. I meet his wide, calm eyes, my entire body shivering in place, in this bed. Seeing this alpha loom so close, it's as if he will intend to kiss me again. I can't let that happen, nor can I understand why he's done it in the first place. I cover my lips with my fingertips, still rattling with a buzz. His eyes shift to the floor, something cold moving through him. That was a mistake. Why? Why did you do it? It wasn't intentional, damn it, he sighs, his fists knuckling into the sheets nearby, his frustration obvious. I don't know, I felt like I saw, like you were. The moment of silence between us screams volumes. I can't do this anymore. Taking you was a mistake. He grabs for me, pulling me to a wobbly stand, but I fail once, then twice, feeling Oliveira hike me over his shoulder like a sack of dirty laundry. I watch the hallway move behind me, the room where I woke up getting further and further away. I try to fight him, hitting his solid back, but he does little to even react to my tantrum. I picture him leaning in again, colliding our lips together in a strange, unexpected manner. It aches me to think of what Ryan would say or do if he heard of such atrocity. If he knew what the healer was going to do to me, that would only make it worse. I try to forget this entire experience, seeing the hallway of the pack house vanish and become replaced with the woods I had been led through when I was first taken. Here you go, Oliveira breathes, setting me on the ground. He adjusts the buttons on my shirt, the only thing I wear, and I can tell by the large size it belongs to him. He pulls from my hand and I cringe, watching him pluck a small twig off a root nearby and press the thorn-like tip to my palm. Easy, sweetheart, he groans. I shudder as blood pools slowly in my hand and runs off my wrist. When Oliveira pulls away, he shifts, his black wolf standing over me as I lay back in shock and in panic, his size so large and daring that I can see him killing me in one easy bite. Just as he turns away to leave, I reach out for him, my bloody hand grazing his hind leg. His wolf hesitates to run off, instead turning to face me with glowing cyan eyes. Please, Oliveira, I beg. Let me help make this right. I can help. Ryan can help. The wind carries past me so hard, so fast, that I tumble over, seeing a mix of brown and black tumble into the woods nearby. My breath hitches, seeing Ryan's wolf topple Oliveira's, both of them grappling for the upper ground on top of each other while biting at their throats. My heart shatters at the sounds of their growls, seeing my palm and the wind mix into the perfect storm. Ryan must have caught the hint of my scent, even muted with the poison still in my veins, and once he saw Oliveira standing over me with his large wolf, it was perfect timing for him to see an opportunity to attack. No, Ryan, I bark, watching as he gains control and straddles Oliveira. I run to his side, his wolf's eyes wide in horror as I try to pry myself between these two savages. Please, stop it, Ryan, he won't hurt me. Back up, please. My mate's wolf eyes me suspiciously, but fortunately he backs away. I turn to Oliveira, watching him consider running off, but I grab at his wolf, his black hair crushed into my bloody palm, his glare snapping back around to me my own. For a moment, I fear this rogue alpha, but I know he doesn't want to hurt me. He wouldn't have brought me out here if that was the case. He would have killed me and left it alone at that. He wanted Ryan to find me, to take me home, and that proves this alpha isn't as bad as I initially thought. Oliveira, please tell him, I beg. He looks to my mate, both of them unwilling to shift first. Ryan is first to shift back, kneeling behind me, his arms wrapped around my shoulders kindly, his lips pecking my cheeks so gently that I can tell he begs for more. Instead, he leaves it simple and sits up to stare at me, his brown lashes flickering upward to Oliveira, whose wolf is still growling in a low, throaty noise. Please, Oliveira, he can help you. Just talk to him, I plead. Ryan's lips brush my ear. If this is a trick, I don't understand it, Allison. It's not, I beg to them both, hoping they believe me. Looking Oliveira, I know he will be the hardest to convince. Please, just hear him out. I won't let anything happen to you. His wolf huffs a frustrated sigh. Ryan clenches my shoulder, pulling me back to lean on his chest, willing to pounce over me at any second, I can tell. He holds an arm over my stomach, something about that notion unsettling. I don't know why, though. I grumble, watching Oliveira finally shift, kneeling in the grass just an arm's reach away from me and my mate. Happy, sweetheart? Oliveira sneers. Ryan tenses at the nickname, not finding it endearing a single bit. All right, I think. Here goes nothing. Ryan, I say, looking to mate, seeing him watch the rogue alpha carefully. This is Oliveira James. He is the one who took me. I sigh heavily. Ryan shows his teeth, his wolf threatening to break out any second now. Please, Ryan, listen to me. I brush my hand over his chiseled jaw, seeing him relax slightly to my fingertips. Hurry it up, I can't hold back forever. Ryan grumbles under his heavy exhale. He isn't after us. He is after the elders. Yeah, I read the note with Fritz. Ah, Fritz is at the Crowalt Palace, Oliveira says, his eyes tamed on his mission. Oliveira's mate was killed by the elders' warriors, along with a lot of other rogues. Ryan, he says they were tortured, tested with wolfsbane, and then killed needlessly. I hum, trying to talk quickly in hope of appeasing this tension sooner. He wanted to use me to barter a deal with them for the killings to stop, I gasp. Needless ignorance, sweetheart. Oliveira sighs, narrowing a look onto me. I swallow hard, looking aside. Well, to start a war, not a deal. Then why have you released her so early? Ryan says, practically taunting. I haven't heard any reports of a war starting, so why did you let Allison go as your fucking ransom? My heart aches at the anger that rises between the two of them. Oliveira raises a threatening brow, curling with a sinister smile. I can tell they will fight soon. It's inevitable. I could no longer see her as my hostage, Oliveira claims. Not when I wanted to do so much more to her when she was tied up. That's why I kissed her. I wince. The war may be on after all. Allison, I have to duck. Ryan's massive wolf shifting right over top of me, cradling me between his four large paws. My heart races, and I plead to find my wolf, but the wolfsbane is still in my system. I can't touch her now, and I can't intervene. Seeing Oliveira's wolf force itself out and the two alphas stare each other down with snarling sharp teeth bore at the ready to strike. Even if I know better, I still try, crawling out between the two of them, hoping I can mediate this a little bit better, but it's an utter failure. If anything, I make it worse, reaching for Oliveira's wolf and hearing Ryan bark menacingly, as though I have left his side for Oliveira's, when in reality, I just wanted this interaction to end. Oliveira nudges me with his head, shoving me aside, against a rock or a boulder, before the two of them pounce inward. The sounds of their wolves fighting makes my heart break. I don't want Ryan to hurt Oliveira because even the moon goddess told me this rogue alpha is wounded, and the thought of losing my mate would be the worst pain in my life, and Oliveira is suffering through that. He just wants to make it right, and I would do the same thing for Ryan. Stop, I scream, standing hurriedly and throwing myself into the brawl. Ryan is already charging, his teeth bore, and I don't feel it until my knees hit the ground, seeing a trickle of crimson run down the length of my forearm. Oliveira shifts to my side, pale and out of breath, as he holds the scratch in his massive palm to stop the bleeding. I groan in noise, my head spinning, seeing his hands drenched in my blood in a matter of seconds. Release my mate, Ryan roars, standing over me with wild, furious eyes. Ryan, I cough, my body limp and cold to the touch. Please relax, listen to him. I will when he gets his damn hands off of you. You're the one who is at fault for this, Oliveira snaps, pointing a bloody, accusing finger in his direction. I'm the one trying to help her out here. Please, I mumble, my head falling back, Oliveira managing to keep me somewhat upright while the blood loose in my arm grows by the second, and the disconnect from my wolf is still too far for me to reach out to so I could heal. Rye, come here, Ryan breathes, gentler in tone, pulling me off the ground into his chest, curling me tightly to his masculine hold. His lips come close to mine, his ear then pressing to my neck for a second, near the spot he marked me at. It tingles with his touch. Shallow breathing, slow pulse. I can't smell her wolf at all. What happened? Wolfsbane, Oliveira grumbles. She put up a few fights, had to settle her down. I will kill you later, Ryan snarls. He breathes into my scalp, his beautiful scent returning to my nostrils. I inhale dangerously deep, needing his scent to smother me. There you go, Allison. You're back in my arms. Let's get you to the palace. Oliveira, I groan. Too. I feel my mate tense, but he eventually gives in to my request. Fine, but Fritz is still at the palace, so I will take you to the healer outside of the palace village, just so we don't spark a war inside the gates. I nod in agreement to his plan. He has always been the quick thinker, the strong one, and I need him now more than ever to verify that I'm doing the right thing. I need him to agree. He is a kind man, an understanding mate, and he will trust that I only want to help Oliveira avenge what was taken from him. I would do the same if it were me. Ryan is running now, my pulse dangerously slow. Open the door, Ryan says brashly. Oliveira follows suit, swinging the wood door open, and my mate rushes me inside, a light rain starting to trickle down outside as the world grows gray overhead. Here we go, he murmurs, setting me on a lowly couch, curling me up under a thin quilt while barking for the healer. Gustavo! Gustavo, it's me! Alpha? A meek man pokes his head around the corner of the room, wearing a puffy white shirt and brown velvet pants, like a sailor returned from sea. He rubs his eyes to clear them of his obvious fatigue and pulls something off a nearby shelf before meeting me on the couch. I hardly look up at the man, my eyes drooping and my head spinning. Be sick to be sick. Here we go, the healer hums, pressing a glass vial to my bottom lip. I flinch, recalling the pain of wolfsbane being forced down my throat and burning my skin. I fight back slightly, spiting the liquid out as it greets my tongue, now overwhelmed with a minty taste. Damn it, she's refusing it, Alpha, and it's vital to slow her pulse so she doesn't lose blood so fast. It's not wolfsbane, Oliveira chimes in before Ryan can. Relax, sweetheart. I hear someone being pushed against the far wall, the small hut rattling in the rain. Say it again, Ryan growls, my head tipping sideways to see him pinning the rogue Alpha against the wall. Call her that one more time and I'll kill you. Oliveira chuckles sideways at my mate, a threat if I've ever seen one. I'd love to see you try, but let's save that for later. I don't want her to watch me tear your throat out. The healer manages to pinch my jaw, drowning the rest of the vial down my throat. I gasp, convulsing slightly and almost spitting it up, but his hand covers my mouth and presses the back of my head down into the couch cushion. I claw at his forearm. Ryan returns to my aid. I'm here, Allison. Just calm down. He's trying to help you. I gust an inhale when the healer finally releases my mouth and allows me to take a sharp breath, the minty flavor lingering in the back of my throat like I've swallowed ice cubes. I reach for my mate, feeling my fingers go numb, my head go light, and my eyelids fall closed. Ryan, don't leave, I beg, pleading through a soft weep, the healer spreading something over my clawed arm. I feel my mate hold my hand in support, unwilling to release. Stay, please. Don't fight him. I would never leave your side, Ryan says instantly. Thank. My vision goes dark instantly. Allison. When I wake, I feel more faint than ever, but at least I can tell I'm safe this time, hearing Ryan's voice not far from me. My hand twitches, a tube knocking against my wrist where I feel a sore spot radiate from a needle that penetrates my veins. The pressure in my hand makes it feel swollen, like my head that radiates with a sharp, pounding pain. Why do you taunt me? Ryan gusts, his berating tone obviously not directed to me. You're aware that I can't kill you at the behest of my mate's wishes, and you toy with that power. If you want my help, why bother pissing me off? I don't want your help, Oliveira snarls back violently. She persisted, I tell you the truth, and I have. Like you, I wouldn't want to kill off her mate and wound her as I have been. Although, I would gladly console her for the rest of her days at your dying spite. Stop it, you two, I groan, my eyes creasing open and my mind aching. Ryan comes to my side, his hand brushing against my cold cheek, his eyes wide as he tries to take in the sight of me, looking for wounds that have or haven't healed by now. His overwhelming concern makes my heart pitter faster. I feel fine, I say, a blatant lie. I'm sorry about what happened, darling. I would never hurt you, you know that. I nod, catching a look across the room. Oliveira squints slightly, his pained irises turning pink, ready to flash red, and I hate to see him so angry. But there's something else in his eyes. Something somber. I try to sit up, hindered by the IV stuck in my wrist, my forearm wrapped in thick and heavy gauze. I collapse, and Oliveira flinches in his seat. Ryan gives me a pained expression. Just rest, please. I want to help him, I admit, mumbling under my breath. The elders, I don't know if they've done what he accuses, but we can't allow it to continue if it's true, Ryan. I don't want anyone to be hurt like... I tense, my muscles reflexing like my wolf dares to test her strength from within. I gasp alive, relaxed at last, like Jacob had hurt me. Ryan pulls his fingers through my scalp, trying to ease my stress, his smile subtle but worried. I hate seeing him worried over me. I won't let that happen to anyone else, Allison, you know that. But this guy, I can't work with him, darling. He's an asshole, and he kissed my mate. I should kill him for such atrocity. I look aside, my face blushing hot. But for you, I'd move the moon, baby. Ryan kisses my pressing temple and cracks a rather forced grin. If you think this is what we should do, then we will address it. Let's see about getting to the palace and talking to the elders. I look to Oliveira, on edge where he sits. What about him? Will he come with? Ryan holds back from rolling his eyes. He isn't successful. I don't want to start a war in our home. It wouldn't be wise to bring him around. He is a rogue, after all, and an opposing alpha who just kidnapped the Luna of Crowalt. We can't say for sure how anyone would react to his attendance. Oliveira stands abruptly, wearing a borrowed set of shirt and pants that hardly fit his daunting physique. You know what? I don't need your help, blood pet. I think this attempt was a fraud anyways. Your mate here is as ignorant as you have been. He turns to leave, something paining my heart when I hear his accusation. I feel my cheeks dampen in sadness, in a wounding statement, and I push myself to stand but fall instead, weak and leaning on Ryan, who tries to settle me back on the couch, but I refuse. No, I bark, trembling on the floor, forced to my weary knees. Oliveira groans, his hand falling off the doorknob on his way out and instead looking over his broad shoulder, meeting my wounded eyes. I know what it feels like, damn it, and I will not allow you to pass me off as one of them. I was a prisoner of the alpha, of my mate, and I hated him. But I still lost him. I was still betrayed, and it was worse than death. I couldn't have him, and he was always around. He chose my sister. She lived the life I should have had with my mate. I don't want to hear about another wolf losing their mate to being used as some sort of lab rat. That was what I went through, and I can't ignore it if you are saying it's going on. I pant, trying to catch my breath, my lungs ragged and licked with bloody iron. I lean into Ryan's chest, feeling his pulse against my shoulder, his heart wounded with my words as well. I break down at last, seeing my tears hit the carpet as the rain hits the rocks outside. My wolf is distant still, but I feel her limp with my agony, with my heartache. Even if I thought I was getting over what happened to me, it still feels like a fresh cut. Relax, Luna, Oliveira hums, standing over me. I look aside, seeing the door shut and locked. I'll stay, only at your request. If you think you can help, then I welcome you to try. I wipe my cheeks dry, trembling on the floor. Oliveira kneels, and Ryan tenses. I know I said I was over everything that happened, I weep, leaning into Ryan for support. He doesn't disappoint. He holds me upright and kisses my warm forehead. I am still angry, Ryan. I'm fucking angry, and I can't let this happen to anyone else. He brushes my hair back, staring deep into my eyes with that loving, generous look that can only belong to my mate. I know, Allison. I understand. We will make this right. How about you and I go to the palace and talk to Fritz, see if we can dig anything up? Well, what good would that do if he sees Allison is back? Oliveira says, tipping me a pointed look. That's the edge he needs to talk. Otherwise he has what motive to speak? Ryan locks his jaw, his grasp around me tightening. I'm not leaving you both here together. Not while she's in this state. It's fine, I breathe, trying to stand to prove my strength, but I fail each time, the fluid dripping through my wrist slowly hydrating me, but not fast enough. The healer is here, right? We won't be alone together, Ryan. He's out picking herbs in the pack nearby to help drain the toxins in your blood, Ryan growls toward Oliveira. He won't be back until tomorrow night, at the soonest. Come on, lover boy, trust me. She will be just fine with me, the rogue alpha snickers, mocking my mate. I roll my eyes, shoving his arm slightly, though not enough to push him over by any means. He understands the intent, nonetheless. He settles at last, trying to appear less threatening now, and sporting a familiar friendly face. She's in good hands. You touch her, you're dead. No exceptions this time, Ryan snarls. When he turns to me, I force a safe grin, trying to ease his stress. He presses his lips against my own, lasting a kiss I don't want to end. I picture us alone, warm in a bubble bath with hot water steaming off our skin. I can't wait to have my alone time with my mate, but for now, I watch him shift outside and sprint toward our home. Under the ruse, I am still taken from his side. Oliveira. She sleeps for hours after Ryan leaves, something about her dreams forcing her to whimper, to kick in her nightmares, and she cries out a few times like she's being hurt. I adjust the blanket over her shoulders, seeing her toy with the tube that drains liquid into her wrist. Don't fuck with that, sweetheart, I groan, peeling her fingers off the tube. Settle down now. Lover boy won't be long. Oliveira, she whimpers. I hate when she says my name. Her voice is so damn soft, too kind, and so innocent that it physically hurts my wolf. I stare at her perfect features, her pink, blushing cheeks and plump cherry lips. She pouts, the notion frustrating beyond belief. I can only picture those lips against my neck, against my own lips, and damn near everywhere on my body where it matters. She's attractive, that's one thing, but her naivety drives me into a frenzy. She so badly wants to help me find my vengeance, and it was too simple for her to ignore how it related to her past. I should have seen this route sooner. I'll have her and Loverboy do my job for me and take down the elders. They deserve it. Ouch, she mumbles, my eyes trained on her wrist now where blood pools out of her vein. She's pulled the IV loose, so I take it out the rest of the way, seeing her flinch. Ah! Relax, blood pet, I hum, reaching down her wrist and dragging a little blood onto my fingertips. I'm too tempted to not try it once more, my wolf buzzing in anticipation. I press a drop to my lower lip, the onslaught of energy and adrenaline drawing spiking my body. Damn. That's amazing. She whimpers, holding her wrist to her chest, blinking slow to the sight over me standing over her. Something in me clicks. Something about her wide, precious eyes staring up at me from below. Something sexually triggering that makes me want her in every way I can have her. It's tempting, but she stares at me in horror, and force isn't really my style. Of course, other than the kiss I planted on her earlier. That was perfectly scrumptious. You tried it again, didn't you? She moans in outrage. I give her a modest shrug, a little enthused with her helplessness in this moment. If I wanted more, I'm sure I could take it without trouble, but I think I've frightened her plenty. It was there for the taking, I sneer. I just wanted a taste. So did Jacob, she mutters. My interest is piqued, although there's already a drawing bond I have toward this she-wolf. I can't help but stare at her with or without her little blood tricks. I find a position on the floor, near her wilting face, and reach for her wrist. She jerks back slightly, but I grab for it anyways, wiping the blood clean off her skin with my palm and rubbing the excess on my pants. Who is Jacob? Was, she hums. He was the alpha of a pack, and he used my pack's bloodlines for feeding, for power, and it kept him strong. He was also my fated mate, the alpha I was supposed to end up with, but nothing went as planned. He caged me, abused me, and took from me everything I had to give, and then some. My birthday, I was killed, and that's when I met the moon goddess, she says, looking through me intently. I know most of this from that rogue bitch Jennifer who sold Allison out to me as a target, but I didn't hear about the atrocities she committed to her own sister. She made it sound like Allison took her mate. In reality, she had her own family killed to be a lousy Luna. I'll kill that rogue bitch if I ever see her again. When I was sent back, I was different, and I was fated to Ryan. He helped me get back against Jacob and Jennifer, but she shakes her head, obviously still wounded by the memories, but I still have the nightmares pretty often. I want to soothe her, but when I reach forward, she trembles, and I pull away to keep from frightening her further. Something about her just drives my wolf wild, and when I see her ache, when I observe her palpable fear, it makes me want to kill any wolf that dares try to hurt her, like she speaks of her sister and Jacob. You know what helps nightmares? I offer, seeing her pale face light up for a moment. She pleads with her wide eyes for an answer to her suffering. Chocolate. Her smile grows, though she seems like she doesn't quite believe me. I know from experience, though, always picturing the day my fated and I were separated from one another and then learning of her demise. It haunted me for what felt like forever, but I made it, though. Chocolate may not have been the sole healing of my wounds, but it certainly did assist in my recovery. Rather, the advice I give to her is true or not. I spotted some in the healer's cabinets when we first got here. Figured she would like something positive to focus on for once. Breaking it off into smaller bites, I hand one to her, seeing her sit up and take in the taste. She grins through her pained features, obviously reeling off the trauma of the last few days. I grow more and more frustrated when I think about what could have become of her stent under my watch. She was so easily a target, attractive to even the most disgusting of wolves. And if that healer of mine actually abused her dignity like that, I would have killed him twice. I don't know what I feel for this Luna, or necessarily what I plan to do about it, if anything at all, and yet I watch her taste the treat with such pride that she can't help but smile in response to the chocolate on her tongue. She gleams. My wolf whines. He wants her so bad it hurts. Just relax, I tell my wolf, settling his nerves. I'll have her eventually. Allison. My body is tired, my mind is racing, but my eyes are cold on the sight of Oliveira. He is outside in the rain, slamming an axe into the center of a log, splitting the wood into 2 pieces. The healer hasn't returned, and neither has Ryan. I worry for my mate, not able to tap into the mind link because of the wolfsbane. I wait patiently for it to happen, for the toxins to wear off, and for me to hear my mate again, but my mind is far too focused on the rogue alpha. My knees are weak, and I sink to the floor, leaning against the window. I have half a mind to pull the tube from my wrist again, the overabundance of fluid in my system making my head spin rapidly. I wish it would end already, and I could sleep until Ryan returns, but it doesn't appear to be working all that well. I'm wide awake. Oliveira grunts, slamming the axe down and tossing another stack of logs under the awning outside to keep the wood dry, even if he isn't. When he finishes, he grabs a handful of the wood logs and brings them inside, tossing a few of the large logs into the fireplace. My stomach turns, seeing him play with the matches until it strikes successfully, and warmth fills the cabin. He looks to me next, his light eyes bearing down the sight of me. I feel so insignificant kneeling before his mighty large presence. I swallow hard, unsure what thoughts toil in that mind of his. I would ask, but I find myself too stricken with fear to mutter a word. Why did you pull that loose again? I can't wait for the healer to return for him to fix it. Lover boy alpha of yours said to keep an eye on you, and right now I think you're being detrimental to your health. He shakes his head, eyeing the needle. You need the fluid to wash out the wolfsbane in your blood, sweetheart. I sneer a look up at him. The wolfsbane you put in there. His disapproving look makes my skin crawl. I shudder. You are a grudge holder, you know that? Don't give me a reason to hold a grudge and I won't. You're so sassy today, blood pet, maybe you need a nap. I am not a child, I bark. He rolls his eyes, smirking all the while. Then don't act like it so much. This is all your fault, I hum, looking aside. You just wanted to kidnap me, and then I got hurt, and I can't heal right because of the wolfsbane. and you are telling me I'm the difficult one. This wouldn't be happening at all if it wasn't for you. He opens his mouth to speak, to no doubt argue back in rebuttal, but his eyes flicker up toward the wooded forest outside the window. I perk up, expecting to see Ryan returning from the palace, but instead I see the healer. Something is off though. He is limping toward the house slowly, blood soaking his rain-drenched clothes, and as he appears closer, the sight of metal, sharp cuffs come into view around his tangled wrists. Oliveira hikes me off the ground, throwing me over his shoulder and rushing through the little cabin in the woods. My breath hitches for a moment, too much for me to ask what the hell he thinks he is doing, but as I look back toward the window in our retreat, I see a group of murky, angry rogues walking with the healer. My stomach hurts at the sight. Are they? They aren't my rogues, sweetheart, Oliveira pants. He slams through the back door, splintering it into a pile on the ground as he shifts and holds me on his dark fur back, giving me only a moment to brace myself before he takes off sprinting into the dark woods. My body is cold in the rain, my heart pounding hard against my chest, seeing the rogues behind us all shift, one of them slicing a paw through the healer's back, sending him to the ground lifelessly. I can't watch the sight of his death or watch the rogues charge toward us in a large, hefty group. I can only bow my head into Oliveira's back and grab onto his fur for dear life. He is sprinting as fast as possible, zooming through the woods recklessly, and sliding through the mud as we find the bank of a river that flows through a deep crevice in the woods. He runs through the shallow parts, kicking up more water, the rogues gaining speed as they jump off the cliffside and land in the water of the creek where we sprint now. My body is soaked, only wearing a shirt that I had from the healer's house, and all I can think of is seeing how they simply killed him, obviously only using him to take him to the cabin where we resided. I'm blindsided, seeing spots, feeling my body slam sideways into the riverbed, my head swinging straight into a sharp rock and blood pooling into the cold water around me. Oliveira howls a noise I have never heard before in my life, his daunting paws caging me under his heavy chest while he hovers over me protectively. I blink slow through one eye, the other cloudy with blood, seeing a pack of rogues swarm around Oliveira and I closely. They look like sharks, sniffing my blood as it drains through the creek, their teeth all showing and snarling at us like fresh meat. I groan a noise, leaning back into the ice-cold water, my back aching from the fall and my head pounding in utter agony as bruises form from my fall. I grab for Oliveira's leg, pulling myself closer to his paw, as if hiding under the guise of the rogue alpha will help me. He is panting, exhausted, and when he peers down toward me as though to say, "I will protect you," the rogues strike, pouncing on us both until my head is sent into a frenzy of darkness. I think of my mate, hoping he is close to returning out here to find us. "Allison, stop," I whimper, pleading. "Stop it, damn it." A harsh slap rings out against my cheek, the sound deafening and the pain stinging. "You need to learn some damn manners when talking to authority." "Keep your filthy fucking paws off of her," Oliveira shouts, the noise making my heart jump, my eyes opening to a dark, damp cell in some form of barracks, the air murky and heavy with the iron stench of blood. "You hit her again and I'll rip your throat out. Rogue, you hear me?" "You say rogue like you're any different." The wolf before me snickers, pacing behind me, his hand trailing across my back. When I look up, I see Oliveira in the same strangling spot as me in a cell across from my own. There's no rogue in his cell though, only in mine, toying with my exterior as my wrists hang above my head in metal, rusting cuffs, keeping me standing upright. I want to fall, I want to cry, but I power through in order to keep sane. I look to Oliveira in horror, seeing his eyes shade over into a dark black shade. He growls and the rogue laughs. If I just stay still and don't fight him, maybe he will stop. I have noticed the more I struggle, the more his hands wiggle their way around my hips. I only look to Oliveira, desperate for help. "Look at me, Luna," the rogue hums, prancing in front of me. I shudder, watching his eyes drink in the sight of my body, daring to explore me further. When I meet his sadistic eyes, he smiles. "I want you to watch as I defile you." I threaten to cry. "Please, just tell me what you want and don't do this, please." The rogue hums a laugh. "My boss wants your mate, me, I want your body." I hold my breath, preparing for something horrid to happen, and getting myself ready to just escape into my mind, so I don't feel this treasonous act happen. Oliveira isn't willing to let it happen though, his chains ripping out from the ceiling. I gasp a breath. Oliveira breaking loose and shoving through his cell door, knocking the bars down before stomping into my cell. The rogue sitting wide-eyed and trembling at the size of the rogue alpha. Oliveira reaches for me, ignoring the rogue who scurries out of the cell and locks us both inside of it. He frees my wrists from the chains, letting me fall to the ground as he kneels, brushing my hair back while I pant in fear and relief. He gives me a firm, assuring look. "I'd never let anyone do that to you," he hums under his heavy breath. "Thank you," I say, sobbing as I cling to his chest. I look to the cell door, seeing how he easily busted out of his and wondering if he will be able to do the same to ours. Instead, a set of rogues post up at the door, holding something long and silver in their palm. I edge back into Oliveira's arms more. "What is that?" I ask. Oliveira shakes his head. "Looks like some kind of syringe. Don't worry, sweetheart, it won't stop me." He stands as though ready to break through the cell doors. Instead, the rogue reaches through the bars and presses the needle into Oliveira's skin. The minute it hits his blood, he falls on the floor, while he coughs a noise like he can no longer breathe fully. I rush to his side, his eyes turning black, his hands grabbing my wrists so tight that my skin blisters. The rogues laugh at the alpha riding on the ground next to me, something straining in his system as he gasps aloud in pain. I pull myself to his chest, laying on the floor with him, his skin turning cold and pale in the process of his struggling grunts and barks. He's in turmoil, that much is obvious, but I don't know how to help and that hurts. Please, Olivera, stay with me, I beg selfishly. The rouges all stroll away snickering, the one from before waltzing back toward the cell with a playful smirk sprawled across his lips. He eyes Olivera, useless but awake, and I can't help but notice how it only entices the rogue more. Everything hurts, including the sight of the rogue breaking back into my cell and pushing me away from Olivera's protective hold. I back into the corner, the rouge working at his denim pants. Swallowing the scream I want to let out, my heart rattles off in my chest. Please, don't do this, I plead, begging once more like it could help. I watch Olivera struggle on the ground, looking at me like he wants to help but is unable to get up and come to my side. I cry helplessly, actually wishing I could be in Olivera's protective grasp. Don't touch her, the rogue alpha snarls. I'll rip your fucking throat out. The rogue only laughs. What's wrong, Olivera? You want this slut Luna instead? She is mine, Olivera roars. I shudder, my wolf so deep in my heart, and yet she snarls as the rogue taunts me in Olivera. She's about to be mine, Alpha, he chuckles, and I want you to watch it happen, just because it's obvious how much you care for this little slut. Seeing as this situation turns sour, I come up with the only solution left. I ball my fist tight, reaching back behind my hip before slamming it upright into his sex. He howls a noise, dropping his grip on my hair, and I crawl back slightly as the rogue snarls and cries. You bitch! Olivera flies across the cell suddenly, somehow pushing through the pain and swinging a fist square into the rogue's face. They both stumble back, Olivera falling beside me, panting, while the rogue hits the ground, blood pooling out of his busted lip, his eyes rolled back like he was hit so hard his bones fractured. Olivera snarls protectively, and something about that noise makes my heart skip. Allison, I fall asleep in his arms. On one hand, it feels comfortable, almost familiar, but definitely safe. On the other hand, if Ryan were to see me in Olivera's arms like this, he would be furious. I can't help it, though. I am ripe with fear. I tremble in his arms for what feels like forever, my legs and arms covered in bruises, my eyes replaying the moment of the rogue ready to defile me. I sniffle a cry, turning into Olivera's bare chest as his arms squeeze around me tighter. Do you think Ryan will find us soon? I ask, needing to hear some kind of reassurance. I don't care, the rogue alpha growls under his breath. I will get us out of here, sweetheart. He pulls his lips near my ear, breathing low into my hair, while both of us sneak a look over to the dead rogue that has been laid out, bleeding and lifeless for what feels like forever. I will rescue you, princess. I shiver, hearing a noise down the hall, but not being able to see who or what it is. Instead, I hear the steps and turn my face against Olivera's chest, hiding like a child in his warm, strong hold. The steps cease, and a loud, audible growl is set loose not far from where we cower. We have a mess in here, someone shouts. Get back up to carry this body out. Who died? Looks like they killed off Cryon. After a short pause, the voice adds, and he is half naked, so that explains why the rogue alpha is in the same cell as her still. He was supposed to separate the two. I guess we will have to figure that out. You touch her and you're both fucking dead, Olivera promises coldly. I cling to him tighter, almost ready to sob. How about a deal? One of them remarks. We get out our guy and you two don't throw a fit and I let you stay together. Deal? Olivera hums a snicker. Sure. Deal? I shift slightly as though ready to pounce, and I know to back off of his chest ever so slightly. He will attack them, no matter how weak he is, after they hit him with some kind of poisonous needle. My heart aches at the thought of him getting stabbed with that serum again. I don't want him to get hurt again or pass out and not be able to help us both escape. I'm counting on him to do as he promised, no matter how sentimental he sounded when he said it. The cell door is swung open, and 3 wolves all enter to carry out the dead guy who threatened to assault my body. Olivera keeps his hands on my hips, eyes bore into the rogues who move swiftly to clean up their mess of a dead friend, and when they are all turned away, that's when Olivera pounces. He shifts, his wolf snapping the mortal necks of the 2 guys closest to us, both of them too stunned to shift and fight back before they are also dead on the floor. The last guy has time, his wolf timid and scrawny, nothing like the dark, brooding wolf of Olivera's that snarls an ungodly noise. I open my mouth, almost pitying the last rogue who obviously won't last in this fight, let alone seem like he wants to partake in a battle at all. I reach for Olivera, Barley reaching his hind leg before he absolutely tears into the rogue, killing him instantly with a crunching bite into his throat. My heart shatters at the death in this cell. I may have wanted ill for the wolves who crossed me in the past, but this is totally different. Olivera doesn't blink at the sight of death before him. His wolf turns back toward me, then stalks out of the cell, examining both ends of the hallway. He nods me forward, and I follow hesitantly, my eyes shifting back to the wolves on the floor of the cell, dead and bleeding out on a broken deal. We make our way down the hall, and the air grows colder the closer we get to the doorway. I can't picture what is behind it other than a massive army or a menacing guard worthy to defeat Olivera's wolf. Instead, the door is kicked open, and nothing stands in our way. The only thing outside the door is a vast room, dark without any lights, and a long narrow hall that seems to stretch on forever. Everything is so dizzying as we walk through the darkness, each step almost on faith, unsure if the floor is truly there in the abyss of blackness. I hold on to Olivera's fur, keeping myself close to his hip, worried I may be separated from him in the bleak room, walking toward the hall without an ounce of knowing if we are walking anywhere that leads to an exit. Olivera, I hum, still picturing him killing off those rouges like they were fleas. I have a question. His wolf harumphs a sigh, as though to say, go ahead and ask. His words ring heavy in my mind still. She is mine. Why do you protect me? I ask. He could have easily left me behind and still tried to take down the elders by himself, forgetting me in this rogue cell and uncaring to my well-being, but he has been protecting me since being here. including that comment that still haunts my mind. Why did you say that? Why did you say, she is mine? His wolf halts in the dark, and the fur turns to warm skin after a quick shift. I can't meet his cyan eyes in the dark, only feel his hands brushing my own, gently pulling me forward to his body in the black, unlit room. I feel small in his hold, so small he could crush me with his fingers, and I'd be obliterated instantly. He pants a warm breath against my neck, something about his touch swarming around my bare back, almost causing a shiver to travel down my spine. I subdue the rush. Because, sweetheart, he hums, his words dancing across my cheek. You will be mine, all in good time, of course. Ryan is my mate, I say. Both of us can't ignore that my voice trembles. Does he smell like your mate? He asks pointedly. I never told him the fact that when I came back from Alisa Clark, the moon goddess didn't return my ability to recognize the scent of my mate. How he knows that information is beyond me, but I know Ryan Alexander is my mate. He is my best friend, my partner, and I love him more than life itself. That doesn't seem to stop Oliveira from pondering the setup anyways. He brushes a hand across my cheek in the dark, then in one swift motion, his lips pressure tightly against my own. I gasp, his bruising kiss more defiling than the one before where he kissed me before trying to get rid of me as his ransom. This kiss is endless and tight. This kiss is the type that shows he doesn't plan on returning me to Ryan. Allison. I aim to push away from Oliveira, my wolf coming forward finally to try and break us from his hold, but he doesn't budge. He keeps me pinned against his body, against his pleasuring noise of approval, kissing me wholly. I squirm slightly, not wanting to enjoy this affectionate moment, no matter how much I dare to sink into his arms more. No, I pant, breathless and frustrated. No, no, no. No is right, a new voice says suddenly, somewhere in the dark. Oliveira yanks me into his side, a single arm hooped around my back and pinning me to his body. Show yourself! The darkness is snatched away instantly, pouring in light from all around, showing us a vast room, almost like a dining hall or ballroom for a kingdom palace. Instead it's flooded with rogues, a number of enemies too much to count that I can't even take in the sight of them all. Looks like no one can keep their hands off the little Luna. One of the Rouges taunts. Oliveira looks less that surprised. Maddox? What is going on here? The rogue alpha looks around the room, his hand on my arm squeezing far too tight for comfort. He growls a noise under his breath. What the hell is this? This is my pack. I notice a few familiar faces now, recognizing them from my stint of being Oliveira's hostage, his captive, and seeing the same wolves now turned onto their own alpha. I step back slightly, yanking my arm back from his grasp. He gives me a puzzled look, but I can't imagine a pack throwing their own alpha into the barracks. He had to know this was his pack behind our taking from the healer's hut. Maddox grins, his teeth clenched shut in pride, his chin higher than the sun at noon. I just thought you needed some help finding your way home, Alpha. Seeing as we caught wind, you were hanging out with the Alexander clan Alpha, and cozying up to his Luna. We just wanted to be sure you were staying focused on the task at hand. I don't need you to remind me anything, Beta, Oliveira snarls. Maddox shrugs, staring me down as his eyes drop down the sight of my bare body. Are you sure? You seem pretty distracted in that cell with her. I was scared you cared for her enough to kill Cryon, but to watch you kill the others too? For the likes of a Luna? I think we can all say, respectfully, you have been distracted long enough. I am well aware of our mission, Maddox. I am not giving up my goal. I am not ignoring the elders and the board and their mistakes that got our kind killed. Her kind is at fault, Maddox screams, flinging an accusatory finger in my direction. Her kind has done this to us rogues for long enough, and when the problem is solved and the authority falls, we can all go back to our free-roaming lives. Oliveira lets his head fall, something about the notion making my stomach cramp. Someone knocks into me from behind, forcing me onto my knees, curled up on the ground under the hateful looks of the other rogues. I know I am the hated brand here. I am the outcast in a room full of wolves who have never learned that authority is more about stability, not about command and regulations. They want to feel safe. I know the feeling well. Please let me help, I say, begging in a sense. A rogue nearby slams a kick into my side, and Maddox chuckles lightly. Oliveira doesn't turn to face me, only looking to his temporary Beta, staring at him while something passes between the two of them. Whatever it is, I don't like it already. Oliveira, I whimper. He flinches slightly. I move toward him, stopped by another brutal kick to my ribs. I fall again, useless and crying. I reach for the Alpha, praying to the moon goddess herself that we can fix this, that he will trust me, but I can see the moment pass between him and his Beta, and then the needle that exchanges between them, the sight making my skin crawl. Oliveira turns toward me, the syringe tightly wound into his fist. Please let me help, I beg. Oliveira, don't do this. He kneels before me, his eyes sad and dark in shade. I swallow hard, my heart aching as he pulls the syringe toward me, his other hand locked in around my wrist. I blink back rapid tears. I open my mouth to speak, to ask him to reconsider, but he doesn't give me the chance. I do not have time to negotiate anymore. I have to act, he whispers. The needle finds my vein instantly, plunging the liquid into my arm and stunting my wolf even more. The affects from the wolf's bane haven't worn off yet, and this new dose makes it worse, forcing me onto my side, limp and useless and sobbing. You said you protect me, I weep. The rogue Alpha looks descant, as though in another world in his head, untouched by the sympathetic Luna who sent her mate away in hopes of making things right. I shouldn't have helped him at all. I should have let Ryan fight him, kill him, and take me home so I'd be safe and in bed with my mate again. Instead, I lay naked and exhausted at the hands of a pissed-off Alpha, hungry for war. Allison. I expect to wake up in chains or beaten in my unconsciousness, punished for my status and the link to my mate, but I actually wake to the scent of coffee and bacon looming through the air. I struggle to sit up, taking in the sight of a small room with a kitchenette across the way, a large, brooding rogue alpha meandering over the breakfast foods he prepares. My head is spinning from the wolfsbane, but I still manage to throw myself out of bed, stumbling through the space between he and I, and slamming a hit directly into the back of his solid shoulder. I hit the floor onto my knees, trembling, my fist radiating pink from the punch. Oliveira glances over his stout shoulder, mocking me with a grin. Good try, sweetheart. Filthy traitor, I snarl, wanting to hit him again and again until my wrist breaks. Why did you do this, Oliveira? Ryan trusted you. I trusted you. We were going to help you make things right with the elders. He is there with them now. I don't want to negotiate, he hums simply. I want to eradicate. You can't solve every problem with murder. Then tell me, little blood pet, he says, swiveling around to face me, watching with his eyes down as I peer up at him like a helpless pup. If you can't talk your way around me, then would killing me help? I scoff, though the idea is tempting. I refuse to let barbarism help. I am not like you. You are exactly like me, sweetheart. You just can't fight to back it up, he says, walking past me with his breakfast. He takes a seat at the bay window across the room. The mere thought of making that trip forces my legs to go numb. I let your bright eyes convince me for a moment. It was a mistake, sweetheart. I won't let you deceive me. This isn't about deception, I snap, trying to stand but failing each time, hitting the solid floor with every mighty push. This is about you being an untrustworthy asshole. His eyes lock onto mine, his mouth pressed into a firm, unamused line. I swallow the sight of an angry alpha, a displeased superior in size and strength, and watch as he returns to towering over me, something about his height proximity to me on the floor by his polished boots almost sadistically sexual to him. I will not tolerate name-calling from you, sweetheart, he says through a clenched jaw. You promised to let me try to make this right, Oliveira. You had my mate run off to try and get the elders to explain what they have done and how they will fix it. You lied to me and used my kindness to bring me back into this hell. You should have let me go, and I should have let you leave that day, damn it. I should have never trusted you. He cocks a sarcastic smile. You're really mad, aren't you? Yes, I bark, feeling my face turn red in heat. I just wanted to help. Why? Does the little Luna feel some sort of responsibility to make every wrong a right? You want to solve everyone's problems, don't you? Play the mighty saver of the weak? You want to help the evil alpha in his quest to fight the authority? I swallow hard, feeling the tears pulse on my cheeks from embarrassment. I hate you. He raises a curious, half-intrigued brow. I don't think you do, blood pet, he harumphs. I felt the way you kissed me yesterday, how your lips danced with my own, and I can't imagine anyone kissing someone like that and hating them. You kissed me, I correct, flustered. I have a mate. Is that right? Can you smell his as your mate? I stagger to reply, unsure what to say. I never told him about how the moon goddess took away my scent ability. I never mentioned I can't smell my mate, but I know for a fact that Ryan is my mate. He is my best friend, and he protected me when no one else would. I know he is just trying to hurt my feelings. I can't let that happen. You don't know anything about me and my mate, I growl. I know he would do anything for you, Oliveira hums. I know that the moment he found out I had taken you back, that you were my captive again, he started a war with the elders. He saw you just long enough in the healer's home to get used to having you back, and I swiped it away again, pushing his hand in this game. Game. This damn game. It isn't a game to me. You're evil. Perhaps, he hums, looking through me like I'm a puddle he should avoid on the sidewalk, but I think it's time you realize just because you're a Luna doesn't mean the world and everyone in it has to obey you. I never asked you to obey. I asked you to trust me, Oliveira. I was trying to help. He pushes his boot outward, hitting my shoulder and forcing me to lay back on the ground. I try to inch away but can't, the toxin in my system making my head loopy and disoriented, something so sharp and sinister in my blood. I'm getting tired of your attempts to save my soul, Luna. You're right, I huff, crawling back a pace or two. I have no use in saving your soul. The moon goddess will give you what you deserve in the next life. You have started a damn war now, and every soul lost in it will be on your hands. He looks descant, no longer entertaining out argument. His eyes are the light cyan color again. Nothing like the blackness I had seen when he saw another wolf want to defile me. He was so protective then, so saddened to watch me almost be used by another wolf, and he said he would never allow that to happen, and yet he is fine with this torment. He is perfectly okay with starting a battle between my pack and the elders when we were going to help him. Just tell me this, I sigh, my body trembling. Is Ryan okay? Loverboy is fine. His warriors are doing most of the fighting right now, anyways. I shake my head, lethargic and pathetic. You started a war when you could have just trusted me, damn it. I have to look out for my kind sweetheart before I can focus on you and your needs to earn my trust. So for now, stay by my side or you'll get hurt like last time, and I'm not returning you again until this war is settled. I fold my hands in my lap, frustrated. When I finally look aside, unable to meet his eyes any longer, he walks back to his table. His coffee is still hot and he reaches for a book, toying with the pages to appear mildly distracted while picking at his plate. That's when I look over my shoulder to spot the syringe, still full of white fluid, the poison. I've noticed that whether he is my captive or my friend, one thing is perfectly clear. He will protect me. Allison. It happened too fast to comprehend. One moment I'm a prisoner in Oliveira's room, and the next I am in the next life before the moon goddess again, her sentient presence almost intoxicating to the sight. I bow my head, sobbing at her heels. I fucked up everything again. As usual, I should have never tried to help him. She cocks her head, leaning forward to brush the hair off my shoulder, her fingertips caressing the underside of my chin until I am forced to peer upward at him. She offers me a light smile, so hopeful and kind, but so disappointed. You did the best you could. Some souls are too far in the dark to see the light. He is in the dark by choice. He doesn't care about me. He doesn't even understand that Ryan went to the palace to help him. I trusted him too. I told Ryan it would be okay to leave me with that asshole Alpha, and Olivera betrayed me. She gives me a puzzled look. Why does this hurt you, child? I swallow hard, my chest heavy with the millions of answers I want to give, but not knowing which is actually truthful. I don't know. Is it because you feel the need to help those who hurt because no one helped you when you were hurt? My eyes fall to the floor yet again. Maybe. I don't know why I have to help him. I know he is hurting, and he sees that I just want to help. Why would he betray me again? Why would he turn on me so quick? It could be what he is used to, child, she says, soothing me with her tone. Maybe Olivera James is used to being betrayed, so he does it before anyone else can do it to him. I cough slightly, feeling my existence in this worth wither slowly. I must be healing, or something similar, and I look to the moon goddess one last time for guidance. She nods me along, and I am yanked from her embrace again, sent back into the mortal realm of backstabbing betrayal and being a pathetic captive. Olivera is standing over me as I lay on the floor, soaked in my own gritty, salty sweat, and forced to cough for air while nothing but bile is blow up through my lungs. I shiver, freezing cold in this world and wishing I was safe with the moon goddess yet again, but I can't rely on her. I look to the rogue Alpha, his worried eyes pacing the length of my body. He no longer looks like the scary, evil monster who anticipates using me for warbait. Instead, he seems concerned, attentive, and wiping the blood off my arm where I stabbed myself with his poisonous needle. I have half a mind to expect him to taste the blood, seeing as he is back in his mighty Alpha stance again, but he wipes it away carelessly, his hand pressing gently to my cheek. "Stupid girl," he mutters. He grabs for me, yanking me to his chest, and I aim to fight him, but I cannot. My head falls off the edge of his arm, lazily swinging as I'm carried to the bed that reeks of his scent. "Here you go." I struggle slightly, nauseous and weak from the wolfsbane. "Don't pretend like you give a damn about me," I grumble, burying my face into his pillow. "You're nothing but a traitor, a user, and I should have never helped you." "I suppose you're right," he says, the bed weighing down beside me where he sits, his hand resting peacefully but unwelcomed on the lower of my back. "I have to do what is right for my people." "I was trying to do right by you," I groan. "I shouldn't have even bothered." I hesitate to say more, to yell at him more than I already have. I have put my mind and body into too much stress to continue on. For some reason, I give up. I listen to the words of the moon goddess and her preaching of this man, this wolf, that has wounded me so. I have to believe that she knows him more than I ever will. "Is Ryan still okay?" I ask simply, calmly. "Lover boy is fine," he grumbles. "Why did you start this war with a man who wanted to help you, Olivera?" He hesitates, a sign of remorse, maybe. "I want the elders to suffer." "Use me then," I groan. "Not for the suffering of Ryan to fight the elders, but for the elders to face you and your pack directly. You want revenge, right? Take it out on them yourself. Get your revenge. Leave my mate and my pack out of it." He doesn't answer. I know he wants this ordeal to be done with, just as much as I do, but I can't allow Ryan to fight Olivera's battles. I brought him to my mate. I made this battle worth fighting, and he betrayed me and used my kindness for granted. "Tell the elders I'm dead," I breathe, the thought aching my soul. "They will come for you. You can fight this war with them, not with Ryan. He was just trying to help, and you brought him into this trouble. Why not just continue the way it's going? I have Loverboy fighting this war for me. Because you want your revenge. It's personal. And Ryan will eventually give in and make amends with the elders. They were there for our mating ceremony. They care for us more than they will ever hate you. I want to keep you," he hums simply, an admission I had a feeling he would make eventually. "I want you to stay with me, Allison. I will lure the elders from your mate, spare him the battle, but only under the condition that you stay here as my consort." I swallow hard, feeling heat rise into my throat. "You are not my mate." "You don't know who your mate is," he says. He brushes the mark on my throat, running a long touch across my neck. "I will cover this with my mark, your body with my scent, all in exchange for Loverboy out of the war. Deal?" My throat burns with acid. "Deal." "Ryan, enough!" I scream, huffing in every breath and exhaling horribly as I lead my warriors out of the woods. The elders' warriors all halt as well, the war-torn woods outside my palace now torn to splinters. "Bring me Fritz, now!" My wolf is fuming, itching to come out and rip through everyone as I have been, but I am sick of this fighting. It was minimal at first, practically just tapping shoulders and screaming profanities. Then the wolves took over, including my own, and it was bloodshed after that. I just want my mate, I want her safe, and I am sick of their lack of transparency on why Olivera and the rogues are claiming atrocities against them. I pace in place, my heart beating so fast that I feel sick. I crack my knuckles, my feet bare and ripped and bleeding. I exude blisters all over, and sometimes I consider shifting into my wolf and turning full lichen, just becoming a monster. I feel that way without my mate. I feel loose and reckless without her calming touch. "What is it, Alexander?" Fritz calls out, surrounded by his warriors. "Going to sneak attack again? Blame me for this war with Olivera and those pathetic rogues? I am just trying to protect my mate, damn it. And I have a whole werewolf race to protect, Ryan. I thought you would understand." "Then just tell me what is going on," I growl. "What did you do?" I watch his warrior shift, his wolves growling, as though I have accused the elder of being a murderous, heinous leader. I haven't really accused him of everything other than his lack of honesty. He isn't telling me the truth. He breaks slightly, seeing my emotions get the best of me. I don't typically cry, nor do I ever do it with company present, but I feel my eyes fill with tears. My body is tired, my wolf is spent, and I can't continue like this anymore. I have to have my mate. I feel like I am half a wolf. I feel wounded and pathetic and vulnerable, and as an alpha, I can't allow this to continue. Fritz takes a few cautious steps forward, his warriors in tow while mine circle around my back. The elder, the closest of my friends, embraces me tightly. He keeps me pinned to his chest, his warm, sweat-covered exterior just as weak and weary as my own. I know you want to protect her, he says, as if mumbling in defeat. I nod into his shoulder, missing her everlasting touch on my surface. There is a facility north of your pack, in the Wilshire Mountains. It's the cave highest on the tallest peak, he says, whispering so low that even embraced I have to lean in to catch his confessions. In there is a test facility and holding facility for rogues. It wasn't my idea, and I never condoned the experiments. Are you testing on rogues and killing them there, Fritz? Was Oliveira right? Yes, he murmurs. I never told you this information, Ryan. I will not die on this hill of battle because of that wretched Alpha. Alpha! One of my warriors shouts, sprinting toward me with a scroll in hand. It looks too familiar, like the one before, where it was written that my mate had been taken because of the elders. I solemnly take the scroll and tip my head toward the warrior in subtle thanks. Unraveling it, I instantly smell my mate on the scroll, knowing she was nearby when it was written. My stomach knots, worried for her safety, but as I lay my eyes on the words in black ink, I fear I may have more to worry about than I could have imagined. It's from him, isn't it? Swallowing hard, I fight the urge to shift and kill my old-time friend on the board of elders. She's dead, Fritz. I shatter, hitting the wet, muddy ground on my knees and fighting the pain in my chest from refusing to shift. I clench my fists in the mud and let out a deep, bellowing scream that comes straight from my gut. It aches, it fiercely stings, and I can only imagine that my own death would be more appealing than this pain. My body shrivels into a ball in the mud, Fritz following moments later as he hits the ground on his knees, his head buried into his hands. Fuck! I scream, bellowing for some sense of normalcy back into my life. I will fix this, I will kill him, and Fritz mutters, so sickened by this turn of events that he throws up and chokes on his cries. Oh, Moon Goddess, why? My wolf takes over at last, saving me from this heartbreak that feels like my world has been set ablaze. I turn over quick, shooting from the ground and running through the woods, headed in no particular direction with no specific destination. I just need to run. I have to let my wolf exude his pent-up anger, and I have to kill that asshole Alpha of rogues. Please, it has to be a lie, I plead with my wolf, needing this horrid moment of my life to be over with already, even if it just happened. I was meant to protect my mate, and instead, she is dead. I would die now if I thought my life was over, but I know it leaves only one thing left for me to finish in this world. I have to find the asshole rogue who killed her and make him suffer. I don't want him to die, not quickly at least. I want him to feel his heart ripped out of his chest and watch it catch fire. Only a fraction of what I feel right now. I have to find him and make him hurt. Allison. I have been able to live without the wolfsbane in my bloodstream, but that doesn't mean I'm allowed to access my wolf. Oliveira is oddly protective of me and refuses to let any healer look over me, let alone give me a dose of that poison that prevents me from being able to mind-link my mate. He has grown smarter, using silencing stones in the form of bracelets that line both of my wrists. I've gotten tired of fighting the bracelets off, and instead I have been trying to play docile, not fighting when the rogue Alpha parades me in front of his rogues, forcing me to be present in meetings and war talks. From what I've heard, Crowalt clan has successfully been pulled from the battle against the elders. Instead, Oliveira uses his rogues to fight to board. My mind spins while trying to keep up with everything, the white and silver bracelets on my arms weighing me down as I sink to the floor, leaned back against the wall in the Alpha's bedroom, imagining another night of shameless kissing and caresses until I beg him to back off. Eventually he does, but I doubt that kind of bartering will work forever. I watch him adjust his button-down shirt in the mirror of his washroom. He glances at me sideways, catching my glare, and for once I refuse to bow my eyes to the floor. He is tall, muscular, and undeniably strong. He could easily pin me under his husky body, his wolf ruthless when he shifts, as if threatening me to behave. I just hope his wolf stays at bay for tonight. I can't take much more of this prisoner life. I have grown too accustomed to being used and gawked at by the pleasure of alphas, and I was only truly loved by one, and he thinks I have been murdered. Part of me hopes that the elders will do the right thing and confess their mistakes, maybe even hand over whatever captives they have, but I doubt it. His eyes are trained on me still. I hate the color blue now more than ever before. We're going to dinner, sweetheart, whether you are dressed appropriately or not. You're horrendous, I mutter, knowing damn well he can hear me from here. I don't want dinner with you with the stupid wolves in your rogue pack, or anyone who ever had half a mind to listen to something you'd spew. He raises a cautious brow at my claims, shaking his head with an obvious sound of tsk-tsk until I look aside at last. It's a sign of dominance, staring me down as he does, and it always makes my skin crawl like I am on display. I hate being on display. You're still so angry, he says, calm like he is reciting the weather report. I did what you wanted. Loverboy is safe, no longer fighting your little friends on the Board of Elders, and everyone is happy again. I've killed off a few of Fritz's warriors, and I'm making progress on finding my rogue brother and sisters and ending this ordeal once and for all. I feel the warm tears on my cheek drip slowly off my jaw. There didn't need to be bloodshed, Oliveira. You could have done this without killing anyone at all, and instead you've murdered innocent wolves, just trying to protect the elders. Innocent? He is sneering at me now, spitting the word while he throws something glass and breakable across the room, shattering at my feet. I hug my legs closer to my chest for protection. His temper is unruly. Innocent rogues have been subjected to torture and testing from your friends on the board. Don't tell me about innocent. I swallow hard, ignoring his small tantrum. You're never going to make things right again. You've disturbed the balance between alphas and rogues. The elders will never fight for your kind, never. And you'll be hunted until there is nothing left. Not even a little speck of your existence in this world will be found under Ryan Alexander's boot. I'm cut short in my ranting, harsh monologue. Oliveira has pounced across the room, his hand sealed over my throat and pulling me right off the floor like a damp feather, shivering and puny in the wind. He pins my back against the wall and I kick at his legs, my fingernails scratching deep crevices into his forearms. I pant for a breath. Let me go. You will refrain from trying to piss me off, Allison. I like you a lot, I do, but I will teach you manners if you dare slander my name and status again. Filthy, fucking rogue. He releases me finally, letting me curl at his feet like a pathetic pup. I suffocate for a moment, finally clearing my airways and breathing in deeply. I find myself curled against Oliveira's legs, pathetically so, and holding onto his polished boot nearest to me, while his eyes are trained down at the sight of me on the floor. He finally bends down, his touch more gentle now as he brushes my hair aside, pressing it behind my ear and caressing his knuckles over my flustered pink cheeks. I beg to be pulled from his reach, unable to move as his dark black eyes have finally settled to the hue of the sky on a sunny day. He offers a slight grin, some kind of remorse, I suppose. You're an angry Luna. I am a Luna without her alpha. I choke on my cries. I have every right to be angry. He brushes my cheek once more and I jolt backwards, sick and tired of his debasing, kind attempts to soothe me. He grunts a noise and snatches my chin into his fingers, squeezing me tightly while steadying my face to look up toward his glare. I am an alpha without his Luna, so it seems we have something in common. I hold back a sob. Ryan is my fated Oliveira. You acted like you trusted me, cared for my well-being, so why continue this at my expense? He hesitates, his eyes scanning down my face and timid exterior. I continue because I will never allow the elders to treat any type of wolf like their lesser. I want my revenge. I want my blood stamp of vengeance, and I will do it with a pretty blood pet at my side. So that means for tonight you will behave, you will obey, and you will be by my side. If it comes between life or death, I hope this meeting turns sour, and I meet the moon goddess for the very last time. Then maybe I will get the relief I so desperately crave. Allison. I'm paraded in a short pink dress, one that hardly fits me at all. It's frustrating to keep the ends of the fabric down below my backside, something that amuses Oliveira as I shift uneasily in my seat. He rests a hand under my leg at the table, the same dining room he had once chained me to the table pole before. I try to ignore our old squabbles as it appears our new ones are far more dire and wounding. The food is brought out, a handful of rogue wolves at the table picking over several plates of dashing, delicious food. I ignore my plate, wishing I could ignore the hand on my thigh as well. Oliveira wants a docile little house pet, a kitten, and I refuse to be that for him. I shove his hand off my leg, ignoring his warning of a stare. He wipes at his mouth with a wet, white napkin and looks over his table, proud but distracted with me by his side. A toast to war, he exclaims proudly, everyone raising their glass. Everyone except for me, of course. Disrespectful whore, Maddox growls. I stare at my plate, untouched. Rogue swine. A glass is thrown, the red wine splattered all over my lap, but the glass not even breaking on impact against my body or the wall nearby. Instead, I peer up to see Oliveira with his hand outstretched, clutching the glass cup until he flexes once, the glass shattering in his palm. I watch the crystal spray across the table, everyone muttering at once. I flinch slightly, feeling a stray glass chip scratch my arm in the mess. My blood perks the room up fast, and suddenly it's as if everyone knows what I am used for, what I am good for, and it's incredibly embarrassing. Wordless, Oliveira wipes his hand on his napkin, blood pooling into the fabric. He doesn't even blink before he returns back to picking at his plate, everyone silently watching, like tiptoeing around a sleeping tiger. Everyone else follows his lead soon enough, and the dinner is alive again. When I feel the eyes have moved off of me, I brush my arm, wishing it would heal, but knowing that under the guise of the silencing stones on my wrist, it doesn't taint its initial powers. I watch Oliveira work around his cut palm and mind the marks that still ooze blood. He protected me, as if uncaring when he throws something at me, but making it known no one else can do so. I brush my blood onto my fingertip, holding it toward him as an offering. Setting down his fork, Oliveira peers curiously at my actions. I insist, holding the few drops against my index finger, hoping he will take it for his notion of protecting me. Please, I say, my hand trembling. Blood runs down the side of my palm, circling my finger. He takes my wrist, minding the silencer stone, and raises his tongue against the side of my arm, soaking the blood onto his lips and humming a noise as he pulls away. He outstretches his hand, healed instantly, and gives his brooding beta a simple look of snark. It irritates me to no end, seeing Maddox point his frustrated eyes in my direction. He snarls under his breath and returns to eating, Oliveira doing the same while I watch my plate, keeping it untouched. I think of my mate and his undoubted sorrow. It keeps the hunger at bay. I wait through the dessert course as well, my mind and hurt aching pain for something to soothe me, but it only spares me a moment longer. I just want to be with Ryan, have his body curled up behind my own in our bathing tub, the warm water trickled off our shared bodies and the candles flickering with our panting, hot breaths. I feel myself dare to faint, the pain of not having my mate almost unbearable. We are leaving now, Oliveira presses, snatching my arm and taking me from the table. I trip trying to soothe out my dress, but the rogue alpha doesn't care, pulling me hastily toward his room. Pick up the pace, Luna. When we arrive back to his quarters, he slams my back against the wall, my shoulders aching heavily, his breath hot on my face as he sizes me up, his chest pushes to mine, his hands gnawing at my dress fabric. Why? He asks, sparking his tone with a hint of anger. My brow furrows. What are you asking me, Oliveira? You gave me your blood. Why? You protected me, I breathe. So I protected you. Yes, and yet I betrayed you. So why haven't you betrayed me? I shake my head, saddened that a wolf could be so naive in thinking that a Luna of all people would be such a snake in character. I do not betray, I sigh heavily. I have been betrayed, I groan, thinking of my sister, the one person I should have trusted, and yet I had been stabbed by the hands of my family. You need to learn that just because you have been hurt doesn't mean we are all out to do the same to you. He huffs a breath, growling in doing so, shoving his body harshly against my own until we are flush from our heads to our legs. I go limp in his grasp, his lips finding my cheek then my neck, and it burns to the touch of his kisses that line my shoulder. Ryan Alexander, I breathe, his name sweet on my lips. No matter what, I will continue to say his name, just to remind myself of his love, of our mating bond, and the gray areas of our lives right now will be overrun with the good memories, not the bad actions. Ryan Alexander. I won't do anything that is unwelcomed, he mutters into my neck. None of this is welcomed, I plead, feeling his tongue swipe at my throat. You are chaos, Oliveira, pure and utter chaos. It will return to you one day in excess. I just refuse to allow you to turn me and my mating bond into chaos. Ryan. No matter her departure, I know my mate and I know what she had wanted from me. I cannot bear to mourn her much longer. It has been agonizing so far. For now I allow that pain to subside, and instead, I force myself toward the Wilshire Mountains, to the spot that Fritz described to me. He hadn't wanted to admit the atrocity, but the news of my mate had pushed him over the edge of the truth. I have to see it for myself, my wolf pressing me further and further through the valleys, until my warriors beg for us to take a break. They plead through the link, exhausted and worn down from the run, but I have yet to break a concerning sweat. I allow them a moment to collect themselves. My eyes are stuck on the mountain in question. A gaping cave sat above it all, normally useless to the world, but for now, it's the one spot I need to be in. Collecting my warriors, I force them back on their feet, and we take off again, making a climb through the wintry conditions. My heart aches. I want to have my mate, but instead I am forced with the only option I have left. Allison would have hated me if I had this news and didn't act on it sooner. When we reach the peak, the cave open and dark, I have an eerie feeling that passes through me. I feel my mate. I feel her reaching for me, thinking of me. I know that wherever she is saying my name. Alisa Clark Alexander. I let my wolf hum in my head. Her name is soothing. We charge forward into the dark. I shift back when we reach a structure that resembles a door, the handle locked with some sort of iron bar, welded by hands that were not formed into this mountainside naturally. I push it aside, rage and hate fueling me, until the door is maneuvered open, and my warriors can continue inside the cave behind me. There are towering marble walls, white tile floors, and an odd scent of poison in the air. It makes me gag. I hold my wrist to my nostrils to keep it from invading my mouth, the taste just as horrid as the smell. And for now I seem to do okay, pushing further into the odd cavern while I spy a few doors on the end of the gaping room. Approaching the first door, I peer into the small glass window. A young rogue she-wolf sits on a metal bed, her hands bound by chains that seem to turn her hands a colorless pale shade. She squirms, exhausted as a tube fuels a clear liquid into her veins. The stench is toxic, even from outside this door. I move to the next door, seeing a similar setup with a male sitting up, the IV now instead some kind of bandage around his abdomen, strapped on with tape, the smell of the wolfsbane too much for me to handle now. I lean sideways, vomiting from the smell, hating that this is what is being done to innocent wolves. There are shifted wolves, pacing small rooms, forced without food or water at their aid, only a small IV, or sometimes not even that. Just studied under large machines that keep them pinned under glass frames and magnifying trinkets. It takes me a moment to collect myself, and another to realize what must be done. Unlock the doors and free them all. We will leave this place empty. Understood? No one hesitates now, freeing each rogue, no matter how weak or furious they seem to be. They realize slowly, I am not the face that has been there to torment them. I free at least 100 wolves, maybe more, over the span of time. Thankfully, the elders are busy fighting Oliveira's army of rogues, otherwise they would be here to stop me, to stop the intent of my mate. She would be so proud of me today, and I couldn't be more pleased, finally nudging the last wolf out of the cave. She mutters something saddening and I ignore it at first, blaming the wolfbane that lingers heavily on her scent. She grabs at my shoulder, stumbling, and when I set her right, she grins wide as if seeing a ghost. Alpha Ryan, she hums. I nod. Yes, that is me. Keep moving, please, before someone returns to this place. The moon goddess mentioned you, she says under a heavy sigh. I find myself frozen in time. So she mentioned me by name? Why? How have you been able to speak to her? She told me about Alisa Alexander, a she-wolf who was once Alisa Clark. Clark bloods are special, healing, and she was sent back by the moon goddess, right? I worry this is some retelling of my mate's story, but it seems so fresh on this woman's mind that I can't ignore the probability of it. Yes, continue on. The moon goddess sent me back because of the wolfsbane toxins in my blood, and said she's only done it once before to your mate, a she-wolf she claims is meant to change the world. She said she has sent her back more than once, protecting her and her mate. That's you. Did you say more than once? I gasped, feeling estranged from sanity. Yes, Alpha. She said she has your mate in her hands at all times, trying to protect her at all costs, like she did with me. She said it's something about her soul, something meant to save us all, like you've saved us today. I want to argue, but I don't, instead ushering the wolves from this test lab at once. There are a million things I could say right now to rebut that statement, but my wolf is far too focused on saving these souls instead. I didn't save anyone here today. I hear my wolf growl. It was all Allison. Allison, let me go, I plead, my breathing ragged. There's a harsh shake of my shoulder, Oliveira straightening up and fidgeting with his cufflinks of a uniform. It makes him look professional, almost like a real alpha, except he has his snide look of power and arrogance that drives me crazy. Bad dream, blood pet? He taunts, cocking his head down at the sight of me. I've elected to sleep on the floor the last few days, curled up on a blanket like a house pet. It was that or stay struggling in his grasp all night in bed. He kissed my neck too much. I had to find a way around it for now, even if I'm just postponing the inevitable. I tuck my head back into my arms, as if I am my own pillow, and feel the numb pulse of my wrists in my silencer stone bracelets. I feel sick, I say, albeit a lie. I can tell by his attire we are going somewhere and I want no part of it. I think I'm going to throw up, Alpha. Stop trying to gain sympathy and get dressed, he hums, pointing to a short flowy dress hanging on the closet door nearby. It is low cut on top, the skirt hem like a petal, curly and blooming outward where my thighs will be fully on display. I blink my wide eyes up at him, hoping for some kind of break today. I've been lugged around as his sideshow every day since I've been back to this hell. I don't think I can, Oliveira, I groan, pleading. Please, just leave me. If I leave you at the helm of my warriors in Beta, there's no telling what they'll do to you while being unsupervised, he says, shaking his head with a cunning and narrow look. I give in, peeling myself off the hard floor and single blanket, reaching for the dress. Very good choice, sweetheart. I'm not your damn sweetheart, I growl on impulse. I don't have to turn around to see that his eyes are blackened now. I can hear it in his voice, tainted by his wolf. You are what I say you are, Allison. I shudder, stunted in place as I close the bathroom doors to change, instead feeling the doorknob ripped from my palm and swung back open. I can feel him breathing, feel his eyes watching and waiting and so desperately yearning for more. Swallowing hard, I dare not turn to face him. Shut the door, please. No, he snaps abrasively. It's so early in the morning and I've already pissed him off. You will change here, right now, while I watch, sweetheart. I'm sorry if I was disrespectful. Too late for that, he barks, making me jump. Change, now. I give in, too terrified of his voice to do much else. I undo the straps on my shirt, letting the fabric fall to the floor, followed soon by the hem of my shorts. My hands tremble, the feeling of cold eyes scanning my backside as I undress slowly in fear. When I pull the dress up to slide into, he rips it away from me, forcing me to turn and face him in shock. The hot blush of my embarrassment now stark against my cheeks. I try to maneuver my arms to cover my breasts, but it doesn't help, his glare finding every crevice of my innocence. I shift uncomfortably, eyeing the dress in hopes he will give it to me soon. Look at me, he snaps. My eyes follow suit, glaring up at him in expectant fear. Instead, he charges forward, throwing the dress aside. His hands scoop under my thighs, gripping my ass, and yanking my feet off the floor as he pushes me backwards in a frenzy. My back hits the mirror, my backside resting on the countertop. His lips curl around my earlobe, kissing me up and down my neck, his rough tongue gently brushing my smooth, silky neck until I feel myself gasp alive in chills. I grab at his arms, clenching him a little too hard, my nails chipping into his surface. He growls like he enjoys the notion, pushing further in between my parted knees. His hand curves down my sides, cupping my breasts into his grasp, his fingertips toying dangerously slow down my abdomen, as if ready to find the pleasure point of my body and penetrate it now. I let out a forced squeal, terrified of the possibility of his hands, or any other part of his body, daring to pressure into my sex. Pull, please. Please what, sweetheart? He moans, nibbling on my lower lip, threatening to bite it off any moment now. Tell me what you want. I dare to open my mouth in protest, instead screaming slightly when his fingers dare slide into my wet, hot sex. I tense slightly, watching his lips curl up devilishly, tightening the feeling of my pleasure point around the knuckles of his fingers that methodically move around in my sensual spot. I tip my head back. Oliveira laughs menacingly. You like that, blood pet? He hums. I have no good answer, unfortunately finding myself sinking into his dancing, swirling hands. Alpha, a daring voice hollers from the bedroom. All at once, Oliveira pulls back and tosses me a towel to cover up with. I cling to it helplessly, sat up on the countertop with my legs hiked up, expectant and needing to compose myself. Oliveira leans against the doorway, leaving me in sight of the beta who glares through us both from the bedroom. Am I interrupting, Alpha? Maddox grates. Oliveira rumbles a noise in his throat. Yes, you are. Even standing in front of me, I can see Oliveira tauntingly slide his fingers into his mouth and seductively drag them back through his closed, drooling lips. I blush hotter now. Apologies. Beta Maddox adjusts his coat, also fancy in style and not near their regular attire. If you'd please finish up your business, the guys are waiting for us up top to head out. I would suggest we leave her behind, Alpha, only cause... She stays by my side, Oliveira says protectively. Maddox nods in defeat. Then I will wait for you both on the surface. When he leaves, I watch the Alpha. He grabs for the dress and throws it toward me, watching as I slide into it quickly, without rebuttal, to keep from having a repeat moment. Where are we going? I mumble, adjusting the dress on my hips while hiking down off the countertop. What is happening, Oliveira? We're going to see some friends of yours, he says very matter-of-factly. I don't want to ask. I know he means the elders. Allison. Oliveira has to drag me out of the pack house, stowed away underground and letting out into the wild woods of the forest. I aim to pull free of his hands, grip tightly around my arms and my hips, trying to maneuver me in every single way he desires. He is frustrated with me, and I find solace in making him mad. It makes me feel like I've won a war, even if it is a small one. Cut it out, the rogue Alpha barks. He yanks me forward, catching me when I trip over his back heel. I'm sick of your persistence, blood pet. I fight to break my wrists free, tearing my arms backwards, but he somehow keeps his grasp tight. It pisses me off. I snap finally, kicking at his knee, resulting in me landing back into the grass, my dress riding up far too much on my hips. The rogues all stare intently now, circled around the sight of the shameless Luna. I look aside, forcing my dress hem down. Leave her behind, Alpha. I'll take good care of her. I hear a snickering voice taunt, obviously that of a wolf who has zero intent of not capitalizing on my physical attributes. She's worthless anyways. The elders already think she's dead. I agree, sir. I say we leave her behind, Maddox says grimly. She stays with me. Oliveira snarls protectively, yanking me upright against his chest. He makes it a point to bite at my throat, kissing it at first with a tender edge before sinking his teeth into the side of my neck, dangerously close to my mating mark. It causes a ripple through my body, and only then do I realize his hands are looped around the backs of my legs, cupping my ass for all his subordinates to see. It's me or all of them, sweetheart, he hums into my throat. Pick. After a long moment of panic surging through me, I nod, leaning into his chest and letting him lay some kind of false, thus sensual claim over me in front of his wolves. When they finally get bored of the sight, they turn to walk, some of them shifting and growing into their large, snarling wolves, while the more well-dressed bunch simply walk away from their alpha who still leeches to my neck. Pick, he reminds me, daring me to say what I've already chosen. I want to hear it, sweetheart. Say it aloud. Tell me who you prefer. Swallowing hard, I divvy up enough courage to overpower my shame. You, Alpha. He finally releases my ass with a hard, unexpected slap. It makes me jump, but I don't yelp, instead giving in as he grabs my upper arm and drags me through the woods, his warrior wolves surrounding us every step of the way. I try not to make eye contact with any of the rogue forms of their wolves. They hardly look normal. Most of them are covered in scars or bite wounds, and it makes me wonder if they are rogues, but they are wounded, who had done the marks made on their exterior. I should know that most of the attacks on wolves are by rogues, but considering that's who they are, it makes me wonder what else has happened to these warriors. It feels like forever passes, walking through the woods with Oliveira groping on my body and pushing me around with every step. I let him do so, up until we approach a large tunnel through the woods that starts by a dip under the ground. The warrior wolves go first, jumping into the dark abyss below, followed by the others shortly after. Oliveira nudges me toward the gape of a cave, and I hesitate, clinging to his hip, as if it will keep me from having to enter this dark, random tunnel. The rogue alpha only chuckles and nudges me into the hole. Thankfully, a wolf below catches my fall. It smells of dirt and mud, the ground damp like there's been a recent fresh rain, and I find myself kneeling nearby one of the scoops of water, brushing fresh water over my arms and face. I shudder fearfully, feeling Alpha Oliveira stand over me from behind, observant and brute. Little Luna doesn't like the dark, he mutters. I only nod, shivering ruthlessly. It feels far too much like a cell, like my past life, and that thought makes me sick to my stomach. Why are we in here, I ask, sighing heavily. When can I want to leave, please? Soon, sweetheart, but first we have business to tend to. He grabs for my neck, pulling at my hair as he throws me forward, onto the ground, the hard rock cutting at my palms. I sit shocked for a second, wondering what I did to make him mad, blood pooling from my blistering skin. I happen to glance up, seeing a shadowy figure approach through the dark, my body curling to appear smaller and non-threatening, as if I couldn't do that enough naturally. That's when I meet his dirty brown eyes, his messy curls and tanned freckled skin. I cough a breath in utter shock. Elder Marshall, I breathe. He looks younger in this light, in the dwelling of the cave. Oliveira grabs the back of my neck and forces me to sit upright on my knees like an offering or a taunt to the elder I know all too well. Please, help me, I plead. I'm trying to, Luna Allison, Marshall hums, calm as could be. He glares at Oliveira, who keeps his steady hold on me like bait to the elder. This is hardly necessary. I came alone, unfollowed, as requested. Let the poor girl go, rogue. She is frightened enough. I think when she learns the truth, it will be you she is frightened of, elder. I swallow hard, shifting slightly on my knees, the stench of the blood on my palms, making the stench turn sour in this confined cave. Even then, I can't help but notice the standoff between elder and rogue, the two of them powerful in their own right. I was made aware of a mass break-in to our Wilshire Mountains faciality, Oliveira. I asked you to not incite hostile takeover until I could speak with my other advisors. Marshall hums. I look to the rogue Alpha, both of us puzzled. I never sent a team to attack any facility, Alpha Oliveira hums. I hadn't even known that's where it was, Marshall. I actually sent warriors to the North Edge colonies to look in the woods out there, trying to find your headquarters. Marshall appears weak in this moment, along with seeming rather perplexed. If you didn't free them, who did? Free whom? Marshall glances sideways. There were a few rogues there from an old trial. They were just being studied long-term, nothing too serious, but they were all broken free 3 days ago. My heart goes cold in my chest. Studied for what, Marshall? The wise elder shakes his head, proving my worst nightmare may be true. The people I've trusted the most have betrayed Wolfkind. Rogue or not, they don't deserve to be used and tested on. I was used and harmed because of my status as a Clark clan girl. I refuse to ever look aside if it were to happen to another wolf, even a rogue. Marshall, please tell me it isn't true. I'm afraid it is, Luna. All too true. Allison. Please, Marshall. I beg, tears falling at a rapid pace down my cheeks. Tell me you wouldn't allow it. You're supposed to be protecting all wolves, Marshall. The whole board of elders is there to... I know why we exist, he grumbles, his oak eyes pointed elsewhere. We also exist to protect the major packs and clans from unforeseen problems, Allison. That means we have to adjust to certain circumstances. More so, we have to start somewhere with testing, and unfortunately the marginalized group for that would be rogues. I trade a panicked look between Oliveira and Marshall, unsure what this truly means and what the extent of this damage is. Oliveira spoke of rogues being tortured and tested on. It was a worry of mine, a reason to help the rogue Alpha, but now I fear it may be bigger than I anticipated. It's gotta be, if I'm hearing it from Marshall. So it's true? I weep. You're hurting wolves? Killing rogues? Not intentionally, he huffs. There are always casualties in medical advancements. We have managed to deter major viruses and unbelievable blockades in our evolution, Allison. It's not like we slaughter them for fun. No, not all of them, Oliveira chimes in. Just the she-wolves, right? The rogues. Marshall stammers, shaking his head. I didn't come here to reveal our atrocities, damn it. Oliveira, I wanted to call a truce on our Wilshire Mountains facility. There were some very ill wolves there in critical shape. They aren't meant for free roam yet. Even if I had released them, the rogue Alpha says, I wouldn't help you gain them back. You've done this for nothing, if that was your intent today. Then what of her mate, Oliveira? Marshall cuts. You've got him, don't you? My brow furrows, my heart stammering to a halt. What? Marshall peers down to me with saddened eyes. We have lost track of Ryan's scent, Allison. We tracked it back to the battle against Fritz and the others, but no one has seen or heard from him since, not even his own pack. I dare to stand, sent back to my knees on the cave floor, Oliveira pinching my neck in intense warning. Please, Marshall, tell me that isn't true. Tell me he is okay. Enough, Oliveira snaps. I wouldn't hurt a hair on Loverboy's head, per the agreement I made with my new intake here. He snarls, shaking me slightly, as if showing off his new prize. I want what I came here for. If you have nothing but false accusations to hurl in my direction, damn it. Otherwise you've greatly wasted my time in destroying you and your brothers. Good, Marshall murmurs. I want to avoid this conflict as much as possible. That means returning the Luna to her rightful pack so someone can rule over them in absence of their alpha. This charade has gone on long enough, Oliveira. My heart drops. Ryan would never leave the pack, not even in search of me. I want to leave, I cry, overwhelmed by all of this information. Marshall seems prideful as he adds, see, Rogue, the Luna wants to return home. No, I cut in, shaking all over, Oliveira's hand still tight behind my neck. I won't return home until you fix this, Marshall. I can't go home until it's finished, until every rogue you've tested on or hurt is set loose. He gives me a long, sharp look of detest. Allison, that just isn't possible. I inch back into Oliveira's legs, pressing into the rogue Alpha. Then I can't return. What of Ryan? Marshall wants to guilt me into submission. I'm sure he is fine, I say, swallowing the fear that bursts up my throat. He will be okay as long as he continues trying to do the right thing. That means avoiding you and the other elders. You dare lie to any wolf again about what you're doing to the rogues, you'll only make this worse, Marshall. He looks aside, everyone going silent and still for a long minute. Oliveira moves first, forcing me to stand and pushing me into his shifted warriors, the wolves helping me back to the surface outside the cave. My hands are still bloody from my fall in there, but they are wiped clean on the grass outside. For the moment I am without Oliveira on my hip. I lean down and sob into the forest. It feels freeing, almost hopeful, to think that I could save wolves and she-wolves that are trapped like I once was, but it will be against the elders, the closest advisors I've had in this lifetime, and close friends of my mate who is missing. It hurts more to think of Ryan missing, or trying to make things right, but in turn having to leave the pack vulnerable. I know the Beta and the other warriors will keep everyone safe, but it's impossible to know for sure unless I were to lay eyes on it, and seeing as Oliveira breaches the surface soon and grabs me haphazardly to walk, I can tell I won't get any reassurance. I struggle to keep up with the rogue Alpha, his Beta behind me, kicking at my heels and ankles when I tumble and trip through the woods. I glance back at him hatefully. He gives me a similar look. For now, though, we walk in silence, the words of the elder still ringing through us all. I don't even have to be a rogue to know this wasn't a compromise of a talk. If anything, it proves these rogues have a lot more work to do to overtake the elders. It will take more than cave talks and fancy suits. It will be war. It will be more war and more bloodshed and more violence. I just hope to withstand it long enough to survive. Allison. Oliveira practically shoves me into the bed, the sheets still messy from this morning, and his exit to wake me up on the floor nearby. I want to erase the rest of this day from memory, but it's impossible to ignore. Everything has gone to hell today, even meeting with Marshall and hearing him admit the truth. He and the elders are no better than Jennifer and Jacob were to me. What's worse is that deep down, somewhere way deep in my conscience, is that I truly believed the elders were innocent, and I wanted Oliveira to see that. In all reality, he was right. He said the elders were keeping captive rogues, testing on them and hurting them, and I didn't believe it. I should have. Maybe this wouldn't hurt so much if I had. I sobbed quietly into the pillow, ashamed of my elder allies. Lunch is served in the dining hall, Alpha. A lone warrior hums. Oliveira roughs a reply, sitting beside me on the edge of his warm, soft bed. His hand rests on the back of my upper thigh. It makes me cringe expectantly. It's a taunt, a promise, or maybe even a reminder of his power over me. Let's go, blood pet, he says, even his typical snide tone now softer and defeated. We need to go eat. I have to train the new warriors afterwards. New warriors? I huff. I sit up slightly, his hand grabbing harder around the back of my leg. Where did you get more rogues? The Wilshire Mountain rogues found us and wanted to join, he says while shrugging. You did release them, didn't you? He simply shakes his head. Not that I owe you an explanation, sweetheart, but my pack didn't release them. Whoever did, doesn't matter. They are here now and willing to fight. I push his hand off my leg, snapping backwards and pulling myself from his bed. He watches curiously as I take my spot in the corner of the room, curled on my blanket from the night before, and I stay cowering here in my spot like the stray I feel like I am. War isn't the right choice. I don't know what is, but it can't be more death and pain. So pitiful, Luna, he taunts, laying back obnoxiously in bed, as though over-exaggerating how comfortable it is over there instead of where I lay now. I'd like to think I've been quite nice to you, and this is the way you repay me, laying on the floor instead of my lap. My chest aches in anxiety. I am not your pet, Olivera, and I'm sick of your cocky attitude. I would help you if you'd let me, but you're so damn arrogant it is impossible to side with you. I want space from you. He rolls his eyes, shrugging before he stands and moves to his doorway. If you desire space, I'll give it to you, but don't try anything over on me, Luna. I'm at my wit's end with you and your antics by now. You hear what Marshall said. You were wrong, blood pet. You thought I was making it all up, didn't you? And now you want space because you cannot bear the thought of knowing that you and your precious pack litters aren't as polished and clean as you assumed. I flinch, subduing a groan in pain. He's right. The world I thought I knew on the outside of my old cage isn't as different as I assumed. If anything, I traded my life of misery and abuse to be blind to the fact that wolves just like me are going through the same things, the same heartaches, just by the hands of elders I thought were good wolves. I was wrong. It wounds me to think of it any longer. He leaves for lunch while I try to get some rest, hoping it will ease my mind on this horrible day. I need a distraction, and it's the only one I can come up with. That is until my peaceful dreams are suddenly startled back to reality. I flinch slightly in the arms that carry me, something tight gnawing on my face, a harsh cloth tie roped around my mouth and tied into a knot in my hair. I gasp slightly, my eyes covered by something that only pools the light into my vision, the rest of my surroundings limited to the arms that carry my body. Moving to react, I'm stopped, my body thrashed outward and landing hard in a cold creek of water. I subdue a shiver, though they form anyways, the brisk river pushing past me so fast that I almost feel my head completely submerge under the rapids. Someone grabs at the cloth bag over my head and pulls me up, thankfully before the water can completely overtake my airways. The bag is ripped aside, only Maddox standing over me now. He gives me a vicious look of hate. He cuts my wrists loose first, then my ankles, my mind so distracted in confusion that I hadn't even noticed they were bound. He then rips the tie off from around my mouth, pulling my hair slightly and letting me dip underneath the water for a moment. Ouch, I gasp, backing away further into the sweeping river. What are doing? He wipes his hands dry on his dark cargo pants. I'm cutting you free. You distract my alpha far too much, and I can't continue to ignore your influence on him. We will have a war, one way or another, and with you toying with his mind as you do, I won't be able to get him to make clear decisions for the betterment of our kind, not yours. Why can't everyone come out a winner? I breathe, panicked. Why does anyone have to die? We can make things right and protect all wolves. No one should get hurt anymore. You may be right, he says, his light eyes tracing down the sight of me in the cold water of the creek. But I don't want that. The rogues deserve to be on top for once, to be the hunter and not the hunted. I look around slightly, the silencing stones on my wrists still heavy on my wolf. What does this have to do with me then? He raises a brow, his smile crooked. I spot movement around us now, wolves snarling and drooling from all around the creekside, heads hunkered down and ready to strike. So, Luna whore, me and my men will be the hunters. Swallowing hard, my head spins in a deliriously fearful daze. So that means I'm the hunted. Allison. I don't have a choice but to run. My feet slip on the river rocks as I try to cross over the rapids, failing so quickly and falling into the swift waves. I spot the rogues running nearby on the banks, ready for me to crawl out so they can snap my neck in half. I have to pursue another option to shake these guys off my trail. Thankfully, the water will muddle my scent enough for me to hide and loose their tracks. Pushing myself under the water, I swim under the heavy white bubbles of the river and watch the wolves continue on running down the river's edge, passing me up as I pin my back against a heavy boulder under the waves, thankfully blocking the current from sweeping me down further. Holding my breath for as long as I can, I dare to breach the surface, cut off when 4 massive paws jump into the river and stand directly in front of where I am hiding out. It's Maddox, I can tell, his wolf dunking his head underwater and snapping out toward me. I move in time to avoid losing my head, instead feeling him bite down hard on my wrist. I watch one of the silencer stone bracelets fall off and crumbles and tumble down with the current. It's not like the wolfsbane where it lingers over a long period of time in my blood. This is instant, and I'm only down to 1 bracelet now. Maddox dares to bite at me again, and I loop the excess bracelet around his canine tooth, ripping my arm sideways when he clomps down on it with his locked jaw. The last silencer stone is ripped off my wrist. I bolt to the surface, running thin on holding my breath, and when I breach, I feel my wolf so present and so fucking pissed off. I shift instantly when I hit the bank, my paws digging down into the gravel and my bones finally stretched out to their potential. I may be smaller than Maddox in size, but my wolf is far more wise than he ever will be. He charges, a few other noticing rogues returning to his side, adding him in attacking me. I dodge as best as I can, for as long as I can, before I am far too outnumbered to fight back. I take off up the nearest mountainside, feeling them biting at my tail and almost making a strike until I zip sideways, throwing off their tracks a little. I continue to zigzag through the woods, running uphill and tiring myself out, but I know if I'm exhausted, the rogues will be too. Maddox is forcing himself to move faster now, sensing my tire, and he leaps over a boulder overhead, catching me as I bolt down the mountain. His paws crash into my side and send us both tumbling down the rocky hillside. I howl a noise of utter pain, my ribs snapped, and Maddox does the same, screaming in mortal form after I spot a cut on his forehead that looks damning enough to kill a wolf. I remain shifted, pushing myself to run more, but it's useless. I'm done for now, the rouge all pouncing on my back, 3, maybe 4, and I am forced to my mortal form under the weight of their towering wolves. I scream as I shift back, every bone in my body crooked and fractured, especially my leg, tainted in a bright red hue with bruising shades of black and blue already painting up toward my hip and looping around my pelvis. Fuck, I pant, laying my head back as the pain forms into black and gray spots over my vision. Damn it, Maddox, you asshole! You haven't even seen the worst of it yet, he growls, standing over me now, the rogues all circling around us in their snarling, growling forms. Maddox is bleeding from his temple profusely, but he doesn't pay it any attention at all. You think it's fair you and your kind have got the easy life? I am so sick of you being protected. That ends now. He jumps forward, slamming into me on the ground and pinning my hands over my head with just one of his. He squeezes my wrists together tightly, his knees planted firmly on either side of my hips, his other hand unseen to me. I swallow hard, noticing that he is far too busy stroking his erection, daring to do so just inches away from my sex. I squirm harder. The rouges all bark and snap in warning toward me. No, Maddox, don't do this, damn it. You Lunas are good for one thing, and that's breeding like the fucking submissive whores you are, he growls, leaning over me tauntingly, his eyes red as fire. I will end this hierarchy once and for all. You are nothing but a baseless she-wolf, no better than anyone else. I try to push him off of me, writhing my hips up, but it only entices him further. This ends now, Maddox grins. I feel him penetrate my body once, harsh enough to create a scream out of my lips, the scent of my blood more overwhelming now than it had been before. He tips his head back, smiling pridefully now as he dares to thrust again, ripping my body in doing so and creating a cheerful growl through the onlooking rogues. It doesn't last, though. A massive wolf pounces into the clearing, along with a herd of wolves that instantly go for attacking the rogues, taking them off guard and slaughtering them at once. The largest wolf of them all comes for Maddox, ripping him off of me and snapping down on his neck. I turn away from the sight, shivering and exposed in the center of this chaos and death trap. I run a hand down my inner thigh, my fingertips laced with my own blood. The sight makes me hide my face in shame, only long enough to hear the fighting die down and the death coming to a halt. That's when I begin to worry who has come over this fight, who will hunt me next, seeing how easy of a target I am now. That familiar voice rains through my heart, piercing me in my soul. Darling Allison, I'm here now, Ryan hums. My hearty pounds in my head, but it doesn't stop there. Relax, sweetheart, Olivera sighs and exhale. You're safe with us. The word rings more importantly than anything I have ever heard in my life before. Us, Allison. Ryan holds me at last. It feels just like I had recalled, just as I had dreamed about for so long, and I groan when he shifts, praying he isn't intending on getting up. His arms pull me back up into his lap, curled up on the couch in our suite, laid out under a heavy furry blanket that feels more like a shield than anything else right now. The fire burns nearby in the fireplace, and the smell of burnt cedar swarms the room. It reminds me of the woods where I was assaulted a few days back. Stop it, Ryan hums, his wolf growling through his voice gently, his mind heavy on my thoughts. I have missed him in my mind link. It feels comfortable having him back in my head. Please, think of positive things, darling. You're back here with me. And what of? I cough slightly, choking on my inhale. Olivera? He's in the barracks, he says simply. He hasn't spoken of the rogue alpha yet. I have heard murmurs, though, and swiped through my mate's mind to know that Olivera ran into Ryan in the woods by chance. The two of them ready to kill each other over me, thinking I was under either of their care in that moment. They were both wrong. When they heard me scream, they dropped focus on each other and came scrambling for me. It's hard to recall what happened after they arrived in the woods. I've done nothing but block it from memory. Alpha, a warrior from our pack hums, poking his head into the room. I jump slightly, Ryan's grasp around my sides and back tightening in their hold. I'm sorry, the warrior says, bowing his head. I didn't mean to startle the Luna. Of course, Luke, Ryan says, brushing a hand down the gentle waves of my long hair. What bring you here? Fritz, Alpha, he says, his voice wilted. He is at the foyer doors, requesting to be seen. I'm not willing to speak with him now, Ryan growls, his wolf's anger rumbling against his chest and then against my head, where I lay on his abdomen. Dismiss him. Alpha, he asked to speak with Luna Allison, the warrior chokes. My mate peers down at me, like a pup lost in the rain and looking for shelter, for direction, for any semblance of safety. If Ryan were to release me from his grasp now, I may break for good, my wolf so ready to give up everything we have known for peace, and to run until we both collapse. I want darkness, I want silence, I want the elders to be the good wolves I thought they always were. Darling, what is your decision? Ryan breathes into my scalp. My only reply is to cling to him tighter. Ryan waves the warrior away and continues to hold me to his chest. I bury my face against his shoulder, too frightened to move, and too embarrassed to speak. I wish I could have faced the elders, and before the incident I may have been able to, but not after what Maddox did, not after what Marshall had confirmed. Everything he said was true, I mumble, shaking my head. I didn't want to believe Olivera, but he was right. The elders have taken rogues in for experiments. I wasn't sure at first, but to hear Marshall say it. When did you meet Marshall? Ryan asks, cocking his head. Olivera and his pack of rogues met him in some cave in the woods. It was the day you found me. That morning, Marshall tried to reason for my release. He said he wouldn't be able to let the rogues go, though, just the opens that escaped Wilshire. So you heard about the escape, huh? I nod, hopeful the others that are trapped can somehow escape, although it's unlikely. I don't know what to do, Ryan. It just doesn't make any sense. All this time, the elders have been protecting us all, while enslaving rogues and running tests on them. Why would they ever do something like that? I thought they were better than that. We can't stand to know why people do bad things, darling, he hums, brushing my hair off my blushing, warm cheeks. I will tell you this, the Wilshire escape was an easy feat. My eyes grow wide with shock. You know who did it? I did, darling. My stomach twists, and I sit up with wide, worried eyes. You helped them escape? How? Did the elders try to fight you? Slow down, darling. It's going to be okay. We will discuss everything later. I just want you to rest. None of this concerns us anymore. My brows pinch. What do you mean it doesn't concern us? Olivera is in the barracks, and you are back in my arms, sweet Luna. Our lives can finally return back to normal, and none of this will ever haunt us again. I toy with his shirt buttons, needing something to tinker with, while I feel like my emotions are going down a slick, unpredictable waterslide. Ryan, we can't just leave the rest of the rogues in the Elder's grip like that. They have to at least be helped in escaping. It's not right. Sweetheart, we can't save them all. What if the moon goddess said that about me? I prod, watching his face turn sour. What if she left me behind because she already saved a few others? Then I would be dead, Ryan. I would be stuck where I was, with the life I had, and never would have found you. He shakes his head, something sad glinting in the corner of his eyes. Darling, you know going against the elders, it will be messy. I don't care about the mess, I breathe, my heart aching. I care about what is right. Olivera. At least my barracks were clean. These are filthy, under the palace floors where I can hear every royal heel walk across the tiles above. It's consistently aggravating and undeniably infuriating. I'll have them all killed when I get out of here, mostly just to appease my wolf. He is frustrated beyond measure, pacing in my mind and giving me a headache. They didn't give me wolfsbane or anything, and I hadn't even saw a single silencer stone since my arrival here, so I may actually be able to shift and make my way out of this petulant cell. It will be my first job to get out, then I'll find my little blood pet and get back to the business I had at hand. I was just starting to crave her scent, too. I knew I shouldn't have left her alone in the bedroom for lunch. I should have told her to come with me, or I could have stuck behind so she could go through her moping phase, but instead I left and allowed her to be victim to my own beta. Thankfully, I killed him with one bite and got her back alive, but she is not without her damages. She hates me now, I'm sure of it, and that may play into the attraction I feel so deeply for her. She fights me every step of the way, and normally I would pull away and find something else to pursue, but this particular she-wolf drives me crazy. I see her now as I lay in my cot, in my cold cell with nothing but a sink for water, and I yearn to have her cower at the sight of me again. It almost made me feel like a real alpha. Almost. But to the point of having her as my Luna, I knew that was never an option. She is a toy, if anything, and I am the kid with nothing better to do than play. Filthy rogue, one of the guards spit, watching from across the barracks. I've noticed his scowl for a while now, but I hadn't cared enough to say anything about it. Apparently he is looking for a fight, and luckily enough, I feel like having some fun while I'm down here killing time. Excuse me, I say, lifting my hand up with a wave. The guard notices and rolls his eyes, uninterested in my games. I'd like to order a steak, medium well, with a side of potatoes and maybe some sweet corn, fresh from the palace garden, of course. I'm not your damn waiter, rogue, he snarls. I sit up fast, eyeing his pitiful clean attire and boyish face. I doubt he has seen much, if any, battle in his life that didn't involve his mother and a curfew to keep. I give him an exasperated look of apology, practically just mocking him now. My bad, kid. I just thought because of the clean uniform and all, you weren't in charge of anything more pressing than the food orders. I howl. My deep voice penetrates him and he flinches. It's amusing to watch. I am a guard of the Alpha and Luna of this kingdom, he says, very matter-of-factly. You wouldn't know anything about that, though, obviously. You're nothing but a filthy rogue with no pack and no guards that just wants to run his mouth. And you're a worthless solider sent here to watch a filthy rogue do nothing, I say, shrugging. I don't know which is more pathetic. I can see I've gotten under his skin, which was my plan, but when he charges the cell, as though to size me up through the bars, I can't help but notice his jingling, his keys attached to his belt. He snarls from the other side of the bars, as if to intimidate me. I only laugh in his face. You are a waste of resources, he snaps in his harsh, brash tone. I will be doing the Alpha a favor by killing you. I wave my hands as though inviting him into my home. You are welcome to try. When he reaches for the cell door, unlocking the knob easily with his keys, I stand abruptly and ready myself for the attack. My wolf is pouncing in my system, ready for the fight, and it doesn't take long before my wolf takes full control. The warrior seems stunned at first, but I knock him backwards a few paces, watching him get sent into the cell where I was confined to for what felt like forever. I kick the door shut with my hind leg, hearing the lock click shut, and I snicker a noise as my wolf prances up the stairs of the barracks with such ease. I poke my head around the corner, initially to see if I could avoid other brazen guards on my way out, but instead I catch a scent of something more enticing. I turn toward the interior of the palace, eyeing the stairwell unmanned at the moment. It's far too tempting to resist much longer. I bolt toward the stairs, my wolf following the scent completely until I find the source. Behind the double doors with white frames and gold accents, I can hear the pulse of my blood pet sleeping. I've come to know the sound well, missing it almost in my stent downstairs, but hearing it now has me interested. I take a short step forward, hearing another pulse rack into my mind. She isn't alone, of course. She never is. But this pulse, I quick, furious in pace almost, and I find myself cringing to know why her mate is so worked up, other than having the pleasure of laying eyes on her. She gets my pulse to a constant thump too, and I crave to have her back in my bed, in my possession, never to leave again. I could leave now and make it out of here unscathed, or I could stay and fight for my blood pet back, and then torment both her and me with the constant aggravation of wanting to have her as my consort. All I can picture is the fear and pain that Maddox caused her, though. I will never allow pain like that to reach her precious features again. I may like to have fun with her vulnerability, sure, but I would have never anticipated something like this to happen. Seeing Maddox pin her down made me furious for a lot of reasons. But I was also pissed because if anyone was going to get to pleasure her body, it should have been me. Never again will a wolf come that close to hurting her, or having her the ways I want her, including that lover boy mate of hers, Allison. I have had this weird knot in my stomach since I laid down to take a nap. I finally let go of Ryan, too conflicted to fall asleep in his arms and force him to stay there holding me. He is still the alpha of this pack. He has a lot of responsibilities to tend to that don't only include the pampering of his mate. He watches me as I drift asleep, pacing the bedroom anxiously. I know he is in my mind, tethered to the mind link and focused on my thoughts and my dreams. He doesn't want me to fall asleep upset. I know he loves me enough to want me to sleep well, without nightmare. I'm jolted awake by the doors being thrown open to the bedroom, splinters flying through the room until everything stills for just a moment. Dust fills the air while I spring up, seeing Ryan already shifted into his wolf, stalking toward me protectively. I cough slightly, trying to fan the air free of the dust, only to see a large, familiar wolf creeping into the room. Ryan howls a noise, alerting everyone in the palace of the intruder into our suite. That's when Olivera attacks, pouncing forward and clashing with Ryan right in the middle of the room. I want to step in and break them apart, but I am far too afraid to do so, worried I'll be bit in the squabble of alphas. Stop it, I snap, throwing a lamp toward the rogue, hoping it somehow defers his attention long enough to be stopped by my mate. Instead, it shatters at his feet and Olivera turns toward me for a second, snapping in the air at me, like a warning. Stop, please, let's just talk about. The rogue alpha lunges toward me, pinning me backwards under his hefty paws. My wolf is exhausted from the last few days still, so I have to refrain from shifting and wearing her out completely. Instead, I hold my hands up in mock surrender, looking to Ryan, who is ready to bite into the rogue's neck and end this ordeal. I want this to end for good, not just for now, I hum into my mate's mind link. Watching Olivera snap in my face, his wolf grows impatient to kill. What are you talking about, darling? I will end him for good, I swear. I want to help the rogues, that is how we end this. Rolling his eyes, Ryan shifts back, facing Olivera with his fists clenched at his sides. Damn it, Olivera, cut this shit out now! I'm going to help you take down the elders, but I will not do so if you don't get the hell off my mate. Olivera's wolf gives us a narrow, suspect look. He finally shifts, laying over me naked and sporting an obnoxious, snarky grin. We can return to this later, sweetheart. I shove him backwards and he obliges, standing off of me, and instead facing my mate, both of them sizing each other up like bullies on a playground. I force myself off the floor, sore and feeling my heart dare to race straight out of my chest. Ryan is the one who rescued the Wilshire rogues, I say, brushing the dust off my shorts. He said we can work to do it again, to help more escape, but we won't do it with you fighting us constantly. You don't understand what this war entails, Olivera snarls, facing Ryan. You're a posh little alpha, in his posh little palace, he adds, glancing once over his shoulder toward me, with a pretty little Luna to sport on your hip. You don't know the first thing about taking revenge on the elders over their atrocities. Then tell me what your plan is, Ryan says, crossing his arms over his broad chest. The warriors have begun stacking into a deep crowd outside the suite doors, and if he wanted, Ryan could easily have Olivera dragged back to his cell. As it stands, you're outnumbered, rogue, and you're not exactly on a playing field you're familiar with. If I were you, I would sit still and take notes on how this entire war is going to go down. Olivera smiles crookedly. Alrighty then, enlighten me, lover boy. I notice the flicker of anger that crosses Ryan's features. I am proud to see him suppress it so well, when I know he would love nothing more than to tear into the Rouge Alpha and have him slaughtered. He waves off the warriors and notions to sit on the couch nearby, although it's covered in the dust from the doors being taken down in Olivera's hasty entrance. Darling, why don't you go downstairs for some supper? Ryan says, smiling toward me. I dare to stay behind, but my wolf is anxious and uncomfortable in this room right now. I agree to distracting myself for now and decide to go downstairs with the warriors. I make my way into the dining room, empty and quiet. The chef gives me a brief wave on his way into the kitchen. Ryan must have warned him I was coming for a meal. My mind and thoughts are running 1,000,000 miles an hour, forced with the idea I may have to see a lot of Olivera as this war becomes more complicated. I don't want the elders to get hurt, but to think of them going after innocent rogues, it makes me feel less bad if there happens to be any injuries or casualties. The chef offers me a soup that smells of butternut squash or pumpkin. Either way, I give him my thanks and pick at my dinner intermittently until it gets cold. I fear the outcome of things if the elders take on a fight with our pack. I don't want anyone in this pack to be injured or even threatened, but I have to accept the possibilities of it. When I finally push away my bowl, a new scent prods my mind, and when I look up, I notice a slender rogue with cyan eyes and a cocky, overdone smirk across his features. Allison, please, leave me alone for the night, I plead. Olivera leans on the doorway, obviously unwilling to do so. Maybe I want to stand here and admire the Luna of this pack, he says, sarcasm ripping through his words. I enjoy watching you, sweetheart. You have the cutest little look when you stare at me. It's called disdain, and it's not a compliment, Olivera. Call it what you will, just keep your eyes on me and I'll do the same to you, he says, laughing. I look away, my stomach turning while I try to connect to Ryan in the mind link, but he is too busy instructing his warriors on some semantics. He doesn't hear me. Where did you go in that mind of yours? Olivera asks. I saw you click away from me. I'm thinking of my mate, I say, half a lie. Think of me instead, he says, sitting across the table from me. I roll my eyes, frustrated. Think of my absolute charm or even my dashing good looks. How about your humbleness? I mutter under my breath. He grins, pleased. Whatever gets you going, sweetheart. Rolling my eyes again, I push away from the table, uninterested in his talk any further. Oliveira isn't keen on dropping this interaction just yet, so I'm forced behind his heavy gaze, his broad body snapping upright into my path, keeping me bound to the deserted dining hall. I try to step around him, his hand brushing my hip ever so slightly. My breath catches and I stumble backwards, heat rising through my body at all once while my wolf whines in my head. She doesn't like this, not a single bit, and I don't blame her. The last time a rogue touched us, we got hurt. Please, I say, practically begging, move and let me go back upstairs to my mate. I don't want you to leave just yet, sweetheart, he growls, his voice rumbling as he steps up to me, towering over me in height and in confidence. I want to ask you something. What is it? He cocks his head sideways, like a curious pup. I want to know how you managed to convince Loverboy to partake in the fight against the elders. Without having to hold your life over his head, it seems like you were capable of convincing him to go against the elders and free the other rogues that have locked up. I want to know how you got him to do this. I swallow hard, my heart pained. Ryan is a good man and fair alpha. He wouldn't ever pass a wolf in need and do nothing. He helped me and killed for me. I know if the elders had taken me, he would do everything in his power to save me. He knows what is right. He nods, finally stepping aside and pointing toward the doorway. I briskly walk past him, forcing myself to run up the stairway and into the bedroom, a carpenter already working on the mess and trying to redo the door. Oliveira slammed through earlier today. Ryan waves off his warriors, holding his arms out for me to sink into. I do so willingly, warmly, finding peace in my mate's grip. He kisses my temple once and sways with me in his hold, happily humming a tune in my ear. I am surprised he isn't more frustrated, but I can tell his wolf is still irritated by Oliveira and their talk that lasted a long time. I don't press for details. I love you, I breathe into his chest. You don't have to do this for me, but knowing you will, it makes me happy, Ryan. I'd do it all over again for you, so it would be wrong of me not to do it for the rogues. Like you said, if it was you, I'd kill everyone in my way. I squeeze my mate tighter, his arms snaking around my hips. I feel him kiss my temple, then trail down to my neck. It causes a spark of chills to trail down my spine, his fingers digging in slightly as they grab down my hips, then to my ass, cupping me upward to his chest. He snickers a noise into the hollow of my throat, his lips intently nibbling on my shoulders. Part of me fears the flashbacks of Maddox, of the pain and humiliation that caused, but another part of me craves the touch and affection of my mate. My wolf is dying for more, craving it and releasing pheromones in order to entice him more if that's possible. His eyes widen, his irises darkening, and he cranes a grin that means only one thing. He lifts me off the floor and carries me across the room, kissing my throat and his mating mark continuously, until my back finds the bed. I squirm slightly, watching him carefully navigate my body with his lips, humming a pleased noise while doing so. I grab for his hair, feeling him sink his teeth into my hip ever so slightly, sucking on the skin and causing my body to ripple with pleasure. I can't help but writhe in intensity of his lips as they crawl all around my body, finding their way finally to the inside of my thigh, unparted by clothes and welcoming his gentle tongue. My back arches and I howl a noise, surprised but gladly welcoming his mouth as he begins to make out with my sex sensually. I hum in ecstasy, hoping he never stops, and he must be in my mind because he works harder, pressing his fingers deep into my pleasure point until I practically cry out, begging for more. He grins when he looks up, his fingers circling my damp sex, watching me break at his mercy, before returning to kiss my inner thighs and pulsing pleasure. I want to scream, his fingers digging into my ass and holding me merciless to his tongue. Looking aside, I pant, spotting a pair of voyeur eyes in the hall, envious as ever. Allison. Ryan doesn't seem to notice Oliveira outside, watching intently, but I grow increasingly more distracted by the rogue. I hate him to see me like this, to watch, and embarrassment fills my gut. It's hard to focus on though, Ryan working tirelessly to please me, doing so repetitively until I break at his hands. He smiles wide, proud of his work. I glance sideways again and notice the rogue has left, turning back in time to watch Ryan undo the erection that bulges from his pants. He presses it gently to my wet sex at first, caressing it as if testing the waters. When I beg for it at last, he doesn't even let the words hardly reach my lips, sliding inward to my pelvis and causing me to gasp alive. I tremble all over, my wolf breaking out in howls in my head, needing more. Ryan, I breathe, shivering. Damn it, Ryan, please. Yes. It doesn't make sense, and it doesn't have to. He knows what I need, what I want from him, and he obliges without having a second thought. He buries his erection into my sex and then rhythmically pulses his hips in and out until I see spots line my vision. I grab for the bed frame, the sheets, anything to keep my here in this moment, but it doesn't matter. I'm thrown at the mercy of Ryan's body. He grabs for my side, pulling me back toward him as I slip on the silk sheets. I laugh slightly, his smile forming all the way across his precious features. He tilts his head back, holding onto my thighs as his hips thump against my parted legs. I can't help but admire his beauty, his simplicity, and crave more of it. When his pace quickens, so does my final roll of pleasure, riding out endlessly at the will of his erection slipping through my wet folds. I want to scream out. I need to. Ryan, I release at last, shuddering all over. There you go, darling. Let it go. Ryan breathes against my neck, leaning down to kiss my shoulder all over. I laugh slightly, missing the feeling of this grin on my face for the last few days. He tilts his head back once more, finally daring to release his own outcome into my sex. Ugh, fuck Allison. Feeling his release makes me smile more, happy to see my mate so pleased. He leans over, resting on my sweaty, warm chest, kissing my neck until I squirm and laugh. He finally rests, rolling over into the pillows and rests his eyes, exhaustion getting the best of my mate. I kiss him on the cheek and retreat to the shower, scrubbing myself until my skin is bright pink, either from the rag or the temperature of the water, I'm not sure. I finally feel free at last from Olivera, from the rogues and the elders, needing to have that moment with Ryan to feel like myself again. Having my mate back, having him hold and kiss me, it makes me feel whole. When I get out of the shower, I throw on some clothes and spy a look at Ryan, blissfully sleeping in our bed. I was never one for sleeping at night, and that hasn't changed much, fearing the nightmares that may arrive if I try right now. I don't want to see Maddox in my dreams or anything of the sorts, and instead I take to pacing the palace. I shouldn't leave to the town. I've learned my lesson there. Instead I walk the halls, finding a glass of hot tea from the kitchen staff, who work to feed the warriors that patrol the village at night, and take my cup with me as I walk endlessly through the home I've come to love. It's been a while since I thought of my old life in the barracks here. I'd prefer to keep it that way too. Allison, I hear a voice call, almost muffled as if behind a solid door. I glance out a nearby window, into the courtyard, seeing Fritz outside with his hands clasped together as though in prayer. Please, Allison, let me talk to you. I swallow hard, clinging to my teacup. I can't, Fritz. It's not a good time. Things right now are a little tense with the elders, and Ryan is looking to attack if the other rogues aren't free. Marshall said he couldn't free them either, so that means war. Fritz bows his head in shame. I know, Allison, that's why I need to talk to you. It's urgent. Please, just let me come in and tell you what is going to happen if this war continues. Ryan and you're not safe, Allison, please. I'm trying to help. I keep my teacup in hand like a security blanket, unwilling to let it go as I reach forward with both hands, almost willing to open the door. I'm stopped suddenly, my arm ripped backwards and the tea burning my palms, a thick grasp on my elbow making me cringe. Turning quick, I end up facing Olivera with a hateful look in his eyes as he stares through the glass insert of the door to the courtyard. I glance sideways, Fritz giving a similar look of hate to the rogue alpha. It doesn't make any sense to me now, seeing these wolves and their hatred so palpable, when this could all be solved by a talk, a meeting of sorts. I open my mouth to barter with Olivera, to tell him Fritz is a different elder, and he is kinder. But I can tell from the look passing between them both, nothing will be settled here tonight, just bloodshed, if this look continues to pass between themselves. You should be in bed, sweetheart, Olivera says, shoving my arm toward the hallway that leads to where my mate sleeps. Why don't you go back there now, and I'll handle this. My stomach drops, but I nod. Please don't hurt him. Allison. I hardly make it a few steps from the courtyard door before I hear glass breaking on impact. The teacup in my hand shatters, hitting the floor, the full weight of a large, hefty wolf slamming into my body from behind, easily tossing me across the hallway. My side and hip slams into the wall, dropping me like a damp rag, blood already invading my throat. When I peer upwards, I see Olivera standing over me protectively, snarling toward the wolf that stands just opposite of him. Fritz's wolf is massive, far bigger than the rogue alpha, and I can already tell that if they dare to clash more, Olivera will die here in this hallway. Limping, I stand up unsteadily and push past Olivera, hearing him growl loudly as he dares to stop me with his massive paw. I swat him away like a needy pup and continue pressing forward, doomed to the tears on my cheeks as my bones slowly try to heal back into place. Hitting the floor on my knees, I fall down against Fritz's front leg, leaning on him for support. I feel him shift, holding me up with mortal hands, brushing my hair back and cooing for me to calm down. He mutters something about Olivera, about how he should die, but I ignore it, clinging to him like a shield. Allison, what the hell is going on here? My mate roars, running down the hall. I watch his warriors all shift and stand at the ready, but everyone here knows that even with the numbers and strengths of our pack, they won't do well against a single elder. Come here, darling. I'll handle this. No, I breathe, spitting a bit of blood off my busted lip. Fritz grabs a scrap of cloth of the floor from their clothes that had been torn in shifting and lightly taps it against my lips. Thank you, Fritz, I grumble. I'll talk, I just don't want anyone to fight anymore. That's all those elder assholes are good for. Olivera chimes in, no longer his onyx wolf. If he came here, it wasn't for good intentions, sweetheart. Let us handle this guy. Don't call her that, damn it, or you'll be back in the barracks, Ryan mutters, jealousy dripping off his vile tone. She is the Luna of this pack, have some respect. Now is not the time to be worried about her falling in love with me, Olivera taunts. A whole different fight breaks out, wolves fighting like children to win some kind of prize over having my hand. I go limp against Fritz's leg, feeling him pick me up in his arms and whisk me outside before shifting, throwing me onto his back and running for the hills. I want to tell him to stop, to wait and talk to me, but I haven't got the energy anymore. This battling constantly and shifting of who is on whose side has me dizzy. If anything, I enjoy the fresh air and the break from the tug of war between Ryan and Olivera. When Fritz is done sprinting, I find myself at the mouth of a cave, the night sky rumbling overhead with the threats of rain. I duck into the opening, Fritz back on two legs and ushering me through the maze until we are faced with a rock door held up with iron bolts. He opens it with ease, and I'm met with a beautiful space, earthy and warm and dry from the cold, rainy night outside. I find a seat on the couch, ivy plants growing along the armrest and swooping down to twirl around the legs of the chair and table nearby. Is this where you live? I ask, toying with a flat, large leaf on the vine. I thought the elders all lived in their pack palace. We've decided to disband for now, Fritz says, grabbing a warm blanket and teacup from the kitchen and handing them both to me. I take in the herbal tea and sip on it lightly, surprised how much better it tastes than my tea from home had. I moved out here to get away from the fighting. The fighting? I echo. The elders are all furious with one another. They can hardly be in the same room before a fight breaks out. No one can agree what we should do about this rogue situation, Allison. I shake my head, disappointed the leaders who have spent centuries keeping the packs away from scrapping with one another can no longer even be civil with each other. It's a tragedy, really, seeing how they have been the sturdy authority all my life and now they have to live apart to keep from killing one another. Is it really that big of a deal? I ask. Just release the rogues and Oliveira will stop. The fighting, the kidnapping, everything needs to stop. If it was that simple, it would have been done already, Fritz hums. Why can't it be that simple? No one wants to fight anymore. We're all tired. Because there's a lot going on that you don't know. It's far more complicated and he begins to pace, frustrated. I just wish it would be easier to say what is. I grow increasing frustrated, setting down my tea. Damn it, Fritz. Just tell me. I can't release the rogues. He bites, turning to face me, his features bright pink and his eyes wide and bloodshot. I can't do it, Allison. There's just so much that has happened to get to this point, and striking it down now will do nothing but hurt us. Why? What are you saying, Fritz? They weren't kidnapped and tested on just because we were bored and had nothing better to do, Allison. It's because they are sick. All of the rogues we took and tested on and had to kill, they're all laced with a deadly virus passed through the weakest wolves. Most alphas and lunas are safe from the disease, but the pack gammas, the small children on the outskirts of pack lands, they are the ones who will suffer. I swallow hard, feeling my heart race with his words. What about the wolves Ryan released from the Wilshire facility? I gasp. Fritz stares at the ground, shaking his head solemnly. By my projections, about 30 wolves with the virus, running roughshod through the packs and the neutral grounds. We're looking for at least 100, maybe more, sick pack wolves in the next 4 weeks. I feel like I've been kicked in the chest. Why didn't anyone just say this earlier? We didn't want to cause a panic, Allison. Well, does that mean we should panic now? Wordlessly, he nods. I feel the panic first. Allison. I walk back into my home stunned and dripping wet from the rain. Fritz offered to run me back or run with me, but I declined. I needed the time to myself to think. The rain has me shivering, drenched and exhausted, but it's the least of my worries. Ryan has been trying to connect through the link with me, but I didn't have the heart to answer his requests. One of the warriors in the foyer strips off his coat and lays it over my shoulders. I give him a friendly nod, wondering if his family in the outskirts of the pack will get sick, if they will all perish, and it will be my fault. Ryan rushes to my side, grabbing me in a tight, breathless embrace. I bury my face into his shoulder and sob gently. What did he do? What did he say to you? Ryan gusts. I open my mouth, needing to release this burden, but I can't. I spot Oliveira a few paces away, his arms crossed to his chest and his hands curled into tight fists. He tips his head up at the meeting of our gazes, and I swallow hard at the pressure I feel to tell Ryan and Oliveira what is truly going on. What I've done to doom the world. We should go sit down and talk, Ryan, I breathe. Looking over his shoulder, I motion for Oliveira to follow. You need to come as well. The thing that hurt the most was hearing about Beth James. She was the mate of a great wolf, a fearless man who was a staple in his pack. When his mate was taken, kidnapped in his mind, it was only then that he turned into such an evil, wounded soul. She was sick. Fritz showed me the papers on her specifically. She never stood a chance as weak, pregnant Omega. I have so much information, and I dread having to say a fraction of it, but I can't keep it to myself. It won't end well. Despite my fears, I sit down at the table in a small, corner conference room, curling my legs into the chair while Ryan tries to wipe my tears away. What is going on, darling? Talk to me? My mate coos. You will be okay. What did he say? Is he going to release the rogues? I look to Oliveira, tears in my eyes welling, and shake my head in rebuttal. Oliveira tenses all over. Well, then we will release them, he says, stiff, and he charges the door, ready to fling it open and start a raging war. Wait, please, I beg, my heart breaking. I grip onto Ryan's hand so tight that he gives me a pondering look. We can't go to war with the elders, Oliveira. The rogue alpha furrows his broad brow. What are you saying, sweetheart? The rogues they took, it wasn't just because they wanted to eradicate the rogue race or anything. It was because they were sick. There's an illness affecting the weaker wolves in the world, and they took them so it wouldn't spread and... Oliveira snaps, grabbing a chair from the table and slamming it against the wall just past my shoulder. I flinch, holding onto Ryan tight so he doesn't fly off the handle and start another blood battle. I look down, only hearing the heavy pants of breath Oliveira has, growling loud with his glare burning through my body. That elder is a filthy fucking liar, Oliveira snarls. I shake my head, thinking of the files Fritz had shown me before I left his dwelling. It isn't, Oliveira. I saw the papers. I saw the medical reports, and I know for a fact that he was telling the truth, Oliveira. They just didn't want us to know, so no one would panic. If you're sure, Ryan breathes gently, calm and soothing. Then I support whatever you think we should do now, darling. Oh, come on, Oliveira says tauntingly. You are so dense, sweetheart, it's laughable. You listen to that lying son of a bitch? He is just trying to cover the atrocities of the elders, and I can't honestly believe that you would fall for any of it. You're just a spoiled Luna in her pretty palace, content with the death of her subordinates. I stand abruptly, charging to the door where Oliveira meanders toward. I won't let him get away calling me such atrocities, knowing damn well I would help any wolf in need, just as I had wished someone would have helped me in the barracks when I was prisoner of my mate. He has no right to call me anything, not when I'm trying to do what is best. The rogue alpha stands before me, inches away, staring down at me. I wave Ryan back, knowing he wants to rip him apart, but I don't need violence to solve this mess. I can talk and mediate this issue away. I know I can. I'm trying to fix things, I say, collected and calm. If you just allow Fritz to come here and show you the papers, I'm sure you will understand. Enough. Oliveira bites, showing his teeth as he shoves my back against the door. I hold in a gasp, holding up a hand to stop Ryan, whom I can see is already ready to charge forward and intervene. I don't want to fight. Oliveira laughs at my attempts of peace. You are just like those peacemakers, Oliveira says through his locked jaw. So willing to screw over every other wolf out there and lie to their faces. I can't believe you would defect to their side so quickly, but I shouldn't have suspected much from a posh witless mud of a Luna, letting wolves die so she can stay home and do nothing but fuck her mate. His words sting and I want to disagree with him. But I don't. It will only be more trouble. You're right, I murmur, holding back tears. Oliveira looks perplexed, craning his brow down at me. I press my back to the door, my heart banging like a gong against my chest, feeling so ill at his claims about me. Don't listen to him, Ryan huffs. He's a bitter old rogue and always will be. He is bitter, I admit, looking into the rogue alpha's cold eyes. He's bitter because he lost his mate, and he thinks he needs revenge to get over it. He thinks it will help ease the pain of losing her, of losing their pup. I speak before thinking, Oliveira's eyes growing twice their typical size. What the hell did you just say to me? I open my mouth to speak, the words stifled by a damning slap that crosses my cheek and sends me to my knees, blood dribbling from my crooked nose and busted lip. My tears and my blood swarm together in my palm, and I meet his remorseful eyes, filled with their own sobs that he dares to hold back. He is losing that battle, Oliveira. I knew even when I cocked my hand back on impulse that I didn't want to hurt her. The last thing I want to see is to watch Allison cry, to see her in any pain or danger, but she weeps and bleeds because of my impulse. I want to pick her up and hold her, to kiss her endlessly, but she isn't my mate. Instead, at the surprise of her stopping her mate from charging me, I step aside and push out of the conference room. I almost wish I had allies right now, or friends, just so I could be able to vent and hear some kind of support to what I have become while being in this Pax Palace. I have no one, though, not even my wolf. He hates me for hitting the Luna. It was a horrid mistake I regretted immediately. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I mutter, pacing down the hall until I'm in the room I have been tossed in after escaping my barracks cell. I slam the door, falling to the ground and burying my shameful face into my hands. I should just leave. Damn it. I fucked up. I am trembling all over, and if my wolf wasn't pissed at me, I would shift right here. Beth Inca James, I mutter her name, picturing her in my head. She was a beautiful wolf, spunky and a spitfire. She treated me like an alpha far before I ever became one, even running away from our pack as young pups so we could be mates. She was my fated, my everything, and I will always compare every other wolf to her spectacular life. She was everything I could have wanted in a mate, and I lost her. I didn't protect her. I lost my entire world when she was taken from me, running to a nearby market to pick up some herbs when I came down with a cold. She left the safety of my side for me, and it cost her the life she had lived beautifully by my side. Knowing now that she was pregnant, I sob harder. Ryan. Allison pushes me away when I try to help her get up. She is relentlessly upset, curled over on the floor, neck sobbing into her hands and practically screaming her cries. She hasn't been this upset in a long, long time, and it burns me to see her like this, rejecting my help so she can live in this pain by herself. I kneel on the floor beside her, taking every ounce of willpower in my body to not shift, run down the hall and break that rogue's neck. I should do it anyways when she calms down, but something tells me that would only upset her more. She loves hard, and she cares endlessly for the underdog, knowing that is the position she used to be in herself. She finally looks up at me, a few drops of blood trailing off her chin and dripping to the floor. Her eyes are bloodshot, her energy depleted, and she gives up crying at last and instead takes to falling into my arms. I hold her over my lap, brushing her hair back and humming gently until she can finally breathe fully, uninterrupted by hysterics. Just breathe, darling. Everything is going to be okay. I should have never said a damn thing to him, she whimpers. He wants to be angry. He wants someone to hate. It's not right, Ryan. It's such a difficult thing to overcome, but you and I have been through our own hell, and we prevailed. We got through it. Why can't he just see things clearly? Some wolves just don't see things that don't align with what they want to see. He is blinded by pain and he wants to start war. He wants to blame the elders and hate them because that's just what he thinks will help him. Nothing will help him but the truth. She wipes her eyes, clinging to my midsection as she lays propped up over my lap. Fritz was right in what he told me. He had proof, and now the world is doomed. I narrow a look down at her, perplexed. What do you mean, doomed? The Wilshire facility, Ryan. The wolves you set loose. My heart skips a beat, then two. They were all sick, weren't they? She nods somberly. Yeah, they were. Wolves like us, the stronger breeds, we will be fine. The weak ones, the Omegas and the younger wolves are the ones at risk of death. It won't end well, Ryan. We're looking at a lot of death. How do we fix this? I ask. She only shrugs, her pink, weary eyes filled with dread. Allison. I finally sleep through the night. It's been a while since nightmares of my time in the barracks have plagued my sleep. I stay curled in the same spot all night, my head releasing the migraine that it holds, and finally feeling free of the stress that overwhelms my mind through the days since this whole ordeal began. I dream of Ryan and I in the meadow, in love and free of every care in the world. I also dream of our future, getting to be a happy Luna and Alpha and growing our strong family with pups. It's been a while since I've been able to think of such niceties and not feel fear over them. I just want it all to work out. As it will, of course. It has to. I turn over, half asleep still, blinking slow to see Ryan awake and sitting up against the bed frame. His mind link is so chaotic in thought that he boots me out of his head by accident, so overwhelmed that there isn't any room for me to look in and hear his many, rushing thoughts. Hey, I breathe, seeing him not even flinch at the sound of my voice. Hey Ryan, look at me please. I reach out and grab his hand, holding it in both of mine. He finally looks at me, forcing a grin. Hey darling, what's wrong? Nightmares? I shake my head. No, for once it was good dreams. His smile turns genuine. I'm happy to hear that. What about you? I inquire. What is going on with you? I'm just worried for my pack. What if I got some of our wolves sick? I can't live with myself if anyone dies over what I did in haste. I thought I was doing something good, and now I may have ruined everything. That is understandable, Ryan, I breathe. But you did it thinking you were doing something right. You thought you were helping, and that is all that matters. We are going to have to do damage control, he mutters. It won't be easy. Nothing with us ever is, I joke. For the first time in a while, we laugh, knowing that we have to climb another mountain, do the impossible one more time, and it will only drive us together closer in the end. Easy has never been our strength, anyways. Allison. I eat breakfast alone, Ryan already training the warriors on the new plan. We have to find the rogues that are sick, and expect to find symptoms in the weaker pack wolves, so they can seek healers immediately. He wanted to do this alone, knowing he will be going out with them this afternoon to try to make things right. To ease my mind, I sit alone in the busy cafeteria, a few night shift warriors roaming in for coffee and breakfast before heading to bed. I sit at the table in the furthest corner, a little dark from the lack of light in this direction and slightly cold. In a weird way, I feel like it's punishment for being so wrong for so long. I tip my head to the side, leaning on the wall, and moving the eggs around the plate as though to trick someone I have been eating. No one should care. No one should worry that I feel like the world is crashing down around me. It's my fault, anyways. Mind if I sit here? I turn, expecting to let them go ahead and take the whole tiny table, ready to go sit soberly in my bedroom alone, as if to punish myself further. I don't get to speak a word, though, seeing Oliveira hesitate behind me, hands stuffed into his front pockets. I nod, wordlessly, in utter surprise he is still here. After our moment in the conference room, I had just assumed he left. He sits down, grabbing my coffee cup and taking a sip. I don't mention it, just waving it back towards him when he shoves it at me. I haven't hardly had a sip of it. I prefer tea, but I didn't want to put the kitchen staff out by requesting it. I just want to be a fly on the wall for now, nothing more. Why are you over here moping, Luna? He asks. His voice is raw and full of tire. I pity him more than I pity myself. I just don't feel like being social today, I admit, staring at my lap. Ryan is going out with the warriors today, going to see about speaking to the elders and maybe making things right. We have to get ahead of this virus. I expect him to yell, to fight me on what we're planning to do, but he sounds oddly calm. And what are you doing today, sweetheart? I raise a brow in his direction. Ryan doesn't appreciate you calling me that. Would either of you two prefer witless mud of a Luna or sweetheart? I only scowl. I'm sorry about that, by the way, he hums, looking through me. For all of what I did that day, I never wanted to hurt you, Allison. Hearing him say my name makes his apology sound almost believable. Thanks, I murmur. I forgave you instantly. I shouldn't have told you what Fritz had shown me in her file. It was just... Don't talk about it anymore, he gasps. Please. I nod, sealing my lips closed. He bows his head, fighting a war in his head, one I have fought before. He lost his mate, and in my first life, I lost mine. It is a pain unknown to most wolves, being rejected or watching your mate walk away from you. It's like watching them die and knowing no matter what, they aren't coming back. I was given a blessing, though, and that was Ryan. Oliveira doesn't get the same opportunity. He has to live knowing what he lost will not be replaced. You never did answer my question, he says, grabbing my plate of cold eggs along with the coffee he already stole from me. I roll my eyes and he chuckles, picking at my food. What are you doing today? I shrug, just waiting for Ryan to return unharmed. Well, that's not fun. These aren't fun times, Oliveira. You know that. He shoves the plate and coffee mug aside, standing up abruptly. I flinch, almost out of reflex, and he ignores the motion, thankfully. He takes my arm in his hands and pulls me to follow him as we make our way outside to the front of the palace and then down the cobble roads of the village in our packlands. I want to ask him where we are going, but I don't wonder long. He stops at the mouth of an old trail that leads through the woods nearby the pack, one that ends at the top of a daunting waterfall. I swallow hard, seeing my shorts and t-shirt combination with simple shoes that weren't made to be worn for an extensive hike. The sun shines over his hopeful features, turning to flash me a salesman's smile. Let's do this trail, he says. I crane to turn slightly, noting that we are alone, unfollowed by warriors of my pack. I don't know about this, Oliveira. It could get us in trouble with my mate. He waves a hand in front of his face, like shooing away a fly. Forget about his concerns. It's not like we're going to do anything bad. It's just a hike. We need to clear our minds and get some sunshine. It's a good distraction, too, waiting for him to come back. By the time we are done and get to the palace, it will be time for him to come home, and everything will be fine. I hesitate at first, but he is right. I need this break to relax and clear my thoughts. We begin the hike silently, the trees rustling with fresh green leaves and the sun pouring through the towering branches above. I focus on the sounds of the wind, the colors of the birds in the trees, and the dirt path where we weave in and out of the meadow that leads to the waterfall. At last, we reach the edge of the trail, the water running gently over a smooth rock that leads to the edge of a cliff where the water pours over in the gallons. I take off my shoes, the water cold as it barely runs over my toes, and I walk toward the cliffside, leaning over slightly to look over the cascading waterfall. Firm hands grip my sides, making me jump, almost slipping as I threaten to fall over. But Oliveira keeps his grasp hard, spinning me around and pulling me to his broad chest, his heart racing so fast and hard that I can feel it in my chest. I squirm slightly, unsuccessfully trying to pull back. Oliveira, what the hell are you doing? Let me go. His eyes darken at least 4 shades. Don't deny me. His lips plow into mine brashly, taking me by such surprise that when I jerk backwards, my feet slip off the rock and I go weightless in my fall. Allison. When I wake, I'm drenched in water. I feel Oliveira hoisting me out of the watering hole, setting me on a set of rocks nearby as he gets out beside me, brushing my hair off my face. I see the blood on his palm, but I don't feel the bleed on my features, completely numb all over. The panic in his eyes is apparent. Damn it, sweetheart. You are such a clumsy Luna, he gasps. I only shake my head, too stunned to speak. My body is numb and thrumming all over in pain, my head spinning and water settling in the depths of my throat, making me feel like I've drank an entire pool of water. I hate you, I manage to grunt. He gives me a cautious look. I felt you kiss me back, sweetheart, so don't play that game with me. You wanted that kiss. You wanted more. Liar, I bite. I love my mate with my whole body. I love him so deeply that you will never even come close to changing that. You're a bitter old rogue, and I'm sick of you trying to ruin a good relationship with your own selfishness. His glare goes cold, and I turn on my side, facing away from him when a coughing fit ensues. I threaten to puke, instead letting water spit out of my lungs. I hear him move behind me, seeing him stand and face away, his body taut. You hear that? I hesitate, hearing a faint sound of a wolf rushing through the woods haphazardly, knocking into trees and skipping over the trail completely. I turn over in time to see a warrior of my pack breach the tree line, shifting before Oliveira and I. He is out of breath and petrified. What is going on? I bark, crawling to sit up. The warrior's huffs and puffs, his face flushed. It's Alpha Ryan, my Luna. He went out with the warriors to confront a group of rogues, teaming up with Fritz and Marshall of the Elders and my heart is pounding. Spit it out! He was blindsided by a rogue, the warrior barks. We managed to subdue the rest of the rogues and get them back into the facility nearby without direct contact, so we aren't at danger of getting sick. Ryan had to be carried back though, Luna. He isn't in good health. I stand abruptly, my entire body rattling. I push past both men, shifting at once and rushing through the woods. I growl in pain, forced to step on sharp thorn bushes and smack into loose branches, but it doesn't matter. I have to get to my mate. There's no other concern in my mind right now. I make it to the palace, collapsing in the foyer and shifting back to my mortal form, seeing blood dribbled all over the marble floors. I can smell it as my mate's, leading me straight to our bedroom where the blood has left behind a trail for me to follow. I push open the door, seeing my room packed with warriors and healers everywhere. Luna, the pack says, bowing their head at my bare entrance. I don't care about my indecency, rushing straight over to my mate's side as he lays on a stretcher in the center of the floor, blood covering his shoulder and back muscle, where I can identify at least 4 canine teeth have punctured his exterior. Tears fill my eyes, resting my hand under his cheek and pulling his head up so I can meet his dreary eyes. He may be an alpha, the toughest I've ever known, but I can't deny that this wound looks horribly difficult to heal from, even for him. My mate, he mutters, blinking slow. I love you. I sob shamelessly, wanting to scream. One of the healers barks for everyone to leave the room, and I break, knowing this isn't a good sign. No one should watch their alpha die, especially their mate. I lean forward, kissing his cheek softly and feeling his skin is cold to the touch. It wounds me. Fuck, Ryan, what happened? He only mumbles incoherently. I cry harder. This can't happen, Ryan, please. You can't leave me. You have to stay. You have to stay with me, please. I fall to the floor beside him, needing to catch my breath but unable to. It hurts. Everything hurts. I let out a loud, unrelenting scream, and he doesn't even flinch. Just blinks slow, staring at me with cold, unemotional eyes. I need you to relax, the healer gusts, looking at me. I'm going to disinfect his wound, and it will hurt him. I need to assure you will not make this process worse for either one of you. I nod, but seeing him pour the clear liquid over my mate's back, I watch him trembling in agony. He finally breaks his glass exterior and releases a howl, screaming and crying in such pain I have never borne to witness from him before. I sob harder, shaking all over as he doesn't quit jerking around on the floor like a fish needing water. Get back, Luna, the healer snaps to me. Before I can rebut his command, I'm yanked backwards, sprawled out on the floor as I watch my mate thrash side to side, fighting the pain and fighting the urge to completely shift. If he does that, he may die, using the very last ounce of his energy. Oliveira is on the floor with me, holding me down, even as I claw at his arms to let me free. He refuses, though, and sits there wordlessly, taking the blunt hits and scrapes I make him endure. I am furious beyond measure. Oliveira doesn't care, don't flinch, letting me throw my fit of rage, fear, and sadness without a single snarky remark for once. Ryan finally collapses, exhausted, blinking slow as his eyes find mine. He is crying, heavily covered in tears, and the healer shakes his head as he watches Ryan huff painfully on the floor. I am so pent up with fear that I scream. I scream so hard I think my throat may tear. My vocal cords might pop, but I scream, nonetheless. It doesn't help. Nothing may help my mate now. Allison. I sob at his side, watching him sleep so deeply that he hardly can make out a coherent mumble when I beg for him to heal. He's been bitten by a sick rogue, something that could have the capacity to kill him, and I can't allow that to happen. I bow my head, resting it against his side of the bed where I kneel, where I haven't moved from in days, just waiting for him to lift his head and smile joyously. If only that would truly happen. I would cry harder than I'm crying now, so desperate to have my mate in my arms. Someone taps my shoulder and I jerk away from the calm, caring touch. Oliveira hasn't left me alone for long since this ordeal has occurred, and now he is back from the cafeteria, holding a tray of lunch that I snub. I don't want to eat. I want my mate to wake up and be okay. Come on, blood pet, you need to eat, he huffs. My watery eyes shoot open. Why didn't I think of that before? I grab for a knife off the tray, watching Oliveira jump back, confused. He snatches the knife from me when I press the blade to my palm, but it's too late. The knife cuts my hand. I wince more at the smell of my blood rather than the pain. I bring my hand to Ryan's sealed lips. Oliveira grabs me and flings me backwards before I can continue, tossing me on the floor away from my mate. What the hell are you doing? I'm gonna heal him, I grunt. Oliveira rolls his eyes. He is sick with a very strong disease, and you think that if you're exposed to that virus in your bloodstream that it will help? You'll die like that, Allison. Then I'll die saving him, I breathe. He is the alpha. He is my mate. He must live. Thanks for the reminder, he gusts, sighing heavily. He grabs my arm and drags me across the bedroom, to the suite where he grabs a tissue and forces it into my bleeding palm. Squeeze your hand into that tightly, and I mean tightly. I inhale slow, minding the sting of my palm cut and oozing blood. It soaks into the tissue slowly, and when I feel the bloodstream slow, Oliveira forces my hand back open. He grabs the tissue and takes it over to my mate's side. I hurry along, watching as he rubs the bloody tissue along Ryan's lower lip. My mate recoils from the taste, but for once he opens his eyes and seems rather cognitive for a moment. Allison, he grumbles, blinking slow. Damn it, Allison, no. I push Oliveira aside, ignoring his little mutter of a growl, and take Ryan's hand in both of mine. He stares down at the blood marking both of our fingers, a crimson mess. He shakes his head now, his free hand reaching out and cradling the back of my head, steadying my eyes onto his, and I relish this moment in his gaze. No, he says, firmer this time. Don't do that again, darling. My brow furrows. I want to help you heal, Ryan. You have to heal for me. I would drain my blood every day if it meant it would save you from this pain. I groan. His eyes turn dark, a sign his wolf is still in him somewhere, no matter how furious. You will not do that again, or you will not be left in here with me again, Allison. I am not Jacob. I am not a wolf out for your blood, and even if you give it willingly, I will never be able to repay such a selfless act. Please, don't hurt yourself for me again. I choke on my tears. Fine, Ryan, I'm sorry. I love you so much. He cracks a smile, brushing my hair back off my flushed cheeks. I love you too, darling, but I have to rest. My wolf and I are weak. Thanks for wanting to help me, though. I watch my mate retreat back into his unconscious state, and when he is back in his dreaming daze, I begin sobbing again. It doesn't help, and it won't change his health, even if he is declining or healing. I just want this ordeal to end. Oliveira nudges my shoulder. Stop crying. The only thing you can do now is wait. I rub my tired, itchy eyes. For a moment, I believe his words, but then it dawns on me. The only thing I can do now is wait, or I can fix this issue once and for all. I have to speak to Fritz or Marshall or... I stand, jittery and flustered. Oliveira grabs me and steadies me by the shoulders. Calm down first. What are you going to do now, sweetheart? He just said you can't heal him with your blood, and that's the best idea anyone has had thus far. Maybe I can't heal him, I groan. But the elders have been studying this disease more than anyone else, and I have to at least give it my best shot. If I don't, and he dies, I will never forgive myself. I have to attempt every avenue. I have to. Oliveira seems hesitant, but at last he relaxes and drops his hold off my shoulders. I suppose we should get going then. Both of us rush out of the palace, shifting outside, and I rely on Oliveira's scent tracking more than my own. I've been feeling so drained and weak for months now. I couldn't possibly lead us to the elders now. I allow Oliveira to take the lead, watching as he leads us in and out of the woods. At last, we stop and I hang off of exhaustion and hyperventilation. Oliveira shifts, looking around the random, empty spot in the woods. It looks all too familiar to me, though, and I shift back, my legs weak and weary as I hit the ground. My side pings in an unfamiliar pain. I ignore it for now, leading Oliveira down into the cave before I knock hard on the door I've faced before. Fritz answers with a slight grin, faltering when he sees Oliveira behind my shoulder. I stop the door, as it almost slams shut in our faces. No, Fritz. He's friendly. He isn't going to fight. I'm here for Ryan, please. I have to help him. For a moment, I think the elder will turn me away, but thankfully our history is so tightly interwoven. He welcomes me into his space with a smile, offering Oliveira a subtle growl in warning instead. Allison, please, I beg on my knees with tears in my eyes. I'm sorry, Allison. I wish I could, but it's not that simple. Those experimental files are classified, and let's face it, even with Ryan trying to help get the sick rogues back into the Wilshire facility, the elders are still unsure of your cooperation. He is wounded, Fritz. He is hurt because he wanted to help make things right. Then he shouldn't have made things wrong, Fritz gusts. I'm sorry you feel this way, Allison, but my hands are tied. I gasp, crying out so hard that I threaten to scream, Oliveira making it to my side, trying to calm me down, but it doesn't help. I need this breaking point. I need this dead end, because it will only make me more determined to help my mate survive these wounds. Just tell me this, I gust, looking to Fritz, who paces across his little cave. Did you and the other elders ever find a cure? He swallows hard, hesitating. I can't explain it easily, Allison. So there is a cure then? Oliveira snarls, patting my shoulder still. So why keep the rogues locked up for testing instead of treating them and letting them go? It's not simple, damn it, are you not listening? Fritz snaps, throwing his hands over his head. The cure is still in the testing phase. It could kill a wolf instantly if it backfires and the solution isn't correct. I will not be blamed for any more death and suffering. I gulp a deep breath, my heart racing, the pain in my side nagging me constantly. I feel sick, like I should puke, but I've had nothing all morning to eat. I've probably exhausted myself in sadness, in somberness, and I can't picture the outcome of my mate if I don't help him now. I'll find the cure myself, I gasp, standing abruptly and hitting the ground on my knees again. I'm exasperated fully and completely. I can't. I feel so weak I collapse onto my side, the world turning circles in my eyes with a burning sensation gathering in the base of my spine. Ryan, relax. Shh, Oliveira hums, looking to Fritz with worried wide eyes. What the hell is going on? Is she sick too now? Fritz riffles through his kitchen, bring over a thermometer and sticking into my mouth unprotested. I melt to the floor onto my side, dizzy and feeling my heart pound hard in my chest. Oliveira brushes the hair off my forehead, pressing his knuckles to my skin while I'm worried if the fever is excessive, I could be sick like Ryan. The meter beeps, and Fritz takes it back instantly. His body tenses. No fever, he mutters. It's not the illness, thankfully. I gasp, my body and my wolf body so sick in this moment. Then why? Why am I so dizzy? Save your words for now, Oliveira growls. You'll be fine, I'll carry you back to the palace. Just grab onto my back, okay? No, help Ryan first. You're in no state to go anywhere except the palace, Oliveira says. Fritz nods in unison. I agree. Get to the healer immediately. You have to worry about your health, Allison. Ryan will heal from the illness eventually. Just trust his strong alpha genes to take over the fight. This will all work out. Oliveira grabs me into his arms, whisking me out of the cave. When we're outside, I shiver. The pain in my side still unrelenting, now spreading down the lower half of my abdomen. He shifts, ready to help me climb onto his back, but I grab a fistful of his whiskers first, steadying his dark, wolfy eyes on mine. Take me to Wilshire, I command, huffing between every word. We get that cure now. If you take me to the palace, I'll shift and run there myself. I can't hear him through a mind link, but I see his wolf subdue against my command. He finally pulls away from my fist around his sensitive whiskers along his muzzle and hikes me onto his back. I lay against his spine, my head down, feeling the wind pass by me soothingly while we run through the woods. I can recognize the path we came here on, and thankfully, he avoids it, heading north toward the facility. If anything happens to me, at least I know I went out trying to fight for Ryan. Ah, I grumble, my stomach turning. I need to puke. I need to pass out, but I ignore the discomfort and press onward. Faster, please. Need a break. Oliveira snarls, displeased with my choice to find the experimental cure instead of finding the healer at the palace for myself. Either way, I can see him press on harder, faster, and he picks up his pace until I think I may fly off his back and be left behind in the rickety woods. When we stop, Oliveira lays down beside the doors to the mountainside facility, hidden away in an odd place as though to be unseized by any wolf in passing. Thankfully, Oliveira knew its location, otherwise I would have been wounded and lost in the woods alone. The rogue alpha shifts and swipes me into his pale arms. Such a stubborn blood pet, he mutters under his breath. He kicks the door inward, seeing a few medical aides jump in surprise at our entrance. One of them, a young female aide, stopping us in our tracks into the facility. I have the wounded Luna of Crowalt Pack, Alisa Clark Alexander. She needs medical help now. We aren't a healer's clinic, sir. I can't. Now, Oliveira insists. The aide is flustered, and at last she calls for a gurney to be brought over. Oliveira sets me onto the bed, and I gasp alive, my side pains draining me endlessly. The aide mentions something about a healer and his office nearby, ready for an examine, and Oliveira tilts his head down near my ear, smiling coyly. Keep them occupied. I'll find our cure. I watch him stay put as I'm wheeled away, the shock on my face apparent, as I would have never assumed the brute, prideful, rogue alpha would be so compassionate. His eyes don't leave mine for a second, and in this scary, chaotic moment, I am happy to have him here with me. Allison. My body may be getting examined, but my mind is with Oliveira. He is off snooping for a cure, trying to help save my mate, and I'm stuck under the hands of an unfamiliar healer. He centers his hands over my stomach, his eyes going crooked toward me. Luna, he breathes, resting my shirt back down after his last treatment relaxed my body past the point of feeling pain. The wolf you came in with, the Alpha Aura, is that your mate? I hold back a spat of laughter. My mate? No way. Where's your Alpha then? It's only now that I notice his voice has gone ice cold. I fear he may tell me I'm doomed to die, or I'm sick like the other rogues and I don't have the fever yet, but instead he waits for my reply, and I can't stall any longer in my anxious thoughts. He's at the palace, on our packlands, about an hour run from here, I breathe, the truth. He hasn't been feeling well though, sick with pneumonia. My partial truth. Why do you ask? Am I going to be okay? The healer taps his foot rapidly, staring at my abdomen while pauses, and then shaking his head slowly. Well, Luna, I hate to share this news without the Alpha present, but you're pregnant. I swallow hard, seeing spots, thinking I've passed out and I'm dreaming. The healer centers his powers against my temples, straighten my mind out long enough to hear him repeat those words again. Pregnant. You're pregnant. I shake my head, lost in his words. I can't be. It the truth, Luna. When did you last go into heat? A few months back, I groan. Thinking back to the moment I walked to the meadow for some peace and ended up in a heated arraignment with my mate before realizing I had been in heat the entire time. I hadn't felt a symptom since that moment with Ryan, so I never considered I would be pregnant. Did you and your mate act on the impulses? He asks, dancing around the words to be mindful of my decency alone in this conversation without my mate present. I feel a knot grow in my throat. Yes, we did. Well, it is as simple as that. There's more pressing things I should focus on, like saving Ryan's life, but I can't knock this from my mind. I can't be pregnant, healer. I've had wolfsbane toxins in my body and I've been exposed to silencer stone. I've been able to shift, until earlier today. The healer runs a touch across my stomach, making me lay my head back in bliss. His hands are magic, healing the pain before they even appear. How long after you went into heat were you first exposed to the wolfsbane? I think back to my mate, to the meeting, and being kidnapped in the rain. My first dose was in the woods on the way to Oliveira's pack house. The next day, I breathe, muddled in confusion. The healer nods, swirling around my hips soothingly. I groan in ecstasy. That explains it, Luna. You were stunted from feeling the symptoms because of the wolfsbane. Seeing as you're still holding viable pups, it doesn't appear the wolfsbane or shifting has affected their growth, but I would refrain from those things in the future. I shove his hand off my side, sitting up so quick I see spots. Pups? The door flies open. Olivera standing in the doorway with a slight smile. He gives me a simple nod, and I try to hike off the table, needing to get out of this room with the healer before I lose my mind. He is wrong. He has to be mistaken. My legs are weak from the excursion from pain to healed, and I collapse. Luna, please, be easy, the healer huffs. He moves to help me, but Olivera steps in his way. What is going on here? He tips his head over his shoulder, peering at me as I fluster to stand up, holding my stomach like the healer could be right. But he can't be. This can't. None of it can be. I sink down to my knees in defeat. Speak, sweetheart. I dare to open my mouth, but no words come spilling out. The healer looks perplexed by the pet name Olivera uses for me. Are you the mate? Hell no, Olivera laughs. The healer scratches his head. Is this one of those things where the Luna sleeps with someone who isn't their alpha and gets pregnant? I can't have another one of those situations on my hands. I'm tired of alphas trying to punish me for giving them the news and blaming me. I'm going to have to ask you both to leave. Olivera's eyes go wide as could be. He exhales deeply. Thankfully, the rogue alpha helps me stand, and I walk with him, plastered into his side and exhausted, leaving the facility. I feel a vial in his pocket as we make our way into the mountain valley nearby and sit down. I want to talk about the cure, about saving my mate, my one true love, but Olivera is stunned. He doesn't look like he wants to talk about hearing the news the healer just shared with us both. I bury my face into my hands. I can't possibly be pregnant, let alone with several pups. I've been damned to having to save my mate's life, and I can't help him with my blood. He won't let me heal him, and I can't drain my blood that much anyways. The pups thrive off of me being healthy, and right now I don't know if I truly am. Is it true what he said? Olivera asks, his voice flat for once and not snarky. I only nod, fighting back stressful tears. Yeah, it is. With more than one, apparently. Why are you so upset then? I wipe my face, shameful to be crying right now. If I can't heal Ryan, and things turn worse, I could be stuck with these pups without their alpha, without their father. I can't fathom that thought right now. Don't think like that, Olivera says simply. If worse comes to worse, I will make sure those pups have their dad around. I'll ensure Ryan is back and better than ever. He reaches into his pocket, pulling out a closed syringe and vial of liquid that's label is blacked out in marker. Let's get this to those pups' father, shall we? Olivera. She finally fell asleep after much debate with the healer to spike her tea with a little herbal supplement meant to make her drowsy. The blood pet was already exhausted, so it didn't take long for her to crash, laid up in bed beside her mate, whose wounds I changed the bandages on. His blood reeks in scent, metallic and burning my nostrils. Allison shifts endlessly in her sleep as always, no longer stressed about menial things, but instead focused on what could happen to her pup's future if her mate doesn't survive this illness. I would rather have her to myself, but I'm not cold enough to deny her the mate of her second chance in life, the father to her pups. I grab a spare office, working with the healer, in order to find out if this cure in question will actually work. I have a dirty, bloody bandage left over from Ryan, and we add a drop or two to the bloody spots, waiting to see if anything happens under the microscope that will show the cure trying to fight the infection. The healer jolts back from the microscope, shaking his head rapidly. That's not good. What's wrong? What did it do? The cure isn't some antibiotic, it's some kind of molding aspect to the blood. It's changing to molecules completely, not just healing them back to normal. I roll my eyes. Speak a little clearer, please. I'm not a healer. He huffs an inhale, his face flushed in stress. It could work, but it's going to wash his blood dry so quickly that it's going to completely bleach his system, basically. It's going to hurt like fire for sure. Worse enough, it might take his wolf. This cure changes the properties of DNA. It could stunt the alpha's wolf from surfacing ever again. I tap my fingers against the cold desk, lost in the thought of that option. It would save his life, but he wouldn't be alpha. There is no alpha without a connection to his wolf. It would never last, and his pack would have to exile him. That means the Luna might have to stay. Her pup's the only thing with the blood of an alpha in it. If I were as evil as Allison thinks I am, I would kick his wolf aside and take her as my own. But I'm focused on making her happy right now, and killing off Ryan's wolf to make him live is hardly a choice she would admire for me to make. Is this a sure thing? I ask, tapping my foot rapidly in anxiousness. We won't know a thing for sure without giving it to the alpha, to see how it would react in his blood. If it takes his wolf, we will be responsible for that. I can't live with that choice, the healer mutters. This may be a lost cause after all. I swallow hard, feeling the urge to step up in this moment. What about if the cure is set into an alpha that isn't infected? The healer pauses. Well, if they aren't sick, it won't cure anything, obviously, but the only harm would be is if the properties take their wolf. That process would not only be devastatingly painful, but it could also kill in retribution. I don't know much about this illness or the cure they've created. I nod, standing to leave. The healer stops me. You're not thinking about... I am. I move from the room, walking briskly down the hall until I'm back at Allison's suite, seeing her out of bed and leaning against the sink, warm water steaming from the faucet as she splashes her exhausted features. What are you doing? Stop trying to wake yourself up. You have to rest more. She shakes her head, stubborn as always. I have to figure out how to help Ryan, not sit around and sleep. I need to focus on him first. You're a frustrating Luna. You know that, right? She nods, flipping off the water and patting the remainder of warm water droplets onto her neck, trying to force herself to perk up. But she clings to her stomach again, groaning mildly. By the calculations she had told me outside the Wilshire facility, she is at least 2 months pregnant. She's already drained from it, too. Moon goddess, please, she pleads, whining. Do you need the palace healer? I ask, wondering if he has cleaned up the office laboratory yet, so he could see her, and she wouldn't be distracted by the testing we've been running while she's been knocked out. You look pale, blood pet. Sit down. She stares at herself in the mirror. She doesn't show that she's pregnant at all, only focused on a tiny, minuscule bump of her stomach that must be what she is fixated on now, convinced already that she is huge and lugging around 9 pups in that small belly of hers. I have to help Ryan, she insists, pushing past me. Her legs tremble with every step. My body is so weak right now. I feel like I've been running for hours. I open my mouth, about to force her to sit down, but the healer barges into the room. His eyes are pacing me, then Allison, and for a moment I don't think he could be that stupid. I'm proven wrong when he opens his mouth. I have the syringe ready for you, Olivera. Come meet me in the office if you really want to try this experiment out, but I'll warn you, it's going to be painfully danger. Hush, I growl, throwing my hands up. Are you serious right now? Go. I'll meet you back there momentarily. The healer leaves, but her glare burns into my neck. What was he talking about, Olivera? What are you going to get injected with? I could lie, which would save me the trouble of watching her talk me out of it, or I could simply agree to let her be a part of this trial. Maybe saving her mate the trouble of losing his wolf or his life if the cure ends up taking one or both of mine. I've decided to make this right, I say simply. I'm going to take the cure to see the effects it could have on his wolf, I say, motioning to Ryan still asleep in his sickness, or to see if it will kill him instead of trying to heal him. She is too shocked to speak, and in this moment, my mind is made. I'd do anything to make her happy, even if it pisses her off at first. Allison. I try to fight Olivera from going into the office, but he easily grabs my wrist, twists it, and nudges me out the doorway. He's too smart and too strong for me right now, my head blotted with the sleepiness that I can't seem to shake. I grab at his arm, at his shirt sleeve, and dig my heels against the ground. He drags me a few paces before finally stopping. You're a persistent little bug, he snaps, releasing my hands off of his shirt and giving me a stern look. We have to find out what this cure does to an alpha, and as it stands, I'm the one best capable here of verbalizing the aftermath of taking this cure. If it makes things worse, so be it. I feel my heart patter to a screeching halt. What does worse contain? He looks to the healer, the vial on the desk nearby, and then back to meet my eyes. I could die, of course, or I could only lose my wolf. I'm happy to put both on the line to see if this stuff is worthy of fixing Ryan, fixing all the rogues locked up, and freeing them all of the cage this infection has put them in. Hearing the risk, I grab at his elbow again, forbidding him from continuing onward. You could die, Olivera. No. You can't take this risk. It's too dangerous, please, don't. He cracks his typical grin, snooty and snarky as ever. Why are you worried about death, sweetheart? I am not scared of my fate. My throat catches and I hold back a cry. Please, Olivera, I'm scared for you. Why is that, sweetheart? Because I know death, I groan, flinching at the memory of Ione passing. It's not fun. It's terrifying and disorienting and you'd be gone, away from this world. I have nothing left in this world to stick around for, he says, shrugging, like he is talking over the weather or something menial. My mate would be happy to see me on the other side anyways, and I'd get to meet our pup. I can't miss his eyes scan the site of my stomach. It makes me break into a weep. Don't do that, he says, wiping my cheeks dry, but I still cry endlessly. You can't be more upset over the probability of my death than myself. It doesn't work that way. Plus, this cure might just work enough to heal Ryan after all, and I will be fine. I don't want you to risk finding out, I exclaim, turning my focus to the healer, watching him grasp the full needle. Please, don't allow this to happen. Olivera pulls his opposite sleeve up, exposing his arm as he nods the healer over. I have a duty to protect my alpha. The healer breathes, holding the needle outward. If that means running this test on a willing wolf, then I have to take that opportunity. I have to do this for Alpha Ryan Alexander. He has to survive. I aim to scream, to push Olivera aside so this doesn't happen, but the rogue alpha knows me far too well. He shoves me backwards, and I hit the ground on my ass, watching the needle slide effortlessly into the back of his arm. I cover my mouth with my hand, seeing Olivera twitch lightly as the syringe leaves his surface. Instead of trying to appear strong as always, I see the rogue alpha's surface begin to crumble. He falls backwards into the nearest chair, drawing a long breath, and I crawl over to his side, resting my palms onto his knees. He stares at me blankly, shaking his head like he is trying to shake a headache. Are you okay? How do you feel? The healer prods. I snarl a noise in his direction. I told you not to allow this, damn it. If anything happens to him, you will be held accountable for it. The healer looks petrified, but goes about checking Olivera's pulse and his temperature. The rogue alpha seems to be a little stirred up in his mind, but other than the sheen of sweat over his forehead, he seems fairly normal. Please, say something, I beg. Olivera tips his head down, his hands curling into fists. It's odd, he gasps, fatigued and panting now. It feels like... His eyes go dark and glassy, his wolf shifting forward and trying to take control, but his irises shift back to their cyan color. They swap back and forth a few times, dizzyingly changing how Olivera relaxes and tenses between transitions. I grab his hand, needing to relax him, but when he tenses, his fingers threaten to snap my wrist into a million bony splinters. The healer dislodges my hand from the rogue alpha, and we both back up, watching him struggle between shifting and not shifting. Olivera is trying hard to stay in this form, but just in case he can't manage to do so successfully, we press up against the farthest wall possible. Is this supposed to happen? I pant. Olivera screams, ripping into the fabric of the chair where he struggles. I don't know, Luna. I don't know what will happen. I think this is the change in the blood compounds right now. He could possibly be taking the molecule change, and when it stops, it could be just a taxing event and his wolf will be fine, but I don't know for sure. I hate this. I gasp. Seeing the rogue alpha thrash and scream and fight to stay in mortal form, it only makes me sob harder, needing this to be over, needing him to be okay. He bellows a roar so loud that I'm surprised he stays conscious after it, hitting the floor on his hands and knees and screaming into the tile floor. I cover my ears, hearing my own pulse and watching helplessly as Oliveira gives his life and his wolf up for the mere change that this cure will save my mate, save the rogues, and yet I only believed half of his reasoning. Hearing I am pregnant with pups, I know it struck a chord in his heart about losing his pregnant mate. He hadn't known she was pregnant long, but since then, I can't deny that he has probably considered this moment a lot, just under different circumstances. He is content with dying in order to prove the cure works. I don't take the same opinion at all. If he dies, it will be heartbreaking beyond comprehension. Allison. I find myself sitting in the hallway between office and bedroom. In one, my mate suffers with an ill mark on his shoulder and back, and in the other sits an enigma of a wolf. He has kissed me, he has fondled me, and unknown to us both, he has poisoned me while I was newly pregnant. If anything, I should hate the rogue alpha, but I don't have it in me to leave him completely. So I sit in the hall between them both, curled up with my hands resting on my stomach as if I have already blossomed outward, waiting for one of my favorite alphas to wake up. If I leave here to be with one and the other wakes, I'll feel guilty forever. For now I wait, hearing steps breach my silent mediation between alphas. My Luna, why are you out of bed? I hear Fritz hum, my eyes watered and wide, shocked to see him here of all places. We didn't exactly part on the most amicable of terms. You're still looking pale. I wave off his words, and he sits beside me, assuming my crouched position, knees firmly locking in under my chin. I can hear my pulse rattling with every breath. I'm cold, insanely cold, and my senses can only smell the blood of my mate in the room behind me. What did your palace healer say about your sickness? I was worried all night, couldn't think straight. I had to come check on things. How is Ryan? His tone is soft, harmless, but I shed more tears regardless. Whoa, whoa. He slowly rubbed my shoulder and I bow my head in sobbing shame. What is going on? What happened? I'm pregnant, I utter and whisper, as though it's sinful to carry my mate's own air. I made Oliveira run me to the clinic in Wilshire. The healer there told me what was wrong with me. Oliveira found your little test tube cure, I mutter. Fritz perks up. Please tell me you both didn't We did take it. I shake my head, wiping my fresh tears. Did you use it on Ryan? He speaks softly, less furious than I would have thought. I shake my head, still baffled by the events that did take place. No, Oliveira took it. The healer said the only way to know a reaction to it would be to administer it, but he couldn't in good faith give it to the alpha of our pack in case. I choke slightly. The thought of either alpha dying is increasingly distressing to me. Fritz wipes a hand down his face and neck, as though to flick off the exuding stress he feels now after hearing these things. How is Oliveira? Knocked out, I say, sweepingly simple. It was incredibly hard to watch him take that shot, Fritz. If it kills him, I don't know what we will do then. Ryan will fight this, Fritz assures me. He has a strong alpha bloodline. And what if he doesn't? What if Oliveira doesn't either? I've never heard a Luna pity a rogue who kidnapped her and drugged her pick that same rogue over her fated mate. Fritz taps his foot rhythmically and slow. It frustrates me to no end. You have a tremendous heart, Allison, but don't let it blind you of your truth. You've done nothing but lie to me and my mate, and you badger me over truth. I shake my head, folding my hands over in my lap. Truthfully, I love Ryan. He is my mate and my best friend. I can also care for Oliveira. I sympathize with him. He lost his whole life. He lost his mate and the future he was planning on having, and he is trying to figure things out. I understand him. He is just a rogue and he has hurt you, Fritz says. I try to tame my snarky tone, but it doesn't work too well. So have you, I admit. After it all, I will still consider you the closest elder I have to my family, and you will always be family, but let's not forget who lied and hurt me and my mate in this war we've just had. He wants to argue, I can tell, but the noise in the next room startles me. I bolt upward, tripping slightly, but catching myself on the doorframe. My heart ripples through me, seeing my mate sit up onto his arms, blinking slow to the world around him. I run over to the side of our bed where he faces and fall to the floor, already releasing heavy ebbs of sobs and yells and any other noise that overcomes me. Ryan smiles through the pain that overcomes his body. He reaches for me, his warm fingers caressing my cheek and jawline, sweetly trying to soothe my regrets on how he has ended up in this situation. Ryan, I gasp, viciously rubbing my cheeks dry until they are damn near raw. Ryan, I have to tell you, so much to tell you. I can't keep it in. I can't. Please, Allison, don't be upset right now. He fakes another smile, but it's hard for him to keep it honest. He kicks his legs up over the side of the bed, growling the entire time. I need to go soak in the bath for a little bit, mate. Can you draw a bath for me? Swallowing hard, I nod, moving to the suite and seeing Fritz in the opposite doorway, staring down Oliveira, who is still laid out on his little cot after shredding the chair to spare parts when he took his shot. I draw the bath, though, forcing myself to focus, and then adding soap so the bubbles of the bath and the steam both rise into the air. Lavender scents swarm me. Thank you, darling, Ryan groans, limping slow as he is stiff and grappling to walk, leaning on the walls until I step in and help him forward. I help him strip off his pants and settle into the bathtub, leaning his head back soothingly. This is exactly what I needed, mate. I kneel beside the tub, washing his wound gently, the water turning crimson very quickly. Ryan, we need to talk about something. He rests his eyes shut, inhaling deeply as he tries to focus through the pain of me wiping his puncture wounds clean. Yes, darling, what's wrong? If this about you being upset over me getting injured, then skip the lecture, please. I swallow hard, trembling slightly. No, Ryan, it's nothing about that. It's actually about us both, and I think you should know. Luna, Fritz calls, his voice frantic. My heart sputters, seeing the elder run into the doorway of the suite, his eyes wide in shock or in horror, perhaps both. He's awake, Allison. It only takes a moment for me to catch my breath and another for me to sprint across the hall, watching Oliveira struggle to stand, instead melting to the floor where he slams his fist against the tile floor. It cracks instantly under his bold knuckles. I dare flinch, seeing him so angry, almost a warning for me to be careful, but I instead charge forward anyways. I grab his cheek, forcing him to meet my eyes, and he relaxes ever so slightly. When he does, I drag my palm across his face in a single, sharp slap. He jolts upright, standing suddenly and staring me down with a pure look of surprise written across his face. What the hell was that for? That's for doing something so stupid, I growl, my fists trembling at my sides. You could have died from that cure, Oliveira. How dare you try something that risky in my palace? You might be the Luna, but you're not my Luna, he says, snide. I am free to make any decision I want if it means figuring out if that cure works or not. I want to hate him, but it's so hard. He reaches up, pinching my chin, daring to lean in closer as he adds, I suppose all that is left is to see what my wolf thinks. Thinks of what exactly? Ryan breathes. I jump back a pace or two away from Oliveira, seeing my mate shirtless and damp, slipped into a pair of jeans that soak up the water and blood still present on my mate's back. Oliveira cracks a smile, my face blushing hard as if I've done something salacious when in all reality, it was a poor choice of timing to enter the room on Ryan's part. Oh, saucy, Oliveira hums, looking back and forth at my mate and I. What are you speaking with my mate about? Ryan growls. I can see Ryan is exhausted. He is too tired to be standing here, and yet I know for a fact he isn't moving as long as I am in here with the rogue alpha. Explain something to me now, darling, Ryan presses. I open my mouth to speak. Oliveira has other ideas. Why must you be so nosy? The girl was in here confessing her undying love to me, Alpha. I know you're jealous, but let's face it, you're no match for me in that condition. My jaw hits the floor so hard that I see it roll down the hall. No damn respect, Fritz mutters, standing behind my mate. Just a typical rogue. Allison, go to our room now. I'm going to handle this, Ryan growls. I hesitate, feeling like a leaf in a hurricane. I don't want you to fight Ryan. He is just getting under your skin, that's all it is. As well as get into your pants, Luna, Fritz shoots back. Ryan dares to shift, fighting hard not to in his condition. If Oliveira doesn't get hurt in the fight, my mate will at least be wounded by trying to shift. He is still fighting his infected wound. I don't need this to become any worse. Can everyone stop trying to pick a fight? We are so close to being done with this entire ordeal. I brush my hands down my pants, my lungs shriveled up and working overtime to carry my voice. If Oliveira still has his wolf, then this cure may actually help save you, Ryan. We just have to try this out and... I don't need his help, Ryan snaps. He's a filthy rogue, like I said, Allison, Fritz snarls. He's only trying to hurt your matehood with Ryan and piss off your pack. The only thing a rogue is good for is tearing packs in half. It's what they do best. I step forward, wanting to scream. He just took an experimental drug to help fix this illness and you both have nothing good to say about it. Get to the bedroom, Ryan bites, his alpha tone finally stinging me so hard that I crumble to the floor on my knees before him, practically bowing. A chill rushes through my spine and my wolf whimpers, wanting to please our powerful mate. Get up and go to the bedroom, Allison. Now. I fight back as hard as I can, feeling sick just by disobeying his aura. Maybe you should lighten up on her, Fritz whispers in Ryan's ear, as though he is back on my side of this argument. Watch yourself, alpha rat, Oliveira growls, his voice tainted in anger. Stop speaking to the Luna like she is a dog. She fought hard to get this cure and I decided to test it out for your benefit, putting my life at risk to see if it would cure your infectious bite. You speak to her like that again, and you'll get to see how powerful my wolf can be after that test tube cure. Stop bickering, I groan, my fingers crunched onto the floor beside my mate's feet. No one is hurting me, and I am not going anywhere. Can we please just see if this cure worked? The room is silent in thought for a long moment. Ryan reaches forward, grabbing my arm and helping me upright, letting me sink into his chest gently as he crushes his lips into mine, stealing my breath ever so slightly. Whatever you want, Ryan says in a flat tone. We can go to the courtyard and see what this rogue can do, but if he says one more thing, wounded or not, I'll kill him on the spot. I nod, praying that won't happen. We retreat to the courtyard anyways, warriors joining as we line the walls and give Oliveira space to shift. He paces for a minute, speaking under his breath as if to motivate himself, but it only edges into my nerves more. Leaning into Ryan's arms, I feel him weakening by the minute. He shouldn't even be out of bed, let alone putting up with this stress, but he locks his arms around me anyways. I settle my head into his chest, kissing his bicep that I press my cheek into, and when I look up to see Oliveira shift, I instead watch him as he stares straight through me. Jealousy, envy, whatever it is, it looks far too dangerous to be toying with right now. Allison. Whatever causes the fight, I'm not exactly sure, but it breaks out anyways. Every single wolf in the courtyard has shifted, the movement so fast that I don't even release that I've been thrown out of the hecticness, my side slamming against the brick wall and my head smacking right up against it until I feel the blood flow from a cut on my temple. I curl into a ball, my hands instinctively curling to my stomach, so dazed that instead of being able to see what has caused this fight to break out, I only spot wolves tearing into one another, biting into flesh and blood being poured. Ryan, I reach through the mind link, not capable of spotting him through the haze in my eyesight. What the hell is going on? Rouges came from the pack lands. They must have been waiting to ambush. Where are you, mate? Get out of here. Go inside now. I aim to sit up, my head so discombobulated that I can't even dictate which direction would take me back into the palace. I feel nauseous, the blinding pain in my stomach back. I let out a growl, weeping loudly as I try to arch my back to alleviate the pain, but it doesn't work too well. I struggle to even get off my back at this rate. Come here, Oliveira hisses, snatching me off the floor. I release a scream in pain so loud that it has to flood into the pack lands below. I'll kill him, Ryan says into my mind, seeing and hearing everything go down. There's a scuffle that sends me back to the ground, Oliveira tearing into his wolf form, sizing up my mate who has brought out his wolf to fight, his back shoulder still exposed and bloody. I can't believe he was able to shift with such a gash open. I want to break them up, but the pain in my stomach is my main concern, praying the pups don't take any brunt of this fight. I have to put them first, above everyone else, so I crawl my way out from Oliveira's stance, on my hands and knees while I navigate inside through a shattered window. My fingers cut and bleed, my knees crunching through the glass shards, but I press on, finally feeling safe enough to turn around and take in the gruesome sight of the fight outside. I spot Ryan, frantically trying to dodge Oliveira, both of their wolves so hateful and furious. They snap at one another, their teeth coming within centimeters of each other's faces. I can't stand to watch this continue. I hurry to the cafeteria, snatching up a bottle of clear liquor and a matchbox. This isn't my brightest plan, and I haven't thought it through completely, but I have to get these rogues to disperse and separate Oliveira and Ryan from killing one another. I break back through the busted window, hearing wolves cry out in pain, as there is an obvious slaughter happening here today. Throwing the bottle, it breaks in the center of the courtyard, followed soon by the match I strike. A bonfire implodes, rising clear over my head and throwing me back to the ground. The rouges that aren't too wounded to run scatter. There are a few left, pinned under the warriors of my pack, the fire catching everyone's attention. Finally, Ryan shifts back and sneaks into my side, grabbing my wrists and shaking his head at the sight of my palms cut. I'm breathless, ducking away from the towering wall of fire, Ryan instructing his warriors to put it out and seal off whatever hole the rogue slipped in through. He pulls me into his side, kissing my cheek. Very smart thinking, darling. Ryan looks to Oliveira, back in mortal form. Obviously the cure works. Does that mean we can cut the mutt loose now? I bat at his shoulder, wanting to go check on Oliveira after shifting for the first time since taking the experimental cure, but when I move, I become immediately aware of the blood pooling down my thigh. I freeze between alphas, too petrified to look down. Oliveira comes forward, his brows pinched and his eyes glowering as they slowly, shamefully pace down the length of my body until he sees what I can feel. I hold my wrist to my mouth, scared I may scream or break down, I'm not sure. The rogue alpha snatches me up, sprinting inside the palace and screaming for a healer. I can't make out all his words, only tipping my head back as I feel tingly all over, blood and pain swirling my mind. Am I going to? I pant, tipping my head back to see Ryan sprinting after us. Oliveira manages to lay me in the healer's office, on the cot, before Ryan completely slams Oliveira against the wall. The two are showing teeth, but all I can do is swipe the blood that paints my thigh, worried that I may have injured myself and the pups. Oliveira and Ryan seem to straighten up when I sniffle a cry, pulling my palm up to see my fingers drenched in the new blood I swiped from my shorts. I cry at the sight, sniffling so hard that I choke, Ryan diving to my side in a heartbeat while the healer lets himself into the office. What is going on, darling? Ryan pants, his pulse beating so hard that I can hear it. For some reason, perhaps by the mere fact that Oliveira knows and Ryan doesn't, but I find myself looking to the rogue alpha for answers. I know it looks bad, and I see the hurt flicker across Ryan's features at once, but it wounds me so deeply to see Ryan turn away from me. He looks to the healer, shaking his hand quick before limping out of the room, leaving me on this cot. I know I hurt him. It was never my intentions to do so. I just was too afraid to tell him, too scared that if the pups are hurt and I've done something to lose them, I will have to break the news to my mate that I'm pregnant, or that I may not be anymore. I break down harder, feeling him so cold in the mind link. Please, Ryan, come. You have the man you want with you, he mutters, sour in my head. You can't even answer your mate without looking to him, as though you need permission. I don't know what side you're on anymore, darling. The healer stands before me, eyeing the blood on my thighs, his mind curiously piqued as he stares down at his panting, sobbing Luna. Oliveira whispers into the healer's ear, his eyes wide in shock. I swallow hard, fearing the worst. I'll need the alpha here to do this examination, he says, firm. Please, Ryan, you have to be here, I beg. My mate connects, though still wounded. You don't need me for anything anymore. I need you to be my mate, I reply. I am your mate, your pregnant mate. Silence fills the mind link. Allison. Relax, Ryan coos, brushing my hair back. He has finally come to my side, forcing my eyes to stay on his, even as he paces his attention back and forth between me and the healer. I squeeze my mate's hand, feeling pressure build in my abdomen. There you go, he's done. The healer removes his gloves, my eyes catching a glimpse of Oliveira in the hall, seeing him pace frantically fast back and forth in the hallway. I look at my mate now, glimmering with sadness as he peers down at me. I know he feels like I've grown feelings for the rogue alpha, and I haven't, but I can be sympathetic to the wolf who lost everything, just like I had. Are the pups okay? I breathe. Ryan flinches. More than one? He watches the healer as though waiting to hear so magical good news. What is going on? Are they okay? How many are there? The healer settles his hands together before his body, like a man with bad news. It's hard to tell right now, he breathes, shaking his head. What I do know is that there are 2 pups, Alpha. As for the bleeding, it could have just ruptured something in her system. The being thrown around, the stress of that fight, I think she needs rest, and when she is further along, I'll be able to tell you more information. Ryan inhales sharp. How far along are you? The meadow, I breathe. I was in heat, Alpha. Ryan waves the healer out of the room, and the door closes on us both. I don't have time to react. Ryan straddling me gently on the cot, his lips plowing into mine. I don't know why, but feeling his body makes all my pains wither away. I forget about the worries, about the blood that concerned me, and take on his lips. He needs this, I can tell, just wanting to make sure I'm going to be okay and feel that I'm fine now. His hands press into my hips, his tongue dragging against my bottom lip and tasing me with a lasting, suffocating kiss. I run my fingers through his hair, my nails dragging up into his scalp. He moans so loud I think I may erupt in pleasure, just from the noise. Damn it, darling, I'm sorry, we can't, he pants. I feel him attempt to lift off of me, but I pull him back on top of my body, begging that he doesn't leave. While conventional sex may not be the best idea right now, I know he can sense my hormones boiling over. Just a little, I plead. It would make me feel better, I say, unsure if it's true or not. Anything for my Luna, Ryan groans, his hand brushing down my body. He is weak, with open wounds, and he shivers in balance and strength. I wish I could make this stop, but the mere idea of him pleasing me just a little bit would force my body to finally relax and free it of ache and stress. His hand slips over my sensitive button, flicking it ever so slightly and making me coil. My legs tremble around his sides, Ryan making out with the mating mark over my throat, the sensation of his lips on that mutual bond marking forcing me to subdue a scream. I feel so hypersensitive of the world right now. Though he doesn't penetrate me, I feel weak at the sensation of his fingers toying with my sex, my wolf and my mind and my mate finally finishing in bliss. I grab into his arms, digging my nails in until he slows and stalls. When I look up, I see he is tense, my fingers daring to come close to his wound. I retract my hand suddenly, ready to plow through my apologies, but he kisses me profoundly before I can say another word. Feel better, mate? He huffs, breathless. Yes, I admit, seeing white spots form over my vision, distracting me from the frustration of pain in my pelvis. Then, thank you. Anything for you, he says again, nuzzling into my neck before getting off the cot. I sit up, cradling my stomach, my palm rubbing methodically patterns around my tiny pregnancy belly. Well, should we discuss the next steps? Ryan furrows. What next steps? The rogues, the cure? We know it works now, I hum. He shakes his head, his face stone cold in expression. You're not allowed to stress over any of that anymore, mate. I won't allow it. You're going straight to bed, with dinner first, and you're staying there until I say otherwise. I pout, feeling like a child in timeout. Ryan, I'm okay. The pups will be okay. I'm not risking anything, he says, firm. You bled today because you were put into a stressful situation, and I can't let that happen again. If anything happens to those pups, he hesitates, breathing heavily and stressed. If anything happens to you, I'd never be able to continue on in life, Allison. I almost lost you before, too many times at count, and I can't rely on the moon goddess to keep sending you back. He is stressed. I understand why, but I fear he will overdo the stress and turn far too overprotective for his own good health, spiking his stress levels to a dangerous level. Both of us need to fix these problems together, as a strong mating pair. We are the Alpha and Luna. We have to be together in strong terms, or we will be in trouble. For now, I subside to my mate, the Alpha, and allow him to know that I will be careful in the future so I can protect myself and the pups. He kisses my forehead and helps me off the cot where we spot the rogue Alpha leaning lazily against the bedroom door to our suite. His arms are crossed, his cheeks flushed like he knows exactly what we were doing in that office, and I can't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. Well, the cure works, Olivera hums. Ryan bumps him out of the way and leads me into the suite, the rogue Alpha following closely behind us both. Lay down, darling. I'll call the chefs to bring something up for you to eat. He turns next to Olivera, riding the line of wanting to thank him for the cure experiment, or wanting to rip his throat out for picking me up outside. It's hard to tell where they stand with one another. I will work with the healer to duplicate this cure, Ryan hums, his wounded bleeding shoulder flinching slightly. I won't take it until every rogue in a facility under the Elder's watch is given a dosage first. Olivera appears shocked, but I don't know why. I always knew my mate was a commendable Alpha, worthy of praise beyond measure. Allison. It's hard to feel not included in the cure development, but I watch Ryan and Olivera get along for many consecutive weeks. At least I have that peaceful energy around, watching them work with the Palace Pack healers to help the rogues locked up in the facilities, still sick. Thankfully, there wasn't an enormous outbreak and everything seems to have worked out. I can't help the feeling of doom, though, thinking about every time things were perfect, something horrible happened. I thought once we defeated Jacob and sent away Jennifer, everything would have worked out forever. I was wrong, but if none of that bad stuff happened, I wouldn't be pregnant. I fear these pups won't be okay, the healer making a daily visit, sometimes twice a day, at least to check on my progress. I worry every day he will say something bad has happened and they're hurt or worse. I would give my life for these two pups, but I hope I don't have to. Morning, sweetheart. Olivera hums, barging into his bedroom. He eyes the suite, walking into it quickly before returning seconds later, wiping his hands dry. I started a bath for you. Looks like Loverboy is going to go out of the palace today to pick up some ingredients with his warriors. Skeptical, I furrow. Why aren't you going? This isn't my pack, he says, shrugging. I don't know where the hell it is all at. I press into the side of the bed, sitting up, minding my overgrown stomach. I've gotten bigger in what feels like a short amount of time, and yet I am not far off from finally going into labor and knowing for certain my pups are okay. Easy, bowling ball, he mutters. I throw a pillow at him, grinning when I see it smack into his face. Careful now. When I give birth, I'll be able to shift afterwards and kick your ass again. Again? You have yet to come close to beating me, sweetheart. I roll my eyes, ready to stand, but feeling a small puncture of pain in my hip. I try to ignore it, standing slow, but my legs wobble under my weight. Something in Oliveira clicks, moving over to my side with his arm out, as though to help me to the bath, but I stand still, petrified. The pain pulses, ebbing through my body. Something isn't. Relax, I'll go grab the healer, he says, a hint of worry in his voice. I cling to his arm tighter, too scared that if he moves, I'll fall. Tears well in my eyes. Okay, I won't go anywhere, Oliveira gasps. I shiver, my free hand pressing into my belly, feeling movement so harsh in my womb that I may be sick. There's a harsh kick or shift, making me cry out, my knees going weak, but he holds me upright, one of his arms looping around my back to steady me. Healer! Oliveira gasps, his voice ungodly. The door bursts open, weeping tears already dribbling down my cheeks. I'm scared. Our healer wastes no time, pulling me to his hip, hearing the bathtub run water. That thing full yet? He asks. Oliveira mumbles. Yeah, it should be. Everyone relax. This could be a false start to labor. It's going to be. The healer stops, his hand pressing into the front of my abdomen, under the curve of my pregnant stomach. Let's hurry up, Luna. Oliveira, please see if you can get the Alpha to return from his gathering duties. The rogue Alpha runs so fast out of the room, it's obvious he didn't want to lay witness to anything, as I'm led into the bathroom, stripped down and helped into the warm bath water. I growl a noise from the deepest echo of my stomach, needing to scream but too scared it will make the pain spike harder. It hurts, I snarl, an obvious statement to us both. The healer nods, pressing into my neck and lower back, pushing around my spine, the agony dissipating with his powerful touch. There we go, is that helping? I shake my head. Fuck the pain. How are my pups? He hesitates and I recognize it instantly. Something is wrong? What is wrong? I can't be sure, but as of right now, you may be having early labor. He breathes. The look of fear strikes me dead, and he tries to reassure me more that it's okay, still attempting to ease my pains as his hand presses into my belly, the pups shifting around with his every prod. This is to help their position, Luna. If there is to be a birth, they will need to come out at a safe angle. I am purely mortified. It's too soon, though. We may not have to worry about that. The healer hums. Damn it. Where is the Alpha? I try to break into the mind link, but I'm too far distracted by pain to unjumble the link. I shiver, sinking down into the water slightly, trying to warm up. I can't hear him. I can't either, he adds, and that's when I really begin to panic. No, Luna, please calm down your pulse. I feel my head go light, my vision blurring as I try to steady out my raging emotions. Everything hurts again, but not physically. I am debilitated in fear. I shrivel into a ball in the hot water, begging the moon goddess that no matter what, she spares my pups. I just want my family to be okay. I want to live the life I had dreamed of living in my first life, but I am no longer Alisa Clark. I'm Allison Alexander, and I have to protect my mate, my pups, and their new rouge uncle, Oliveira Inca. Things were just starting to be perfect too. Now it's only darkness and Ryan. I fight through the winds, the rain cascading over my warriors and me. It wasn't the best idea coming out during this type of storm, but we lacked one natural ingredient that grows just south of the waterfall trail, and then the cure would be complete for the last facility of rogues. I have healed slowly in my weeks of developing the cure, but I could use a dose myself. Thankfully, it hasn't affected my poorly mate, spending most of her days passed out in bed until I force her to get up and move around a bit. It's been exhausting for her, but she is the patriarchy of a new family, the strongest she-wolf I know who is capable of carrying these pups. Damn it, lover boy, where are you? I barge out of the mouth of the cave where my warriors have been taking shelter from the monsoon outside. I see that rogue Alpha in the distance, throwing his hands up in a small fit of rage. It's almost amusing if he didn't also sport a petrified look of angst as well. Over here, I call out. His eyes lock mine, and suddenly, I fill with dread. He barges into the cave, standing practically against me and speaking so low, through gritted teeth, so only I can hear him. You have to get back to the palace now. My wolf rattles inside of me, desperate to break out just from panic alone. Why? What's going on? Is Allison okay? His mouth opens, but words don't leave. He only shakes his head. Return to the palace when the storm clears. I tell my warriors, returning my focus to Oliveira. Let's go, now. The falls have flooded, he says, worried, but I can't stand to wait here a second longer if she's hurt and needs me. Then you stay, I'm getting back to my mate. I shift, my wolf irrationally impatient, sprinting through the woods so fast that I almost miss the sight of Oliveira's onyx wolf following diligently behind. The rain has picked up in quantity and in speed, making it near impossible to see the trail just a few paces in front of me. I run faster, daring to press my luck just a little more, so I can be there for her when she needs me. Lightning hits, a bright, sizzling white bolt of electricity flowing out of the soppy sky above and striking a tree up ahead, the massive trunk splitting down the middle and landing just before myself and Oliveira. We skid to a stop, the branches still intact and towering far too high in the way for us to simply leap over. My wolf is controlling and furious, taking over as we bolt sideways toward the waterfall trail. I can only picture my mate, weak and exhausted, fighting to be by my side and begging for me to hold her. I've spent too much time not holding her. I can't allow it to go on any longer. Oliveira howls, trying to break my focus for whatever reason, but I continue on, my wolf jumping clear over a fallen tree and landing in a slick, muddy patch before I find myself dipping underwater. I've lost my footing, my wolf begging for air as we are both dipped under the rapids, only to be brought back up as the river rages in the storm. I catch a glimpse Oliveira running parallel to the rapids, careful of his step as he passes me and my wolf up, stopping on a rock that overhangs over the water slightly. I push off the slick river rocks underwater and launch myself in that direction, the river bringing me closer and closer to Oliveira's waiting wolf. I kick upwards, my claws digging into the rock, only to feel it crumble. Oliveira and I trade miserable looks to one another. He aims to leap back to the path nearby, but the rock ledge has other ideas, sweeping us both back into the rapids and further away from my mate's side. Olivera panics, dipping under the water once, then twice, his head submerged for a moment too long, and that's when I lose sight of him. I fight the current, fight the rain pouring overhead, desperately looking for the rogue alpha. It's only me, though, my wolf tired from the paddling and cold rain. Ahead, there is a break in the ditch the river has carved, a low spot I can latch onto that would bring me back to the solid ground. I launch sideways, clinging to the embankment and finally pulling free. I collapse in exhaustion, my wolf giving up as I shift, cold, wet, and naked, in his treacherous storm. As if by chance, I glance sideways, seeing a worn-out black wolf washed up just a few yards away. I run to Olivera, his eyes lapse closed and his head badly bleeding from the unforgiving river. In my haste, I struggle to grab at him, yanking him sideways until I find a smaller, less sheltered cave. At least for the most part, we are out of the rain now. I settle for a moment, exhausted, Olivera passed out from the head wound. Allison, I breathe, calming the haste in my mind to reach out to her. It's going to be okay, Allison. I get to you soon enough. Hang in there, wait for me, I love you. Nothing comes through, the absence of my mate wounding me further. If the rain halts, I'll run again, but the lightning is attacking the trees, the clouds hovering over in darkness like it's nighttime, and I'm too frozen to shift from the freezing temperature of the rain pouring overhead. Olivera shifts to his simple form, groaning as he grabs at the bloody cut on his forehead. Damn it, that's what I get for trying to help you, he mutters. Should have left you in the river if I knew that's how you would thank me. Never mind your thanks, he hums. We have to get to the palace, now. I wave toward the storm, practically destroying the forest before our eyes. We won't be able to make it there right now. It's too dangerous. I think we learned that the hard way. He seems flustered, but I can't pinpoint why. What's wrong? I breathe, knowing that no matter what he tells me, I can't be senseless and try navigating the storm right now. It would only get me killed. Is it Allison? He nods, wiping the blood as it leaks over his eyes, but it doesn't show signs of slowing yet. She wasn't looking too good this morning. I got the healer to the room and she was in pain. I think she's going into labor. My heart drops clear into my stomach. She can't be, it's too soon. I don't think the timeline matters anymore. He's right, but I wish he wasn't. The strength it will take Allison to have those pups without me there will be undeniably difficult, but I can't deny that she is powerful enough to try it. I just hope she doesn't have to, that I will get to be there for her, for my pups. For our family, Ryan. Damn this weather, I mutter. The storm is yet to let up, and in fact, I believe it started pouring down harder, with more vigor, and still shows no signs of slowing for my benefit. Have you tried linking to the healer? Olivera asks, his antsy attitude not helping my worried state right now. I mean, if you can't reach through the link to her, she might just be asleep and everything is okay. That could be possible, right? I mean, if you think about... Hush, I beg. You're rambling again. I'm sorry that I'm flustered, he grovels. I'm just trying to keep calm. I raise my brow, trying to stay focused on my mate, but I can't seem to shake this infatuation Olivera has had for my mate. I should ignore it, as I have in the past weeks, but something about being stuck in this small cave with him has my mind tethering off too many emotions at once. Enlighten me, please, I sigh, shaking my head out at the storm. What is this weirdly possessive, sympathetic binding you think you have with my mate? I see the corner of his lip twitch, amused. Lover boy jealous? No, I say, very sure of my mate's affection. Allison loves me dearly, as I do her. We have been through a lot together, too much to overlook for the sake of some rogue that kidnapped her from me. I shoot him a daring look, and he only shrugs, over our qualms of the past. You might be right, the Luna does love you, and you may have been through a lot together, but you won't ever know her like I know her. What do you mean by that? My wolf is ready to rip his throat out, but seeing as there is no other entertainment out here to wait for the storm to pass, I have to be subjected as an audience to this rogue and his pitiful attempt to relate to the love of my life. Olivera kicks back, as if to simulate relaxation, but I see the worry still fresh in his eyes. The blood pet, she's not a difficult Luna to figure out. Don't call her that, I bark. He waves me off, uselessly distracted in his imagination. Maybe there, deep in his dark mind, he actually thinks he loves my mate. I would love to do nothing more than to tear down that puerile dream, but something stops me, maybe my wolf, and I allow him to meander on with his babbling. I know that girl. She's got a will like none other. She fought me every day until the day she decided to fight for me. That's when I saw it. That's when I noticed the impending doom written all over her pretty light eyes. What are you talking about? She just can't stand a story about a wolf locked up being used and wounded. It reminds her too much her first mate from her first life. He shakes his head, sickening me on the fact that he tells this story with such a light-hearted attitude. She went through a lot, sure. She suffered, I snap. We all suffer, he barks back, his voice deathly deep. We all have our tribulations, but that girl is different, and I saw it with my own eyes. She isn't special because she fought. She's special because she came back and continued to fight. She had no choice but to. Senseless alpha, I'm almost jealous that you don't understand. I shake my head, ready to tie up this conversation and hang him with it. He continues anyway. And what if she gave up? What if she met the most powerful, the most sought-after being in the whole world and told the moon goddess that she didn't want to come back to this horrible world? What if she saw what her sister and that tasteless alpha did to her and decided she was better off dead? I swallow hard, my heart aching as I think of what would have happened if she truly did give up. If she decided her one attempt at life was over and that she didn't see any need to return to this world. I wouldn't have her now. I wouldn't be expecting pups. I wouldn't be the alpha I am today if it wasn't for her. She fought to live, Just like my mate. Olivera breathes, speaking under his breath. Allison has mentioned her before, I mutter. Olivera looks discant. Yes, well, someone should. I try not to speak of her anymore. He stands, pacing to the back wall, his wounded forehead still bloody and causing him frustration. I lost my mate to that damn virus. I lost my mate to something she couldn't fight, but if she could have, she would have. That's who Beth was. It's hard to think of losing Allison, I groan. The word's so surreal. I won't lose her. And what if you do? He snarls. What if you still lose your mate, after you were headed straight to a perfect life of love and pups and an endless future together? Then what do? You go after the ones who took her from you, who wouldn't even let you see her when she was dying of that damn virus. I should have been there with her. My pulse spikes, same as his. Mine is fueled by shock, while his bleeds with agony. Allison is strong. She can hold on until I get there, I say, mostly to myself, staring outward at the flooding downpour. I glance over my shoulder, the rogue crumbling under his own despair. You have done right by your mate, don't you think? He shakes his head, doubled over on the floor of this pathetic, humid cave. I have done nothing worth forgiveness for not being by her side. She needed me, and she couldn't fight. She fought for so long, too. She fought to be with me, so much so that I was the one who decided we should be rogues, that we were better off without a pack, and when she got sick, I allowed her to leave our home and be taken. The elders would have helped her if they had a working cure at the time, I say, sure. Whether she lived or died by the illness is nothing of use to me. I can't speculate on the unknown. All I know now is that she needed me to be by her side while she suffered, while she fought. I can't take that back. He turns quick, staring me down intensely. That's why we have to get you to your mate. She needs you right now. I glance to the river, the path home on the other side of that raging, angry rapids. I am no use to my mate if I die trying to jump that river, I remind us. Olivera pushes beside me, eyeing the river that is far too wide for either of us to simply jump over, and the run to go around its treacherous tumblings would take longer than the storm to ride off away from this land. You have to be with her, he says, nodding firm. I shake my head, but there's no denying that if I need her this desperately, I cannot imagine how terribly she needs me. Olivera presses a hand to my shoulder, giving me a lasting, brave look before he shifts, and I follow soon after. I eye the creek, seeing it flow so quickly that one wrong step and I'm plunged under the water's edge, held there until to my death. Olivera snarls, sparking me to run. I do so, furiously lunging toward the rapids, every fiber of my wolf daring to fight, needing to see my mate, and as I jump outward and stretch toward the opposite of the creek, I can only see my mate. My front paws hit the grassy path, my claws digging into the ground and prying me upright, slowly failing as I try to lift myself up. I'm shocked, though. Olivera's daring wolf leaping just a few inches away from me, his claws stuck to the side of the edge as well. He lifts his shoulder, pressing my back paw into his back, lifting me up just enough so that I climb the rest of the way to the surface. I turn, reaching out to grab for the rogue alpha, but when I do, I see a detrimental sight. There's no wolf, no rogue alpha, and no sign of him anywhere in the rushing creek. You have to be there for your mate. His last words wound me, the rain drenching me and the will to be with my mate unwaveringly clear. I run like I've never run, dodging lightning, hell and exhaustion to be there for the one wolf who never stopped fighting, to be with me. Allison, the pain is insurmountable. I fight through it, thinking of the pups that need me, that are clinging to the hope that I will always fight for them, and I won't disappoint them now. I turn over, laid out on the floor of the bathroom, the healer working at the cramps in my spine. I grab the towels, grab my own shirt, desperate to get through this sooner than later. My wolf whines and my heart hurts. Ryan. I need him. I want him, and I fear I can't do this ordeal without him beside me. I lay out, exhausted from the agony, crying inconsolably until I hear heavy steps parading through the bedroom. Soon they find the healer and I in the bathroom, my eyes dizzy as I spot Ryan, naked and drenched in rainwater. My breath catches, curious if I am dreaming. Right here, Alpha, come help me with this, the healer grunts. I feel my mate hold my head, pushing deep into my spine as I straighten my back out in reflex, feeling the gaping pain of my pups finally breaking into the world. I scream a noise unmatched, releasing every ounce of pent-up pain I have left inside of me, and I let it go. Perfect, Allison. You're perfect, Ryan sobs, holding me in his lap. There's a new noise, a new crying, and I look over to see the healer working feverishly fast to tend to the two tiny babies on the towels nearby. I collapse, exhausted by relieved, hearing both of them cry in unison. They're okay? I pant. Yes, darling, Ryan hums. They are perfect. You did perfect, darling. I sit up slightly, ignoring the pain as the healer brings me a pup, handing the other to Ryan, who waits expectantly. We both pause, curiosity foaming through us both, but I can't help and see the pain in Ryan's eyes. Where is Olivera? I breathe, seeing as the rogue went out to get Ryan, but here my mate is returned home without him. Ryan looks aside, then with his free hand pulls me up, closer to his lap. Our pup sat out together in our arms. He didn't make it, darling. He helped me get back here. He said you needed me, and I guess to him, it was more important than I would have ever imagined. I swallow hard, overwhelmed with guilt, but as our pups calm down and begin to coo, I know I have two souls that need me here for them. I won't deny them that either. What do you have? I look down at my small early pup and shift the towel aside. A smile spreads through my features at once. A boy? I have a boy? Ryan gasps, his eyes wet. He looks down and pulls his pup closer, shifting the towel as well until I see his eyes pour with more love. It's a boy too, he breathes, practically sobbing. I do the same, just happy that they are okay, that through this whole ordeal, my pups made it and came out perfectly healthy, and undeniably adorable. I hold my pup Ryan holding all three of us as the world seems to slow down for just us. I love you, Allison. Alexander. Ryan breathes. I love you too, Alpha. Thank you. Thank you for what? You did all the work here, he adds with a charming grin. Thank you for giving me a reason to fight, I hum, endlessly in love with my family. Olivera. I sit up, coughing the water out of my lungs and hating the sharp sting of a bite that flows through me. I gag, begging for air, for an end to my coughing fit, but when I settle down and straighten out my nerves, I look up and gasp. In a field not far is a young pup with beautiful blonde hair. She plays in the wheat, the vegetation almost as tall as she is, and she laughs so beautifully it's got to be that of an angel. I sit up, watching the young pup play, a woman dancing in the field as the pup circles her tirelessly. My heart shatters at the scene, so precious and beautiful, it almost feels disrespectful to watch. You should go join them, a light, wispy voice mutters from behind me. I feel a jolt of something rush through me, like euphoria. The pain in my body finally eased. Come on, Olivera James, go join them. I turn quick. How do you know my name? The woman before me is hardly a woman, but a goddess in her own right. You're not are you? She smiles beautifully, nudging me to stand, and as I do, I realize that every pain I had moments ago is shed, including the ache of my lungs that gasped for air. It's missing from existence, and now replaced with a scene so surreal, so perfect, that I can't help but turn to watch the pair in the meadow. Who are they? You don't recognize? Swallowing hard, I steady my glare toward the pair, my heart breaking straight from my chest as I see that face I have seen a million times over in my dreams. I stammer, finding my feet after a few failed tries, bringing myself to a run as I embrace my mate. She gasps, alive with joyous, loving tears. She fails to her knees, and I do the same, glancing to our side to see a churlish cherubic pup watching our embrace with curiosity. This can't be. Her name is Louise, Beth says, her voice the same as I remembered it. I choke slightly, needing to cry but not finding the tears as I grab for my pup, grab for my mate, and surrender to the world I once knew, for the love I knew I'd hold again. For some reason, every nightmare, every pain I ever held is washed away, and I relax for the first time since I lost my mate, finally free to live the life we were destined to live. Together, forever. The end. My dear readers, thank you so much for loving and reading my stories. You are more than welcome to join my Facebook group, Caroline Above Story, and share your thoughts. Hope you will continue to support other stories of mine. Much love from Caroline.